My name is Suwon, and honestly, my life in this world started with a mess. People whispered behind my back, saying I was ruined, and that marrying into the Marquis family was no better than marrying a dead man. I sat there in my red wedding dress, annoyed, knocking on the table to remind them I was still present. Did they even care? Nope. They just rolled their eyes and left the room. In my past life, I died from overworking. When I found myself reborn as the daughter of a high-ranking official, I laughed for ages, thinking I had finally escaped the grind. But that dream shattered fast. Despite being born into privilege, my biological mother had died early, and my stepmother treated me horribly. Even the maids bullied me. Then, my stepmother gave me 3 awful marriage options. One would make me a laughingstock, the second involved a man with way too many mistresses, and the third was to a wealthy family with a missing son. I chose the third, thinking, no husband? Fine. At least I'll have money and peace. On my wedding day, I endured the noisy procession and the ridiculous traditions, thinking I was finally on my way to freedom. But when it came time for the ceremony, I discovered I wasn't marrying a man or even a memory of one. I was marrying a chicken. Yes, a chicken. And not even a proper rooster at first. My new 8-year-old stepson, the little troublemaker of the Marquis family, had swapped the rooster for a hen as a prank. The humiliation didn't stop there. When they finally brought a rooster, the little brat had strapped firecrackers to it. One exploded right over my head, tearing a hole in my veil. And when I looked up, there he was, smirking and making faces at me. That was it. My patience snapped. All my hopes of a peaceful life went up in smoke. Forget enduring for a better future. This kid was going to pay. In my past life, I was a workaholic. I worked myself to death, literally. So when I woke up in this life, I promised to take it easy. But old habits die hard. Take today, for example. I grabbed a sword off the guards and charged straight at that little brat, Zhong Jincheng. Chaos erupted. People screamed, "The bride is attacking the young master." Plates broke, decorations fell apart, and the wedding became a disaster. Guests ran for their lives, and I could already imagine the gossip spreading through the capital like wildfire. I didn't care. That little troublemaker had been messing with me nonstop. When I finally got close enough, I grabbed his hair. He grabbed mine back. We stood there, locked in a ridiculous battle, pulling each other's hair while everyone looked on, too scared to step in. Just as things got heated, the old Marquis and his wife arrived. They ordered the guards to pull us apart. The kid let go first, of course, but not before smirking and sticking out his tongue at me. I wasn't about to let him win. I waved the few strands of his hair I managed to yank out as my trophy. The Marquis wife, surprisingly kind and calm, took my hand and apologized for the mess. She even gave me a beautiful jade bracelet, something so valuable even Zhong Jincheng couldn't believe it. Then she handed me the keys to the estate. The little brat's jaw dropped. Mine did too. What was going on? Why would they trust me, the crazy bride, with something so important? I could feel Zhong Jincheng glaring at me, and I gave him a smug look in return. I don't know what the old Marquis and his wife are planning, but one thing's for sure. This family is full of surprises, and I need to be ready for whatever comes next. I couldn't believe it. The key to managing the entire Marquis estate, the key that my stepmother back in the Shangshu household schemed for over a decade to get, was handed to me, just like that. And I hadn't even changed out of my wedding dress. At first, I thought I must be dreaming. I even pinched myself. Nope, it was real. The old madam placed the key in my hand, declaring me the new head of the household, responsible for everyone's daily needs. My brain froze. I didn't sign up for this. I just wanted to take it easy and live a stress-free life. Of course, the little brat, Zhong Jincheng, wasn't happy. He argued, saying I shouldn't get the key, but the old madam shut him down, explaining I was now his stepmother and someone needed to guide and care for him. Me? Care for him? No way. This kid was a walking disaster. I tried to refuse. I wasn't experienced in managing a household, let alone an estate as huge as this. But the old madam brushed off my concerns, saying I'd learn quickly. Then she dropped the bombshell. I wasn't just responsible for the estate. I also had to help Zhong Jincheng become a top scholar. A top scholar? This little troublemaker? He couldn't even behave for 5 minutes, let alone pass the imperial exams. I tried to give the key back, but then the old madam sweetened the deal. 300 taels of silver every month for my efforts. I hesitated. Then she went further. 5,000 taels if the brat made it to the top 3 in the exams. 10,000 taels if he became the top scholar. My head spun. That was enough money to make me rich beyond imagination. I couldn't resist. The key was back in my hand before I knew it. Zhong Jincheng glared at me, clearly plotting my demise, but I just smirked and dangled the key in front of him for good measure. "Thank you, mother," I said sweetly, sealing the deal. If this little brat thought he could outsmart me, he had another thing coming. For 10,000 taels, I was ready to play the long game. The old marquis and his wife handed me full control of the household and left for their estate, claiming they wanted to travel. But I knew better. They didn't want to stick around and deal with Zhong Jincheng's tantrums. They were leaving me to sort him out. Everyone in the household, and even outside, was shocked. People expected me to fail, but I wasn't going down that easily. After changing out of my wedding clothes, I started reviewing the accounts. The household was well organized, and the maids seemed obedient and efficient, a refreshing change from the chaos at the Shangshu estate. Then I asked to see the records for Zhong Jincheng's expenses, and oh boy. Day 1 of the new year? He spent 300 taels on a lake outing, including buying an entire boat. Day 2? He blew up fireworks, scaring 3,000 chickens to death and costing another 100 taels. Every day, hundreds of taels wasted. It was maddening.
And today?
For once, he hadn't gone out. Instead, he'd stayed home just long enough to ruin my wedding day. The nerve! My anger surged as I thought of all the silver this little brat was squandering while I once struggled to save a single tael in my past life. I asked where he was. Turns out, the old madam hadn't punished him at all. She never did. They left it to me to handle him, saying I could discipline him as I saw fit.
Great.
Just what I wanted. I sent for him, ready to have a serious talk, but the little tyrant refused to come. He even declared he wouldn't step foot in the main house as long as I was around.
Fine.
If he thought he could outsmart me, he had another thing coming. I decided on my strategy. Cut him off. No more money. No more outings. No more silver to waste on his ridiculous antics. Let's see how far his arrogance takes him when he has no funds to back it up. Zhong Jincheng, you might be tough, but I'll show you who's really in charge here. So there he was, little Zhong Jincheng, bragging on Clearwave Lake, acting all high and mighty. He told his friends to eat and drink as much as they wanted. He was footing the bill. Typical spoiled brat. When it was time to pay, his servant usually handled it. But not today. My trusted Lou butler swooped in, confiscated his servant's silver, and refused to settle the bill. Everyone started gossiping, mocking him for being controlled by his scary stepmother. That's me. The little tyrant was fuming, but he had no choice but to give up his prized jade pendant to cover the cost. Back at the manor, I was sipping tea and basking in the sun when I heard he was on his way, probably ready to throw a tantrum. Sure enough, he came storming in, demanding I return his money. I calmly explained that it was time he learned some discipline. If his friends were his brothers, surely they could pick up the tab once in a while. He wasn't having it. He blamed me for his embarrassment, claiming I'd ruined the Marquis family's good name. This kid really knows how to make excuses. I didn't back down. I reminded him of the deal. If he wanted me gone, he had to study, pass the imperial exams, and earn his place as the head of the Marquis estate. Until then, I wasn't letting him waste another silver coin. When he flat out refused, I gave the order. Clear out his room of anything valuable. If he wasn't going to listen, he wasn't going to have money to throw around. His jade pendant, worth 3,000 taels, had already been wasted on a meal. That wouldn't happen again. Of course, he freaked out, yelling about robbery and threatening to write to his grandmother. But I wasn't fazed. This little prince might be spoiled, but I'm not the type to lose to a kid. If he thought he could outsmart me, he had another thing coming. The little fellow ran after them, shouting as he ran, causing the maids on the road to turn their heads. But the housekeeper Lu, who received the order, was as hard as iron. The little devil's roar could be heard from time to time in the courtyard. This can't be moved. This is my favorite recliner. This pillow is not okay. What will I use as a pillow if you take it away? Shoes.
Shoes.
Can I be so poor that I have to sell shoes?
You.
Shameless. The little devil tried to stop them frantically, but he couldn't jump as high as them, and he didn't know how to fight, so he could only jump up and down in vain. You're so good to me. You are so good to me before. Looking inside, the whole house was looted, and it was so poor that it was shocking. Suwon stared, and she didn't expect that housekeeper Lu would do things so straightforwardly, and really moved away all the valuables as she said. You still want to take away the clothes? Zong Jincheng was tired of scolding. He was so hungry now and wanted to have a big meal. At this moment, a burst of fragrance came. The little devil turned his head and saw Tsueji holding a plate with 2 big fragrant chicken legs on it. He swallowed his saliva and turned his eyes to the side and saw Suwon's unkind face. Bad woman, that pretty face was wasted. Young Master Jincheng, you must be tired of shouting. Eat something. Suwon leaned out and reminded, it's dark. It's time for dinner. Zong Jincheng rolled his eyes at her and stretched out his hand. Sueji quickly brought the plate over. The little devil usually pays attention to table manners, but today he was so angry and tired that he didn't even wash his hands. He just grabbed the chicken leg with his bare hands and ate it. Sueji has watched him grow up since he was a child. This is the first time she saw the young master being defeated. She couldn't help laughing. Such a small smile was discovered by the little devil, who glared at him fiercely. This kid now thinks that the entire Marquis mansion is Suwon's. Fortunately, Suwon still has a conscience and did not force him to enter the study room or not to eat. She waited until the little guy finished eating the 2 chicken legs and then slowly opened her mouth. The food is in the lobby. If you want to eat something else, go there and eat at will. From now on, you will have 3 meals a day there. Eat whatever is cooked in the kitchen.
Don't be picky.
Otherwise, you will solve your own food and drink. Suwon spoke slowly and seemed to be non-threatening, but in fact, she set the rules well. Zong Jincheng was arrogant, difficult to serve, and of course picky, but now in Suwon's hands, he was isolated and helpless, and a head-on confrontation would only make him have no food to eat. The little guy rolled his eyes and responded, I know. After that, he stood up and went to the lobby to eat. The night was peaceful. After dinner, Suwon went back to her room to rest. The maids helped her take a bath and lie on the bed. She slept alone on the extra-large luxurious bed, and it was comfortable no matter how she rolled around. Suwon looked at the top of the bed and the red in the room, and then she remembered that today was her wedding night with Zhong Zhao. However, Zhong Zhao had been missing for many years, and she was afraid that she would be the first bride in history to stay alone in an empty room. But it was better this way, so she didn't have to deal with more people. She was almost exhausted after a busy day today. Although everyone in the Marquis' mansion cooperated with her actions, from taking over the house keys to fighting wits and courage with the little devil, too many things happened, and she really couldn't bear the energy. The next day, Suwon rarely slept until noon, and the sunlight came in through the window and shone into her eyes. Sueji, what time is it? Madam, it's 4/4 past the hour of C. Suwon was confused, and when she heard this reply, she was shocked and sat up from the bed. It's 10 o'clock. In ancient times, people didn't have a rich nightlife, so they all paid attention to going to bed early and getting up early. Her father went to court at 4 or 5 in the morning, and the women in the family also got up early. This was the first time she woke up so late since she came here.
Today.
Is there nothing? Why didn't you call me? It was the first time for Suwon to get up so late, and she felt a little embarrassed. Sueji smiled and said, Today should be the day for the bride to offer tea to her parents-in-law, but the old Marquis and the old lady are not here, so you don't have to get up early. Suwon thought about it and agreed.
So she lay down again.
Sueji asked again, Madam, are you hungry? Do you want me to bring you some porridge? Suwon waved her hand. No, I'll wait. By the way, where is Zongjincheng? Did the boy go to the hall to eat properly? Yes, the young master went there very obediently. Sueji praised. Madam is still a good person. In the past, the old lady called the young master, but he would not go. Now he comes at mealtime, without being reminded. Sueji's praise was very pleasing to hear, but Suwon felt that something was wrong. Especially before leaving yesterday, the little devil rolled his eyes. That look. How could he be so obedient? No, it's a trick. Suwon lifted the quilt and got up. She got out of bed quickly and put on her clothes and shoes. The maids who wanted to serve her had no room to intervene.
Yes.
Chui Lu accepted the task and went to implement it. Chuiji tied her hair up while laughing. Madam, are you worried that the young master will have some bad ideas? Suwon snorted and said, That boy is very smart. In the past, he just had to act coquettishly and cry to deal with his grandparents. Now that he has a strange stepmother like me, I am afraid that it will arouse another kind of evil in his heart. Another kind of evil?
Kuichi frowned.
She felt that this word was a bit serious. Although her young master was naughty, he had a simple heart and would not have the intention to harm others. Suwon looked at the 2 hairpins on the dressing table. One jade hairpin was simple and generous, and the other gold hairpin was elegant and luxurious. Before changing, she would think of choosing the jade hairpin because it looked neat.
But now.
The woman picked up the golden hairpin and handed it to Tsueji. Everyone has evil thoughts in their hearts. The difference is their bottom line. Some people have a low bottom line and will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Some people have a high bottom line and have evil thoughts but don't have the courage to implement them. Little rascal, let me see where your bottom line is. After getting dressed, Suwon walked out. She usually ate in her own yard, but she was inevitably isolated from the news, so she followed Sueji to the lobby. At this point, there was no one in the lobby. Suwon sat in her seat, drinking porridge intermittently, occasionally looking up to observe the maids coming and going outside, sitting in the main seat and seeing clearly. Suelio came in to report. The young master got up at Chunshur, came to eat after waking up, and went to the horse farm after eating. During this period, he did not contact anyone outside his yard. Not in the mansion. Suwon turned her neck, put herself in Zhong Jincheng's shoes, and began to wonder what this kid was thinking now. He should be thinking. He is penniless now, and it is difficult to ask for money from his stepmother. Only when his stepmother leaves the mansion can he return to his previous position in the mansion. Or, if his stepmother voluntarily gives up the right to manage the house and asks his grandmother to come back for support, he will have the opportunity to ask his grandmother to cancel this boring teaching plan. Just when Suwon thought of the second possibility, several maids rushed in from outside and reported in a hurry. Madam, there is an accident in the backyard. 2 maids are fighting in the laundry room. Madam, Hong Yin-yang from the second room has lost something. It is said that it was given to her by the second master before he died. Madam, the newly recruited maids gathered to play and burned the fire room. Suwon clenched her fingers, raised her eyebrows, and laughed. Sure enough, they are here. Chui Lu, take people to the fire room to put out the fire first. Things have priorities. The most important thing now is to protect the house first. The problems between the maids are trivial matters.
Yes.
Chui Lu took a group of people to the fire room. Sueji was secretly surprised at the reaction of the new wife. She could remain calm despite so many things. This sophistication and composure rarely appeared in such a young bride. It is said that the new wife is only 18 years old this year. I didn't expect that the second wife of the Minister of Justice educated her daughter so well. The old lady has a good eye. When the other 2 groups of maids who came to report the news saw that everyone had left, they hurriedly said, Madam, our affairs here are also important. Why did you send people to put out the fire over there? Suwon smiled. If you don't put out the fire, are you waiting to burn down the entire Marquis' mansion? Sueji, arrest them first and wait for their fate.
Yes.
The two maids were stunned. They never thought that they would be arrested like thieves for just saying a word. But they quickly reacted and shouted, "Why did Madam detain us? We came to report the news." "What's wrong with that?" "Don't touch me. I am a maid who served in the young Marquis room. If you dare to touch me, the old lady will not let you go when you come back." The two maids, one soft and one hard. When she said this, even Sueji took a step back. Suelio also frowned. The young Marquis is the only taboo in the mansion. His things and maids are worshipped like treasures because the old lady often comes to see the things and miss him. The maid that the lady wants to catch now is from the young Marquis room, and this matter may be difficult to handle. Seeing this, Su-won turned sideways and asked Sueji, "I remember Mother said that there are no concubines or maids in my husband's room. What level of maid is she?" Sueji lowered her head and said, "There are two maids serving in the young Marquis room. They are both third class, lower than the level of servants and long-time attendants. Hong Tiao was promoted to second-class maid after the young Marquis disappeared, and now she has been assigned to work in the second courtyard." Hong Tiao looked even more proud after hearing this. The young master had promised that as long as she worked well for him, he would transfer her from the second courtyard to be a first-class maid in his own courtyard. So, what if the new lady in front of her has the power of housekeeper? The young master is the future young Marquis, and she also came from the young Marquis's room. The new lady dare not touch her at all. The old lady misses the young Marquis every day. If this servant is wronged, the old lady will be sad. Hong Tiao deliberately did not finish her words, but clearly implied that the old lady would take back the new lady's power to manage the family. Sueji frowned, but she was also very timid, completely different from the neat and capable maid before, because she knew how much the old lady valued people related to the young Marquis. Su-won saw Hong Tiao's arrogance and Sueji's fear, and she naturally understood the truth. So, in the eyes of everyone waiting to see the show, Su-won said lightly, "Then send her to the villa so that the old lady can see the thing up close." Sueji, who had been lowering her head, suddenly raised her head. At this moment, she felt that the lady's face seemed to be glowing.
So,
"Can it be handled like this?" Hong Tiao, who was feeling proud, immediately changed her face. She looked at Su-won in shock. She didn't expect that the new lady would come up with this method to deal with her. When the old lady was not in the house, she could still rely on her seniority to be rampant. If she went to the old lady, wouldn't she be unable to even raise her head? Hong Tiao realized that something was wrong and finally understood that she had underestimated Su-won. She knelt down hurriedly and kowtowed 3 times, begging for mercy. "Madam, please take back your order. The old lady and the old Marquis are relaxing outside. I dare not disturb them." If she was sent to the villa because of this, the old lady would definitely know that she was trying to trip up the new bride, and might not spare her for the sake of the young Marquis. Su-won smiled faintly and retorted, "Go. After all, the old lady misses the young Marquis every day, and she will definitely not be able to leave you. Right, Sueji?" Sueji chuckled. The new lady was so smart and humorous that she actually used Hong Tiao's original words to trick her. She laughed and said, "Madam is right. Come here, send someone to send Hong Tiao to the villa." Su-won remembered something else. "Oh, by the way, there is a maid in my husband's room." "What's her name?" "Lu-ru." "Oh, okay, send them together. Lest that little rascal instigate another maid to cause trouble for her. Solve them all at once and completely cut off his path." Sueji exchanged glances with the other maids and gave Su-won a thumbs up. Hong Tiao was dragged away crying, and Lu-ru, who was suddenly implicated on the other side, also began to curse Hong Tiao. The two cursed each other on the way being dragged away, one more unpleasant than the other. Su-won frowned as she listened. Why are there always such girls around Zhongzhou? Sueji arranged outside. How can they yell and curse? Cover their mouths and send them to the car. Don't embarrass our Yuanyang Marquis mansion. Yes. Su-won watched the two girls being sent away all the way. Just as she was about to turn around and go back to the mansion, she saw Zhong Jincheng running in angrily and calling her. Hey.
Hey, you boss.
Suwon ignored him and continued to walk into the house. Zhong Jincheng chased after him angrily and continued to shout. Hey, did you hear me calling you? This is very rude, okay? Don't leave. The little rascal blocked her way and prevented her from leaving. The little guy in front of her was still dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a pair of round eyes filled with anger and a few beads of sweat on his forehead, as if he had just run a long way. It seemed that he was anxious when he heard that the two girls were sent away. Suwon looked at him and said seriously, according to status, you should call me mother. Even if you don't like me, you should call me madam instead of calling me hey. What's more, I am your elder. When it comes to impoliteness between the two of us, you should be better. Better is a commendatory word, but the main sentence is derogatory. The little devil didn't have much ink in his belly. After she praised and scolded him, it took him several seconds to realize that she was scolding him, not praising others. He was so angry that his face turned red. You are too much. Those are my father's two favorite maids, and you actually sent them to the villa. Zhong Jincheng wanted to use his status to pressure others again. He didn't mention his own status in every sentence, but every sentence reminded him that he was the legitimate grandson of this marquis's mansion. But unfortunately, Suwon saw through it at a glance. She caught his address, imitated his way, and fought back. My husband only has those two maids. If it were really that good, he would have been promoted to second-class maids long ago. Why would he wait for my mother-in-law to promote him? Brat, don't talk nonsense just because they are your relatives. Now she is also a member of this family, the wife of Zhong Zhao, the daughter-in-law of the old lady, and the mother of Zhong Jincheng. No one's status is much higher than anyone else. Zhong Jincheng was speechless after being retorted by her, and it took him a while to react. My father is used to being served by them. What if my father suddenly comes back, and he is not used to using other maids? Suwon, you mean, my husband can't live without them for the past 8 years? Little devil. What he said seemed to make sense. Although the little guy admitted it in his heart, his mouth was harder than a freshly baked brick. Have you found the things in Aunt Hong's room? And the fights among the maids, these things have never happened in the Marquis mansion. They are all caused by the poor management after you came. If you can't handle these two things well, it means that you can't manage the Marquis mansion at all. Suwon was unmoved. So what? Zhong Jincheng became more and more confident as he spoke, and snorted with a proud face. This young master heard that you have never managed the family in the Shangshu mansion, so it is normal that you can't manage this huge Marquis mansion. In this way, as long as you say 100 words of surrender, and then sincerely confess your mistakes to me, this young master will forgive your previous actions, and then ask your grandmother to come back to help you clean up the mess.
Oh.
Suwon didn't care, and even said a little disappointedly, I thought you wanted to say that I can't manage this family, and you have to manage it. Oh, it's really disappointing. Zhong Jincheng. He really hated the feeling of powerlessness of hitting cotton with his punch. Seeing the young master being humiliated, the other maids tried to hold back their laughter, but because their skills were not very good, their laughter was very obvious. Zhong Jincheng was so angry that he became embarrassed. He raised his little paw and said to Suwon fiercely, Why don't you quit while you are ahead? Otherwise, if the mansion gets into chaos, I won't be able to explain to my grandmother. The little guy spoke angrily, but in Suwon's eyes he was particularly funny, like a stupid little frog. Suwon smiled and said, Boy, your mother is in a good mood at the moment. Today I will teach you not to underestimate anyone. Nagging woman. Only fools listen to your preaching. Zhong Jincheng quickly turned his face away and plugged his ears with his hands. Don't listen, what a fool. Suwon looked at him unilaterally, blocking everyone, and rolled her eyes to the sky. Sure enough, plugging ears is something only children would do. But in fact, it's useless to plug them. You can hear everything. Suwon completely ignored his do not disturb status, deliberately lay down next to his ear, and shouted, Sueji, tell the young master if the old lady is in the house, How should these two things be handled? Zhong Jincheng, don't you have to go so far? Sueji has always been helpless about the fight between the two. She feels that although the lady is smart, she has a childish temper. The quarrel with the young master is more like a quarrel between two children. No matter how she looks at it, she wants her aunt to laugh. She smiled and bowed, then cleared her throat and arranged to the maids on both sides. You two go and help Aunt Hong find the things. Check inside and out. When was the thing lost? Who passed by during the period? Are the maids in the yard clean? If you find anyone with unclean hands and feet, send them directly to the authorities.
Yes.
You two go and make a list of the girls who fought. There is no need to beat or scold them, nor to fine them by monthly wages. Call the human traffickers to take the people away and sell them. Our mansion can't afford such rampant maids. Yes. Sueji explained the two things neatly and quickly, and they were done with just 2 sentences. A maidservant is really awesome. Suwon nodded with satisfaction and applauded her. The little devil was stunned watching from the side. Although he had plugged his ears, he could still hear Tsueji's words. Everything those maids did was under his instructions, but now one group will be sent to the government, and another group will be sold, and neither of them will have a good end. Although Zhong Jincheng is a miscreant, he is not a conscienceless villain. How could he bear to cause so much trouble to others? He quickly unplugged his ears and chased after them, shouting, "Stop! Don't go!" The maidservant only listened to Su Wan and Cui Ji and ignored the little devil shouting. The little guy chased after them for 2 steps and found it was useless, so he ran back and shouted at Su Wan and Cui Ji, "You are too much. They just had a fight. Why do you want to sell them?" Zhong Jincheng didn't understand at all, because in his opinion, fighting was as simple as eating and drinking. He went out every day to wrestle and race horses with others, and he had a lot of fun. Never before, no one had ever punished him like this. Suwon did not evade his questioning. She just lowered her head and looked at the naive little devil in front of her and replied, "If you did these things, you could just walk away with the indulgence of the Marquis mansion without taking any responsibility. But they are different. They don't have your good background, and they don't have any backing. If they make a mistake, they will be driven out of the Marquis mansion or even sent to jail, and no one will protect them. Zhong Jincheng, the old lady handed you to me because she was reluctant to teach you personally, but she also couldn't bear to let you continue to learn bad things. So, I think you should understand what kind of person your grandmother is from another perspective. The affairs of the Marquis mansion are all managed by your grandmother. The rules of the family and Sueji solution just now were all set by your grandmother. She is good at managing the household, and the servants of the entire Marquis mansion are well trained. Everyone just doesn't care about you, not stupid. And I am even less so." Zhong Jincheng stared at her in a daze. "You." This woman was clearly telling him that she had the same abilities as her grandmother, but she would not spoil him like her grandmother. After Su Wan finished her harsh words, she suddenly turned into a smiling face, like a little fox that had become spirited. She turned her head and arranged. "Butler Liu, I think there are too many servants around Jincheng. Reduce it from 6 to 1. He instigated the maids to fight, threw things, and set fires. There were too many people. We have to clip his wings again." "Yes, madam." Butler Liu responded. "You." Zhong Jincheng just felt a little ashamed, but the next moment he was angered by Su Wan, and it was gone in a snap. Cut off his silver, and only have one servant to serve him. Does she want to raise him like a beggar? This bad woman. She clearly wants to take revenge and take the opportunity to bully him. A tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog. Don't think I will beg for mercy from you. If you have the guts, keep doing this. When you abuse me badly, Grandma will definitely settle accounts with you. Neither of us will have a good life. Humph. The little devil said harsh words and turned away. Su Wan fanned the flames behind him without caring. "Jincheng, why are you so angry so easily? Aren't you going to the horse farm to play? Why did you go back to your room?" Then she added, "Oh, by the way, I remember that this horse farm doesn't seem to charge money, so you can go and play without worry." The little devil became more and more upset as he listened, and he plugged his ears and ran away. This woman just wanted to laugh at him on purpose. What do you mean by no money? The horse farm is full of rich young men, and everyone is accompanied by 2 or 3 servants. If he takes someone there now, he will definitely be laughed to death. Vicious. Too vicious. Suwon looked at the back of the little guy running wildly, like a monkey, and couldn't help laughing. Hey, was he so funny before? Sueji shook her head in horror. The young master was never funny. Just kidding. Who dares to make fun of the child who is spoiled by the whole mansion as a joke? Only the lady is brave enough to throw down the veil and fight with others. Suwon said dimly. Then he'll have more funny days in the future.
Sueji.
I don't know why. I actually want the old lady to come back and see. At lunchtime, as soon as Suwon entered the dining room, she saw the little devil's eyes like spitting fire, as if because he had said all the cruel words in the morning, he could only stare at her madly now, trying to kill her with his eyes. Suwon. What a childish method. But she had seen cruel cold eyes when she was a child, and the tricks of this child in front of her were nothing. She sat down steadily and teased lightly. You are not so naive as to think that your eyes can kill people, are you? The little devil blushed instantly after being exposed. But he soon became righteous again. That won't make it easy for you either. Zhong Jincheng took a posture of irreconcilable with her and looked like he would never break his pride, which made Suwon sneer. Childish, childish. The maids on the side were busy preparing the food, and one dish after another was served, with good color, fragrance, and taste. Suwon stretched out her hand and picked up the chopsticks, tasting a piece of lotus leaf smoked duck. The food in the Marquis mansion is delicious. Zhong Jincheng was hungry looking at the table of dishes. He didn't even care to say that Suwon didn't follow the rules and ate without waiting for him to sit down. Now she is the boss of the Marquis mansion, and everyone listens to her, so it's useless to say anything. Humph, Grandma will definitely regret this decision. After the little guy figured it out, he sat down to eat angrily, scooping a bowl of white rice with one hand and snatching food from Suwon's chopsticks with the other hand. Whatever piece of meat she picked up, he would grab it. Whatever piece of vegetable she ate, he would grab it. If she wanted to drink soup, he would ask someone to serve it before her. Anyway, he wanted to beat her in everything so that he could relieve his hatred. Sueji and Suelio on the side were stunned. Is this still the picky eater in her family? Although the table is full of food, there are not many things he likes on it. Now, in order to be angry with the lady, he even eats 2 big bowls of rice.
Oh my God.
Madam, please come back and see. The young master has changed. Suwon pretended not to see the little devil snatching food. She had a small appetite, so it would not be a big deal if she ate less. But seeing that the boy's cheeks were bulging with food, the anger in his eyes was diluted, and his eyes became more beautiful, like stars in the deep sky. She moved slightly and asked, "Are you full?" Zhong Jincheng looked at the mess on the table, and then saw that she had only touched half a bowl of rice in front of her, and he was satisfied. I'll starve you for a month, and see if you still have the strength to fight with me. Zhong Jincheng ignored her and left after eating. Only a back figure pretending to be aloof was left behind. Suwon. You are a childish ghost reincarnated. After walking away, she heard Sueji and Suelio's laughter, and Suwon turned to look at them. Suelio immediately pretended nothing happened. Only Sueji smiled and said, if Madam continues to stimulate him like this, the young master can gain 3 pounds in a month. Suelio also said, but it's a good thing, the old lady has always said that he is too thin. Let us write a letter to the old lady as soon as possible. If she knows, she will definitely be happy for several days. Then let Madam work hard to make the young master fatter. Yes, yes, yes. The two chatted enthusiastically. Suwon suddenly interrupted. Then you say, I want to feed him to 30 kilograms. Will the old lady give me more rewards? The old lady can't just look at Sun Chenglong's grades. His health is also a very important part. Sueji and Suelio. Forget about 30 kilograms. The picture is too beautiful. They dare not think about it. But Suwon thinks this idea is good. I think it's feasible. Sueji, you mention it when you write to the old lady. I guess she will agree. The old lady's generous look yesterday is still impressive, and the money-loving Suwon is very confident in her. Sueji replied with a smile. Yes, I will go right away. The new lady is really strange. She seems to like money very much, and tries hard to make a lot of money. After taking over the difficult young master, she tries every means to compete with him. But she doesn't care about the power of the Marquis's mansion at all, and completely trusts the housekeeper to handle it. The Marquis's mansion is large and powerful. If she really becomes the mistress of the house, how much money will not be enough to spend? I really don't understand. Sueji was busy writing letters, so Tsuelio accompanied Suwon in the study to see what Zhong Jincheng should learn at this age. As soon as she entered the room, the fragrance of books filled the room. Suwon walked in and saw various books arranged in order on the bookshelf, and they were prepared according to the difficulty level. She casually asked, "What is the progress of Zhong Jincheng?" Tsuelio replied, "The young master doesn't like reading, and he hasn't memorized the 3-character classic yet." Suwon. I guessed that he was a little illiterate, but I didn't expect that he was so completely illiterate. She picked up a book casually, opened the new page, and said, "Ordinary children start to learn at the age of 7, and children of officials start even earlier, at the age of 3 or 4. Zhong Jincheng is really spoiled completely." Tsuelio also thought so. But she didn't dare to comment on the master's family's affairs. By the way, what is the name of the child brought back by the second room?
How is his study progress?
Cui Lu said. The young master is called Zhong Wenxiu. He has lived in the slums since he was a child. He had the opportunity to be enlightened only after he was taken back to the mansion a few years ago. However, Master Xiao is extremely intelligent and studies very hard. Now, in just half a year, he has caught up with the progress of the children of the aristocratic families. Suwon sighed silently in her heart. This is really a vivid contrast. If the little devil is so reassuring, she has to get up early every day to burn 3 incense sticks for him. During this afternoon, Suwon was familiar with the learning knowledge of ancient children in the study. The difference with modern times is not big, but it is not small either. In the end, she still has to find a way to let Zhong Jincheng go to the study to study. Sueji kept receiving news outside and reported to her about Zhong Jincheng's progress. After the young master returned to the room, he sat on the threshold in a daze. During this period, he hammered the door 8 times, kicked the threshold 12 times, and kicked the stones at the door 33 times. Where are there so many stones at his door? Although Suwon robbed the valuables in his yard, she didn't add anything else to him. It's a stone in the flower bed. 1. Kicked 33 times? The young master asked the servants to pick it up 33 times. Suwon. What a troublesome ancestor. Finally, the young master played on the swing in the yard. Would he play such a boring activity as a swing? Suwon suspected that it was not an extra large swing. Once the rope broke, he would not fall to death. The young master doesn't play on the swing.
Kuilu replied.
The ones swinging on the swing are birds and cats. There are 8 cages hanging on the rope, 4 of which are birds, and 4 of which are cats. There is a cat staring at each bird. When the young master swung the swing again, the bird screamed in fear for the whole afternoon. Suwon. I already have the scene. It's really the living devil online.
But don't worry, madam.
These birds have been raised in the young master's yard since they were young. They are very tenacious. Not a single one fainted after screaming for the whole afternoon. Suwon. It is worthy of being the bird raised by Zhong Jincheng. The ability to withstand pressure is also first class. Suwon asked again. Then, he doesn't have any other serious work to do? Not studying or practicing martial arts. When it came to this, Cui Lu suddenly fell silent. Suwon turned to look at her. But she heard. The young master likes to practice martial arts very much. General Zhao said that he is very talented. If he is well trained, he will definitely become an outstanding general in the future. But the old lady changed her face when she heard it, and forbade the young master to get in touch with any martial arts. The ancestors of the Marquis of Yuanyang were all military generals, and the title of Marquis was won by them in battle. But in the battle 8 years ago, the second son of the Marquis died in battle, and the eldest son was said to be missing, but it was more because the body was not found. What the truth is, everyone knows it well. Fortunately, Zhong Zhao brought back Zhong Jincheng before he went to the war. Otherwise, the entire Marquis of Yuanyang would have almost been extinct. No matter how strong the old lady is, she is just a mother. Su Wan quickly figured this out and understood the old lady's approach. If she were in his place, she would probably make the same choice. In addition to martial arts, does he like polo or horse racing? We still have to find a way to find his interests. Cui Lu said. Just now, housekeeper Lu reported that the son of the Minister of Rights came to find the young master and wanted to invite him to play polo, but was rejected by the young master.
Ah?
Su Wan was stunned for a moment. Why? Cui Lu didn't find it funny at first, but when she saw that she didn't realize that she was the culprit, she couldn't help laughing. Madam forgot that you just reduced the young master's servants from 6 to 1. The young master must be too embarrassed to go out and play now. Puffed, childish thinking. No matter how people laugh at him, he is the only legitimate grandson of the Marquis's mansion. What's there to be embarrassed about? If I had the same treatment as him, I would be confident to go out and play every day. Su Wan rolled her eyes to the sky. She didn't expect that the little devil also knew about face. Cui Lu said, children's thoughts are indeed different from adults, especially the young master has been smooth sailing since he was a child. He has never suffered any hardship and is easily hurt by the ridicule of others. Su Wan nodded. I understand. He is a flower in a greenhouse. Cui Lu. It seems that this is not what she wanted to express. While the two were talking at cross purposes, Cui Ji came over with a purple dress on a tray in her hand. Madam, this is the dress you will wear when you return home tomorrow. Please try it on and see if it fits you well. Su Wan then remembered that as a new bride, she must return home in 3 days. Even if she is not accompanied by her husband, she has to go back to the Shangshu mansion. She is probably the first new bride in the capital to return home without a husband. She knows what she will face just by thinking about it. Cui Ji is a capable maid. Naturally, she understands the situation of her own lady. Therefore, the dress she chose for Su Wan when she returns home is dark purple. Unlike the light-colored casual clothes she likes, dark purple represents the absolute status of the mistress of a marquis. The momentum alone can give people pressure. Su Wan touched the material of the dress. It is silky and soft. It is made of the finest mulberry silk. Not bad. I'll try it. The next day, the wife of the Marquis returned home after 3 days of marriage. Many people gathered in front of the door to watch the fun, waiting to see the new bride make a fool of herself. I heard that the wife of the Marquis took over the power of the housekeeper of the Marquis mansion on the day she got married. It can be seen that she is very capable and must be a powerful person. Of course. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Minister of Justice. How could she not learn some true teachings from the minister? Maybe she used some shameful means. I'm just curious. When the young Marquis got married, he could only find a rooster to worship in the hall. Did the wife of the Marquis return home by herself? I also heard that the old lady and the old Marquis went to other villas, and there is indeed no one else in the Marquis mansion who can accompany them. She must have returned by herself. After all, she is a new bride. Why does she live like a widow? It seems glamorous, but it is actually lonely and desolate. Alas. Su Wan put on her hairpin in the mansion, dressed noble and decent. Her eyebrows were slightly slender, her red lips were slightly pursed, and she was wearing a dark purple mistress's dress. When she looked up again, her almond eyes were bright, and her aura was fully open, just like the mistress of the house. Sueji, let's go. Sueji followed Su Wan out. Before they had gone far, they heard the clear voice of a young boy behind them. Wait, I want to go too. Sueji turned back in surprise. The little boy in a snow-white tiger-skin cloak, isn't he the little devil in her family? He comes at this time, won't he make trouble again? Suelio is a straightforward person. She stopped him directly and refused mercilessly. "Young master, this is the ladies' return banquet. People only go back with their husbands. How can they bring children back? Besides, he is not Su Wan's biological son. If he goes back with her, it would be a show of strength. If others hear it, they would not know how to discredit the lady. Although their feelings for the new lady are not that deep yet, they think she is a good person after spending the past 2 days together. What's more, she is valued by the old lady, so they will naturally do their best to protect Su Wan." It was the first time that Zhong Jincheng saw Cui Lu being so rude to him. He wanted to yell back, but when he saw Su Wan's face, his eyes turned and he changed his expression immediately. The little devil cleared his throat, shook his big round head like a big white stupid cat, and said in a pretentious voice, "I just think it's too pitiful for you to go home alone, so this young master is merciful and will accompany you back. If you know you are wrong, return the person and the things to this young master, and this young master may consider giving you a way out." The little fellow's voice became smaller and smaller until it was almost inaudible at the end. It was obvious that he lacked confidence and had no self-confidence. Su Wan saw him shaking his head. The tip of his nose was a little red from the cold, his little face was fair and pretty, and there was an imperceptible dimple not far from the corner of his mouth. It would be very obvious if he smiled. At this moment, she once again understood why the Marquis's mansion was so indulgent to him. He was so good-looking and cute, it was really easy for his 3 views to be swayed by his 5 senses. Su Wan turned around and walked out with her back to him. Wouldn't it be better if she didn't look? If she didn't see, she wouldn't be soft-hearted. Zhong Jincheng had been holding back his words for a long time, but he didn't expect that she didn't even reply. His face instantly became colorful. He was about to yell when he heard the man say, "If you want to come with you. It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. The Shangshu mansion still doesn't need your meal. As for wanting something else, it's impossible." Su Wan's voice was very long and nonchalant, as if she was teasing him on purpose. The little devil was furious, and the rational lines on his forehead broke one by one. This ruthless woman. Sooner or later, he will trample her hard under his feet. Let her shout to the sky 100 times that I was wrong. However, thinking is thinking. At the moment, Zhong Jincheng took a few deep breaths and followed him with humiliation. Anyway, there was no place to play, so he might as well go to the Shangshu mansion to see if there was anything that could cause trouble for Su Wan. If he is not comparable, she can't expect to be smooth. It would be best to find her flaws, defeat her in one fell swoop, and make her never return to the Marquis mansion. She's out, make way, don't squeeze me. My God, she's worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Shangshu mansion. Her appearance is no worse than the most talented woman in the capital. The eldest grandson of the Marquis mansion has also come out, and he's with the Marquis's wife. Is he going to accompany the new bride back home? It's unreasonable for the stepson to accompany the bride back home, but it seems to be okay. It seems that the Marquis's wife is not only beautiful, but also powerful. Look how she has disciplined the stepson. Zhong Jincheng heard this just as he was about to get into the sedan chair. The humiliation he had suppressed with great difficulty suddenly overwhelmed his rationality. He stepped back, ran outside angrily, put his hands on his waist, and shouted to the people, "What nonsense are you talking about? If anyone needs to be disciplined, it should be me." Butler Liu, who knew everything. The young master disciplines the lady? Is he just talking tough? After saying such a harsh word, the little devil put away his puffy cheeks, turned around and got into the carriage, without any intention of arguing with them. He is the son of the Marquis's family. He will not quarrel with commoners. The people who were yelled at. What just flashed past us?
Oh.
It seems to be the eldest grandson of the Marquis's family. Big Melon. The Marquis's wife is not on good terms with her stepson, and the stepson is forced to accompany her back home. The battle of the Marquis's family is about to break out. The eldest grandson of the Marquis's family made a scene at the Shangshu mansion's return banquet, and the backyard of the Minister of Justice caught fire, and the house was in chaos. This month's storyteller has work to do. The sedan chair started, and the group went to the direction of the Shangshu mansion. Suwon sat in the sedan chair, listening to the discussions of the people outside, with a smile on her lips. Sueji whispered outside, "Madam, do you want me to explain?" Looking at the speed at which they spread the news, "I'm afraid it will reach the Shangshu mansion before we arrive, which may not be good for you when you return home. If a new bride is branded as a stepson who is harshly treated right after getting married, her family will feel ashamed. Especially since Suwon has an unmarried sister who is the only daughter of the Shangshu's wife, she will naturally be particularly concerned." Suwon said, "It doesn't matter, let them spread it. If she lives a good life, her stepmother will be jealous of her. If she doesn't live a good life and makes those people happy, her stepmother may find less trouble for her. As for affecting her sister's marriage, it is not a big deal. No matter how bad she is still the wife of the Marquis's mansion. Now she has the power to manage the family. When her stepmother is discussing marriage for her sister, she will only choose good things about her." Sueji was still worried. "When we get to the Shangshu mansion later, the young master will probably find ways to cause trouble for you. Do you want to give him some money and let him go out to play today?" Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhong Jincheng was going there just to trip up Suwon. Suwon smiled. "No, let him come." She wanted to see what other tricks this little devil had. "Get out of the sedan. Madam, we re here." Sueji and Suelio came from both sides of the sedan and lifted the curtain. Suwon walked out of the sedan and put her hand on Sueji's hand with an elegant gesture. "Wanner, you're finally back. Mother has already prepared a banquet for you and is waiting for you." The woman who spoke was dressed in green and was as amiable as a bodhisattva. The person who came was her hypocritical stepmother, Lu. "Mother is fine."
Suwon thiplit.
There were too many people outside the Shangshu mansion, waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. Suwon would naturally not fall out with Lu as soon as she got married, as it would not benefit her in any way. Lu had been acting for many years and had mastered the face-saving project to perfection. She pushed Sueji aside, took Suwon's arm, and spoke affectionately. "The master has something to do in the Ministry of Justice and has not returned yet. Your sister has been waiting for you at home for a long time. She said that if you don't come, she will go to the Marquis mansion to pick you up. Something happened at home and delayed me for a while. Please don't blame me, Mother."
How could that be?
"You are the housekeeper of the Marquis mansion now. Mother is happy for you, so how could she blame you?" Cough, 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 the two chatted enthusiastically, and Zhong Jincheng was left aside and ignored. The little devil tried to cough several times, which scared the horses next to him so much that they raised their hooves, and the two looked over. Lu was surprised and asked, "Who is this?" "Zhong Jincheng, my son." Suwon said it very naturally, as if this was her own son. Zhong Jincheng was looking up with pride, and when he heard the words "my son," he was stunned for a moment. A warm current surged in his heart, warm and comfortable. But then, he quickly realized that the person who spoke was Suwon, and the rising temperature was instantly extinguished. His face turned red and purple, and it took a long time for him to say, "Who is your son?" "He has a mother. Although I don't know who it is definitely not Suwon. She is only this age. How could she have a son as old as him?" Lu suddenly realized. It turned out to be Jincheng. "Come in quickly. I'll ask someone to prepare more cakes. You love to eat these at your age." As she said this, she was about to rub the little devil's head, but Zhong Jincheng quickly dodged and automatically stayed 1 meter away from her. He looked like he was not easy to mess with, saying, "Don't touch me." Suwon pretended not to see it, but she was laughing secretly in her heart. The little devil's unrespectful nature allowed Lu to get in touch with him, which indirectly helped her vent the anger of being abused before getting married. Lu was frustrated and naturally in a bad mood, but she still endured it for the sake of face, and led them into the mansion. At the banquet, "Sister, try this dish. I asked the kitchen to make it specially for you." The eldest sister, Su Lianer, picked up some food for her. Suwon smiled and thanked. Looking at the small mountain piled on the bowl, and thinking of the sour fruits she had eaten before, she thought that the mother and daughter were really more pretentious than each other. Did they think that she had forgotten everything? Well, I'll try it. The three women sang a lively play. Warmth revealed hypocrisy. Hypocrisy revealed funny. Sueji and Suelia watched from the side, trying to hold back their laughter, for fear that they would not be able to walk out of this door if they couldn't hold back. Although my wife had told me about her family situation before I came, I didn't expect it to be so low end when I actually saw it. Lu and Su Lianer's intentions were written on their faces, and they looked like they were going to stuff their wives to death. And my wife was even more excessive. She said good things, but in fact she didn't move her chopsticks at all, as if she was going to see who was more pretentious. In the end, Zhong Jincheng couldn't stand it anymore, and his hand that was playing with chopsticks jumped up and stuck into Suwon's bowl, right in the middle. He made a gesture of offering. Suwon, are you going to send her directly to heaven? The little devil's eyes were very provocative. Boring conversation. I asked you to ignore me. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Anyway, he was full, so he started to make trouble. Lu was the first to notice something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, take it away and change another bowl for Wanner."
Yes.
The maids who looked down on everyone before getting married, now seeing Suwon in power, put away their faces and served diligently. Suwon smiled and didn't care. Lu knew that there was a gap between her and her son, so she deliberately asked, "Jincheng, have you been getting along well with your mother these days?" Suwon wanted to say that there was no difference between asking this question and not asking it. With Zhong Jincheng's arrogant look, it was obvious that he was unhappy. This rude boy didn't even give face to himself, let alone Lu, a half-familiar stepmother. Zhong Jincheng smiled with a fake smile. "Happy? How can I be unhappy? We never fight." Suwon knew that he couldn't say anything good. Who gets along well based on whether they fight or not? It was obvious that he was going to complain to Lu about her. If Lu loved her, it would be fine. She would just listen to this. If she didn't love her, she would definitely side with Zhong Jincheng and join in dealing with her. Obviously, Zhong Jincheng knew some of the affairs of the harem. He had a preconceived notion that there was no good stepmother in the world. Su Lianer was certainly excited when she heard this. She pretended to be surprised and asked no fight. "Is your relationship so bad that you have to fight?" Looking at Zhong Jincheng's arrogant look, as if he was bullying someone, Su Lianer couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. So what if he took the power of the housekeeper of the Marquis mansion? He was still bullied by a stepson. Suwon smiled. Of course not. Jincheng is an obedient and good child, and he will definitely not be like those hooligans who only make trouble and talk nonsense every day. When it comes to etiquette, the old lady is very good at teaching children. Suwon said this beautifully, praising both Zhong Jincheng and the old lady. Such a flawless statement even made Su Lianer's previous words look insincere, as if she was saying that Zhong Jincheng was an uneducated child. Zhong Jincheng's face changed immediately. He glared at Su Lianer fiercely, hoping that she would speak less. So, what if she was the daughter of the Minister of Justice? There was no one in the capital who dared to offend him, young Master Zhong. Wanner is also blessed. Otherwise, why would the old lady choose you? Lu said with a fake smile. She even began to regret it now. If she had known earlier, she would not have given Suwon the option of marrying into the Marquis mansion. She wanted her to be a widow in name only. Who knew that the old woman in the Marquis mansion was blind and handed over the housekeeper's power on the same day? It was really weird. Suwon smiled and said, "I have to thank my mother for her contribution. If you hadn't tried your best to say good things about the Yuanyang Marquis mansion to me and said how smart Jincheng is, I wouldn't have wanted to marry into the Marquis mansion with one heart, and I would have picked up a big bargain." The more Zhong Jincheng listened, the more he felt something was wrong. The more he listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. It turned out that Suwon was able to marry into his family because of this old woman? So bad. He made a note of this account. Zhong Jincheng's eyes became more fierce, and he glared at Lu with anger. Lu, who was suddenly caught in the crossfire. When did she strongly recommend the Marquis mansion to Suwon? When did she tell Suwon that Zhong Jincheng was smart? Wait, what's that look in that brat's eyes? Why is he looking at his 10th life enemy? Sueji's shoulders trembled behind her, and she almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, Suelio pinched her hard, so she suppressed her laughter and squeezed out a tear. In the whole dining room, Suwon praised Liu and Su Lianer one sentence at a time, and Zhong Jincheng's face became more and more ugly. The angry little devil glared at this and that, and his eyes were red from exhaustion. In the end, he couldn't sit or stand, and just gasped for breath. He looked very funny. Since my father is busy and can't come back, I will take Jincheng back to the mansion first, and come to visit my mother another day. After making everyone angry, Suwon began to get up and say goodbye. Liu felt relieved, and hurriedly said with a fake smile, "Okay, I'll let Liana see you off." If she didn't leave, the little cannon next to her would probably be so angry that she would flip the table. Yuanyang Marquis' mansion. Suwon laughed all the way back home. Sueji started laughing as soon as she arrived at the mansion, and Suelio laughed so hard that she wanted to hit her. "Ha, madam, you're so good at talking. I think your stepmother will be so angry that she won't be able to sleep tonight. And the young master, he was so helpful today. He was just like the helper you brought, responsible for making that hypocritical mother and daughter angry." Suwon drank her tea and said lightly, "Although my stepmother is bad, she is simple-minded. If she were a more powerful one, it wouldn't work." Sueji asked curiously, "Madam is so smart. How could she be bullied by such a person in the past?" Suwon said indifferently, "I didn't want to fight before. I thought it was nice to be an idle fish and lie down and take a rest. What about now? I don't want to fight now either."
Ah?
"What are you doing today?" Suwon exclaimed, "I'm Zhong Jincheng, isn't it obvious?" Sueji, "It's very obvious, but I didn't expect it to be so childish." "Playing with a child." Suwon snorted. "Isn't Zhong Jincheng capable? You still want to make trouble for me? See who will be defeated, you little rascal." The courtyard. The little rascal kicked the tree in the yard as soon as he returned. Sure enough, there are no good people with the surname Su. Each one is better at bullying than the other. Just wait. When this young master regains his power, I will definitely settle accounts with them one by one. I'll kick you to death. You are uneducated. You are ignorant. You are annoying. Zhong Jincheng jumped up and down in the yard, pointing at the tree and cursing wildly, howling like a grasshopper. The servant behind him trembled and said, "Didn't the young master go to find trouble for the lady? How could he be angry with the Su family?" Zhong Jincheng was angry. "It's Suwon. They are all her family members. They are all her family members."
No.
It seems that her family didn't mean that. Zhong Jincheng was cursing and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He carefully recalled what everyone said at that time. In the end, Suwon explained it all, and then his anger was ignited. He thought that someone from the Su family was pointing a finger at him, but in fact, Suwon was actually using him as a gun. The little guy who realized it later finally reacted. He said White Sueji had been holding back her laughter. He thought Sueji also wanted to bully him with the Su family, but it turned out that she was laughing at him like a fool who was being teased. And Suwon must have treated him like a monkey.
Ah.
"I'm going to fight her." Zhong Jincheng's patience was instantly emptied, and he rushed into the room and searched around. The desolate courtyard that had been emptied had a new breath of life because of the things he threw around. But it scared the only remaining servant, Shunzi. "Young master, what are you looking for?" Shunzi asked tremblingly. Originally, he had 5 companions to serve this devil together, and they could share the harm together. Now he is the only one left. How can he withstand such torture? Zhong Jincheng asked angrily, "Where's my knife?" Suwon dared to pick up a knife to chop him right after she got married. "Isn't the knife everywhere? Where is it?" Shunzi said in horror. "What does the young master want a knife for? There has never been any sharp weapon in our courtyard." The little devil was furious. "Looking for a knife. I want to die with her. It's too bullying. He has lived for 8 years and has never suffered such humiliation. Let's die together and no one can play around." Shunzi was about to faint. He pinched his philtrum with one hand, forced himself to be strong, and trotted forward to persuade. "Young master, Think twice. You have been defeated once, you can get it back. But you only have one life. If you lose it, wouldn't it be a greater loss? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Shunzi used all his life's knowledge in this call, just hoping that this young master would stop messing around. Unexpectedly, the little devil really listened to the advice. Very much. He calmed down and started to change the target and go crazy. You think of a way to take revenge. Shunzi looked back.
No one.
He turned his head and pointed at himself. Zhong Jincheng stared at him and said, Yes, it's you. Think quickly. Shunzi. Or you can take a knife and stab the lady. However, under Zhong Jincheng's deathly gaze, Shunzi swallowed his saliva and finally came up with a brilliant plan. How about you go to an academy to study?
Huh?
Zhong Jincheng stared, urging him to be careful with his words. Shunzi said weakly, Madam is rich and powerful now. We can't beat her head-on. It's better to retreat and avoid her for the time being and wait until the old lady returns to the Marquis mansion. Then you can talk about coming back. There are many academies in the capital, and many of them provide food and accommodation. If his young master is really determined to go to the academy, even if he doesn't pay money, those academies will make an exception and accept him for the sake of the Marquis mansion. Then I was fooled by her, didn't I? Zhong Jincheng said dissatisfiedly. She just wanted me to study hard, and I went to the academy to make her happy. Young master is just going to the academy. It's up to you whether to study or not. If you really don't want to study, it won't work even if the teacher stands by your ear and recites scriptures. Zhong Jincheng said defensively, Will the teacher still lie down and recite scriptures in my ear? Shunzi. He is a teacher, not a monk. Who would recite scriptures for you? For no reason. Although he thought about it, the competent servant still explained to him very considerately, That's what I said. There are dozens or hundreds of students taught by the teacher in the academy, and they can't take care of you, young master, alone. Zhong Jincheng thought it made sense. This plan works. Let's go find that woman and tell her that this young master wants to study hard. Main courtyard. Sueji is introducing various academies to Suwon. There are many academies in the capital, but the most powerful one is Hanlin Academy. The top scholar of every session of our Great Chu State comes from here. The Hanlin Academy is divided into two courtyards, the South Courtyard and the North Courtyard. The South Courtyard accepts those with family background and wealth, and the North Courtyard accepts those with outstanding knowledge. With the background of our Marquis mansion, there is no way the young master can enter the South Courtyard. Suwon lay on the chaise longue, squinting her eyes and listening. Isn't this the same as in modern times? Half of the students in a key high school are selected from junior high schools in various places, and the other half are enrolled from nearby school districts. The top students are assigned key teachers, but the teachers of the assigned students may not be. What is the academic level of the students in the South Courtyard? Sueji said, Not bad, they are all pretty good. After all, they are all children who are loved and pampered by their parents. They have hired good teachers to accompany them at home since they were young. Naturally, they are better than children from ordinary families. Oh, then how many of them get the first class? Sueji was silent for a few seconds. There are only 3 people in this class, and they are all from the North Courtyard in each session. There is no chance for the South Courtyard. Suwon saw her expression and understood immediately. The South Courtyard is not bad either, and it has enjoyed better educational resources than most students, but if she wants to achieve her goal, she still has to go to the North Courtyard. Thinking of this, Zhong Jincheng had already rushed in again rashly. Suwon knew that he was disrespectful, so the door of the courtyard was basically not closed. Looking at the boy who suddenly appeared, she was already accustomed to it. What's the matter, young Master Zhong? Do you have something to ask me? Zhong Jincheng. This woman is so hateful. A random word can provoke his anger. What's more annoying is that she actually guessed it right. The little devil was so angry that his face turned red. If Shunzi hadn't been holding him back, he would have jumped up on the spot and had another hair-pulling competition with Suwon. Are you okay? If you're okay, I'll go for a stroll in the back garden. Suwon said as she was about to stand up. Zhong Jincheng squeezed out the words from between his teeth. I'm going to the academy to study. Suwon picked her ears and said lazily, I can't hear clearly. Zong Jincheng clenched his fists. I can bear it. I said I'm going to study and study hard. Aren't you looking forward to this? It's better to agree to go to the academy. Otherwise, he will really pull out his sword and make trouble. Suwon made a sound and pretended to be ignorant and said to Tsueji, then go and register the young master for the entrance examination of Hanlin Academy. Tsueji's eyes widened. The entrance examination of Hanlin Academy. Anyone with a background can enter the South Academy, and only the North Academy needs to take an exam. With her young master's level of knowledge, letting him take the North Academy exam. Is he planning to just write his name? If his friends find out, they will laugh their heads off. Madam, are you sure it's Hanlin Academy? Tsueji was afraid that she was wrong. Suwon smiled and said, yes, Hanlin Academy is the best academy in the capital, and only he is worthy of the status of the eldest grandson of our Marquis's mansion. Zong Jincheng knew nothing about the academy. When Suwon mentioned his identity, he immediately straightened his back. She was good at talking. She also knew how powerful the young master Zong was. Yes, I'll send someone to register for the young master. Tsueji gave Zong Jincheng a look before leaving. Zong Jincheng was such a smart person. He was full of tricks to begin with, and after fighting with Suwon for a few days, his mind worked even faster. Seeing Tsueji like this, he immediately asked vigilantly, you are not setting a trap for me again, are you? What is the entrance exam? Suwon smiled like a vicious queen. It is to test your knowledge and whether it meets the admission standards of Hanlin Academy. If we don't strike this kid down, he will never understand that with his little knowledge, he can only take one step toward the entrance examination, and there is no way for him to take one more step. Although Zong Jincheng has always been confident, but when it comes to the unfamiliar word examination, his heart can't help but beat. What will the entrance examination of Hanlin Academy test? Will it be cricket fighting, horse racing, kuju, which he knows? He won't be asked to recite poems and songs right away. Not at all. According to his friends, there are many young masters of his age who can't recite the 4 books and 5 classics. After all, those academies are for making money. They can't deliberately set a very high threshold to keep him, the eldest grandson of a marquis, out, right? Zong Jincheng made up his mind. Going to Hanlin Academy is the fastest way for him to escape from Suwon's clutches. There is no sword mountain or sea of fire waiting for him. He will go. Okay, take the exam, I'll go tomorrow. It's just a small exam. He, the young master Zong, is not afraid. Suwon nodded and said to Tsueji with relief, then go and prepare. Tsueji, yes, there are pens, ink, paper, and inkstone at the Hanlin Academy. I will go and bring some dry food for the young master. Zong Jincheng was about to leave. When he heard this, he was suddenly confused again. Dry food? What dry food? Isn't he just going to take an exam? Why does he need to prepare dry food? It's not like he is going to move out of the Marquis mansion immediately. Tsueji smiled and said, young master, you don't know that the Hanlin Academy is the best academy in our capital. There is a saying in the market that entering the Hanlin Academy is equivalent to taking a step into the official career. That's why students from all over Chu are scrambling to study here. The entrance examination papers are more difficult than usual. You have to work from morning to night. You have to prepare dry food in advance to avoid being hungry. The little devil's face visibly changed from white to blue, from blue to black, and from black to purple. An entrance examination tests so many things. Is this something a human can do? No more exams. I'm not going. Zong Jincheng retreated in the face of difficulty and decisively gave up this trick. Are you kidding? With this amount of questions, he would lose all his face if he went. It is better to give up as soon as possible. Suwon was surprised by this turn of events. She did not expect Tsueji to hide it at all. Before she could trick the little devil, she exposed the difficulty of Hanlin Academy, which scared the little devil and made him give up directly. Suwon frowned and threw a slightly cold look at her, which scared Tsueji so much that she lowered her head quickly. Tsueji was the eldest maid in front of the old lady after all. Although she had always been very steady in doing things, she still did not put Soo-won on the same level as the old lady in her heart. The casualness in her conversation made her make this verbal mistake, and she was even more scared. But Soo-won just glanced at her. Then she said to Zong Jincheng, as if it was a matter of fact, "If you want to go to the academy, you can only go to Hanlin. As for other places, I won't allow it." The woman's words were neither light nor heavy, but powerful, with an I am the queen and I am the greatest tone, arrogant and irritating. Soo-won knew that she could no longer trick Zong Jincheng at this moment, so she simply laid it on the table with a cold face, saying that if he was not allowed, he should try the exam. Zong Jincheng was angry and annoyed. But under the pressure of Soo-won, he could do nothing but rage helplessly. "You just want to force me to study. I've seen through you a long time ago," Soo-won fearlessly admitted. "Yeah, so what? Is it useful to see through it? Can I knock her to the ground? Can I overthrow her hegemony and become the master?" The answer is of course no. Zong Jincheng clenched his fists angrily, then unclenched his fists angrily, turned around and ran outside. This bad woman. How many lifetimes of bad luck did he have to meet such a person to punish him? The anger in Zong Jincheng's heart burned more and more, and the resentment in his heart became heavier. He began to blame his grandparents for not caring about him, and then blamed his mother for not knowing where she had gone. Finally, he blamed Zhong Zhao for not going home. Otherwise, how could he, the eldest grandson of the Marquis's mansion, live such a depressed life? The Marquis's mansion is obviously his home, but now he seems to be living under someone else's roof. It started to rain, and the drizzle fell on people's heads, wetting Zong Jincheng's eyes. Behind him was Shunzi's anxious shout, "Young master, please run slower. The road is slippery in the rain. Be careful not to fall." "I have an umbrella in my hand." Zong Jincheng turned a deaf ear to Shunzi's voice. He wiped the rain off his face, lowered his head, and ran forward. "Bad woman. Don't think I will beg for mercy. Forget it. I won't cry, nor will I admit defeat." The rain was getting heavier, but the little figure running wildly in the rain was getting faster and faster, as if secretly competing with someone. Zong Jincheng had just run out of the yard, and didn't notice the person kneeling at the corner, and his whole body fell directly over. The little devil had thick skin, and fell down as if nothing had happened. He got up from the ground, and wiped the rain from his forehead. Then he saw who was in front of him. Zhong Wenxiu, the rascal from the second house. Zhong Wenxiu was about the same age as him. He grew up in the slums. Even after being taken back to the mansion, he wore linen clothes every day. Although he was neat and clean, in the eyes of outsiders, he looked like a country boy coming to the city. Zong Jincheng didn't like to talk to him, because his friends would laugh at him for having a country boy brother, which was very embarrassing. "Hey, are you okay?" Zhong Wenxiu was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time, nor did he respond to him. Zong Jincheng saw that he ignored him, so he lowered his head to check, and saw that the rain on his body had turned red, and he said anxiously, "Are you bleeding?" Zong Jincheng immediately turned around and shouted, "Shunzi, Shunzi, quickly call the court doctor to check him." Yes, I'll call someone right away." Shunzi handed the umbrella in his hand to Zong Jincheng, and he quickly ran outside. Zong Jincheng was never afraid of getting wet in the rain, but now that this man was injured, it would be better to have an umbrella. Thinking of this, the precious young Master Zong held the umbrella over their heads. "Are you okay? The court doctor will be here soon." With the umbrella over their heads, they could keep out the rain. Zong Wenxiu finally got up from the ground. He said he was fine and knelt back down. The young boy's figure was as straight as a pillar. Even though his nose was still bleeding, his clear eyes did not change, as if the blood was not his. Zong Jincheng stared, then noticed his posture, and said in surprise, "It's raining, and you re-injured. Why are you kneeling here? Have you also been tortured by that woman? It is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend." When Zong Jincheng thought that this might have been done by Soo-won, he immediately felt that he was no longer a helpless little pitiful person. He wanted to join forces with Zong Wenxiu to defeat the bad woman who had usurped the throne. However, he had been thinking about it for a long time, but it was all wrong. Zhong Wenxiu raised his head, and the rain slid down from his head. He was originally thin, and now his whole body was wet, just like a homeless cat. After a long while, he heard him say, "I want to see the madam." The young boy's voice was low, and he sounded easy to bully. "Ask for a visit to Suwon?" Zhong Jincheng was very disgusted, and the hand holding the umbrella was a little impatient. That woman is cold and hard-hearted. Even I have repeatedly run into obstacles with her. It's a waste of effort for you to come here. After spending these few days together, Zhong Jincheng had some understanding of Suwon. He felt that Zhong Wenxiu's request to her might not be as effective as asking him for help. Although he was not very close to this half-cousin, when he thought that the person Zhong Wenxiu was asking for help was Suwon, he felt a little sympathy in his heart. "But tell me first, maybe I can help you." Inner courtyard. After driving Zhong Jincheng away, Suwon returned to the house. Before she sat down, she saw Tsueji kneeling on the ground with a plop and said nervously, "Madam, your servant, your servant." The look that the madam gave her just now frightened her. Suwon was not in a hurry to speak, but sat down slowly, holding the teacup in one hand and drinking tea slowly.
Well,
It's played like this in TV dramas as long as you don't speak, and you are so calm that people can't see your emotions. You can have an aura of majesty without anger. Learn it. In fact, Suwon can understand Tsueji. After all, they have only worked together for a few days, and it is normal for them to have no tacit understanding in doing things. But this prestige must be established. Otherwise, if there is one, there will be two. Tsueji will sell her out a few more times, and she won't need to teach Zhong Jincheng. Sure enough, the more Suwon didn't say anything, the more panicked Tsueji became. She didn't even dare to raise her head. "Madam, please give me another chance. Tsueji will never let you down again." Suwon said, "Tsueji, you are very smart." Tsueji lowered her head and did not dare to nod. "I know you must think I am making a fuss at this moment. You have watched Jincheng grow up since he was a child, and you have no scruples when talking to him. But I think you may not understand why the old Marquis and the old lady want to leave the Marquis's mansion. Not only are they afraid that it will affect my teaching of Jincheng, but they are also afraid that if they keep their previous habits, Jincheng will become as reckless as before. The old lady kept you in the mansion to be my helper, not to hold me back. If you remain the same as before, I'm afraid you are still more suitable to take care of the old lady." When Suwon said this, Tsueji said in panic, "Madam, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again." Tsueji's status in front of the old lady is second only to the old lady's maidservant who came with her dowry, but it is also a gap that can never be crossed. And the young Marquis's wife has no intimate dowry. If she can gain a foothold by Suwon's side in the future, her status will definitely be different from the past. After realizing that Suwon might not want her, Tsueji realized how big a mistake she had made by despising Suwon, and she regretted it so much at the moment. Suwon stood up and helped her up. "I haven't had a close maid since I was a child, not even a close friend in the boudoir. I am very happy about your arrival. Since you have admitted your mistakes, you should do a good job in the future, and I will not treat you unfairly." Suwon's words were simple, but the big pie was drawn more clearly. Tsueji understood it at once. She stood up, her eyes still a little red. "Yes, thank you, ma'am." If before today she still considered herself as a maid sent by the old lady, then after today she would think about how to be a personal maid of Suwon. Suwon smiled and said, "It's raining heavily today. Go and see if the fire in Jincheng's yard is bright enough. It's still cold in early spring. Don't let the boy get cold."
yes.
Tsueji got up and left. Outside the door, Tsuelio came in to report, "Madam, Master Xiu wants to see you."
Huh.
"Wenxiu? Why don't you let him in when it's raining so hard?" Suwon hasn't adapted to the notification rules of the Marquis mansion.
Zhong Wenxiu is a master anyway.
But she understood it after thinking about it. In ancient times, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children was clear. Zhong Jincheng, as a legitimate son, dared to slam the table and yell at her, while Zhong Wenxiu, as an illegitimate son, didn't even dare to enter the door without notification. In contrast, she wanted to beat up Zhong Jincheng, the rebellious son, even more. Bring him in quickly, Su Wan said while commanding, light another stove in the room to prevent him from getting cold.
Yes.
Zhong Jincheng asked for a long time outside the door in such a rare and considerate way, but his cold cousin didn't say a word, and it was obvious that he thought he couldn't solve the problem. This made Zhong Jincheng very angry. The hand holding the umbrella for him, it got tired, and the two of them simply got wet in the rain together. The little devil was thick-skinned, and getting wet in the rain was a common occurrence for him. He even felt very comfortable and free. But Zhong Wenxiu was different. He was trembling all over after being wet for a while, and his cold eyes couldn't be opened because of the rain. He was so weak that he seemed to faint at any time. Zhong Jincheng had sympathy, but not much. He sat on the ground directly in front of Zhong Wenxiu, who was kneeling, staring at him with big eyes in the rain, hoping that he would realize his mistake sooner. Zhong Wenxiu. Sueji saw this scene at a glance. One person was kneeling, and one person was sitting in front of the kneeling person. If you didn't know, you would think that the two were getting married.
No.
Young Master. Master Xiu. Why don't you hold an umbrella? Hey, isn't the umbrella on the ground fine? Why don't you use it? Get up quickly. It's raining so hard that you'll definitely get sick. Come in with me. When Sueji was shouting, Shunzi finally came with the court doctor. The two of them were so scared when they saw the situation that their legs went limp. Several people supported and held umbrellas to send the two young masters to the inner courtyard. Su-won was taking care of the fire in the house. Thinking that the child might get wet in the heavy rain outside, she asked someone to bring dry cotton cloth to wipe his head. Who knew that two little drowned chickens would be helped in directly from outside?
Su-wan?
The one in the lead was Zhong Wenxiu. He looked a little dazed, his eyes squinted from the rain, and his face was pale. The boy who followed behind him was not wet at all, but his black eyes were wide open, and he was faintly excited. He was indeed a little devil. Su-wan said anxiously, "Why are they so wet? Prepare hot water quickly to wash them both to keep away the cold." The maids in the room became busy, some boiling water, some looking for clean clothes, all busy. Zhong Wenxiu broke away from Sueji's support, staggered over, and said, "Madam, please save my mother." The young man was wet all over, shivering with cold, and his words were unclear. But Su-won still understood.
But
Isn't Aunt Hong in the West Courtyard? What happened to her? Although Aunt Hong is the only widow of the second house, she was found after the death of the second master, so her identity is somewhat questionable. The old lady only placed her and her son in the West Courtyard to take good care of them, but the monthly allowance she gave them is more than that of ordinary concubines. Su-won has not seen Aunt Hong for a few days since she got married. According to the rules of the officials in the Great Chu State, Aunt Hong should have taken the initiative to see her, but because Sueji said that she has always been in poor health, she did not ask in detail. Now looking at it again, is there any hidden story? Although the little devil was also soaked, his attention was attracted, and his big eyes stared at this side, without blinking. The court doctor said that my mother is terminally ill, and there is no hope of treatment, but I heard that as long as the imperial physician from the palace is invited to the house, there is. There is also a glimmer of hope, Zhong Wenxiu pleaded. As long as you promise to save my mother, I am willing to repay you with my whole life. The young man's promise was so firm, but in reality it had no persuasive power. Not to mention that he was only 10 years old now. Even if he grew up, he would only be a rascal, and the mistress of the Marquis's mansion would not need his repayment at all. The little devil tilted his head and reminded, "The imperial doctors in the palace are there to treat the emperor and his wife. How can they be so easy to invite? I haven't seen an imperial doctor even when I grew up, let alone a concubine." After saying this, he raised his head and looked upward. He happened to meet the face of Su-won, who had bullied him for several days. This bad woman would never agree, okay? He said that it would be better for Zhong Wenxiu to ask himself than to ask her. Su-won knew the process of inviting imperial doctors. In the past, when her stepsister was sick, her father sent people to the palace to invite her. It is necessary to invite in the name of an important official. And the important official of the Marquis mansion is naturally the old Marquis, so he could only send someone to pass a message to the old Marquis to invite an imperial physician for Aunt Hong.
Suwan Winko.
Sueji, who was anxious to show her loyalty, understood immediately and went out in the rain to make arrangements. The servants in the house were still busy. Suelio had brought thick cloves and directed people to wipe the bodies of the two young masters. Suelio herself even pulled the little devil to take him to take a hot bath, and she couldn't let anything happen to the eldest grandson of the Marquis mansion. Before leaving, the little devil kindly went to pull Zhong Wenxiu. The latter was unmoved, thinking that Suwan did not agree to him, and continued to kneel on the ground with his head down. "Please, madam." The little devil rolled his eyes to the sky. He crossed his arms and said in a cold voice, "Don't beg her, it's useless. Come with me to take a shower, otherwise you will catch a cold and die of it." The little devil's words were insincere. He has been without a mother since he was a child, and his father has never been around. Even with his grandparents, he still has little affection for his parents. What's more, Aunt Hong has nothing to do with him. Suwon stopped talking about what she wanted to explain. This opportunity is suitable to deal with the brat. "I didn't say I can't help." Zhong Wenxiu looked up in surprise, and his whole face regained color. "Thank you, ma'am." The little devil was stunned. What's going on? This bad woman is actually willing to help her half-brother? She. What does she mean? She is so good to a half-brother, but bullies him, the eldest grandson. It's unfair. The string in the little devil's head broke. He stretched out his hand and threw the newly put-on clothes to the ground, angrily said, "You have the kindness to help him, but deliberately target me alone. You catch me and bully me alone? It's unfair." Suwon glanced at the little chicken that exploded at the slightest provocation and teased with a smile. "Little friend, please understand clearly. You've been acting like a big master from the beginning to the end. Look at Wenxiu, and then look at yourself. If you can be half as obedient as him, why would our stepmother-son relationship be so stiff?" Zhong Jincheng's face was full of dissatisfaction. Turning his head, he continued to sulk. Suwon turned to Zhong Wenxiu and said, "You just said that you are willing to repay me with your whole life. A lifetime is too long, so there is no need. I just want you to accompany me to complete a small task." "Madam, just give your orders," Zhong Wenxiu said. Suwon pointed at the little devil with one hand, and in the surprised eyes of the boy, she arranged, "I want him to study with you in the mansion." She had thought it over. She was not at ease leaving the little devil in the academy outside. It would be more reliable to keep him under her nose. In addition, with a classmate like Zhong Wenxiu who loves to study around, not only will he be of positive help, but it can also prevent Zhong Jincheng from learning bad things from other little dandies. "I promise." Zhong Wenxiu responded almost immediately, fearing that she would regret it. This matter was indeed a trivial matter for him. If just accompanying someone to study could bring his mother's safety, then he was willing to accompany Zhong Jincheng to study for a lifetime. "Zhong Jincheng? Excuse me, have you asked for his opinion?" He didn't agree. "I don't want to study." The little devil almost refused immediately. He plugged his ears with his hands, fearing that he would hear the two people plotting in person. "This has nothing to do with me. You two need to get the consent of the parties involved before discussing anything, okay? Anyway, I didn't hear it. I won't go. I won't study. I'm just going to stay at home and do nothing." Zhong Jincheng, who refused to be arranged, tried to play deaf and dumb. But unfortunately, it was no use. Standing opposite was the cold-blooded, unmoved and conscienceless stepmother Suwon. The mother and son were in a stalemate, and neither was willing to give in. In the end, it was Zhong Wenxiu who moved first. The child saw that the little devil did not agree, and his mother's life was at stake, and he had no time to waste with them. So, he turned around, lifted the hem of his clothes, and was about to kneel down. This time, he knelt in front of Zhong Jincheng. The little devil was of noble status and had been kneeled since he was a child, but those were servants, but Zhong Wenxiu was not. After all, he was his eldest brother, and even a rascal should not kneel to him. Zhong Jincheng hurriedly dodged to the side and bumped into a warm embrace. When he reacted and looked up, he saw the beautiful face that he hated recently. Shameful. Why did he hide beside her? Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly jumped far away from both of them. Zhong Wenxiu was pulled by Su Wan and did not kneel down. Su Wan said softly, "A man has a golden knee. How can he kneel down easily?" Zhong Wenxiu's tears rolled in his eyes, and he suddenly said, "But I want my mother to live." He is different from Zhong Jincheng, who has been without a mother since childhood. He has lived with his mother since childhood, and they depend on each other in a slum. The relationship between them is closer than that of an ordinary mother and son. Although he lived a life of luxury during the days when he was taken back to the Marquis mansion, he knew that people here didn't like them very much. If he didn't even have a mother, he really didn't know how he would survive. Maybe his words were too lethal. Zhong Jincheng was stunned for a moment, and the pampering on his face disappeared a lot. Su Wan soon noticed his abnormality. So she said another sentence to continue to stimulate him. "Think of another way. Zhong Jincheng will not study for you. I think it's easier for you to break his legs." Zhong Jincheng thought so too, but when Su Wan really said this, he always felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he was slapped in public.
Hey,
He shouted dissatisfiedly. What did she mean? In her eyes, was he just a selfish person who didn't care about other people's life and death? She even broke his leg. Couldn't he have gone there voluntarily to help others? This woman judged others by her own mean heart. Humph. Su Wan said, "Oh, and reminded, call me mother. This rascal, he has no respect for his elders." "I won't." Zhong Jincheng glared at her angrily, and then looked at the pitiful Zhong Wenxiu next to him. In fact, he felt a little soft in his heart and wanted to agree, but looking at Su Wan's determined look, he felt that he couldn't step down, and he was deadlocked there and made a fuss. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the windows in the room made a swaying sound. Although the doors and windows were closed tightly, the two children shuddered subconsciously. "Okay," Jincheng agreed. "I'll arrange for the imperial physician to be invited. Take them both to get rid of the cold and change clothes." Su Wan made the final decision and decided for the little devil immediately, although she had already sent Sueji to pass on a letter to the old marquis. Zhong Wenxiu's eyes lit up. His mother was saved. Suelio has the strongest ability to act, and she must complete the tasks assigned by the mistress perfectly, no matter what means. So, at this moment, she was frowning and pulling one in each hand, dragging the two to take a bath. Zhong Jincheng was confused halfway. "I didn't say I agreed. I didn't say I agreed. How could she say I agreed? I shouldn't have said nothing just now, right?" The little devil who reacted felt that he had been fooled by Su Wan again, and immediately wanted to stand up from the bathtub. Who knew that when he stood up, he saw Zhong Wenxiu in the bathtub next to him. Zhong Wenxiu was so thin that only a skeleton was left, and his skin was rougher than that of the servants. When he turned his eyes to the side, he saw that he had a few chilblains on his hands and many calluses on the palms. Zhong Jincheng sat back again, puzzled. Reading and writing can also make your hands tired and get calluses and chilblains? Didn't Grandma say that reading is the easiest thing in the world? He just stayed in the room reading and writing without getting cold or tired. Shunzi, who was serving him a bath, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The young master is really naive when he is naive. Young Master Xiao didn't grow up in the Marquis mansion like you. It was a slum where the poorest families in the capital lived. People died of illness, starvation, or freezing every day. It was lucky that young Master Xiao, who had lived there for 9.5 years, was alive. Of course, the wounds on his body would only increase, not decrease. Zhong Wenxiu was stunned by his question. He subconsciously retracted his exposed hand into the bucket, thinking that Zhong Jincheng was making fun of him. At his age, he was very sensitive, so he remained silent. Zhong Jincheng glared at Shunzi. "Did someone in the mansion bully him? My second uncle died in the war, and the second house has no legitimate wife. There is no guarantee that there will be servants who will look down on them as rascals and bully them." Shunzi was so scared that he raised his hands and cried out for justice, that's not the case. The old lady treated that courtyard very well. Master Xiao got up before dawn every day to study, and the courtyard even specially added an extra heater for him. She took good care of him from beginning to end. Realizing that Zhong Wenxiu might feel embarrassed, Shunzi leaned over to the little devil's ear and whispered the whole story. Zhong Jincheng then realized that hands with frostbite all year round would easily relapse no matter how well they were taken care of. It turned out that children in the slums would need to do a lot of hard labor, even if they were only a few years old. No wonder his cousin was only 2 years older than him, but his height and physique were not much stronger. The little devil lowered his eyes thoughtfully, and the idea of finding Su Wan to explain just now disappeared. He paddled the water in the bathtub again and again. Zhong Wenxiu was actually very nervous next to him. He could feel Zhong Jincheng's reluctance and was afraid that he would rebel at any time. So even though he was taking a hot bath, he didn't dare to move, for fear that one movement would make Zhong Jincheng unhappy. Suddenly, the little devil spoke up. I heard that you have been reading in the past few months since you returned home. What is there to read in those thick books? When Aunt Hong was brought back to the mansion a few months ago, the old marquis arranged for them to live in the west courtyard and announced to the public that Zhong Wenxiu was only the eldest son of the second house. Everyone knows that there is a difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. No matter whether Zhong Jincheng studies or not, or whether he becomes talented or not, no one can shake his position as the legitimate grandson, so he has never had a sense of crisis, and he doesn't understand why Zhong Wenxiu likes reading so much. Zhong Wenxiu said, because reading can teach people to understand the truth and see many things they have never seen. If you can get a good ranking in the imperial examination, you can do many things you want to do. What do you want to do? Zhong Jincheng asked. Children of this age only have playing in their minds, so how can they know what studying is for? Zhong Wenxiu was stunned for a moment and said truthfully, in fact, I don't know what I want to do when I grow up, but my mother said that no matter what I do, the premise is that I should have enough knowledge so that I can have more choices in the future. For example, if I want to be an official, I need to pass the exam first. If I want to do business, I need to know how to make money, and so on. Zhong Jincheng understood, but felt that it was useless to him. With his status, if he wanted to be an official, his grandfather would arrange it for him, and the official position might be very good. If he wanted to do business, his grandmother would give him capital, a shop, and even people to manage it. There was no need to study at all. It was indeed a topic that was not suitable for him to think about. Zhong Jincheng took a casual bath and got up to go out. Seeing this, Zhong Wenxiu hurried out to catch up. Just when he was worried that his rumored brother, who was wanton and reckless, would make a big fuss, he heard Zhong Jincheng ask in front, "Where are you studying? You are not going to Hong Yinyang's courtyard, are you? How many heaters are there?" In an instant, Zhong Wenxiu's heart was relieved. His tense brows relaxed, and he explained patiently, "Not in my mother's courtyard. My grandmother said that there was a large study room in the mansion that had been empty and unused, so she asked me to go there to study. There are a lot of books there, and there are 3 heaters in the room. It is warm and comfortable." Zhong Wenxiu took small steps to catch up with him and introduce him. All this was completely beyond his expectations. He did not expect that his brother was not the same as the rumors said. Instead, he was kind in an awkward way. Zhong Wenxiu swore secretly. He must teach his brother well to study. Even if he himself could not pass the exam, he would make sure that his brother passed. If Zhong Jincheng, who was kind enough to help, knew what Zhong Wenxiu was thinking at the moment, he would probably run as far as he could. Although the two were talking about going to the study, their steps were towards Aunt Hong's courtyard. The young man was full of energy and did not even blush or gasp when he arrived at the place. However, to his surprise, Su Wan was outside Aunt Hong's door, listening to the court doctor talking about her condition. Aunt Hong has tuberculosis. Slums are dirty and messy, and there are many people suffering from tuberculosis. And if this disease wants to be cured, it needs the support of famous doctors and a large amount of medicinal materials. People in the slums obviously do not have these conditions and can only wait to die silently. When the court doctor spoke, his eyes turned to Zhong Wenxiu. This illegitimate son who had been living outside must have seen too many people who died of tuberculosis in the slums. Zhong Wenxiu's face was pale. He naturally remembered it, so when his mother's condition was serious, he knelt in the rain to beg Su-won. Su-won was only puzzled. Why didn't the old lady say it when she was in the mansion before? With the old lady's character, she would never refuse to ask the imperial physician to treat them. Everyone looked at Zhong Wenxiu. Even Zhong Jincheng felt that something was wrong. Is there something unspeakable in this? Zhong Wenxiu closed his eyes and said embarrassedly, because mother said that her disease cannot be cured. Instead of wasting grandmother's energy, it is better to make grandmother feel guilty, so that she can take me to her courtyard and teach me carefully. Mrs. Hong had a very good plan. She was even willing to give up her own life to fight for a future for her son. Unfortunately, her son was very filial and disrupted her plan. Zhong Jincheng stood by and thought about it. He should have been unhappy, because if Mrs. Hong's plan succeeded, Zhong Wenxiu would always compete for some of his favor in front of his grandmother. However, he seemed to envy this kind of feeling, envious of Zhong Wenxiu for having a mother to plan for him. The little devil felt more and more depressed as he thought about it, and kicked stones under his feet. The court doctor suddenly shouted, "Master Chung."
What?
The little devil asked unhappily. Can't you see that he is annoyed? The court doctor said weakly, "You kicked my foot." Zhong Jincheng. The imperial physician came very quickly, so quickly that Zhong Jincheng suspected that he had flown here, and he did not doubt that Su-won had sent someone to invite him a long time ago. After the imperial physician diagnosed An Hong, although he had not diagnosed this kind of disease for a long time, he quickly recovered and began to write a prescription. Take this prescription 3 times a day on time. You will see improvement in 3 months, and then the palace doctor will be able to treat you. Thank you for your trouble, imperial physician. Su-won smiled and thanked him, motioning Sueji to stuff a bag of silver over and send the imperial physician out of the house. The maids in the courtyard were busy getting and boiling medicine. Su-won said to Zhong Wenxiu, "Go to school with peace of mind. I'll watch over here and won't let your mother get into trouble." Zhong Wenxiu thanked him with red eyes. "Thank you, madam. Young people are most grateful for favors." He should have gone to the study, but he turned around and looked at Zhong Jincheng with a look that he was determined to teach his younger brother to read good books. Zhong Jincheng. My cousin's eyes are so scary, I want to escape. The little devil subconsciously took a half step back. Su-won raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Some people will not want to destroy the agreement with me, right? But then again, he is just an 8-year-old child. So, what if he doesn't keep his word? Even if I call him a disloyal little rascal every day, he won't feel embarrassed." Disloyal little rascal? Zhong Jincheng said angrily. Who is disloyal? Who is a little rascal? Su-won said nonchalantly. Of course whoever is disloyal is a little rascal. Zhong Jincheng was irritated, glared at her, and said, "Study if you want to, just tell me. How long do you want me to study?" He just didn't believe it. Could Su-won let him study till the end of time? Su-won held her chin with one hand and looked the little devil up and down. The boy looked indignant and extremely proud. She was afraid that he would not agree to let him study for 3 years. Her eyes turned to Zhong Wenxiu, and an idea flashed in her mind. Got it. Don't say that I'm making things difficult for you. I'll set a small goal for you. Just pass Wenxiu's exam. He has only been studying for a few months. He grew up in a slum and has been exposed to much less than you. And with your intelligence, Master Chung, you should be able to surpass him soon, right? Su-won praised Zhong Jincheng in both explicit and implicit ways during the call. He raised his chin proudly and thought to himself, this is indeed the case. He will definitely surpass Zhong Wenxiu in a few months at most. Seeing that he was loosening up, Su-won gave him another drastic measure. If you can keep up with Wenxiu's progress, I will return your silver and servants to you, and guarantee that while you are trying to surpass Wenxiu, you will not interfere with each other for the time being. Zhong Jincheng became excited when he heard this. He immediately made the decision, deal. The two stretched out their palms and hit them in the air, completing the century-old agreement. In the years to come, Su-won felt that this moment was very memorable every time she thought of it. The place where the two studied was naturally arranged in a large study. The study was originally used by the young Marquis Zhong Zhao, and now it was arranged for two children to use it. It was spacious. When the old Marquis and his wife heard that the little devil was willing to study, they invited Bailey Shi, a highly respected teacher in the capital, to teach in the mansion overnight. This old teacher was also Zhong Zhao's private teacher. On the first day of class, the old teacher gave a basic test. When testing Zhong Wenxiu, the old man's eyes were smiling, and he kept praising the child for his hard work and rapid progress. When testing Zhong Jincheng, the wrinkles on the old man's brows almost killed 10 mosquitoes. This little devil answered irrelevant questions every time. Not only did he have no knowledge, but he also pretended to know everything. After only teaching for half a day, the old man wanted to sigh to the sky, thinking about those people who envied him for teaching Zhong Zhao, a double champion in both civil and military affairs, and making him famous in the capital. As a result, looking at the naughty child below now, he really felt that retribution had finally come. There is no such thing as good things coming one after another in this world. Jincheng, your foundation is too poor. The most urgent thing is to lay a good foundation first. These are the introductory books that I have selected for you. You should memorize them in the next few days. Zhong Jincheng sat in his seat, looking at the bowl-high books left by the old man, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He immediately turned around and asked Zhong Wenxiu, "Have you memorized all these?" Zhong Wenxiu nodded. Although these books are thick, the content is easy to understand and memorize, and you can finish memorizing them in 5 days. The little devil sneered. Do you think I believe it? Realizing that something was wrong, Zhong Jincheng finally asked the key question. How many books have you memorized in the past few months? Zhong Wenxiu said with a stiff upper lip. More than 100. In fact, he actually memorized more than 200 books, but seeing that his brother's eyes were getting uglier and uglier, he decided not to tell the truth. Sure enough, Zhong Jincheng was numb when he heard it and finally realized that he was on Su Wan's pirate ship again. He took a deep breath and forced a fake smile. How many pages of a book can you memorize every day now?
10.
10 pages. Very good. Zhong Jincheng closed the book in front of him, signaled Shunzi to close the door, and blocked the study door tightly to ensure that not even a fly could fly in. Zhong Wenxiu subconsciously grabbed the table beside him and suddenly had an urge to run in this tense atmosphere. Brother, you are not going to hit him, are you? The little devil leaned over and flexed his wrist. In front of Zhong Wenxiu's slightly horrified eyes, he threatened fiercely. From today on, you don't have to memorize the books. Wait until I surpass you, then you can read. Zhong Wenxiu. Very good, as domineering and unreasonable as the rumors.
But
when can you catch up with me? He started reading later than ordinary children. If he waited for Zhong Jincheng for a while, he was afraid that he would be left behind again. Zhong Jincheng took another look at the several books on the table that were as high as bowls and replied uncertainly, about a month. Zhong Wenxiu, a rascal's son, would need several months to learn something, but as a smart and clever legitimate son, he would definitely be able to memorize it in 1 month. Zhong Wenxiu hesitated for a few seconds, then remembered the favor of saving his mother, and finally nodded and said, Okay, then I'll wait for you for a month. During this month, in addition to learning what Master Bailey taught me, I will only review the old knowledge and not learn new things. The little devil wanted him to not even listen to what the master taught him, but he was afraid that it would be too obvious and be discovered by that bad woman Su Wan, so he agreed reluctantly. Okay, since you are loyal, I'm determined to be your brother. Zhong Wenxiu smiled and said, Take a look at these books first. There are a few uncommon characters in them that are difficult to understand. I can explain them to you one by one. Zhong Jincheng felt a headache when he heard it. He waved his hand to refuse. No need. I just need to memorize these things and pass the master's test smoothly. As for the specific meaning, whoever wants to understand can understand. He doesn't want to understand anyway. The little devil's learning journey was very smooth. Although he was naughty, he had a smart brain. He could open the book and read a sentence of the original text, and then close his eyes and recite it silently, word for word. Read a sentence, recite a sentence. Open eyes, close eyes. Remember, remember again. Zong Wenxiu was amazed. He believed that he was already a very smart person, and he was extremely diligent in studying, so he caught up with others' records of several years in just a few months. However, how could someone remember something after reciting a sentence? Is his younger brother a peerless genius? Zong Jincheng was so thirsty after reciting that he felt tired in his eyes, mouth, and heart after reciting a few pages. Shunzi was particularly perceptive and poured him tea. While the little devil was drinking tea, Zong Wenxiu finally came to his senses and praised him with admiration. "You are amazing. I have never seen anyone recite so fast." At this speed, let alone 1 month, as long as he works harder, he can catch up with his own progress in half a month. Zong Wenxiu was under pressure all of a sudden. However, the little devil did not feel complacent about it. Instead, he slumped down on the chair, closed his eyes, and said like a lord, "I don't want to read anymore. My eyes are so tired." Zong Wenxiu. If he remembered correctly, you have only read for less than a quarter of an hour. He is already tired. How can he feel when he reads for 6 hours every day? Shunzi is a man with a keen eye. He stepped forward and massaged the little devil's shoulders and back to help the little ancestor who was tired after reading for a quarter of an hour to relieve his fatigue. Zong Jincheng hummed with comfort. Thinking about the books that he had not memorized, a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, and a wonderful way to memorize emerged. "Shunzi, you come and read. I won't read it anymore. Anyway, you can remember it after reading it once, and there is no difference between listening to others reading and reading it yourself." Shunzi. Is it possible? Shunzi was the only educated servant that Su Wan had left for him, and he could just help the little devil with this evil trick. So, Zong Wenxiu, who had the door to a new world opened, saw the master and servant began to recite in an evil way. Shunzi read a sentence, and the younger brother recited it. In this way, he actually memorized it. Zong Wenxiu felt that he needed to be quiet. This made him, who always insisted on the idea that hard work can make up for lack of talent, fall into deep doubt. Main courtyard. Su Wan listened to Cui Lu's real-time report to her, and the tea she was drinking spurted out in one breath. This rascal is thinking of evil tricks every day, and he only knows how to recite Yang Facebook. When it's time for the imperial examination, he will be lucky if he can write his own name when he sits in the examination room. Cui Lu said, but now it is still considered a lot of progress. The young master has never even memorized a book before, and even the old marquis didn't know that his memory was so good. Sueji also covered her mouth and laughed. According to the young master's cleverness, if he can study hard, he will definitely bring honor to our marquis's mansion. And Master Bailey's face won't be so ugly. She and Suelio are both family children. They have seen how Zhong Zhao was praised by Master Bailey since they were young. Now, looking at the old master's attitude towards the young master, they feel that there is a world of difference. Su Wan hummed and also affirmed Zong Jincheng's talent, but his lazy look of memorizing made it hard to believe how long he could work hard. She estimated that he would not want to memorize for half an hour at most. However, the people around the little devil can be used. Su Wan arranged to Tsueji. Later, tell Shunzi privately that I see that he is working hard to accompany the young master to study, so I will double his monthly salary and let him study well. If the young master catches up with Master Xiu's progress, triple his monthly salary. Sueji was a little moved when she heard that. Although Shunzi's tripled salary was not as high as their eldest girl's, but who would not be moved by this doubling of the original monthly salary? Sueji asked, "Madam, are you trying to win Shunzi over to our side?" If Shunzi could be won over by them successfully, then all the people around the young master would be surrounded by Su Wan, and it would become a dead end and go. Wouldn't it be easier to control the little guy? But Su Wan frowned and said, "No need to win him over. Although that little rascal is a rascal, Shunzi is the one who grew up with him after all." and Jin Cheng and I are not enemies. All my strategies are to make him study well, not to make him have no one to use and no one to trust. The world of children cannot be so dark. Sueji and Suelio looked at each other and admired the new master's actions even more. He was scheming and resourceful, but he also had a bottom line. However, having said that, Suwon still had to think carefully about the pros and cons of the little devil's evil trick. Although she could only recite, she didn't know the words, let alone understand what they meant, but at least she could memorize the things first and digest them slowly later. It's Wenxiu. She couldn't just wait for the little devil to catch up with her progress because of his unreasonable request. Take the newly bought cakes in the mansion, I'll go see them. The sky and the earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast. The sun and the moon are waxing and waning. The stars are lined up. The cold comes and the summer goes. The autumn harvests and the winter stores. Perhaps the little devil found a little sense of accomplishment in successfully reciting the book, resulting in the sound of him reciting the 1,000-character classic even after half an hour. Giving up the throne and giving up the country, Yu Tao Tang. Hiss, a fish is asking for candy? Fish also like to eat sweets? How can it ask for it without hands? Zhong Wenxiu. God, this doesn't seem to be what I learned. Shunzi. Sometimes, teaching Master Chung is really helpless.
Puff.
Su Wan, who had just entered the room, heard this amazing translation. Her feet slipped and she bumped into the door frame, making a thumping sound.
Oh my God. Please spare her ears.
What is this translation? Sueji, who was still holding the food box in her hand, was startled. She hurried to help Suwon up. Madam, are you okay? The little devil heard the sound and finally opened his eyes, which had been closed all the time. Seeing Suwon coming, he immediately became alert and sat up quickly on the bench. Seeing Suwon's horrified look, he subconsciously felt that nothing good was going to happen. Suwon was tempted by Tsueji and walked in. She pointed at the little devil weakly and said, "There are fish asking for candy. You can think of it. Why don't you say that the fish came ashore to grab the candy?" The little devil crossed his chest and clasped his fists, looking like he was the smartest person in the world, and replied confidently, "How can a fish come ashore to catch candy? You are stupid, but this young master is not." Suwon. Okay. It's okay that you don't realize that you are stupid, but you also think that others are stupid. You are worthy of being the little devil. Suwon took a deep breath and silently repeated 100 million, 100 million, and 100 million 3 times, and then her emotions stabilized. She said, "Shunzi, when you are reading to your young master Chung, remember to translate it casually so that he won't say this kind of explanation in class, which will make." Zhong Jincheng glared at her. He immediately heard that this was obviously a mockery of himself. He questioned, "Did you see that this young master has amazing talent and is about to win, so you deliberately came to obstruct my studies? This woman just wants to withhold his monthly salary and servants so that she can keep him in this marquis's mansion and torture him slowly." Humph, he had seen through her a long time ago. Suwon looked at the childish boy in front of her with everything written on his face. She couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said, "Do you know what it means to judge a gentleman by your own standards? You look like this now." The little devil narrowed his eyes. "You are sensible. You still know that you are a villain." "Oh, I mean the gentleman is me." "The gentleman is me." Afraid that he didn't hear clearly, Suwon repeated it again. "Little devil. Where's my knife?" The two were about to quarrel again after a disagreement, and Sueji came out to act as a peacemaker with great foresight. She quickly opened the food box and put it on the table in front of the two young masters. This was the most popular Dongji 7-flavor cake in the capital recently, and one had to queue up before dawn every day to buy it. Zhong Wenxiu had never eaten anything good, so he didn't know how precious the 7-flavor cake was, but it was different for the arrogant and extravagant Zhong Jincheng. This was what he used to eat every day, but since Suwon cut off his servants and money, there was no one to help him queue up and no money to buy it for him. "Master Chung, Master Xiao, this is the 7-flavor cake that Madam specially asked someone to buy for you. Madam is just not good at speaking, but she has always been thinking about the two young masters in her heart. Zhong Wenxiu was already very grateful to Su Wan, and when he heard this, he hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you for your concern, madam." Sueji smiled and handed the 7-flavor cake to him to taste. The little devil was still arguing with Su Wan. His pair of bright, starry eyes refused to admit defeat, and although Su Wan's eyes were gentle and non-aggressive, there was no trace of timidity. Instead, he was slightly more calm. Su Wan raised an eyebrow. "Boy, you don't want to eat the 7-flavor cake?" She didn't believe that in front of the food they loved, there would be people who could lie and say they didn't like it. Zhong Jincheng turned his head and said firmly, "A gentleman does not eat food given in contempt." Zhong Wenxiu, who had just stuffed the 7-flavor cake into his mouth. "No, I really didn't complain." Su Wan snorted and didn't continue to argue with him. She just glanced at the book Zhong Wenxiu put on the table and said casually, "Why is Wenxiu reading the 1,000-character classic? Didn't you just learn Mingqiu?" She couldn't directly expose the private agreement between the two, otherwise the little devil would be on guard. But she couldn't let him delay Zhong Wenxiu's progress either. Otherwise, if this little rascal was not diligent, wouldn't Zhong Wenxiu be in trouble as well? Zhong Wenxiu's heart skipped a beat when he was asked this question. He subconsciously looked at his brother. What should he do? Did the madam find out? If he told the truth, his brother would definitely be angry, but if he lied to the madam, how could he be worthy of her kindness in saving their mother? The little devil was indignant. Seeing that Su Wan was going to continue to make things difficult for him, but perhaps he was used to being blocked these days, he was so angry that he forgot to check his testimony with his half-brother. Zhong Wenxiu couldn't wait for his brother's response, so he had to stammer in reply. "Review. Review." The child didn't seem to lie often. He was so nervous that his body was shaking. Not to mention looking at her, he even lowered his head. His reaction was all within Su Wan's expectations. She smiled and replied, "Reviewing the old to learn the new is indeed a good habit."
Yeah.
Zhong Wenxiu responded randomly, hoping that she could skip this topic as soon as possible. But things went against her wishes. Su Wan continued, "I just read the book Mengqiu. Although the book is a bit thick, it is a compilation of historical allusions, which is very helpful for you to accumulate knowledge. Knowing history can help you understand the present, and you must experience it carefully. Don't swallow it whole like an illiterate." Cheng, an illiterate who was suddenly named, said. Did she think he couldn't understand such an obvious indirect criticism? The little devil was about to explode. Su Wan said to Zhong Wenxiu, "I know your learning ability. You should be able to finish reading Mengqiu within a month, right? It is very hard to tutor your younger brother, but you must also remember to study hard and not fall behind. I will come to inspect your learning progress in a month." Zhong Wenxiu subconsciously looked at his younger brother. I am afraid I will have to break my promise to his younger brother. Although the full text of Mengqiu has only 2,384 words, it contains about 600 historical anecdotes from the spring and autumn period to the southern and northern dynasties, involving politics, military affairs, culture, art, alchemy, customs, and other aspects. If he memorized it as hastily as Zhong Jincheng, 1 month would certainly not be a problem, but the problem is, Madam said she wants to inspect, and it must not be a simple test. Mother once said that Madam is the eldest daughter of the Minister of Justice. She has a strict family education and has read a lot of books. If she deliberately inspects herself, she will certainly not try to get away with it like her younger brother did. Yes, Madam, Wenxiu will study hard. The young boy bowed his head and acknowledged, very obediently. Zhong Jincheng exploded at once. He shouted dissatisfiedly, "Too much, he is always learning new things. How can I catch up with his progress? This is simply asking too much." He was already short of more than 100 books, and now there is one more book Mengqiu that he has never heard of. His heart is even more tired. Su Wan said slowly, "You are only allowed to study, and Wenxiu is not allowed to read. How can there be such a reason in the world? Do you think you are playing the game of carving a boat to find a sword?" Zhong Jincheng, who didn't understand what she was talking about carving a boat to find a sword, but guessed that it was definitely not a good thing, glared at her with his red little round face. "Su Wan, This cannon barrel, his face is about to turn red like an iron. But Suwon didn't want to force him to death, so she turned around and said, "Except for Meng Qiu, as long as you can catch up with Wen Qiu's progress, our agreement will still count. So that this little rascal doesn't come up with all kinds of tricks every day." After Suwon said this, the little devil, who was on the verge of a fight, stopped. Seeing her leaving from behind, he was still a little angry and stretched out his hand to scratch her from behind a few times. He looked like he wanted to scratch her to death from a distance. Zhong Wenxiu, who had been watching the two people fighting timidly, saw his brother making a fuss at his wife's back like a crayfish waving its claws. He felt both funny and helpless. He hurried over to smooth things over and comforted her in a gentle voice. Okay, your wife is still very good. Don't be angry. I will take you to study." The little devil was full of resentment towards Suwon. When he heard this, he asked him warily, "Do you like that woman very much?"
Huh?
Zhong Wenxiu was stunned for a moment and wanted to nod, but he saw his brother's face full of horror. "If you dare to say it was me, I will kill you." He swallowed and said, "Maybe it's because I haven't met many people. Madam is the best person to me except my mother." "Oh no, except you." Fortunately, Zhong Wenxiu finished the last sentence in time, otherwise the little devil would make trouble again. He pouted and said unhappily, "She is not a good person. Stay away from her in the future." Zhong Wenxiu gritted his teeth and said perfunctorily against his conscience, "Well." Zhong Jincheng lay down again after he finished speaking, closed his eyes, instructed Shunzi to read, and began to use his lazy way to memorize calligraphy again. Seeing this, Zhong Wenxiu could only sigh silently and shook his head helplessly. Time passed quickly. Suwon knew that both of them were studying hard, so she didn't disturb them. It was rare that the little devil really stayed at home for a whole month. It was like a different person. On the day of the inspection, Suwon came to listen specially. Seeing that the little devil was studying seriously, even Master Bailey looked at him with admiration. Although Jin Cheng is a little naughty, he is not a rotten wood that cannot be carved. "Well, today I will test you on some simple ones. You can recite the 1,000-character classic again." Suwon swore that she had not consulted Bailey Shi, and the teacher did not know that the little devil could only recite but could not read or write. She thought that if this kid could obediently recite the book first, she could give him back the servants and the silver, and the river water and the well water would begin to live in peace.
But now,
Bailey Shi might think that reciting the 1,000-character classic is a very simple test question, but in fact, it would be easier to ask the little devil to recite strategies of the warring states than this. She subconsciously looked at the kid, wondering whether to help him out, but then she thought it was a good idea to do so, and being humiliated by the teacher might have a better effect in helping students learn. After hearing the test question, Zhong Jincheng looked at Suwon, and sure enough, he saw that she looked like she was waiting to see his show. "Humph, bad woman. Do you think you are the only one who is smart? This young master is going to turn the tide today." Shunzi followed by Lixi's request and placed the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. He opened the inkstone and was about to grind the ink as usual, but the water reflected light for a moment. When he looked carefully, he seemed to be dazzled. He rubbed his eyes and continued to grind the ink. The little devil sat very steadily in his seat. Zhong Wenxiu next to him looked more like a person being examined than he did with his worried eyes. The ink seemed to have been ground for a century. Even Bai Lixi couldn't help but yawn. "Is the ink ground?" It's ground, Shunzi said, and stepped aside. Shunzi was confused.
Why?
Why is this word like this? Did he not grind the ink, well, just now? Bai Lixi also came down after hearing this. Seeing Zhong Jincheng innocently raising his pen, he sincerely said, "Master, this inkstone seems to be a fake." The little devil's face has always been very deceptive. When he is not angry, he is innocent and naive. Even if he is not smiling, he can make people feel pity. Bai Lixi has seen his mischief in the first few days since he came, and then observed his well-behaved changes now, so how could he bear a grudge against him? Seeing him like this now, the old man thought of his proud student Zhong Zhao, and now he just smiled and said, "Then recite it, and write it down another day." Suwon. Master, you're so easy to deceive. What blinded your eyes? Is it the teacher-student love left over from the previous generation? Zong Jincheng stood up and thanked him, and then began to recite the 1,000-character classic with his head shaking. In Bailixi's increasingly satisfied smile, he also took the initiative to offer to recite a few pages of strategies of the warring states to let the master listen to see if he had recited it wrong.
Suwan?
How did this kid's EQ suddenly come online? He also knew how to turn the passive situation into the active one and let Master Bailey follow his train of thought. Anyone who didn't know the inside story would have to praise him for his hard work and progress. Sure enough, when Bailey heard this, he couldn't hide the praise in his eyes. That's right. This time it's right. This is Zhong Zhao's son, the next famous talent in the capital. Suwon rolled her eyes to the sky. She knew it. She didn't expect that the smart and knowledgeable old master would be fooled by the little devil. He is worthy of being the little devil. He has a lot of tricks in his mind. Well, you are teachable. Jincheng, your progress in this month really makes me look at you with new eyes. As the old saying goes, it's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Besides, you are still young, and it's completely in time for you to study hard now. Bailey praised him and laughed, his eyebrows and eyes squeezed together with joy, and with his fat body, he looked like Maitreya Buddha. Zong Jincheng finally got a chance to feel proud, and he immediately raised his eyebrows at Suwon proudly, with his hands on his hips. That posture seemed to say, "See, this round is won by this young master." The boy's proud and confident look was dazzling, and Sueji felt worried for him. The young master was arrogant, really arrogant. Madame knew his true strength, and he was so bold to provoke Madame. If Madame got angry and told the truth, she could easily expose his weakness of only being able to recite but not write. But he was just a child after all. Zong Jincheng was simple-minded, and the calculations in his mind were not as big as a mung bean. He could not think of such far-reaching consequences at all, and pretended to be polite and replied, "It's all thanks to the good teaching of the teacher. I am sorry for your trouble." Bailey was even more relieved to see that he had become so polite. He stroked his beard and arranged, "In this case, Jincheng will follow Wenxio's progress and study Mingqiu together. I will come to teach you tomorrow." "Thank you, master." The two children replied in unison. Suwon stood up to see Bailixi out of the house, and on the way she politely said, "Thank you for your trouble, master. Jincheng has indeed made great progress recently. All thanks to your careful teaching. Madam, you are too kind. You have brought this child back to the right path." The two adults kept praising each other, and they went further and further away in the mutual flattery of adults. Zhong Wenxiu, who was left behind, was very happy for him. Although his younger brother did not work so hard this month and did not spend too much time on memorizing, he was very talented and soon caught up with his recitation progress. Zhong Wenxiu suddenly felt full of pressure. Fortunately, Madame asked him not to stop studying, otherwise he would be surpassed by his younger brother. He turned his head and saw that his younger brother's face suddenly changed. When Zong Jincheng saw the two people leave, his smiling face immediately fell, and he turned into a fierce look that said, "I'm not easy to mess with." The little devil threw the book in his hand back casually, hitting the ground with a loud noise, and the brand new paper fell to the ground and got a lot of dust. He slumped on the chair with his legs spread out, his 2 feet directly on the table, and kicked the inkstone to the ground with his gray soles, and the ink in the inkstones spilled all over the floor. The perpetrator didn't think there was anything wrong at all, and acted like a dandy who didn't care about other people's lives. Zong Wenxiu, who had just praised his brother in his heart. No, how come he suddenly became a different person? Did my brother become a better person? Jincheng? Zong Wenxiu called out tentatively. The little devil continued to lie in a state of paralysis, closing his tired eyes tightly and howling, "I am so tired. Finally, this hard life is over. I don't want to be a good man who is brave and righteous next time. Quick, Shunzi, keep the door. Wait for that woman to come back and ask for my money and people back immediately. I don't want to recite a sentence in my life. Zong Wenxiu. Yes, I almost forgot that my brother didn't study voluntarily, but for himself. Now that he has fulfilled the agreement with the lady, does he have to leave the study? Zong Wenxiu, who has been accustomed to taking his brother to study every day, is still a little disappointed. Although his brother gets up late every day, recites without opening his eyes, leaves early and goes to bed early, he is at least the only peer he can talk to in this marquise mansion. As the only servant of Zong Jincheng, Shunzi dutifully guards the door, but he didn't see Suwon come back after waiting for a cup of tea. The little devil was getting impatient with his eyes closed. He looked outside. What's going on? Did she run away and deny her guilt? She has enough time to go back and forth to the teacher's door 3 times. He opened his eyes and saw that there was no one outside, not even a maid, just like the usual situation after class.
Suwan.
Didn't she forget them here? Zong Jincheng put away his legs that were arrogantly raised on the table, and just as he got down, he saw his cousin squatting on the ground, holding a clean rag in his hand, carefully wiping the ink on the ground. It was the inkstone he had just kicked over. The little devil did this more than once or twice, and no one ever said anything to him. Even in front of his grandparents, his grandmother lovingly arranged for the maids to clean up. Zong Wenxiu. He is his brother anyway. Zong Jincheng suddenly felt a strange sense of guilt, which was inexplicably awkward. He went forward and pulled the man up. Just ask Shunzi to clean it up. Zong Wenxiu smiled at him. No need. Shunzi still has to help you watch the door. I can just clean it. It's not a heavy job. Zong Jincheng frowned and let him go. Then he saw someone quickly wiping the floor, changing the rag in his hand, and the floor was soon clean. After wiping the ink, Zong Wenxiu put the inkstone on the table. He also picked up the books thrown away by his brother, patted the dust, and put them neatly on the table. The little devil thought that Zong Wenxiu would say something to him that books should not be treated like this, and that scholars should be so particular, but he said nothing. Instead, did you put something in the inkstone that made its ink unable to write? Zong Jincheng replied proudly. Hee, I put some lard. Zong Wenxiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was true. Madam must have found out. The little devil shrugged fearlessly, looking not afraid at all. If she found out, she found out. Anyway, the master let me pass. If she cheats, she's just a dog. Zong Wenxiu shook his head when he heard it. It's not that simple. He heard about the agreement between the madam and the grandmother. She would not easily give up letting her brother study. It's just that the person involved didn't realize it. Suwon originally wanted to settle accounts with the little devil after sending Master Bailey away. It was not easy to get him into the study. How could she let him run away like this? When she was thinking about what to do, she suddenly said to her in an ambiguous way, Madam, no matter what, you should proceed step by step. Don't rush, otherwise you will go astray. Suwon blinked her eyelashes slightly, looked at the old man in front of her who was smiling like Maitreya Buddha, and smiled. Thank you for your advice, Master. She thought Zong Jincheng really fooled Master Bailey. It turned out that he was a wise fool. He didn't have the same experience as that little devil. After all, she was the one who taught the #1 scholar, so she had a clear mind. She nodded at her and went back home. As for the rest, he thought that his daughter-in-law Zong Zhao would handle it very well. When Suwon returned to the inner courtyard, she thought over and over again about various plans, pondered the possible reactions after implementation, and kept trying new methods. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her steps stopped abruptly. Tsueji, how much pocket money does Wenxiu get a month? 20 taels. Suwon was surprised. So much? She had thought that the monthly salary of a rascal would be less. The rascals in the Shangshu mansion only received 5 taels of silver per month. Even her beloved younger sister Su Lianer only received 15 taels per month. The original owner also received 15 taels according to the rules, but she was deducted in various ways and had very little left. In comparison, Zong Wenxiu's life was actually quite good.
But
you can't tell it all. Sueji nodded. Yes, The monthly salary of a rascal in an ordinary family usually does not exceed 10 taels. But Master Xiao had a hard life outside for 9.5 years, and the old lady felt very distressed, so after he returned home, she gave him a lot of gold, silver, silk, and expensive pens and ink, and her monthly salary was raised to 20 taels. Then why is he still dressed so? Simply, Su once saw him wearing linen clothes every day. Although they were clean and tidy, they were not more comfortable than silk. Su-won only accepted the little devil's education plan and never interfered with the affairs of the mansion. Everything was still done as before, so she always thought that this was the treatment given to him by the mansion. Sueji said, Mr. Xiao said he was not used to wearing it, so the old lady did not force him and let him do it.
Su-won note that
Children from places like slums are on the verge of life and death every day. Suddenly becoming rich sons, there are generally only two results. One is to have the mentality of a nouveau riche, to eat and enjoy in revenge, and even to become more excessive. This is the result of being dazzled by material things and is more common. The other is people with extremely high moral standards. Because they have seen too many people at the bottom struggling in pain, they will have a sense of guilt in their hearts, guilty that they should not live such a proud and extravagant life. Zhong Wenxiao is the second kind of person. Su-won suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, Sueji, has Wenxiao been to the slums again after returning to the mansion? After leaving that kind of place, I'm afraid no one would want to go back, but he's been back. Master Xiao goes there once a month. Sueji was a little confused when she mentioned this. Every time he goes, he rides in a very large carriage. I don't know what's inside. Sueji was afraid that her words would be ambiguous, so she quickly added, but nothing has ever been lost in the mansion, and Master Xiao has always been clean.
Huh.
Su-won keenly noticed the abnormality, walked towards the inner courtyard and turned to the account office. Let's go and check the account book. Account book? In the account office. The carriage is filled with sorghum buns, which are the cheapest kind of steamed buns. They have never appeared in your house because they are not delicious. The accountant answered the results of the investigation truthfully. Sueji and Suelio looked at each other. They seemed to understand what Master Xiao did every month. It was like this. Let's go. Su-won looked up and called them. It's time to discipline the naughty child. Sueji and Suelio nodded in unison and hurriedly followed. After waiting for another cup of tea, Zhong Jincheng's patience gradually ran out. He lifted his clothes and was about to go out to ask Su-won for the debt. But before he even went out of the door, he saw Su-won and her group coming over. Zhong Jincheng raised his head and said, If you didn't come back, I would have thought you were going to run away. I tell you, I won this time. If you don't abide by the agreement then. Hey, why do you have that expression? What are you going to do? The little devil's brisk footsteps. When he met Su-won's long face, he immediately took a step back in fear. Speaking of this notorious eldest grandson, he is actually a hard-hearted person. He has been coaxed by a group of people in a nice way since he was a child, which made him not know his own limitations. When he suddenly ran into a hard nail, he learned to reflect on himself. Why does this woman look like she is going to settle accounts with him later? Su-won just learned about Zhong Wenxiao's secret, and when she looked at Zhong Jincheng again, she really didn't like him in any way. They also have the surname Zhong, but how could this kid grow up to be such a devil? With such a control group here, it is really difficult to stabilize her emotions. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes and opened them again, and her pretty face returned to her calm look, as if the woman who was full of oppression just now was not her. The little devil is smart. After sensing the change in her aura, he immediately shouted at her, Give me back all my people and money. Su-won pointed her head sideways. Sueji ordered 2 servants to be brought up, all of whom were serving in Zhong Jincheng's room before. Madam, everyone has been arrested. Sanda found the lard, and a Chang changed the ink. The young master asked them to help do it. Zhong Jincheng? How did they know? The little devil turned around and glared at Shunzi. There was no one else who knew the inside story. It's not me. Shunzi was so scared that he waved his hands quickly. He was so panicked that he almost put the word injustice on his face. Zhong Wenxiu was stunned watching from the side. Although his brother's skill of using lard to get away with it was very poor, Madame had actually interrogated everyone in such a short time. Too scary. Su Wan's figure standing at the door was backlit, and half of her face slowly appeared from the darkness. Jin Cheng, you are very smart, but don't treat others as fools. Our original agreement was for you to keep up with Wenxiu's progress. What you are doing now is at best just surpassing him in memorizing. Although there is still a big gap with the goal, you should be encouraged. So, I agreed to return your monthly salary to you. According to the standard of children from aristocratic families, I will give you 20 taels of silver every month. 20 taels? Zhong Jincheng had probably never heard of such a small amount of money. He would spend more than this amount when he treated his friends to a meal. Grandmother never cared about my monthly salary before. Now you are deducting 20 taels from me, and you still have the nerve to say that you are returning my money. How can you be so shameless? The little chicken was obviously furious and started howling. Su Wan's head was buzzing because of his noise. She plugged her ears with both hands, trying to reduce the noise from the outside world. If you want to squander the money at will, you have to reach our agreement. Otherwise, there is no deal. Su Wan's attitude was firm. Zhong Jincheng was so angry that his face turned red and his body heaved violently. If he didn't know martial arts, he might have jumped up and scratched him. You tell me, what exactly does it take to catch up with his progress? Zhong Jin's face darkened, and he clenched his fists. He was so angry that he lost his cuteness and was only fierce. It's just writing, what's so difficult about it? He has the ability to memorize after reading it once, so he can naturally write after reading it once. And what's the point of understanding the meaning? He can just continue to memorize it. It's just going to take one more month. It's not like he doesn't have time. The little devil's inner roar was all written on his face. Su Wan felt in her heart that God was too partial. Such a naughty child had a photographic memory and could be freed soon by rote memorization. The goal of first class was still so far away. Of course, she couldn't let Zhong Jincheng escape so quickly. She had to make him realize the importance of studying. Su Wan asked to the side, Cui Lu, is the carriage ready?
Ready.
Well, let's go. Su Wan motioned to the two children and asked them to follow. Zhong Wenxiu followed honestly. But Zhong Jincheng was not so obedient and asked directly, Where are you going? This young master still has to memorize at home, and I don't have time to play with you everywhere. This woman had better say a few nice words quickly, then maybe he'll be willing to take her around the capital. After all, he knows a lot of luxurious and fun places. Su Wan glanced at him lazily and said, That's fine. Then I'll just take Wenxiu out. Young Master Jincheng doesn't like to see people anyway, so he can stay at home and watch the door. With that, she took Sueji and left, and Zhong Wenxiu also followed her obediently. Zhong Jincheng became anxious when he saw this. This woman doesn't play by the rules. Doesn't she always keep her word? Why is she so obedient at this time? The little devil quickly found a way out for himself and chased after him in 2 steps. No, I want to go too. Zhong Wenxiu has never seen the world, and he is obedient and easy to deceive. If you sell him with bad intentions, where can I find another companion for my studies? Su Wan added coldly as she walked away. If people can be sold, you will definitely be the first one to be sold. The little devil's tail instantly went up. Of course, this young master is priceless and worth even more. Zhong Wenxiu. Su Wan's mouth twitched, and she finally turned her head to him and asked with a smile, You really know how to make up for yourself. With your useless appearance of being unable to carry anything, you can't even feed a pig if you are bought to the countryside. It's a complete waste of food. I'm really curious, where does your unfounded confidence come from? Zhong Jincheng's face was smiling, but after hearing this straight ball, his little face immediately fell, and his beautiful black pupils began to light up again. Who wants to raise pigs in the countryside? Even if this young master goes to the countryside, he will be a young master. Su Wan came up with the answer herself. Oh, blind self-confidence. Zhong Jincheng. The little devil was angry and chased after her and continued to chatter, making it clear that he wanted to convince Suwon. The three of them got on the carriage together. Suwon took out the lunchbox prepared in the carriage and handed it to Zongwonshio. The journey is a bit far. If you are hungry, just eat something to fill your stomach. Zongwonshio nodded flattered. Thank you, madam. Zong Jincheng, who was ignored gorgeously. What about me? What about me? I'm such a big person. He glared at the two of them angrily, trying to arouse their guilt, but Suwon didn't treat him as if he didn't exist at all. After delivering the lunchbox, she closed her eyes and took a nap. Zong Jincheng. Zongwonshio keenly discovered that something was wrong and quickly pushed the lunchbox to him. You eat first. The little devil looked at the food box in front of him, stared at it for 3 seconds, and turned his head away proudly.
Huh.
Who would care if he is not given food? Eating cakes will ruin your teeth. I don't know how long it took. I just felt that the road was getting worse and worse, and the carriage kept shaking. The little devil was dizzy and almost fell on Suwon several times, but he hated Suwon, so he used Zongwonshio as a pillar to grab. Whenever the carriage shook, the two brothers tried to stay still, and the other held the other tightly. There was a crash outside the carriage. When Suwon opened her eyes, she saw the two brothers hugging each other tightly, a rare brotherly friendship. She teased, What are you two doing here? Before the two could answer, the carriage suddenly shook violently, and the two brothers rolled off their seats, and even Suwon hit her head on the window, making a thud. Madam. Zongwonshio crawled over first and asked with concern, Are you okay? Suwon shook her dizzy head and comforted. I'm fine. You sit down first. Then he asked outside, Sueji, what happened? Sueji reported the situation outside truthfully. Madam, our carriage hit a child. What? Suwon was anxious when she heard that someone was hit, and it was a child. Go and see how he is. Is he seriously injured? Suwon lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. The two brothers Zong Jincheng and Zongwonshio also jumped out. In front of the carriage, there was a little boy of 6 or 7 years old lying down. He was wearing dirty and ragged clothes. His face was covered with blood and mud. His body was so weak that it seemed to be broken, but he was struggling to get up.
Go.
Don't let him move. Suwon knew very well that there were many fatal diseases that might be caused by a violent collision. At this time, it was especially important not to move the body, otherwise it would likely aggravate the condition. But the child was anxious to get up, and he became even more panicked when he heard Suwon's words. He used all his strength to get up from the ground and ran to the alley, without looking back. Kid, why are you running? Come back quickly, we will take you to see a doctor. Run slower, hey. 2 servants from the Marquis mansion ran over to chase the man. Seeing this, the merchants on both sides thought that it was a high-ranking official who came to cause trouble, and they all prepared to pack up their stalls and go home. The street was in chaos. Zong Jincheng didn't understand what was going on at all. He was puzzled and said, This child has wounds all over his body. Why is he in such a hurry to run? Could he be a fugitive that the government wants to catch? Suwon reminded him warmly, The laws of our dynasty state that children under the age of 7 are not guilty even if they kill someone. Judging from the age of the child just now, he must be no more than 7 years old. How could he be a fugitive? Zong Jincheng frowned and said honestly, What about those who were executed with their 9 clans? Suwon. She was actually speechless one day by the little devil. She was careless and forgot that there was such a crime in ancient times. She took a deep breath and said, The emperor today has not executed anyone's 9 clans in recent years. Can't you think better of something? Zong Jincheng argued, Am I not thinking about it? It was obvious that he acted like a thief with a guilty conscience. How could a person who was hit by a car run away? We thought he hit us. That kid's face was covered in blood. How did you know he was a thief with a guilty conscience? You are judging others by your own mean standards.
Suwon commented sharply.
Zong Jincheng was right, but still confident. I just saw it. Anyway, he is not normal. You are throwing mud at someone without any evidence. What will he say if you have wronged him? Oh, impossible. I have seen all kinds of people. If he is wronged, I will write my name, Zhong Jincheng, backwards. Haha, then let's wait for the result. Suwon said as she asked the two to get on the carriage and rushed in the direction where the child disappeared. Zhong Jincheng and Suwon had just finished a quarrel and ignored each other, but Zhong Wenxiu looked at the familiar bumpy road outside. His fingers clenched nervously. He glanced at Suwon, as if he understood where his wife had brought them to. It was the place where he and his mother had lived for 9.5 years. A slum that no noble family in the capital wanted to come to. The dilapidated road was bumpy, and it was easy to fall if you were not careful when walking. The little devil had never been to such a place before, and he stumbled all the way. But now his attention was on catching the child, and it was rare for him not to complain about the poor environment. However, the alley was so narrow that only 2 people could pass at the same time. There were more and more bloodstains on the ground, and each drop of blood was getting bigger and bigger. Suwon pondered and said, "We have to find him quickly. The child is seriously injured." Hearing this, the 2 children quickened their pace and ran inside. Children of this age ran very fast, but Suwon could hardly keep up. She turned her head and said to Cui Lu, "Follow them and protect them secretly. As for the rest, don't interfere."
Yes.
Zhong Wenxiu knew the way and knew that the child was heading straight for the slums, so even if the bloodstains disappeared for a while, he would still know where to go. He grew up here and knew everything here very well. The little devil was only focused on running, and he rushed forward with Zhong Wenxiu, waving countless spider webs and kicking countless broken windows and rotten wood on the way. Finally, he saw the child in a narrow corner. The little boy fell to the ground due to excessive blood loss, and his tattered and thin clothes were red. Even so, he was still trying to get up like a snail, trying again and again, but falling to the ground powerlessly again and again. The little boy's eyes were red, and he was still struggling desperately. Zhong Wenxiu had already run over to help him. The little devil was watching from a distance. He disliked the child's dirtiness and observed him without moving his eyes, with curiosity in his eyes. What a strange person, what a strange power. What is he doing? Zhong Wenxiu was covered in blood and mud, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he anxiously comforted him. "You are badly injured. You can't move anymore, it will hurt. The doctor will be here soon. Wait for him to check you out before you get up." The child under his command was so thin that he seemed to be just a bag of bones. He didn't dare to press him hard, for fear of further hurting him. Unexpectedly, the little boy struggled even more violently upon hearing this, and this time he was so strong that he pushed Zhong Wenxiu to the ground.
Ah!
Hearing Zhong Wenxiu shouting, the little devil who was watching came up to help quickly. He had fought a lot and had rich practical experience. He used to use his hands and feet to press the child to the ground. "Don't move, I'm not going to hold back." Suwon saw the scene as soon as she arrived. "Jincheng, why are you fighting?" The little boy who was pinned down had tears flowing from his eyes, and his voice changed from sobbing to crying loudly. "Let me go, please let me go. I don't want to see a doctor. I can't afford the doctor. I can't afford the medicine. I really can't afford it. I have a younger sister to support at home. I really can't afford the medicine. Please, please let me go. I kowtow to you. I kowtow to you." The little boy was pinned to the ground, and only his head could move. Zhong Wenxiu was like a wake-up call, and quickly pulled his brother up from the man. The little boy who had lost control wanted to run again, but he had no strength left after this ordeal, and he collapsed on the ground crying silently. At this time, speaking became a luxury. The little devil opened his eyes, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What was he talking about? Because he couldn't afford the medicine, he ran away so desperately. He was obviously a victim, but he was unwilling to gamble that they would be willing to take responsibility, so he ran away desperately. What kind of despair had he experienced? It was at this time that the little devil looked at him carefully. In the coldest days of winter, the little boy was only wearing a single layer of clothes. His face was covered with frostbite, his hands and feet were in a miserable state, and his head and body were still bleeding. However, he looked like an old man without any vitality. The sadness and desire in his eyes were so obvious. He just wanted them to let him go. Sueji behind him was touched. She wanted to speak up to help but saw Su-won shaking her head at her. It was Zong Wenxiao who reacted first. He took off the cloak he was wearing and wrapped it around the child. The little boy, whose face was frozen blue and purple, was wrapped in warm clothes. His consciousness that was about to be scattered was pulled back little by little. But Zong Wenxiao sneezed heavily. The little devil frowned and hesitated for a few seconds. He grabbed his fox fur cloak with his hand. In Sueji's surprised eyes, he rolled Zong Wenxiao over and used it together.
Sueji.
Disappointed, I thought Master Chung would send the cloak like Master Xiao did. But it's okay. At least it's an improvement. In the past, Master Chung wouldn't even share. Su-won brought the court doctor over. Because the alley was too small for the carriage to enter, the court doctor also came here to treat the patient. The dim alley suddenly became more crowded. They are just skin injuries. Just apply some good medicine. The little boy shrank when he heard this, and struggled to stop the court doctor from applying medicine to him. Zong Wenxiao told him not to worry, but the little boy didn't listen at all. In the end, the little devil shouted domineeringly, "Don't move.
I didn't ask you to pay.
We have this medicine in our house." Perhaps this scolding sounded scary. The little boy didn't dare to resist for the first time, and was obediently taken by the court doctor to treat his injuries.
Su-won.
This actually gave the little devil a chance to show off. The court doctor's skills were very skilled. He cleaned his wounds and applied medicine to him very gently, which slowly lowered the boy's vigilance. Zong Wenxiao introduced himself to the two people and asked, "What's your name?" "Jingzhe." The little boy replied. When Jingzhe comes, the yang energy rises, the temperature rises, the spring thunders suddenly, the rain increases, and all things are full of vitality. Zong Wenxiao said, "It's a good name full of hope." Jingzhe was stunned. He just knew his name, and it turned out to have this meaning. Seeing him stunned, Zong Wenxiao guessed, "Did I misunderstand it? And it's not these two words?" Jingzhe's eyes were red, and his voice was a little choked. "This is a name given to me by an older brother. I don't know what it means, I just think it sounds good. If I knew, I would definitely not call it this." He lowered his head and said with inferiority, "Children born here will not live to be 20 years old. I don't deserve such a good name." Zong Wenxiao came from here and could empathize with him. Even before he was taken back to the Marquis mansion, his thoughts were the same as Jingzhe's, and he didn't know how long he could live. The little devil obviously had no sense of substitution. He casually interrupted Jingzhe's painful literature. Of course, the better the name, the better.
There are so many people with the same name.
What's the matter with matching or not? If you don't want to be called Jingzhe, do you want to be called Jinka? Zong Wenxiao's words of comfort were stuck in his throat. Enough of my brother. This way of comforting is so ingenious. Su-won couldn't help but roll her eyes to the sky again. Listening to the little devil's words, she was either angry to death or on the verge of laughter. How could he not make people scream with fear with this weird brain circuit? Jingzhe. Angry but dare not speak. After all, he was short of money, and the child with medicine applied didn't say anything back. With the help of the servant, Jingzhe was taken to the carriage, and Su-won sent him all the way home, which happened to be their destination. Slums. This is a deserted city, dark, dirty, noisy, full of the poorest people in the capital. People inside cough constantly, sick and dead. The little devil has never been to such a place, subconsciously grabbed Zong Wenxiao's sleeve and asked timidly, "What kind of place is this? This bad woman doesn't want to throw us in such a place, right? Abandoning children is against the law." Before Zong Wenxiao explained, Jingzhe looked up and said seriously, "No human traffickers will come here to pick children."
Why?
The little devil asked subconsciously. Because it's dirty. Jingzhe didn't dare to point it out. Many of the children here are sick, and even those who are not sick are dirty, and the nobles must be more disgusted.
Oh.
Zong Jincheng thought he was saying that human traffickers think the place is dirty, and instantly put himself in the understanding. Who would want to come here in such a dirty place? There is no place to step. When he first came in, he was still walking on tiptoe, but later he saw that there was really no good place, so he just gave up and treated it as wading through muddy water. Anyway, he didn't have to wash his clothes and shoes himself. But the further he went in, the tighter the little devil grabbed Zhong Wenxiu's arm, because in addition to many sickly elderly women and children, there were also many children of his age, but they lived like countless Jingzhe. In the coldest winter, they were covered with a few pieces of rags, because they were hungry, they were pale and thin, and their skeletons were horribly prominent. Zhong Jincheng felt a little uncomfortable. He had never seen such a place, with so many poor people. In this bright and rich capital, he only knew that he and the people around him were either rich or noble. When he just returned home, Zhong Wenxiu was the shabbiest among them. He suddenly came into contact with another world, which made him feel unreal. Jingzhe took them to the alley entrance of his home. It was called an alley entrance, but it was actually a shed made of a few pieces of rags, and the house inside was probably not much better. "I'm home. Thank you for helping me heal my wounds today." The little devil twitched his lips, a little embarrassed. This was the first time he was thanked for making a mistake, and he almost forgot who hit the child. As he was talking, a girl's cry suddenly came from the alley. A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform was pulling a little girl about 3 years old. Jingzhe rushed over and shouted, "Bad guy, let my sister go." The child's strength was not as good as that of an adult, but he still pushed the middle-aged man and made him stagger. The turn of the body stunned the little devil, as if it was an acquaintance. "Butler Zhai? Is that you?" Butler Zhai was from the Weiyuan Earl's mansion, and his eldest son Zhai Yao was his good friend. They often went out together to fight dogs and have fun everywhere, so he recognized him. Butler Zhai was surprised. "Master Jincheng? Why are you in such a place?" He let go of the little girl and ordered the other servants, "You come and take her away. Don't hurt her." "Yes." Several servants rushed forward, threw Jingzhe aside, and came over with the little girl. The whole action was so fast that it took less than 2 seconds. Zhong Jincheng watched as the bandages that the court doctor had put on Jingzhe broke one by one. It was really terrible to feel that he had worked so hard for half a day, and it was all in vain. He stepped forward and stopped them. "I'm here to send Jingzhe home. What about you? Why are you arresting his sister?" Butler Zhai did not answer the question immediately, but carefully glanced at the woman in red behind him and recognized Su Wan, the current mistress of the Marquis's mansion. Then he stepped forward and bowed, hypocritically replying, "Madam, Master Jincheng, you don't know. Our master wanted a few foot-washing maids, so I wanted to select some from the slums and bring them back to the mansion to live a good life. Who would have thought that they would be so ungrateful and unwilling to let them go, wasting my good intentions?" "Zhong Jincheng, what is this old thing talking about? You want a 3-year-old girl to be a foot-washing maid for Zhai Yao. Who are you going to let serve whom?" Zhong Jincheng almost wanted to ask if you have a problem with your brain. Steward Zhai said slowly, "My master specifically asked to be younger, and the relationship cultivated from childhood is just a matter of having more pairs of chopsticks in our mansion, and they will grow up in a few years." Su Wan listened calmly, looking at him. His voice was empty, his eyes were evasive, and his smile was flattering. "An old sly guy?" Su Wan asked, "Why did Steward Zhai come here to pick a child?" "I heard that even human traffickers are unwilling to come here." Steward Zhai smiled and said, "The children sold by human traffickers are too old. My young master just wants to raise a few little ones, and this is the only place to find them. You see, their family is so poor that they can't eat enough or wear warm clothes. If they go back to the mansion with us, they will definitely not lose out." He was telling the truth. Even if she was just a foot washer in the Marquis's mansion, it would definitely be more comfortable than living here. However, she just felt that something was wrong. Su Wan asked, "Standard Zhai, if the Weiyuan Marquis's mansion wants to take this child away, has it issued a formal indenture? Even if children from the slums are being sold, they need to sign a contract to sell themselves in order to protect the rights of both parties. Otherwise, it would be robbery." But when the contract was mentioned, Butler Zhai's face changed immediately. In less than a second, Su Wan noticed a hint of ferocity in his eyes. but soon it turned into that experienced and smooth smile. Since this child is a friend of young Master Jincheng, then the old servant naturally can't force her. Come on, let her go. After saying this, Butler Zhai apologized to Zhong Jincheng. I'm sorry to disturb young Master Jincheng. We have important things to do in our mansion. We'll talk about it another day. The ferocious servants all let go and left quickly with Butler Zhai. Jingzhe hurried to pick up his sister. It was the first time that Zhong Wenxiu saw his brother's face recognition so successful. He exclaimed in shock, Jincheng, you have a lot of face. He let her go without saying a word. If he were here alone, he would definitely not be able to do anything to the people in Wei Yuan Marquis' mansion. Zhong Jincheng felt comfortable with the compliment and said complacently, Of course, who dares not give face to this young master? Unlike some people, they didn't even say hello to her before leaving. Suwon felt that the little devil-esque behavior of boasting and stepping on her whenever he got the chance was very childish. The housekeeper, Zhai, was not giving face to Zhong Jincheng at all. He was afraid that there was some secret behind it that he didn't want to be investigated, so he left in a hurry. But she didn't care about these. The first taboo in the workplace is not to worry about things that have nothing to do with yourself. Educating the little devil is her most important task at the moment. Suwon ordered, Sueji, go and bring the food and drinks in our carriage, as well as clothes and fabrics. Oh, by the way, pull down the curtain of the carriage. I see that this shed is so broken that it can't block the wind. Yes. Sueji quickly brought all the things and handed them over to the two young masters. While the two brothers were busy changing their beds, they were looking for a ladder to move the carriage curtain to the top of the shed, and they did all this without asking anyone else for help. The servants all retreated far away at Suwon's signal. Zhong Wenxiu had suffered a lot since he was a child, and he rushed to do the dirty and tiring work before Zhong Jincheng. Zhong Jincheng also rolled up his sleeves and worked so hard that he was sweating. At this moment, he didn't care about the dirt and worked harder than Zhong Wenxiu, moving the ladder with his little hands. Suwon raised an eyebrow and thought, could it be that Wenxiu's praise just now gave this kid a boost? The shed was repaired quickly, and the boys are always good at doing this kind of thing. It's just that the carriage curtain is a large green gorgeous curtain covering this tattered roof, which is very inconsistent. Sueji reminded with a twitching mouth, Madam, why don't we send someone to replace them with another windshield tomorrow? You and the two young masters will take a carriage back home later. It will be very cold in this carriage without curtains. Suwon was indeed a person who was afraid of cold. She wrapped herself up thickly inside and out when she went out. The two young boys were in high spirits, and any of them could resist the cold better than her. She smiled and said, It's okay. Just wrap your cloak tighter. Suwon had a hard time in the welfare home when she was a child. She was often hungry and cold like Jingzhe and the others, but fortunately, she had many warm brothers and sisters around her, which comforted her. Zhong Jincheng came down from the ladder, took a step back on purpose, admired his masterpiece, and gave himself a full score with great satisfaction. A. First class, A. Suwan. This boy is so narcissistic. The whole show is for you alone. Jingzhe saw that his house was also repaired and thanked them repeatedly with gratitude. His sister also helped pour a few bowls of water and invited them to come in to drink. Jingzhe saw this and hurriedly stopped them. Take it inside quickly. They don't want to drink the water here. The younger sister stepped back at the scolding, tears about to fall. People in the slums often get sick and the water source is not clean, but they are of humble origin and cannot find decent jobs outside, so they can only be trapped here for generations. Zhong Wenxiu knew all this, and he didn't really mind, but his brother was spoiled since childhood, and he was afraid that he would get hurt by drinking here, so he followed and stopped him. The little devil wanted to say casually that it was okay, but he glanced at the black bowl and swallowed the words back into his stomach. Forget it. He should just be the precious young master he is. While several people were talking at the door of the house, Suwon was also outside the street asking people to prepare to go back home. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the street.
Gee.
Get out of the way. There are still few people on this street. No matter how dirty it is, no one cares. Woohoo! This Fergana horse runs really fast. Brothers, go. I must take first place today. Several young boys in fancy clothes rode their horses wantonly and ostentatiously in the street, kicking over countless shabby stalls. Debris flew all over the sky, making the already impoverished streets even worse, with cries and wailing everywhere. Here they come again. Here they come again. These kids from wealthy families want to force us to death. Oh my God. Are you going to let us live or not? No one responded to the cries of the poor people. Only the more arrogant laughter of the young boys could be heard. Xiao, why are you pulling up that flagpole? It's so dirty. Is it fun? I'll throw it away right away. Watch me. Puff, the dirty flagpole that was thrown into the air fell from the sky and hit the roof of Jingja's house right on target. With a swish sound, it pierced into the carriage curtain that the little devil had just covered with his own hands.
And it was broken.
Zhong Wenxiu widened his eyes. It's over. His brother must be so angry. Su Wan also suspected that she had seen it wrong. There are actually people in the capital who dare to face the little devil and attack him? Little devil? What was that thing that flew over just now? Who used the flagpole to smash his roof? Who did it? Who did it? Who the Hades did it? Shunzi, draw your sword. This young master is going to fight with them today. Zhong Jincheng's eyes were blazing with fire. He had lost all his rationality, and he broke free and rushed out. Young master, please slow down. Shunzi hurriedly caught up. However, the other party's group of people were riding horses very fast, and when they ran out, there was no trace of them, only broken pieces that could not be broken anymore on the street. Shunzi pulled Zhong Jincheng, who wanted to kill someone, and reminded him tremblingly, Young master, those just now seem to be Zhai Yao and a few other young masters. If you want an explanation, you can go back and ask for Zhai Yao again? Hearing this name for the second time today, the furious Zhong Jincheng suddenly froze in place, almost doubting his ears, and asked uncertainly, Are you sure it was them? In this huge capital city, there are 4 noblemen who give the elders the most headaches. The first one is Zhong Jincheng of Yuanyang Marquis' mansion, who spends money like water and is a troublemaker. The second is Zhai Yao, the eldest son of Wei Yuan Marquis' mansion, who is always involved in fights and brawls, and is a person who often disobeys his elders. Is he Zhai Yao, who just said that housekeeper Zhai wanted a 3-year-old foot-washing girl, and who is listed as one of the 4 little dandies in the capital with you? Su Wan finally remembered this name. The little devil clenched his fist and gritted his teeth to reiterate, Who wants to be one of the 4 little dandies in the capital with him? This woman would give him random nicknames. Su Wan raised her eyebrows and said, I remember. The account office recorded that you spent 2,000 taels and bought 4 Fergana horses and gave them to the 3 of them. Could they be the ones just now? No wonder the horse ran so fast just now. Good horse. Zhong Wenxiu. The horse just now was actually bought by his younger brother as a gift. I heard that the Arabian horse is very valuable. It's terrible. He is so rich. The little devil was ridiculed by Su Wan again, and he wanted to hit her on the head with his clenched fist. But he was too short to reach her. I must eat more when I get home. Su Wan kicked the little devil's leg again, not caring about his anger at all, and even deliberately added fuel to the fire. Hey, is this called, take your bowl and smash your pot? The anger value was full. Even though no sound was made, everyone felt the little devil's anger, which was even greater than when he was bullied by Su Wan before. If you think it's not good, we can build a new one tomorrow. Jingja also hurriedly said, It's good like this now. At least we won't be so cold in the future, and it's spring now. The weather will get warmer and warmer. My sister is not very good at talking. She just tugged at his clothes and signaled him not to be angry. The little devil strode forward. He got on the carriage for home with his arms folded across his chest, as angry as a pufferfish. There were no curtains on the carriage on the road, and the cold wind blew inside. The people on both sides looked into this luxurious and simple carriage and saw only a little pufferfish devil, pouting all the way. Although the wind was cold, her heart was at least warm. Su Wan was almost amused to death by this boy, But fortunately, she still had a little conscience and did not laugh out loud in the car. Zhong Wenxiu glanced at her face that was trying to hold back her smile and was very confused about what was so funny. The sulking little devil got off the carriage and walked towards his yard. He ignored anyone who called him, and it seemed that he was not going to eat. Suwon looked at his back and said, "Don't worry about him, Wenxiu. Let's go over to eat." Zhong Wenxiu hesitated and said, "Isn't this bad? He must be very tired after running all day, and now he is so angry. I want to go and persuade him." Suwon smiled and told him to follow. The maids and servants passing by on the road saluted them. Zhong Wenxiu was not used to the rules of the Marquis mansion yet, and he always nodded back to them subconsciously, making the maids laugh. Zhong Wenxiu, who didn't know where he made a fool of himself, blushed slightly. Suwon explained with a smile, "Jincheng often hangs out with Xia Yao and the others. A while ago, after I asked the housekeeper to cut off his money, those people still urged him to pay the bill and forced Jincheng to use the jade pendant worth thousands of taels of silver to pay for the meal. But afterwards, Jincheng did not break off contact with Xia Yao and the others and did not realize that he was just a walking money house in the eyes of others. Thousands of taels. This was the first time that Zhong Wenxiu heard of such a large sum of money. If it were him, he would probably not be able to sleep at night for fear of losing a little." Suwon added, "This incident just happened to let him experience firsthand how he felt when something he had worked so hard to make was trampled on by others. Otherwise, who knows if there will be Zhong Jincheng among the young dandies riding horses in the street one day." Zhong Wenxiu was shocked. He couldn't think too much about it. Although his younger brother was not as dandy as the rumor said, he rarely cared about other people's joys and sorrows. If the person on the horse today was his younger brother, he would only care about his own happiness when riding a horse and would not notice how serious the consequences of his casual behavior would be for others. The perspective changed, and he had thousands of thoughts. Suwon, who was walking in front, had already distanced herself from him. The noble and generous red figure was bold and beautiful. From a distance, she was heard to say in a loud voice, "Then let's teach him this lesson today. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." The swing in the courtyard flew up again. Meow, meow, chirp, chirp. A scream came from the bird cage hanging on the swing. The cat behind was holding onto the gap in the middle of the cage, and the swing was swinging violently, scaring the birds to fly around and scream. The instigator, the little devil, was still shaking the swing hard. His delicate face was twisted together, his brows were furrowed, his eyes were sharp and irritable, and his usually clear and clean black eyes were too lazy to move a few more times. "Sir, the lady asked someone to bring the food over, saying that you can eat in the yard today." Shunzi didn't dare to come in with the food. He just poked his head out, for fear of being affected by the anger of that person. Sure enough, the little devil didn't appreciate it at all. Like a lit firecracker, he howled and shouted, "I won't eat. Take it out. If you dare to come in again, I will break your legs." Shunzi. "Okay, sir." The sensible servant retracted his head and pretended that he had never come in to talk. After everyone left, the little devil kicked the swing to vent his anger and ignored the cats and birds behind him and sat on the steps in front of the house. The steps were very cold, but the stimulation made people wake up. The 8-year-old Zhong Jincheng sat with his legs apart, looking at the groups of ants on the ground. They were carrying white things on their bodies, one team after another, and there were those in charge of commanding, running forward with several small teams. If it were in the past, when he saw ants moving, he would either step on them or pour a basin of water on them, and these weak creatures could be easily killed. Things disappear forever. However, he thought of the flag today. It pierced the result of his long efforts. A car curtain that seemed insignificant to them could help people resist the cold wind all night long, and it could even save lives. He remembered what Suwon reminded him, that the Fergana horse was given by him to Xia Yao, but Xia Yao took his things and smashed the roof that he gave to Jingzhe and his sister. He even wondered if a stepmother had not suddenly married into the mansion, if he had not been suddenly trapped at home, if he had still gone out to play with Xia Yao as usual, would he have been among the people who threw the flag around today? The little devil originally wanted to find a reason to settle accounts with Xia Yao, but after all the calculations, he found that he was not a good guy. Zhong Jincheng shut himself in. He collapsed back and lay directly under the eaves of the door in his fox fur coat. The cold wind blew and made him shiver. Only then did he realize how cold the early spring evening was. Zhong Jincheng thought about it and wondered what Jingzhe and the others would do tonight. The little devil stood up and ran out, heading straight to the dining room. Su Wan and Zhong Wenxiu had almost finished their meal. Seeing Zhong Jincheng running and panting with a lot of sweat on his head, those who didn't know would think he had gone to participate in the 1,000-meter sprint. Before she could speak, she heard the little dandy, who always had a big eye on his head, utter 2 sentences in succession. I didn't say I would give them those 3 Arabian horses. I just let them play with them. Ma Chi is still in the mansion. Jingzhe's family, you have to repair their roofs quickly, otherwise it will be cold at night and they will get sick. The dish that Zhong Wenxiu had caught in mid-air fell onto the table with a plop. The 6 or 7 maids serving in the dining room widened their eyes, and they saw surprise in each other's eyes. This. Is this still their little master? Can the things he gave away be taken back? He actually worries about whether others will be frozen at night? Old Marquis, old Madam, look quickly. The ancestors have appeared. Sueji, who has a keen eye, has already winked at people, and a servant happily went to report the good news to the other manor. The person involved, Zhong Jincheng, didn't notice anything wrong. He saw Su Wan, who was facing the main seat, looking at him with a smile, her starry eyes sparkling, and at this moment, he seemed to see that this woman was a little pretty. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Zhong Jincheng reminded awkwardly, "Did you hear that? This young master doesn't want to say it again. If she dares to say she didn't hear it, he will make a scene." Zhong Wenxiu blinked his eyes and replied first, "Madam has sent people to help Jingzhe repair the roof. It turns out that you didn't give away those horses. I'm finally not so sad. I heard from Madam that it would cost thousands of taels of silver." Zhong Jincheng snorted, sat down and muttered, "What's thousands of taels of silver? We have plenty of silver in our mansion. You little bumpkin have never seen the world." Little bumpkin. Zhong Wenxiu had heard of this name before, but he only heard it with contempt and sarcasm in the past. However, when it came from his younger brother's mouth, it didn't seem to have that meaning, and it even sounded a bit spoiled. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The little devil didn't even wash his hands, and came up to take the buns. A pair of chopsticks fell from the sky, and Suwon held up his paws, indicating that he should wash his hands first. Zhong Jincheng was not satisfied, but the maids brought the water to his side, and he didn't even need to stand up. He just stretched out his hand, and it was washed and dried. The eldest young master grabbed the meat bun and started to eat it. It was rare that Suwon didn't choke him at this time. Instead, she waited patiently until he finished eating the 3rd bun, and then said to Tsueji, "Let Shunzi go with Butler Lu tomorrow to get these 3 Fergana horses back and take the horse steeds with them."
Yes.
Tsueji was a little surprised. She thought that the lady would let the young master go and ask for it himself. Only when the young master saw the faces of those people with his own eyes could he empathize with them. She thought Suwon would not miss this great opportunity to educate Master Cheng. Suwon certainly thought so. But even if this result is successful, it will only make the 4 dudes break up, which will not help much to promote the little devil to study hard. He can continue to kick stones, walk cats, and scare birds at home every day. We still have to wait for a good opportunity. Zhong Jincheng tilted his head to look at her. He didn't understand what this woman was up to, and he was too lazy to guess. He had been running all day and was tired and hungry. He reached out to grab the 4th meat bun. "Little boy, you're eating me down." Before lunch the next day, in the study room in the backyard, Zhong Wenjung was quietly reciting the article. Reading is not only about memorizing but also understanding its meaning and being able to write it on paper. None of these can be missing. Therefore, no matter it was raining or blowing, he had to complete every learning task every day. His eldest young master brother was different. Although he was driven into the study room by Suwon early in the morning, his mind was not there. At this moment, he was lying on the desk with his arms and legs spread out, a thick book covering his forehead, and the corner of the book was vaguely wet. It was obvious that he was chatting with Shou Gong. "Sir, housekeeper Liu has brought back the 3 horses." Shunzi ran in excitedly.
Ah, great.
Zhong Wenxiu stopped writing and smiled. Zhong Jincheng was startled by the sound and sat up from the table in a panic. As a result, the book covering his face fell to the ground with a. He lost his balance and rolled under the table. Shunzi. As a qualified servant, he immediately closed his eyes and covered his head and ears in fear, pretending not to see it. "Shunzi, why are you shouting?" The roar of the little devil was still so full of energy. "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't see you sleeping. I thought you were reading, so I couldn't wait to tell you the good news." Zhong Jincheng took a deep breath and said dissatisfiedly, "When will Bayan come back?" Bayan was one of the 5 servants in his room who were removed by Su Wan. He was ruthless, quiet, and had high martial arts skills. He was also his favorite. As a result, he was taken away with the others just because he had never been to school. Shunzi, who was left behind, could only accompany him to study. Study, study, study. It's so annoying which old turtle invented studying. The little devil was furious and wanted to make trouble. Shunzi hurriedly said, "It's almost there. Madam said that when you understand the meaning of those books, you can return Bayan first, and our monthly salary can be increased to 50 taels." As he said this, he held up the 20 taels of monthly silver he had just received and showed it to the grumpy young master. Zhong Jincheng stared at the ingot of silver for 3 full seconds. Although he had no money at all during this month, he had food and drink in the mansion, so he could just stay at home. But now that he had the silver, he still couldn't go out because, what can this little silver do? I can't even afford a meal. The young master always squandered hundreds of taels of silver whenever he went out. Shunzi's hands were shaking and he didn't know how to reply, but at this moment he saw the astonished look of Master Xiu behind him and hurriedly said as if he had met a savior, "Master Xiu's monthly silver is the same as yours." Zhong Jincheng now found a fellow sufferer. He turned around and asked, "Are you so miserable too?" Zhong Wenxiu. He shook his head and said, "Not miserable. I think I'm quite happy. 20 taels is a lot of silver." Zhong Jincheng questioned, "How is it possible? You can't even buy a ship, a beautiful jade pendant, or a good horse." Zhong Wenxiu was embarrassed to tell the truth. His younger brother's consumption level was too different from that of ordinary people or even other noble sons. But thinking of his wife's purpose of teaching his younger brother well, he thought that he should popularize knowledge in places that his younger brother didn't know, so that his younger brother could know what the world is really like. Then, in Shunzi's admiring eyes, Zhong Wenxiu's light voice rang softly. 1 tael of silver is 1,000 coins, 20 taels are 20,000 coins, and grain is 5 coins per caddy. You can buy 4,000 caddies with the exchange. And 4,000 caddies of grain can feed a family of 4 for 4 years. For the Jingzhe family, it is enough for them to eat for 8 years, until he is 14 and his sister is 11 years old. Jingzhe said that the children in the slums can't grow up at all. They either starve to death or die of illness, and most of the illnesses are caused by poor physical resistance caused by hunger. The little money you mentioned, only 2 months' monthly salary, is enough to raise them to adulthood and become the only 2 people who grew up there.
Click. Tap.
It was the sound of ink dripping on the ground. When the eldest young master was sleeping on the table out of boredom, he pushed the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to the side of the table. When he was awakened by Shunzi just now, the expensive inkstone worth hundreds of taels was knocked over, and the ink inside dripped out. At this moment, in the dead silent study, the deafening sound was deafening. Zhong Wenxiu was the first to move. He walked over calmly and turned the inkstone over. He skillfully found a rag to wipe the ink marks on the ground. This was not the first time that his younger brother knocked over the inkstone. Zhong Wenxiu always felt distressed about those expensive things that were wasted for no reason. Sometimes he would wake up in the middle of the night when he thought about it, and cried and asked his mother why people here were like this, and why those wasted things were wasted. The West can save many, many people. His mother told him that this is another world, and he only needs to accept it as a great gift from heaven and must not do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, they will lose everything and return to that dark, damp, and desperate place. Zhong Wenxiu didn't want to live that kind of life anymore and wanted to stay here to live and study well. So he began to learn to hide his emotions, hiding them so that no one could find out. But when he said these words to his brother just now, his emotions couldn't help but fluctuate, and he led to Jingjia. He wanted to see how his spoiled brother would react to this. Zhong Jincheng was stunned in place. Unbelievable. You are lying to me. He was very sure that the 20 taels of silver in his cognition could not be so different from a normal one. Zhong Jincheng looked at Shunzi, who was also nodding, but he still felt it was impossible. Zhong Wenxiu said again, "If everyone is as rich as the Ho Mansion, why don't Zhai Yao and others buy the 500 taels of Fergana horses themselves? Why can't any of the three of them afford it? If even the eldest son of the noble family can't afford a Fergana horse, then what kind of life do ordinary people outside live? Have you learned about this?" Zhong Wenxiu tried to keep his voice free of emotion. His younger brother was not a bad-intentioned child. He was just a favored child who was born and raised in wealth. He didn't know that he was enjoying a rare, luxurious life in this world. Zhong Jincheng backed out the door. He didn't take a few steps back when he felt he bumped into someone. When he turned around, he saw the woman, as well as the familiar Tsueji and Tsuelio. Suwon was just about to come in and tell the little devil that the 3 Fergana horses were coming back, but as soon as she arrived in the yard, she heard Zhong Wenxiu's calculations, her eyes shining with smiles. This little helper was really chosen correctly. Zhong Jincheng saw her smile and felt it was impossible. "You must have bribed them to deceive me. I knew it. It must be fake." Suwon felt even happier as she looked at the little devil with his forehead throbbing. It was over. She was getting more and more keen on seeing this kid get angry. This bad taste had to be controlled. She cleared her throat, restrained her smile, and said, "If you don't believe me, just go out of the mansion and take a look. See what the world is like outside, and see if everyone in the capital has been bribed by me. Of course I'll go. I'll expose your lies." Liars. What 4,000 kilograms of grain? If grain is so cheap, then why does it cost me dozens of taels for a meal? Zhong Jincheng said as he ran, his calves clattering on the corridor. The clean ground did not raise a speck of dust. It was made of Yushan stone, which was made flat and smooth by skilled craftsmen, and then wiped 3 times a day by servants. There was no possibility of dust. Suwon looked at his back and said to Zhong Wenxiu, "Look at this child. He is carefree. The old lady loves him like a treasure. He lives a more comfortable life than princes and nobles." Zhong Wenxiu nodded and said, "This is actually quite good, and you can live happily for the rest of your life." Suwon smiled and said, "This may be what the old marquis and the old lady considered 8 years ago. I wonder why they have changed their minds now." At lunchtime, the little devil had not come back yet, and Suwon asked Zhong Wenxiu to eat first. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I'd better wait for my brother." "Don't wait. Look at that kid's unconvinced look. He has to ask around in several streets, and he won't be back until the evening." Suwon had already sat down and started eating. Zhong Wenxiu also sat down and asked, "You really don't want anyone to go with you?" Suwon raised her eyebrows. "Are you still worried about his poor psychological endurance? After all, my brother is 2 years younger than me." Suwon smiled very impolitely and complained, "Think too much. Although he is spoiled, he is thick-skinned. Otherwise, why did he always want to torment others in the past? Come to think of it, if your grandparents hadn't disagreed, that kid would be quite suitable for martial arts training, and he would definitely be thick-skinned and able to withstand training." Zhong Wenxiu remained silent. In the evening, the little devil really came back indignant, and his voice was filled with disbelief all the way. "How can food be so cheap? 5 cents? I've never heard of such a small amount of silver in my life. And those linen clothes, how can they be only a dozen cents? Then why do the clothes I wear cost dozens or hundreds of taels? And Zue Xianglu, they charge me dozens of taels for every meal. Aren't their chickens hatched from eggs? Aren't their dishes fried in a pan? What location? Even in the most prosperous area of the capital, they can't sell me a roast goose for 2 taels. A live goose is only a few dozen cents. It's such a rip-off. I was deceived by them. Soo-won was sitting in the yard leisurely reading a storybook. She was laughing so hard when she heard these complaints that she couldn't concentrate on the content of the book. She closed the storybook and looked at the little rascal who came in at the door and asked with a smile, "How's the questioning going? Have all the people on the street outside been bribed by me?" The sound was very close to his face, and it was very insulting and even more hurtful. Little devil. This woman is too much. She actually blocked his yard and laughed at him. Believe it or not, he will run away from home soon. Zong Jincheng was so angry that his face was puffed up and his cheeks were still red, just like a red hot iron. Soo-won thought that if she continued to laugh at him, this kid would probably explode on the spot and die with her. The kind-hearted stepmother said, "Butler Liu has helped you get the 3 Fergana horses back, but it is said that your friends reacted very strongly, saying that you went back on your word and wanted to take back the things you gave away. Especially the one called Jai Yao, who said that if you don't go to his house to apologize to him, we will no longer be friends." Zong Jincheng was so angry, and his defense was immediately broken when he heard this. He ran away on the spot, yelling, "Bah! If I don't want to do it, then don't do it. Who wants to be friends with him? I built such a beautiful roof, but he smashed it, and I haven't settled the account with him yet. He also wants me to give him a 500-tael Fergana horse. I will only give it to him if my brain is kicked by a donkey. Butler Liu, where is Butler Liu? Listen, if Jia Yao dares to come to the Marquis mansion to look for me again, you will beat him with 3 sticks." Butler Liu came over and immediately remembered the words of his young master and said, "I promise that in the future, not even a bird with the surname Zhai can fly into our Marquis mansion." Zong Jincheng. Whose bird has a surname, you idiot? Dinner is placed in a room for you. You don't have to go to the front hall tonight. Have a good rest. Soo-won stood up and was about to leave.
Hey.
The little devil called her awkwardly with a stiff tone. Soo-won stopped with her back to him, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "What's wrong, young master?" Zong Jincheng listened to this mocking name, stared at her back angrily, and said, 20 taels of silver per month is too little. I want 50 taels. Soo-won turned her head and said with a smile, "You know the normal price is outside. Why do you still think it's too little?" Zong Jincheng held it in for a long time and said unhappily, "That's not much." He added, "It's not even enough to support 2 people until adulthood." Soo-won immediately understood his implication. This kid wanted to give all the silver to Jingzhe and his sister. She replied, "Okay." Zong Jincheng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that she would agree so easily. He thought she would definitely use Zong Wenxio's monthly salary to block him. Sure enough, she knew the difference between legitimate and illegitimate children and knew that he had the final say in this family. However, the little devil's beautiful fantasy did not last for 3 seconds, and he heard Soo-won say, "Equivalent exchange. You should understand the meaning and write down the forms of the books you have memorized. In consideration of your hard work, I will give you 50 taels of monthly silver every month." Zong Jincheng. He knew there was no such cheap good thing. You. The little devil pointed at her in great pain, with a face full of grievance, as if he had been calculated. But he knew that his way had been completely blocked. If he wanted to get money from her, he had to do what she asked. He hated it. Soo-won smiled and slapped his fingers away and taught him, "It is very impolite to point at people. Young master, take a good rest today. Tomorrow I will have someone prepare the translation and send it to your study. According to your habit of reciting, let Shunzi read it to you sentence by sentence."
Come on.
Zong Jincheng. If the cold wind could talk, it would be playing the desolate air now. Shunzi sent Soo-won away, closed the gate, and trotted back. He brought out the food in the house, put it on the small stone table in the yard, and shouted, "Young master, eat first. You can't go hungry no matter how big the problem is." Today we have your favorite emerald steamed duck. Zhong Jincheng turned his anger into motivation when he heard the words. He tore off a piece of duck leg and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering to himself, "Eat. I want to eat back all the abuse I have suffered." By the way, the little devil suddenly remembered something. You ask people to buy some quilts, clothes, medicine for healing wounds, and the remaining silver, and send them all to Jingzha.
Ah?
Shunzi was puzzled. All? Give him all the 20 taels of monthly silver? The little devil said firmly, "Yes, all to him." Suwon went back and arranged to prepare the translation for the little devil. There are hundreds of maids and servants in the mansion, and many of them can read and write, but when it comes to translating classical Chinese, this kind of work is more appropriate to be handed over to professional teachers. That night, the Marquis Mansion, following Suwon's order, quickly invited more than a dozen teachers to translate all the more than 100 books that Zhong Jincheng had memorized and transcribed them on paper. The next morning, Zhong Wenxiu was stunned when he saw the hundreds of translated books.
This
Can actually be translated and compiled into a book? Don't we just recite ancient Chinese texts by ourselves, listen to the teacher's explanations while reciting, and write down a few key explanations by hand? Why do we have to translate them word for word and make it so formal? Zhong Wenxiu was enlightened. He not only admired Suwon's thoughtful and efficient method, but also admired that such a huge amount of copying was completed in just one night. The lady is so attentive to her brother. Regardless of whether Zhong Jincheng was moved or not, Zhong Wenxiu was moved for him. When Zhong Jincheng came over yawning, he was shocked to see the scene. He took a big step back and said in horror, "How can there be so many? Aren't there only more than 100 books? Did Suwon secretly put other books in there without telling me? How despicable." Zhong Wenxiu. "Brother, you don't have to use your imagination so much." Shunzi was knowledgeable, and he explained, "Young master, you misunderstood. The number of words in the translation must be more than the original book, so there are so many." Although he felt quite pressured to read these hundreds of books, but thinking that he was just reading and the one who was reciting was his own son, Shunzi felt that he could do it. Better die than let a friend die. Zhong Jincheng pouted and said, "It seems that I can't finish reciting in 1 month." He was very confident in his memory, but he couldn't find the time. "Yes, you can finish reciting," Zhong Wenxiu said. He knew his brother's situation very well. As long as his brother worked hard, he could really finish reciting.
Ah? How?
Zhong Wenxiu took a deep breath and said, "As long as you increase the time you recite from 1 hour to 2 hours every day, you will definitely be able to finish reciting." God knows how envious he was when he said this. His brother only studied for 1 hour a day, but he could remember more than he did in 6 hours. Zhong Jincheng got furious when he heard this and said unconvinced, "I clearly stayed in the study for several hours every day. You recite with your eyes closed, and you accidentally fall asleep at least 8 times a day." Zhong Wenxiu made the gesture of 8, and then counted on his fingers. The rest of the time, he was either kicking the table, throwing books, throwing brushes, fiddling with the inkstone, knocking on the table corner. Every time Zhong Wenxiu finished an item, Zhong Jincheng's face got darker, and in the end it was as black as the bottom of a pot. The little devil started to make a fuss. "Aren't you studying hard? Why are you observing me so carefully?"
I don't want to.
Zhong Wenxiu said helplessly, "You always interrupt my thoughts when I'm studying, so I stopped to look at you." Zhong Jincheng. "How come it's his fault again after all the calculations? I'm so angry." Zhong Jincheng complained so much that his sleepiness disappeared. Shunzi brought the translation over and prepared to start with the simplest one. He read the original text first, and then the translation at the back, which made Zhong Jincheng speechless. If he had known that he had to memorize all of it, he would have done it all at once last time, causing him to waste time listening to the original text again. It's annoying. When people are born, they are kind by nature. Their natures are not much different, but the different environments and education they receive after birth have formed huge differences in their habits. Shunzi was reading the translation. Because the goal set was not only to memorize the translation, but also to be able to write it down from memory, Zong Jincheng didn't want to listen to the original text for the third time and decided to memorize the translation while writing it down from memory, while Shunzi read the original text for the second time. He picked up the pen, looked at the book spread out on the table, and said, "When people are born, their nature is good. Is it written like this?" She picked up her pen and began to write on the rice paper, and the character in filled up half a page. Shunzi glanced at it and said with a twitch of his mouth, "Sir, the characters need to be smaller and cannot take up half a sheet of paper." Zong Wenxiu, who was about to read his own book. He came over to take a look out of concern, and then he heard his younger brother's arrogant remarks. "What's wrong with half a sheet of paper? Can't you just buy more paper? Doesn't she want to pay for this young master?" Shunzi's forehead twitched, but he still said in a kind voice, "Madam has no restrictions on the use of paper. You continue." Zong Jincheng continued to write the character der on the other half of the paper after hearing that. Although it was a bit ugly and the strokes were messy, at least it was written correctly.
Well.
Not bad, very talented. The little devil's boasting mode was triggered. Zong Wenxiu. Well, he had to get used to his younger brother's blind self-confidence sooner. Although he thought so, Zong Wenxiu still taught him how to write small characters diligently and responsibly, and explained to him the basic writing techniques. Zong Jincheng was smart and understood everything at once, and got the hang of it very quickly. A sense of accomplishment is the fastest way to give people a boost. The more the little devil wrote, the more confident he became, and he started to paint with his pen in hand. Change the paper, grind the ink. This young master can write another dozen. After a whole morning, Tsueji came in and called the two young masters to have dinner, but she was stunned when she saw a pile of rice paper. Oh my God!
This
was all written by young Master Chim? Zong Jincheng was holding a pen in his mouth, swinging his legs, with a nonchalant and complacent expression on his face, and answered her. "Of course it's me. Isn't it handsome?" "Handsome. Very handsome. If you continue to be so handsome, other young masters will definitely be outshined by you." Young Master Cheng is amazing. After that day, the little devil found the joy of writing. He would draw in the study every day. No matter how ugly the handwriting was, he would just draw.
He didn't just use black ink to draw.
He asked people to buy all kinds of red, green, and colorful inks. He regarded writing as painting and developed the joy of writing in various ways. It was also the first time that Zong Wenxiu saw that his younger brother could study with him for several hours in a row. It will definitely work. He will definitely meet the lady's requirements within a month. But Suwon began to worry. Although the progress was very smooth, it was a one-time deal. After the little devil completed the learning task of this stage, he would have to continue. Forward-looking leaders should learn to plan ahead. At this time, the Marquis Mansion received an invitation. Half a month later, the Crown Princess celebrated her birthday and invited all the nobles to the palace to celebrate. Adults and children all went, and Zhai Yao and others were also there. Suwon thought, it's time to use him to set a trap for Zong Jincheng. What should she plan? The little devil who was obsessed with writing had not yet realized that his evil stepmother was plotting against him again. He was still happily changing pens in the study, using a thick pen to write simple words and a thin pen to write complex words. When he wrote badly, he would change a new piece of paper. Days passed. The study was filled with more and more rice paper, and there were fewer and fewer translations to recite. Zong Jincheng spent more and more time in the study. The atmosphere in the Marquis's mansion became more and more harmonious. When they entered the palace that day, the three of them sat in the carriage, and the harmonious atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Zong Jincheng glared at her as soon as he got in the car. "I have to go to the palace for a whole day, and my Warring States policy has not been finished yet." "Can't the child not go? Why do you have to make me go?" Suwon said slowly. "Studying should also be gradual, with a combination of work and rest. Staying in the study room reading books for so long every day will cause great harm to your eyes and cervical spine. I don't want you to grow into a hunchback at such a young age, and I won't be able to explain to your grandmother." "Humph, you are also afraid that your grandmother will be angry." If she knew that you have been bullying me like this in the past 2 months, she will definitely skin you alive. Su Wan sneered. Dream on, little brat. What did the old lady not know about what happened in the mansion? She didn't want to burst the little devil's fantasy. This kid's infinite optimism was simply laughable. Zhong Jincheng turned his head away from talking to her, but he was a chatterbox after all. After a while, he began to say to Zhong Wenxiu, "When you enter the palace, just follow me and don't run around. I will lead you, and I guarantee that you won't make any mistakes." Someone is also entering the palace for the first time. Making mistakes in the palace is very serious. I want to see how she responds. Zhong Wenxiu nodded. "I will listen to you." Su Wan was observant and unmoved by his ridicule. Although she was a new wife of a marquis, she had no faction, no enemies, and no husband in the capital. Although the marquis's mansion was rich, the nobles looked down on old ladies from merchant families and paid little attention to them. Even if there were, they would look down on them. As long as she did not stand out and cause trouble, most of the noble ladies would not trouble her, and at most would ignore her like air. However, before entering the East Palace, the three of them were stopped. The little boy standing in front of them looked about 8 or 9 years old. He stared at Zhong Jincheng with an angry face and shouted, "Zhong Jincheng, I didn't expect you to be such a person." "Zhai Yao." Zhong Jincheng saw that it was him, and all the bad memories came to his mind. He said unhappily, "Are you sick? Why are you blocking me? Are you looking for trouble?" Zhai Yao sneered, "I just didn't expect the future young marquis of the dignified Yuanyang Marquis' mansion to be so stingy that he would take back the things he gave away. Is your family really so poor that you can't even make ends meet?" Only then did Zhong Jincheng understand that it was because of the Fergana horse. He was immediately furious and shouted back with confidence, "The things are mine. I can give them to whoever I want. I can take them back if I want. The contract is in my hand. You are still unable to make ends meet. I don't know whose family is unable to make ends meet. If you have money, why don't you buy it yourself? Aren't you ashamed to ask me for things every day?" Zhong Jincheng made a face at him, which was full of provocation. Zhai Yao was scolded to death, but he still questioned angrily, "It's okay for you to take my things, but what do you mean by giving them to those lowly people in the slums? Do you think that I am not as good as those lowly people?" "Zhong Jincheng, there should be a limit to your insults." Zhong Jincheng was a little confused when he heard this. "Slums? Are you talking about Jingzhe? When did he give the Fergana horse to Jingzhe? Did Su Wan sell his horse and exchange it for silver as his monthly salary in the future?" The little devil thought of Su Wan's calculating look, and it was very likely that she would do such a thing, but since she gave it, it was given. Why did Zhai Yao scold him? "Who are you calling a pariah? He has a name, his name is Jingzhe. Besides, this young master's things, I can give them to whoever I want. Do I need your consent? You are not my father." The two little guys were quarreling at the door, attracting the attention of many passers-by. A woman in luxurious clothes passed by and recognized the identities of the two children. The maid beside her laughed softly. "One is from a marquis's mansion, and the other is from a baron's mansion. How come they are one level apart when they quarrel? How dare the little kid from the Zhai family?" The woman said, "That's wrong. Although the Zhai family is a baron's mansion, they are now in great favor. Look at what the marquis mansion has. What kind of trouble can an orphan and a widow cause?" The woman seemed to be of a very high status, so she dared to mock the two families so openly, with contempt in her eyes. Su Wan frowned subconsciously when she heard the word orphan and a widow. Although Zhong Zhao had disappeared for 8 years, he was not declared dead after all. It might not be too unpleasant for this person to say such things to her face. Just when she was about to open her mouth to fight back, the furious boy next to her shouted first, "Who are you talking about? An orphan and a widow. My father is still alive. Who allowed you to curse him? Haha, look at you, kid. Why are you so excited?" "I'm just talking casually." The woman laughed casually, not taking it to heart at all, and came forward to pull him. "Go in quickly. Don't make the prince and the princess wait anxiously." Zhong Jincheng struggled to break free of her hand and said unhappily, "Don't touch me, you bad woman." The woman was caught off guard and pushed away by him. She said angrily, "What did you say?" The maid next to her scolded, "How dare you speak to the wife of the Duke of Jean like that? Admit your mistake now." The little devil has been used to being wanton since he was a child. He doesn't buy into the term wife of the Duke at all. He continues to challenge people with a cold face. "I call you a bad woman, how about that?" The wife of the Duke of Jean doesn't quarrel with children. She fired at Su-won with anger. This must be the daughter-in-law of Zhong Zhao's family. The child in your room is taught so improperly. As a mother, don't you care about it? Zhong Jincheng's face became even darker. The wife of the Duke of Jean made the right choice. Su-won doesn't get along with him, and she will definitely join her to deal with him. Su-won smiled and said, "Indeed, it is quite difficult to teach this child." Zhong Jincheng. He knew it. He knew that this woman would never stand up to him. However, before the little devil could go berserk, Su-won changed the subject and said bluntly, "But it is indeed your fault. You are broad-minded and will definitely not argue with a child. Please apologize to the child here." The smiling face of the wife of the Duke of Jean froze all of a sudden.
You.
What did you say? Did she hear it wrong? Su-won actually wanted her to apologize to a child? She is the wife of the Duke.
Do you want to see who you are talking to?
Zhong Jincheng was even more confused. Why did Su-won suddenly change her nature and want to help him? He looked at Zhong Wenxiu, who was trying hard to reduce his presence, but still firmly believed in Su-won. The little devil's iron heart suddenly loosened a little. This woman is not 100% annoying. Su-won said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "The Marquis Yuanyang's mansion has been loyal to the court for generations. My husband's brother died on the battlefield, and my husband is also missing on the battlefield. All the generals are saddened. Even the current emperor is always talking about them. If the emperor knew that his loyal ministers were cursed, he would surely be very angry, don't you think? The implication is that if you insult my husband, you are insulting all the generals in the world. By then, it will not only be Zhong Zhao's son who will be angry, but also the emperor and thousands of people. This is a big accusation, and it will be difficult to end it without an apology, but how could the wife of the Duke of Jean apologize to the Marquis's mansion that she despised? She was angry and annoyed, and turned around to leave. Su-won took a step forward, but was stopped by her maid, who said in a cold voice, "Madame Zhong, please respect yourself. Are you planning to escape, Madame Jean? How dare you insult this lady?" The wife of the Duke of Jean was irritated by the word escape. She turned her head and strode over, slapping him in the face. The palm wind was fierce, and if it hit him, he would definitely be disfigured. Everyone around was worried for Su-won. Unexpectedly, Su-won took the slap steadily, tightly grasped the wife of the Duke of Jin's wrist, and said with a smile, "It's not good to use force at the Crown Princess' birthday banquet, right?" She didn't know how to fight, but when her brothers and sisters in the orphanage were bullied when they were young, she took the lead to get back at them. When it comes to fighting, she is an old hand. The wife of the Duke of Jean was furious, and the maids behind her all went into battle. The beautiful girls in the Marquis mansion were not soft persimmons either. The two sides were about to fight. At this moment, a report sounded, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." The two sides were as scared as quails, and quickly stopped fighting and greeted each other. "Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone bowed their heads and saluted until they heard a male voice as gentle as jade above their heads. "No need to be polite. Why are you crowding at the door? What's the dispute about?" Su-won raised her head and saw a man in a silver moon-colored robe with a slim figure. His eyes were warm and gentle as he spoke. Except for his pale face, he looked as good as a Buddha. This is the rumored crown prince, Chu Hung, who loves the people like his own children. "Excuse me, Your Highness. I was just about to go in, but Madame Zhong stopped us from leaving. I don't know what she wanted to say to us." The wife of the Duke of Jean hurried to complain. Seeing that the crown prince had come out, Su-won was embarrassed to chat with him about some lady's gossip. After all, there are differences between men and women. It would be best to go into the East Palace and report to the Crown Princess. She whispered, "It's a misunderstanding. Madam Jean, please." Zhong Jincheng behind her saw that she suddenly backed down and immediately exposed her dissatisfiedly. "How can there be a misunderstanding? You are not allowed to leave." "She cursed my father and hasn't apologized yet." Su Wan. "It's over. I almost forgot that this ancestor is here. This kid is really not afraid of anything. Didn't he teach Wen Xiao not to make trouble before entering the palace just now?" The prince looked over and asked, "Who is this child?" Su Wan hurriedly lowered her head and responded, "I am Zhong Jincheng, the eldest grandson of the Yuanyang Marquis mansion." The child has no sense of propriety in what he says. "I hope your highness will forgive me." He twisted the name lightly and said softly, "Zhong Jincheng. It's you." Su Wan looked up and saw the prince's appearance. She was a little surprised. Could he know Jincheng? She turned her head to look at Zhong Jincheng. The little devil looked confused and didn't seem to know him. The wife of the Duke of Jin quickly reminded, "Your Highness, this Zhong Jincheng is the son of Zhong Zhao, who is exactly 8 years old this year." She bit the 2 words Zhong Zhao heavily, fearing that the prince would not recognize this child and did not know that he was just the son of someone he hated. Everyone knows that although Zhong Zhao and the prince grew up together and were very close, they suddenly had a big quarrel 8 years ago and have been strangers ever since, and no one speaks to each other. After that, whenever someone mentioned this name in front of the prince, he would frown, which shows how bad their relationship is. Su Wan also knew about this. Before entering the palace, in order to avoid making mistakes in the East Palace, she asked Sueji about her family's social situation in the court and whether she had made friends or offended anyone. Sueji said that the Marquis mansion did not deal with people much, and the only person who might be offended might be the prince, but the prince had a good character and would probably not embarrass a woman like her. After meeting the prince in person, Su Wan was more convinced of this. After the prince confirmed Zhong Jincheng's identity, he stared at him with his eyes, looking him up and down, and suddenly replied, "You have grown up so much." Zhong Jincheng also looked back at him. His dark and bright eyes were full of confusion. "Do you know me?" The prince smiled. "When you were just born, I held you in my arms." Su Wan noticed with her sharp eyes that there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. Could it be that there is some connection between the prince and Jincheng? Su Wan couldn't help but think more. Everyone in the world knew that this child was Zhong Zhao's eldest son, but his biological mother was unknown. The Marquis mansion was determined to make Jincheng the eldest son's household. Could his biological mother be related to the prince? "Oh, then I don't remember you." Zhong Jincheng replied truthfully. "It doesn't matter." The prince touched his head and said, "Tell me, what's the matter with you?" The wife of the Duke of Jin became anxious when she saw this. "Your Highness, why are you?" But before she could say anything, she was warned by the prince's eyes. The wife of the Duke of Jin was confused. How did the situation develop in the opposite direction? Didn't the prince break up with Zhong Zhao? Why was he still chatting with Zhong Zhao's son? The prince ignored the dissatisfaction of the wife of the Duke of Jin. He just listened attentively to Zhong Jincheng's explanation of the whole story. Then his eyes looked at Zhai Yao, who started to make trouble at the beginning. The smile in his eyes disappeared, but he still spoke in a light and gentle tone. "As a human being, there is no distinction between noble and humble. Since you think the people there are untouchables, you must look down on them. Come on, go and inform the Weiyuan Marquis mansion that I will send Zhai Yao to the slums to raise him, so that he can experience the life of the untouchables he mentioned firsthand. No one is allowed to help secretly." Zhai Yao said in horror, No, I don't want to go to the slums. Your Highness, I was wrong. Please have mercy. Forgive me, Your Highness. Your Highness, spare my life. Take him away." The guards immediately set to work, dragging Zhai Yao away, letting his wailing get louder and louder. Maybe it was because the noise here was too loud. The guests who had already arrived in the East Palace also came out one after another. The officials' wives, women and children all came over, and even the Crown Princess followed out to ask, "Your Highness, what happened?" It was the Crown Princess' birthday, but everyone was stuck at the door, squeezed into a ball, and it didn't look good. The eunuchs and palace maids passing by outside the palace couldn't help but look over here, and it might even disturb the ladies in other palaces. The crown princess was also a gentle person. She came up to persuade, "Your Highness, there are so many people here. If there is anything, let them come in first." Su-won also felt that this matter was going to get out of hand. The eyes of the people around her were all on them. The Marquis mansion did not have any enemies before coming here, but this trip to the East Palace would probably make a lot of enemies. But the prince, although he spoke gently, did not do anything gentle. He said indifferently, "It's not a big deal. It's just that the wife of the Duke of Jean said something unpleasant just now. The child doesn't understand human feelings and wants an apology." The crown princess looked at the wife of the Duke of Jean in surprise and said bluntly, "Then, madam, just tell him. Why bother with the child?" The wife of the Duke of Jean dared to be angry, but not to speak. How could it be all her fault now? How could she, the wife of the Duke of Jean, apologize to a child? And Su-won, who had just dared to fight with her, if she apologized, wouldn't she admit defeat, and their entire Duke of Jin's mansion would be embarrassed? After waiting for a while, the wife of the Duke of Jean didn't apologize. The prince didn't move. The crown princess was very surprised, as if she understood why he insisted on not entering the East Palace. At this time, the crown princess would have to be the one with the bad face among the gentle couple. She put on airs and said in a cold voice, "Madam of the Duke of Jean, do you want His Highness and I to stay here with you until dark?" The wife of the Duke of Jean was frightened by her sudden change of expression, and she said repeatedly, "I dare not. I will apologize right away. I will apologize right away. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cursed the young Marquis Zong. I hope Madame Zong and Master Zong will forgive me for my outspokenness." Zong Jincheng snorted and turned his face away. Lady Jean was so angry that her face turned pale. This hateful little rascal. She would make sure he was in trouble when she left the East Palace. Seeing the anger in her eyes, Su-won hurriedly said, "Madam Jean, you are too polite. You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with the child." Lady Jean gritted her teeth and forced a smile on her face. "Of course not." The crown princess looked at the tense situation and hurried to smooth things over. "Okay, now that the matter is resolved, let's all go in. The palace has already laid out fruits and snacks, just waiting for you to taste them." "Thank you, Crown Princess, for your trouble. I heard that there are tribute green grapes. We must taste them. There are a lot. The Emperor has given a lot of rewards to each palace. Everyone can taste them as much as they want." The Crown Princess led the crowd to disperse, and the wife of the Duke of Jean followed them. Su-won was about to call Jincheng and Wenxiao to go with her, but the Crown Prince stood next to Zong Jincheng, touched his little head and said, "Jincheng, come and sit with me."
Su-won.
"What kind of affair do you have? Why are you sticky and want to sit together just when you just met?" Zong Jincheng had just been helped by the Crown Prince to teach Jia Yao a lesson and helped him vent his anger with the wife of the Duke of Jean. He had a good impression of him, so of course he agreed immediately, okay. The two of them walked to the other side talking and laughing, leaving Su-won and Zong Wenxiao looking at each other. Zong Wenxiao said weakly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince seems to like his younger brother very much. He should be fine." Su-won chuckled and said, "He will be fine. It will be us who will be in trouble."
Why?
The reason for this was immediately clear to them after they entered. After the prince spoke up for them, all the nobles in the room who were dressed up in fancy clothes looked at Su-won and the other person, which made people feel very uncomfortable. After knowing that Zong Jincheng was with the prince, the smile on the face of the crown princess was a little hard to hold. She had been childless since she married into the Eastern Palace. Right now, the prince acted like he liked children very much, and the eyes of other people looking at the crown princess were even more complicated. It was obvious that they were laughing at her for not being able to have children in private. "Madame Zong, come and sit next to me." The crown princess waved at her with a warm smile, ending Su-won's restless mood. She began to feel uneasy. Su-won was complaining in her heart. Whether the little devil was intentional or unintentional, he was causing trouble for her. This was the distinguished crown princess, How could she afford to offend him? Looking at the faces of these people who were laughing at the joke, she would probably be embarrassed by the crown princess in a while. Suwon took a deep breath, stepped forward to salute, and was arranged by the crown princess to sit next to her and began to question her gently. The two smiling tiger women went back and forth, and they actually got along well. The crown princess had no ill will towards Suwon. After all, Suwon had just married into the marquis's mansion. Even if the crown prince had any relationship with Song Jincheng, she, the new bride, might not know much about it. I see that His Highness likes your Jincheng very much. If you have time, come to the East Palace often. Don't just let him stay at home, and let him study. A child of this age will easily be suffocated. Suwon smiled and said, "Thank you for your love, Your Majesty. Jincheng has a naughty temper, and I am afraid that he will bother Your Highness and Your Majesty if he enters the palace. I will educate him well for a while, and then send him to the palace." The crown princess covered her mouth and laughed. "Okay, all up to you. I think you are a very responsible stepmother, and you care more than many biological mothers." Suwon complained in her heart. Of course, a biological mother relies on maternal love to bring up a child, while she relies on the 100 million pi to bring up a child. 100 million. Pure silver. Even if Confucius came, he would have to force Song Jincheng to study for 8 hours a day. My mother-in-law entrusted me with this, and I can't let her down. The crown princess said, "Your mother-in-law also knows how to judge people." He was quick to react, and his character was very upright. "You talk about those children. I heard there is a ranking of the 4 great dandies. All the children on the list are about 10 years old. They are more difficult to control than adults when they are naughty, but none of them are as worry-free as your Jincheng." Suwon. For the first time in her life, she felt so speechless. The crown princess praised Jincheng with good intentions, but it seemed like she was hitting the wrong horse. Suwon said weakly, "That Jincheng seems to be on this list." She didn't dare to hide this matter. Otherwise, it would be reported to the crown princess, which would offend people even more.
Ah?
The crown princess' smile froze on her face. Is there something wrong with this list? Will the other 3 children in it also be wronged? Suwon coughed and said truthfully, "You have also seen another one. That's Xia Yao, crown princess." Her worldview was suddenly overturned. The crown princess' birthday was not a big celebration. The emperor and the empress did not come. Only the women of each family came. Suwon was enjoying the food at the table and was suddenly pushed by Tsueji, and a low voice came to her ear. "Madam, look over there at the wife of the Duke of Jin." Suwon looked over as she was prompted, and indeed saw a familiar figure, her legitimate sister Su Liener, who was sitting next to the wife of the Duke of Jin, talking and laughing. This is really who is playing with whom. However, the wife of the Duke of Jin is about the same age as her old lady. Su Liener is trying to please her so much. Could it be that she wants to marry into the Duke of Jin's mansion? She asked Sueji, "Does the Duke of Jin's mansion have an unmarried legitimate son?" Sueji nodded and said, "The eldest legitimate son, who just came of age this year, has already become a 4th-rank official at a young age. He has both good character and ability. There are many noble ladies who want to marry into the Duke of Jin's mansion." Suwon said, "It sounds like he is a good young talent. With my father's status as the Minister of Justice, he is worthy of their Jinggu mansion. My stepmother's family made a good choice. It was much better than the one on the list she was married to at that time." Sueji couldn't tell whether she was happy or unhappy, and leaned down and whispered a bombshell. "This eldest son has a little lover outside, who was once the top star in Ihong Courtyard." Suwon. "You know all this?" Suwon was shocked. In the state of Chu with its strict family hierarchy, it is already a great scandal for a man to have a concubine before getting married. The concubine is a brothel girl, which is even uglier. Sueji whispered. "Cui Lu accidentally touched it when she was doing business outside. The old lady doesn't allow us to talk nonsense. Almost no one in the capital knows about it." Suwon swallowed her saliva, thinking it was really complicated. On the surface, A young talent who seemed to be popular could also be a huge pitfall. Su Yener and her daughter abused the original owner, and now all their lack of virtue was retribution. After knowing this, looking at Su Yener's pretentious face, she just felt pity. Forget it, let her fight with the wife of the Duke of Jin. After the banquet, Zhong Jincheng hugged the Duan inkstone given by the prince and smiled happily all the way. Suwon held her forehead with a headache. No one knew that on the surface, her family had climbed up the high branch of the Eastern Palace, but in fact the sudden move of the prince disrupted it. Although Jia Yao was naughty, he had learned his lessons very well. Suwon originally wanted to use the deepening of the conflict between the two to stimulate the little devil to continue studying, but who knew that the boy was directly sent to the slums? Headache. That night, Suwon tossed and turned, thinking of many ways to train the little devil to become a top student after studying hard, but she was stuck on how to make him study hard. It seemed like a gap that she couldn't cross. The next morning, she saw her listless appearance and asked with a smile, "Jincheng's study progress has been so smooth recently. Why does Madam look more worried?" Suwon looked at this respected teacher, thinking that it was amazing that he could train a child like Zhong Zhao, but the little devil, this decadent egg, didn't want to learn, and she couldn't force him to study. "To be honest, Master, Jincheng's efforts at this stage are in agreement with me. He will complete this agreement in a few days. I'm worried that he will continue to give up." "I see. I was wondering why he suddenly had such a strong desire to learn." She said, "But I found that he really likes writing. Although his handwriting is not that beautiful yet, if he keeps practicing with this enthusiasm, it is only a matter of time before he gets on the right track." Suwon's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and something seemed to flash through her mind. She continued, "Zhong Zhao loved reading when he was a child. He spent more time in the study than in the martial arts field, but the Zhong family had been military generals for generations, so the old marquis forced him to go to the martial arts field more often, which made him disgusted, and he was so angry that he didn't go to the martial arts field for a while. Later, until the old marquis didn't care anymore, he started to practice martial arts properly." When Suwon heard about her husband's childhood for the first time, she was suddenly amused. He had a bad temper when he was a child. She said with some nostalgia, "Yes, children all have tempers and are very rebellious." In the pavilion in March, the breeze blew in gusts, which was very comfortable on the body. In the distance, the sound of children reading came. One was serious and steady, and the other was careless. Suwon's fingers tapped on the stone table, again and again. She tilted her head and asked Sueji, "Is there a place in the capital for students to compete in reciting?" "Reciting?" Sueji thought for a while and said, "Each college has this item in the monthly exam, but they are all students in their own colleges competing with each other. And the boys' examination also tests these, but it is more in-depth. It is used by the court to select child prodigies, and only those under the age of 12 can participate. If you pass the boys' examination, you can participate in the imperial examination as an exception. You don't have to be subject to the minimum age limit of 10 years old for the imperial examination, and you don't have to take the examinations for Tongsheng and Xiaozai." Suwon's heart moved when she heard this. This boy class can just solve Zhong Jincheng's age problem. If all goes well, he can get 100 million in 3 years instead of waiting for 6 years. But thinking about the little devil's current progress, forget it. She shouldn't be too optimistic. Suwon asked, "Can Jincheng and Wenxiao take part in the monthly exams in the academy? I can pay them a tuition fee to enroll, and then they can drop out after the exam." Sueji smiled and said, "Of course, the academy would rather collect money and not teach the children. It's just that the academy divides classes according to age. The 2 young men, one 8 and one 10 years old, will be divided into 2 classes, and the difficulty of the exams will be different." Suwon's eyes suddenly lit up. In other words, if Jincheng catches up with Wenxiao's learning progress, he can get better grades than Wenxiao? That's right. Suwon immediately made a decision. Register them. Although one of the 2 children is good at understanding and the other is good at rote memorization, they both have a very solid grasp of knowledge. So Suwon specially asked Sueji to find an upper middle-level academy for them. The opponents are a little strong, but not at the level of geniuses. This is most suitable for gaining a sense of accomplishment. The day of the exam was the penultimate day of Zhong Jincheng's studies. Zhong Jincheng was dragged onto the carriage reluctantly, and he kept muttering all the way, "What kind of test is this? I hate this kind of thing the most. You called me out at this time just to slow down my memorization progress, right? You have a vicious heart. I will give you monthly wages after the exam today,"
Suwon said.
The little devil had not finished his nagging complaints and suddenly stopped when he heard this. His black eyes looked at her suspiciously. "Are you so kind? Shouldn't she try her best to drag him to study for a few more days?" Suwon raised her eyebrows. "Of course, I have always been such a kind person." TSK, Zhong Jincheng rolled his eyes. The carriage drove towards the destination and finally stopped at the door of an academy. Qingba Academy. Zhong Jincheng jumped off the carriage first. Without waiting for Suwon and Zhong Wenxiu, he walked into the academy and looked around curiously at this new place. It was early in the morning when students were about to enroll. There were a lot of students on the road, and there were people of all ages. Seeing Zhong Jincheng and others coming down, accompanied by many servants and maids, they realized that it was a young master from a certain family who came to enroll, and many people came to watch the excitement. It's those two people, newcomers. They look like they should go to the Children's Academy. Today is the monthly exam. Why are they here to sign up for school at this time? These two people are obviously rich people. As long as they pay enough tuition, not to mention the monthly exam, they will be received by the dean in person on the day of the imperial examination. Sure enough, you see, the dean really came out. It seems that he is really important. I look down on these kind of parasites who rely on their families the most. If they were not lucky enough to be born into a good family, they couldn't even get into the academy. Who can blame them for being lucky? Even if they have nothing in their heads, they have plenty of papers to scribble on. We are not like that. We are afraid of dirtying the test paper when answering the questions. Stop talking. Look at that short boy. He is so indignant. He doesn't even allow people to say that he relies on his father. What is he so proud of? Zhong Jincheng was not happy to come to the monthly exam. As a result, he heard several people saying bad things about him. He was instantly furious. He walked forward quickly with a dark face, stared at the two people who were almost as tall as him, and asked, "Who of you two is relying on your father?" One of them said bluntly, "I'm talking about you, boy. This is a monthly exam. Do you have the courage to go in and take the exam? Don't come out crying and say you don't know the answers." Zhong Jincheng laughed angrily. "I came here for the monthly exam. It's just a test paper. Who doesn't know the answers? I think it's easy to beat you. Hey, what's your name? You dress flashy, and just brag. I want to see what you can get in the exam." Zhong Jincheng, the little devil, said viciously, "What about you? Don't wait until I finish the exam and hide away."
"I'm Wushu-sen."
"My name is Zhangji." The most arrogant child, after saying his name, did not forget to say, "Boy, you can't beat us, let alone Qinyi, the exam god of our academy." Zhong Jincheng said, "Okay, I'll remember you, and we'll see who won't make the list then." Zhangji laughed. "Humph, don't cry during the exam and want to drop out of school." Zhangji. This rascal, does he have any integrity that a scholar should have? Behind him, Zhong Wenxiu followed his brother into the examination room, while Suwon was still talking to the dean. Seeing this, the dean wanted to come over to stop them, but was stopped by Suwon. He said a little embarrassedly, "Madam, although the two students just now are not very sensible, their schoolwork is very solid, and they can always get B. I'm afraid that the young master will." Hearing B, Suwon felt that it was safe. She smiled and said, "It's okay, my kid's schoolwork is not bad either." The dean smiled when he heard it, and praised, "The children of the Marquis's mansion are excellent, and I am too worried. Madam has a good way of educating children. I admire you. By the way, what level was Qinyi mentioned by those two children just now?"
Suwon asked.
The dean was proud when he mentioned this person, and his back straightened a lot. Qinyi is a very famous student in our academy. Although he is young, he can master all the lessons he studies. Not only can he get an A every time, he almost never makes mistakes in answering questions, and his test papers are done very beautifully. This is equivalent to a full mark answer sheet hanging there. As long as you make a mistake, you will lose. Suwon thought about it and thought it was not bad. Having such a peer to pressure him can not only make the little devil feel a sense of accomplishment by defeating the two, but also alert him to his own shortcomings and maintain the motivation to continue learning. She smiled and said, "Then please ask this Chin-yi to perform well and secure his first place." The dean raised his eyebrows, not really understanding her, but still kindly sent her to the side to rest. There are 2 monthly exams in Tsinghua Academy. Dry food is prepared in the examination room, and the students are not released until the exams are over. In the afternoon, Zhong Wenxiu was the first to walk out of the examination room. He is a very talented child and studies very hard, so it only took him half a year to catch up with the progress of his peers. Therefore, his speed in doing the test papers is much faster than that of ordinary people, and his accuracy rate is also very high. Suwon praised generously. "Wenxiu, you did very well in the exam. You are the first person in the whole college to finish the test paper." Zhong Wenxiu was a little embarrassed by the praise. He touched his head and replied, "This is the first time I have done a serious test paper. I don't know how long it normally takes. I just heard the invigilator say that I can come out after I finish it." The dean also cast a look of admiration and couldn't help applauding. Well, you are worthy of being the child of Yuanyang Marquis Mansion. I have really broadened my horizons today. Just this time of answering questions, the students of our college are half an hour behind. Suwon corrected. Wenxiu is now also a student of the college. The dean laughed. "Ha ha ha, yes. Zhong Wenxiu sat down and waited for another half an hour. People came out of the examination room one after another, but Zhong Jincheng was nowhere to be seen. He was a little worried, but he didn't dare to ask rashly because the dean was next to him. Suwon saw through his thoughts and said, "Jincheng's handwriting is not very proficient. It is also the first time for him to face such a large number of questions.
He needs to spend more time."
Zhong Wenxiu thought so too. When he first started learning to write, his speed was slower than his younger brother. Later, he practiced calligraphy every day, reciting while practicing, and finally his speed was improved over time. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved, but still couldn't sit still. The little devil hadn't come out yet, but Zhang Ji and Wu Shusen, who were in the same examination room, came out first. The two whistled in Zhong Wenxiu's direction, looking ruffians. The dean's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he stood up to stop them, fearing that the two children would offend the Marquis Mansion. Unexpectedly, Suwon poured him a cup of tea and whispered, "Dean, drink some tea. Let the children handle their own affairs." The dean was caught off guard. He was surprised that Suwon not only did not let him make decisions for her own child, but also asked him not to meddle in other people's business. How confident is she in her own child? Seeing that the dean did not move, the two became even more arrogant and said to Zhong Wenxiu, "The questions in this monthly exam are very difficult. Your boastful brother is struggling to take the exam. I think he will cry in a while. You'd better be prepared to coax the young master, ha ha ha." Zhong Wenxiu is a very socially anxious person. He is afraid of seeing people, dealing with strangers, and even more afraid of offending people. But the two people insulting his brother really made him angry. He didn't know where he got the courage to fight back. The exam is not about speed, but the degree of mastery of knowledge. I am very confident in my brother, and I am confident that he will do better than you. The two were stunned. They didn't expect that this seemingly cowardly boy would dare to talk back. Zhang Ji sneered. "It takes so long to write a test paper. Isn't it because you can't do the questions? Some people are just stubborn and will not give up until they reach the Yellow River. In fact, they have more ink than tears, right?"
Zhong Wenxiu.
"You are rebelling, aren't you? You are bullying my brother while I am not around?" The voice of the little devil suddenly came from behind, and everyone's eyes were all cast over. When the two saw him coming back, they did not have the energy to argue with him and snorted coldly and left. The little devil waved his fist at their backs. When the results come out, I will make you two look good. Suwan. With this spirit, she thought the little devil could do 10 more test papers. I have done several pages, and there are still several pages. My hands are sore from writing. Hearing this, Zhong Wenxiu hurriedly asked, "Is it the soreness of the flesh or the soreness of the tendons?" This often happened when he first started practicing calligraphy. He was so tired that his arms felt like they were not his own. Zhong Jincheng thought about it. A hint of doubt flashed across his face, and finally he said, "It hurts." Zhong Wenxiu hurriedly helped him to press his arm, and said as he did so, "I will press your acupoints. This is what the court doctor taught me. It will help relieve the pain."
Okay.
Shunzi saw that his little ancestor looked exhausted and numb. He was so unfamiliar that he was completely different from the little dandy 2 months ago. But looking at the young master who was enjoying having his arm pressed, he felt that something seemed to be wrong. Suwan knew what was wrong. The little devil's arm was not so sore at all. There were no tendons or muscles. This kid just wanted to enjoy being served by others. His acting skills are terrible. Suwan rolled her eyes at him. Let's go. Let's go back to the mansion and let the court doctor press your arm. Your brother just took an exam a day ago. Wouldn't you feel guilty about letting him press your arm? It's none of your business. The fearless little devil got on the carriage with a grunt. After 2 months of almost closed-door study, Zhong Jincheng's relationship with the only peer he could contact, that is, his brother Zhong Wenxiu, has made great progress. Of course, in Suwan's view, this guy is a lazy little guy who is always greedy and often coaxes Zhong Wenxiu into serving him. It's just that the little devil has a lovable face, and few people can resist when he acts coquettishly, but Suwan got goosebumps when she saw it. Can you stay away from Wenxiu? Do you think he is a pillar? Zhong Jincheng was leaning on Zhong Wenxiu with his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, with a boneless look. He said lazily, I don't have the strength. If you have the ability, pick me up. Suwan. What a thick skin.
I'll throw you down in a while.
The carriage was shaking, and the little devil fell asleep after blinking a few times. The carriage was as quiet as a needle. Suwan saw that the person who threatened her did not respond, and then she heard the boy's even breathing. He can even fall asleep. You spoil him too much, Suwan said to Zhong Wenxiu. This way he'll be more arrogant in the future. Zhong Wenxiu was a little confused and seemed not to understand this sentence. He smiled and said, My brother is really tired. He has studied very hard in the past 2 months. Suwan. She was meddling in other people's business. The one who was bullied did it voluntarily. Zhong Wenxiu said, The results of the monthly exam will be out the day after tomorrow. Let your brother have a rest tomorrow? He has received the monthly salary. I'm afraid he won't come to the study again. Just wait for the results of the monthly exam the day after tomorrow.
Suwan asked again, How did you do in the exam?
Did it go well? Zhong Wenxiu replied, It's okay. It shouldn't be too bad. Suwan nodded. It's your first time taking the exam, so no matter how you score, it's just a starting point. You started school so many years later than them, so it's normal to have a big gap. Otherwise, they would be so upset that they would cry. Zhong Wenxiu was amused by her and responded, I see. Thank you, ma'am. Suwan has always felt that this title is a bit strange, and they don't seem like a family, but when she remembered that Zhong Zhao was the eldest, Zhong Wenxiu didn't call her aunt, but auntie. This title made her feel a dozen years older, so forget it. On the night she got home, Zhong Jincheng began to eat like crazy again. Because he had been overusing his brain all day, even Zhong Wenxiu's appetite increased. But children eat happily and adults feel good when they see it. Sueji asked the kitchen to make more easily digestible food so that they wouldn't eat too much and have indigestion and unable to sleep at night. Early the next morning, the little devil wanted to sleep until noon, but he got up early for 2 months in a row, and his biological clock was conditioned, so he couldn't fall asleep at a certain time in the early morning. He pounded the bed and cursed in a low voice, this annoying body reaction. Shunzi came in with water to serve him, with a smile on his face. Young master, Madam has given us this month's salary, and buy-in is back. Zhong Jincheng glanced outside and saw Bayan's figure. He climbed down from the bed excitedly, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and ran to Bayan and said, "This family is too miserable without you." Bayan, Master Chung, you are too dramatic. Zhong Jincheng finally ended his miserable days of studying, took the 50 taels of silver he brought back, dressed quickly, and called Bayan Shunzi to go to the slums to watch Jingzhe, and by the way, take a look at Zhai Yao's miserable life. Suwon didn't expect that this kid was so energetic, sneaking out to play early in the morning. With such vigorous energy, he still had the nerve to let Wenxiu serve him? This little rascal. Thinking of this, Suwon remembered another thing. "Sueji, how is the martial arts of Bayan?" Sueji said, "Bayan used to practice martial arts with the young marquis. He is very skilled in martial arts and has few rivals in the capital." Accompanying the young marquis to practice martial arts? Suwon knew that Zhong Zhao was a martial arts champion, and his sparring partner was absolutely reliable. But just the three of them going? Where is the coachman? Bayan can drive. He is really an all-rounder. No wonder the little devil is howling for people every day. Suwon pondered for a moment and said, "Let Chui Lu follow them secretly. The people in the slums are complicated. If someone has bad intentions towards the little devil, I am afraid that Bayan alone will not be able to handle it. What's more, Zhai Yao is there too. Last time, the housekeeper of the Zhai mansion also snatched a child in the slums. Although she didn't understand the key, her heart was always beating fast. Yes, I will arrange it now." Suwon had just finished speaking when someone came in from outside to report, Madam Zhai from the Weiyuan Marquis' mansion wants to see you." "Huh. She comes to see me?" Suwon thought it was probably because of Zhai Yao. She stood up to greet people. Before Madame Zhai entered the room, she heard her tearful cry, "Madame Zhong, please save my son." When Suwon saw Madame Zhai, who was dressed in plain clothes and looked haggard, her heart was beating fast. How could she become like this in just one night? It is said that it is normal for a mother to be haggard when she is worried about her children, but looking at Madame Zhai's appearance, she always felt that something was wrong. Sueji behind her tugged at her clothes and whispered, "You have whitening powder on your face." "Suwan." "Because there is no lip balm, and if you put on a lot of powder, you will look extremely haggard." No wonder she felt weird. It seems that Madame Zhai came to the door with sufficient preparation. Suwon said with concern, "Madame Zhai, please sit down." "Why are you like this?" Mrs. Zhai refused to sit down, and even wanted to kneel down in front of her. She was pulled by Suwon to stop herself. She cried, "It's all my Yaoer's fault for being ignorant and saying those bad words," which made His Royal Highness the Crown Prince angry. But Yaoer is only 9 years old. He has been raised in luxury since childhood. How can he bear to live in the slums? "Madame Zhong, please plead with His Royal Highness and let our Yaoer come back. Let me take his place in terms of beatings and punishments." Suwon said in embarrassment, "What are you talking about, Madame Zhai?" The order was given by the Crown Prince. "The men in charge of my family are not in the house. How can a woman like me go to the Crown Prince to plead for mercy?" "Madam, why don't you ask Master Zhai to try?" Upon hearing this, Madame Zhai's face changed suddenly. There was a flash of impatience in her eyes, which was accurately caught by Suwon. It was indeed fake. And the next second, Madame Zhai continued to cry and beg, "My master is unwilling to beg. I really have no other choice, so I thought of asking you for help." After the banquet that day, everyone knew that the prince liked your Jincheng. If you let Jincheng ask, His Highness would definitely be willing to let Yaoer come back. Suwon sighed and said, "Madam, it's not that I don't want to help, but I am powerless. I am just a newly married stepmother. How can my words be as effective as those of a biological mother? You know the reputation of Jincheng in the capital. It's good enough that he doesn't cause trouble for me. How could he listen to my request?" She said this against her will. Although Zhong Jincheng did not get along with her, as long as she was willing to use her brain, there were plenty of ways to force the little devil to agree. But why? Zhai Yao deserved to be taught a lesson by the prince. And Madame Zhai in front of her had a face full of signs of acting, and she might turn her face against her in the next second. Why should she consume her impression value on the little devil for such a mother and son? Seeing that she had said something final, the displeasure on Madame Zhai's face became more and more obvious. She stopped crying, took a step back, and said coldly, "Madame Zong seems unwilling to help?" Su Wan sighed silently, and sure enough, her face changed. She couldn't even hold on for a cup of tea. Su Wan said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I really have no power." Madame Zhai said coldly, "My master is the only son of Princess Pingyang. If he offends our Zhai family, it is not as simple as offending an ordinary baron's mansion." Su Wan narrowed her eyes and said, "Madam, you are joking. How dare I offend you? Princess Pingyang was the most favored by the late emperor. If she is willing to go to the Eastern Palace, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will surely not refuse to let her go. You use Princess Pingyang to pressure me. Why don't you dare to pressure the Crown Prince? See what you can do." Madame Zhai pointed at her angrily. "You." Su Wan smiled and put on a harmless face. Madame Zhai sneered, "You are so ruthless. I think you are relying on the power of your mother's family. Although your father is the Minister of Justice, he is from a poor family after all. If he encounters any accidents while doing things, there is no guarantee that he will not retire early." Su Wan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Is there such a good thing? She offended someone and blamed her scumbag father? Great, great. The direction is right. It would be best if that guy could retire and return home as soon as possible. Su Wan was secretly happy, but on the surface, she would rather die than surrender. My father is an honest official, and he is not afraid of his own shadow. Madam, you want to threaten people with this, let alone me. Even if my father is here, I will not surrender. Okay, then I'll see how honest your father is. Madame Zhai was so angry that she turned away. Seeing her figure completely disappeared, Su Wan put down her airs. Her shoulders shook, and finally, she laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Sueji saw that she was about to laugh tears, and hurriedly handed her a handkerchief. Madam, you laugh so exaggeratedly. If Madame Zhai heard it, she would be so angry that she would die. Haha, you don't know, it's really funny. My father probably doesn't even know that he is so honest. Su Wan said, wiping away tears that were about to burst out from laughing. Sueji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If any problems are really found out, it will not be good for your reputation. Although the two heads of Minister Su's family are not very good, they are a family after all, and the whole family will prosper and disgrace together. Su Wan waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, although my scumbag father is confused. He is very cautious in his official duties. Otherwise, he would not have risen from a runner-up to the current minister of 6 ministries. Madame Zhai went to investigate my father because of me. At most, she would annoy him for a few days, and she wouldn't find out anything." Sueji breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Su Wan looked at Madame Zhai's departing back and thought of the little devil who went to the slums. After thinking for a moment, she still felt uneasy. "Prepare the carriage. We'll go and wait for Jincheng."
Wait?
Yes, wait. Su Wan waited outside the slums in a carriage and did not join the little devil in being a kind person who sponsored Jingzha. She was worried that the Zhai family would do something bad to the little devil here, so she asked many people to wait here. If Cui Lu spread bad news inside, she could go in and rescue her. The little devil's side was lively. Bayan first drove a carriage to take him to the street to buy clothes and shoes and bought some food, and then loaded half a carriage of things to the slums. Since Bayan came back, Shunzi has been happier than Zong Jincheng. He is the one who protects the little master, he is the one who drives the carriage, he is the one who buys things, and he is the one who carries things. He is so free that he feels like a master himself, so cool. Young master, we're here. The free-spirited Shunzi took the little devil off the carriage, used his eloquent tongue, and began to talk endlessly about the changes in Jingzha's family in the past month. The roof is newly built. The door is also new. The original musty mattresses and quilts have been replaced, and Jingzha's injuries will heal soon. Zong Jincheng was standing outside the door when Shunzi shouted, "Jingzha, my young master is here to see you." Jingja ran out of the house when he heard that. Seeing them, he was so excited that he was about to kneel down, but was stopped by Bayan. Zong Jincheng patted his shoulder with a smile and said, I haven't seen you for a month. You look stronger. Jingja cried with joy and said in a hoarse voice, It's all thanks to the life-saving silver sent by young Master Cheng that my sister and I can survive here. From now on, Jingja's life belongs to you. It was the first time that Zong Jincheng was thanked as a savior. The sense of accomplishment in his heart was incomparable. He laughed the whole time when talking to Jingja. Bayan was amazed watching from behind. After not seeing each other for just 2 months, young Master Cheng actually loved to laugh so much. Shunzi bumped his shoulder and whispered, You don't understand this. It's all thanks to Madam's good parenting. He replied, Aren't you afraid of being beaten by the young master for saying such things? According to him, Master Cheng and his wife are incompatible. Shunzi said, I'm telling you in secret, it's just that our master is slow to react and didn't notice the change in himself. If the old Marquis saw it, he might think that Master Cheng's soul had been replaced. Bayan. After thinking about it carefully, it is really possible. Terrible. Zong Jincheng and Jingja chatted and laughed for a long time and finally talked about Zhai Yao. Jingja said, Recently, I heard that a nobleman was punished and lived in the alley next door. There are 2 guards guarding the door and not letting him go out. I can hear him crying at home. Still crying?
Zong Jincheng was stunned.
Was this still the fearless and dissolute brother Zhai Yao in his impression? Thinking about the day when Zhai Yao scolded Jingja as a pariah in the East Palace, Zong Jincheng thought that crying for one day was too light, and he would have to cry for at least a month. Thinking of this, he became interested in going to see Zhai Yao. He wondered if the boy knew his mistake now, and whether he would dare to scold him in person again in the future. Jingja replied, He cried very miserably and loudly, especially at night. My sister was so scared that she couldn't sleep. Zong Jincheng shook his head and said, That's too much. I'll ask him to cry more quietly at night. Jingja. Very considerate, but something seemed to be wrong. With Jingja leading the way, Zong Jincheng successfully found the door of Zhai Yao's house. It was called a home, but in fact it was just a broken hut. The room was leaking everywhere, and there was a muddy and dirty ditch at the door. Before Zong Jincheng could go in, he saw a steamed bun suddenly thrown out of the house, and Zhai Yao's furious voice was heard. Get out. I, Zhai Yao, would rather starve to death than eat this kind of pig food. Jingja looked at the good steamed bread thrown on the ground and immediately picked it up with heartache. Then he suddenly remembered that Zong Jincheng was next to him and hesitated whether to throw it away. This food. It's a waste to throw it away. Eating this can at least keep you from being hungry for a day. The contrast between Zhai Yao and Jingja was so strong that the little devil got angry without anyone explaining. Zhai Yao is still too hungry. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was right to punish him. He should have tempered his temper here. Zong Jincheng wanted to leave after watching the excitement, but saw a trembling old man coming out of the house. He looked old and sad. Who is this? Doesn't Zhai Yao live here by himself? Jingja said. After they sent Zhai Yao here, they lived in Grandpa Zhao's house. They should be worried that he had nothing to eat, so they gave Grandpa Zhao some food and asked Grandpa Zhao to take care of him.
But
Zhai Yao doesn't eat the food here and often beats and scolds Grandpa Zhao. He dares to beat people? Even the most rebellious little devil knows to respect the elderly and love the young. So how dare Zhai Yao attack an old man? Before Jingja nodded, a bench was thrown out of the house and hit Grandpa Zhao's hunched back. The old man was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Grandpa Zhao. Jingja was shocked and hurried forward to help him. Zong Jincheng also followed and helped the man up with Jingja on the left and right. The little devil was completely annoyed. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed into the house. He grabbed Zhai Yao and punched him, muttering, You rascal who only knows how to bully the elderly. I will beat you to death.
Zong Jincheng?
How dare you come here? Zhai Yao saw who was coming and didn't bother to cover his beaten face. He rushed up with red eyes. I'm going to fight you. The 2 kids wrestled with each other. You punch me, and I punch you. They were all very skilled. But Zhai Yao hadn't eaten for a day, and his physical strength couldn't keep up. In the end, he was pinned to the ground and beaten unilaterally by Zhong Jincheng. I told you to do it. And you dare to hit me. Do you know that I am the strongest fighter in the whole capital? I will beat you to a pulp today. Bayan and Shunzi behind him. If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you bragging? Who gave you the title of the strongest fighter in the whole capital? Help. Grandpa Zhao is a timid man. He took on the responsibility of raising Zhai Yao because he was greedy for the food they sent. Who knew that the child was beaten so badly now? He was afraid of causing trouble and wanted to separate them, but was stopped by Jingzhe. Grandpa Zhao, don't worry about it. Zhai Yao was sent here because he offended Jincheng. He pushed you again this time and is not right. Let Jincheng teach him a lesson for you. Grandpa Zhao was stunned and nodded with tears in his eyes. Okay. Zhai Yao was isolated here. The two guards at the door were only responsible for preventing him from going out and didn't care about anything else. Bayan and Shunzi didn't interfere, so the little devil beat people very happily. But not long after, a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside, shouting, "Let go of my son." Shunzi turned around, and unexpectedly, it was Butler Zhai. Bayan, who had folded his arms and clasped his fists, subconsciously became alert and stood in front of his young master, ready to take action. Butler Zhai saw that his young master's face was covered with blood and shouted, "Stop it! Stop it! Zhong Jincheng, dare you touch my young master again?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng threw another punch and said to him provocatively, "I moved again, so what?" The little devil's face was also bruised. He was still smiling, and the dimples on his cheeks were obediently revealed, but his behavior was like a little devil. However, Shunzi knew that this was the true appearance of his young master. The #1 dandy in the capital, he was fearless and could offend anyone. Butler Zhai said angrily, "Do it. Save the young master." After he finished speaking, more than a dozen big men rushed forward behind him. Shunzi retreated wisely, only to see Bayan pick up the bench smashed by Zhai Yao from the ground and go towards the people of the Zhai family. Bayan came to the battlefield like a god of war from the devil world, holding a bench in one hand and slashing down, killing gods and Buddhas. The dirty and messy slums were full of wailing. Butler Zhai thought that more than a dozen people were torturing him, but the people of the Bo Mansion were beaten by him alone and fled everywhere. It's Bayan. He is Bayan from the Marquis Mansion. He used to be the sparring partner of the young Marquis Zong. It turned out to be him. He was the sparring partner of the martial arts champion, who could fight 1 against 100. We are not his opponents at all. Someone recognized Bayan's identity, and the thugs who were about to rush up retreated one after another, with fear written all over their faces. Butler Zhai became anxious when he saw this, and he shouted, "Go! Go! Call for help if you can't beat them. Go outside and call for help. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has ordered that no one is allowed to help Zhai Yao privately, but Madame Zhai was worried, so she called the thugs in the mansion to wait outside the slums, fearing that someone would dare to hurt her son. So this time, when she called for people, a large crowd came. Zhong Jincheng. A rough count showed that there were hundreds of people. Are they really planning to let Bayan fight 1 against 100? Shunzi swallowed his saliva, protected his little ancestor, and retreated, saying, "Young master, please step back a little. Although Bayan can beat them, there are too many people. If he pulls out his men to rush towards you, I will fight to the death to stand in front of you." These were probably the most loyal words spoken by a servant who could not fight. Zhong Jincheng pushed him away and roared, "You can't fight. Go away. This young master can protect himself." Shunzi's eyes were filled with tears instantly. His young master was such a good person. He might be the first servant in history to be protected by his master. Shunzi decided that even if he died here today, he would be Zhong Jincheng's most loyal subordinate. Who knew that before he could move, his young master rushed out to join the battlefield. He didn't look like he was forced, but more like he was taking the initiative to join in the fun. But the opponents were all thugs, and they were all adults after all. No matter in terms of size or combat power, They were all superior to Zhong Jincheng. The brave little devil was soon picked up by the neck. Shun Zi's eyes widened. Young master. Help! Someone come and save his young master. The thugs of the Zhai family picked up Zhong Jincheng and slammed him against the wall. If he was hit hard, he would definitely be bleeding from the head and would be disabled, if not dead. Stop it. At this critical moment, a light green figure suddenly flew from the sky, stepped on the shabby roofs on both sides, and came straight towards Zhong Jincheng, kicking the Zhai family's servant to the ground. Zhong Jincheng flew in the air and was rescued. When he looked closely, it was Cui Lu. Why are you here? The person who came was Cui Lu, the #1 female master in Yuanyang Marquis Mansion, and the close maid left to Su Wan by the old lady. When Shunzi saw that it was her, he was also surprised. It's Madam. She must have sent her. Now we are saved. Yu Baiyan was fighting a war of attrition in the front, and Cui Lu was protecting the young master in the back. Even if they could not defeat the Zhai family, at least they would not let the young master get hurt. Cui Lu's cold face rarely showed a smile, and she comforted. Don't be afraid, young master. Madam is here too.
Ah?
Zhong Jincheng turned his head quickly upon hearing that. Sure enough, he saw a red-dressed figure at the entrance of the narrow alley. Slender, steady, and strategic. Then he saw countless servants rushing behind her. They were all from the Marquis Mansion. The Marquis Mansion came to help them. Su Wan walked over calmly and saw that the people from the Marquis Mansion surrounded the Zhai family. The originally unfavorable situation was reversed in an instant. Who dares to touch Jincheng without the permission of our Marquis Mansion? The woman's words were sonorous and powerful, as righteous as when she bullied him in the past, but this time the tip of the knife was pointed at outsiders. This was the second time, and Su Wan stood on his side again. Zhong Jincheng's heart was like 1,000 horses galloping, and his chest was warm, but the arrogant little guy didn't want to admit it. He just turned his face away and deliberately didn't look at her. When Butler Zhai saw that the person in charge had come, he immediately called for a stop, and all the thugs on both sides stopped. Madam Zhong, your young master Jincheng suddenly came to our house and beat up our young master. We have to settle this account. Zhong Jincheng didn't even bother to explain and yelled back, You still want to settle accounts with us? I beat up that rascal Zhai Yao, and it's not light. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten him for a while. You, Butler Zhai said angrily, Madam Zhong, what do you think about this? Our master and mistress don't know yet, otherwise this matter would never have been resolved peacefully. Shunzi explained for his own son, Madam, it was Master Zhai Yao who kicked the old man over, and Master Qing couldn't stand it and took action. Su Wan followed her gaze and saw Grandpa Xiao being supported by Jingzhe, his face full of pain. She understood instantly and said to Butler Zhai with pearls in her eyes, Jincheng's action may be irrational, but it was your Master Zhai who was wrong first. What's more, they are both 8 or 9-year-old children. It is normal for children to fight and make noises. But you, Butler Zhai, made a big deal out of it and besieged our grandson of the Marquis Mansion with a force of hundreds of people. What's your intention? Zhong Jincheng was stunned when he heard this. How come it was all the fault of the Zhai family when she said this? No, it was originally the fault of the Zhai family. She was right. The little devil, who had been prepared to be punished, suddenly became confident, as if he had a big backer, which made Shunzi's mouth twitch. This lady, why does she feel like Master Cheng's new backer in disguise? Although she opposes Master Cheng in everything, she has always been consistent in external affairs. Butler Zhai is a veteran after all, and he is not so easily intimidated by Su Wan. He said in a cold voice, It seems that Madame Zhong is pretending to be stupid on purpose. Well, let's go back to the mansion and report to the master and the mistress, and let them judge in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You can go. Su Wan smiled, but I have to remind you to think carefully. Why was Zhai Yao punished by His Royal Highness? Why was Zhai Yao beaten by Jincheng this time? Don't complain and get another one back. Su Wan was sincere in her words. Based on her understanding of the prince, Zhai Yao would most likely be punished again.
Don't worry about that, Madam Zhong. We, the Zhai family, will take care of it. Steward Zhai said to the servants, "Take the young master back to the mansion to see the court physician." Stop. The two guards sent by the Eastern Palace suddenly spoke up. The prince has ordered that no one is allowed to take Zhai Yao away. When Steward Zhai saw the two of them jumping out at this time, he was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. He said angrily, "You are responsible for watching my young master, but Zhong Jincheng beat him like that just now. Why didn't you stop him?" The guard said coldly, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has never issued this order." You. Butler Zhai vomited a mouthful of blood and was so angry that he was stunned. Even Su-won couldn't help but hold her forehead. The guards in the Eastern Palace are really unique. According to common sense, under such circumstances, they would at least find a way to send a message to the Eastern Palace to report. As a result, the two brothers did nothing. It makes people wonder if they are just slacking off. However, this question was soon answered. Su-won took Zhong Jincheng back home to apply medicine. As soon as she finished applying the medicine, she heard Cui Lu report the progress of the news. "Madam, the master and the mistress of the Zhai family did go to the Eastern Palace to complain."
Huh.
And then? Su-won was curious. The little devil also leaned over, wanting to know the follow-up developments. Cui Lu paused for a few seconds and said, "Then the crown princess refused to meet him."
Uffed.
Su-won was the first to laugh out loud. The little devil, Zhong Wenxiu, and others also laughed, and even Shunzi and Sueji were covering their mouths and laughing. Su-won said with a smile, "The crown princess is really unique. I think she has a very gentle personality, but every time she plays the role of offending people, she is the one who plays it. She is really a model of a good wife." Cui Lu said, "The crown princess's original words were that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was in poor health and asked the Zhai family not to bother His Royal Highness with such trivial matters. The Zhai couple didn't even see the Crown Prince, let alone the Crown Prince." Su-won nodded and said, "That's good, so as not to punish Zhai Yao too severely. The Zhai couple will really be desperate." Zhong Jincheng suddenly interrupted, "But Zhai Yao really deserves a beating." Zhong Wenxiu also nodded in agreement. Su-won smiled and launched a critical attack on the little devil. "You really deserve to be one of the 4 little dandies in your capital." Zhong Jincheng. The friendship boat capsized in less than half a day. Until the next day when he went to Qingba Academy to check the results, the little devil was still sitting in the carriage glaring at people angrily. The little guy was rarely lying here, and they're like a boneless person like usual. At this moment, he was sitting upright, trying his best to kill the woman in the carriage with his eyes. Su-won still looked like she was teasing a child and said provocatively, "Boy, I hope you can still have the energy to glare at me after seeing the results later." Zhong Jincheng snorted coldly. "This young master is very confident in his own strength. I will definitely make you and those two lose so badly that you can't even raise your heads."
Boasting. Su-won commented OZ even.
Zhong Wenxiu also secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. In the entire Marquis mansion, only the lady dared to say such words. Others, including himself, would be chased and beaten by their younger brothers after saying them. Zhong Jincheng was furious. "You are so annoying. We are going to see the results. Why did you come with us?"
Puff.
Zhong Wenxiu couldn't help but break his act and covered his eyes with one hand, trying to reduce his presence. Zhong Jincheng was so angry that his teeth itched and said harshly, "Then I really thank you for your attention to me. You're welcome. This is what I should do as a mother." Su-won played the role of being warm on the outside but cold on the inside, which was so infuriating. Zhong Jincheng snorted and squeezed next to Zhong Wenxiu, as if he wanted to stay 8 feet away from Su-won. After Su-won finished teasing the little devil, she calmly said to Zhong Wenxiu, "This time, just treat it as a test. Although you study hard every day, the time is too short. So it's normal even if you can't do better than others. Don't feel hurt.
Just do it next time."
She had a hunch that if Zhong Wenxiu and Zhong Jincheng took the same test paper, they would definitely do well, but the test paper he took was more difficult. After only studying for half a year, it was normal to not win the test against others who had studied for several years. But Wenxiu was different. Introverted and careful children can easily get stuck in a dead end and be trapped in their own high standards, thus breaking their mentality. Zhong Wenxiu was indeed very nervous. He wanted to see his results, but was afraid that he would do too badly. Hearing Su Wan's words, he felt warm in his heart. Sometimes he could really see the shadow of his mother in his wife. His wife was really good to him. Zhong Wenxiu said gratefully, "Thank you, madam." Wenxiu listened. Su Wan smiled at him. The little devil became more and more resentful as he listened. He glared at the two people who treated him like air and taunted Su Wan dryly. "It turns out that you are not incapable of saying nice things." She just didn't say them to him. Su Wan said lazily, "Nice things to say are different for different people. Some people are deeply inspired by nice things and study hard. Some people become blindly confident and arrogant after hearing nice things and start to show off. Right, Master Jincheng?" Zhong Jincheng was pouted again by someone close to his face. His mouth was higher than a teapot. Finally, he couldn't stand this humiliation anymore and shouted to the outside, "Stop the car, I want to get off. Who wants to sit with her?" The driver stopped the car, and Zhong Jincheng jumped out of the carriage. Zhong Wenxiu wanted to stop him, but couldn't. He looked at Su Wan in embarrassment. The latter was not in a hurry. She said, "Anyway, we are almost at the academy, let him walk." This kid is not stupid at all. He dared to turn hostile only when he knew that there were only a few steps to go. He is a good material for being an official.
Ah?
Zhong Wenxiu was confused. How did he know this? Su Wan said, "He knows the current affairs. Being an official means being able to handle things smoothly." Zhong Wenxiu. He couldn't understand it, but was shocked. After each monthly exam, Qingba Academy would imitate the imperial examination and post the student scores, ranking only the top 120. Therefore, in the monthly exam of the academy, the way students greeted each other was, "Did you make the list?" The list was from left to right, with the left being the top and the right being the bottom. Zhong Jincheng had just listened to Su Wan's enlightenment in the carriage and curiously pulled Zhong Wenxiu over to find out his ranking. Zhong Wenxiu was not confident and started from the bottom. After just a short while of looking, he found his ranking. B, 106th. The students' scores were divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Each grade was ranked according to the correct answer rate. The worst student who could make it into the top 120 could be A, B. Seeing this result, Zhong Wenxiu couldn't tell whether he was happy or not. He just smiled at his brother as usual and said, "You're on the list, which is good." However, Zhong Jincheng was very dissatisfied and questioned, how could it be only 106th? This ranking means that there are 105 students in the same grade of Qingba Academy who are better than Zhong Wenxiu. This is too much. In his eyes, although Zhong Wenxiu is not as smart, cute, or good at memory as himself, at least he works hard. He gets up before dawn to study and studies late at night. How could such a person get such a low score? Zhong Wenxiu smiled and said, "That's normal. After all, I'm 2 years older than you, and I still have more to learn. Let's go, let's find out your grades. You must have done better than me." Speaking of the little devil's grades, he was quite confident. Without Zhong Wenxiu leading the way, Zhong Jincheng looked up and ran to the top of the list. He, the young Master Zhong, must be the first in the whole college in the exam. The first place on the list, A. Qinyi. It's him again. This guy is so awesome. He has never dropped to second place since he entered the school. Zhong Jincheng heard this before he ran there, and his face changed on the spot. "I'm not the first?" Zhong Wenxiu. "I will never have this kind of confidence in my life." Zhong Jincheng stood on tiptoe to peek inside, only to see that not only was he not the first, but he was not the second either, but a man named Zhang Ji. Why is it him? Zhong Jincheng was stunned. Zhong Wenxiu was also confused. Didn't Madam say that Zhang Ji always got A, B in every exam? How come he suddenly got an A and ranked second? This matter was so strange that even he noticed something was wrong. Zhong Wenxiu looked down at a glance until he saw 2 of his names at the end of the list, 119th, B. Zhong Jincheng. 120th B. Wu Shusen. How could this be? Zhong Wenxiu looked at the ranking in disbelief. Although his brother relied on rote memorization and had no understanding of the real mood and thoughts to be expressed, he had memorized the translation. In exams at this age, the test would not be that deep. His brother should have been an absolute killer. How could he only get a B? And that Zhang Ji, wasn't he a student of the same level as Wu Shusen? How did he suddenly get the second place? Seeing that he was at the end of the list, Zhong Jincheng shouted angrily, "Why did you go there to find me? How could I be at the end of the list?" He ran over, but before he could look at the list, Zhong Wenxiu grabbed his sleeve and said firmly, "This list must be fake." Zhong Jincheng was stunned, thinking that he was dissatisfied with his results, and immediately agreed, "I think it's fake too. How could you only get a B?" Zhong Wenxiu shook his head and denied it. "No, it may be normal for me to get a B, but it is definitely not normal for you to get a B." Zhong Jincheng's eyes widened, and he turned his head to the front of the list. He saw at a glance that his name was tied with Wu Shusen for the last and second to last. Zhong Jincheng. How could he only get a B?
Absolutely impossible.
Zhong Wenxiu dragged him away. "Let's go find the madam and ask her to help check. There must be something wrong." Zhong Jincheng was still confused when he was pulled away. When he reacted, he shook off his hand and jumped up in anger. "What are you looking for? There is a problem. This shabby academy actually dared to put me at the bottom of the list. It's an insult. It's hung out for so many people to watch. The insult is doubled. I will smash them." The little devil turned around and squeezed away the people in front who were looking at the results. He kicked over the desk next to him and tore off the big red list. The long red paper was torn into pieces quickly, shocking everyone's eyes. Zhong Jincheng threw the debris all over the floor and finally stepped on it several times because he was so angry. The students who were watching the results had never seen such a scene before. What kind of arrogance is this? When they realized what was happening, they all shouted, "Who are you? Why did you tear up the list?" That's right. Where did this devil come from? Qingba Academy is not a place for you to run wild. This was the first time that Zhong Wenxiu encountered such an unfair thing. If it was him, he would have to grit his teeth and endure it, but it was different for his younger brother. How could his proud grandson endure such an injustice? But he didn't expect that, unlike himself, who mustered up the courage to ask his wife for help, the little devil himself would directly overturn the stall. Zhong Jincheng has been in Beijing for many years. No dandy dared to call himself the boss when he saw him. He was willful and reckless, and was not afraid of offending anyone. He picked up a bench and started to smash the place. Zhang Ji came out clapping his hands upon seeing this and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this the guy who boasted the day before yesterday? I started tearing up the list because I failed the exam. You can't stand losing, right?" Wu Shusen was also standing beside him. Although he ranked one place lower than Zhong Jincheng, his brother won after all. He looked up and followed suit with sarcasm. "I think you failed the exam too, so you got angry out of shame. Otherwise, why would you go crazy in the academy?" Zhong Jincheng said angrily, "Who did you say couldn't pass you? With your grades, how could you possibly get second place? You must have cheated. And you, number one, what's your name?" Zhang Ji scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about? I answered all the questions in the exam one by one." Wu Shusen also retorted. "So, what if I'm the last one? How dare you, the second to last one, laugh at me? Your test paper was so easy. If you hadn't cheated, how could I have ranked so low?" Zhang Ji laughed angrily. "You little brat, do you know what cheating is? Cheating is falsifying your own test paper. What does it have to do with your poor performance in the exam? Is there anyone who can control you to fail the exam?" The two of them argued endlessly, from not doing well in the exam to the fairness of the exam. The students who were watching finally reacted and hurriedly called for someone to take care of things. After Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxiu ran over to see the results, Suwon went straight to the dean's courtyard. She wanted to see the test papers of the two children so that she could judge the subsequent educational direction based on the wrong questions. But before she could find the test papers, She heard the students outside stumbling in, gasping for breath. Dean. Dean, something bad has happened. A student didn't do well in the exam and tore up the list. Now he's smashing the table. Soo-won was not sure if she was too sensitive. When she heard about such an arrogant student, she immediately thought of the little devil.
What?
The dean slammed the table and stood up. He didn't bother to find the test paper for Soo-won. He followed the student out and asked as he walked, "Tell me what's going on?" Soo-won followed closely. When they got there, they saw that it was indeed the little devil who was arguing with someone. If it weren't for Zong Wenxiao who was holding him back, the brat would have been eager to try to fight. When the dean saw Zong Jincheng, he realized who the troublemaker was. Sure enough, it was the notorious devil in the capital. He knew that there would be a day when Zong Jincheng would be allowed to enter the academy, but there was no way. The Marquis's mansion offered too much. No one could refuse. With tears in his eyes, the dean pulled the three quarreling people apart and then said to Zong Jincheng, "Mr. Zong, is there any misunderstanding?" Zong Jincheng snorted, clasped his fists across his chest, and became even more arrogant. Zhang Ji howled, "Dean, he can't afford to lose. He got the last place in the exam, so he tore up the list and made it impossible for us to see the results." Wu Shusen also stepped forward and said, "Yes, Dean, we just stepped forward to stop him, and he started arguing with us. How can such a bold and presumptuous student deserve to stay in our academy?" Zong Wenxiao saw that they only said things that were beneficial to him and hurriedly explained for his brother. "No, ma'am, it was me who suspected that their grades were fake, so my brother impulsively tore up the list." Falsified grades? This time, there was no need for Zong Wenxiao to help explain. Soo-won also roughly knew what happened. The little devil must have gotten a very bad ranking, but it did not match his ability. Others may not know the true level of Zong Jincheng, but she and Zong Wenxiao knew it. Thinking of this, she said to the dean, "Dean, why don't you check the test papers of the two children first? It just so happens that I also want to see how Jincheng answered." The dean nodded when he heard it. "Okay, then come with me to check the test papers." Several people followed him and found Zong Wenxiao's test paper first. Soo-won took it and heard the dean say, Wenxiao's test paper was actually well answered. As long as he answered all the questions correctly, I think he should be a little behind in his study progress. Soo-won nodded with a test paper. Yes, the dean is still a discerning person. The dean found Zong Jincheng's test paper again and said, Jincheng's answers were not bad. Although he didn't master the translation very well, his handwriting was very beautiful. As soon as he said this, Soo-won and Zong Wenxiao looked over at the same time. The little devil's handwriting is good? Only Zong Jincheng himself should be able to accept this compliment shamelessly, right? Zong Wenxiao signaled Soo-won with his eyes. Look, there is indeed a problem with the test paper. My brother has learned to write for too short a time. No matter how talented he is, his handwriting has never been very good. But now he is praised by the dean for his handwriting alone, which is really abnormal. Soo-won took the test paper and saw that it was indeed an unfamiliar handwriting. The little devil's test paper was replaced by someone. At this time, Zong Wenxiao whispered to Soo-won again, Madam, Zhang Ji ranked second this time. I don't think it's normal. Soo-won understood it immediately and said to the dean, Please take out Zhang Ji's test paper and have a look.
Look.
Why are you looking at my test paper? Zhang Ji was so nervous that he stuttered a little. The dean also looked over in confusion. Soo-won smiled and replied to him, Because I suspect that it was you who stole Jincheng's results. The dean.
God.
How is it possible? He treated the people from Yuanyang Marquis Mansion so carefully, but there was someone in the academy who was pulling his feet from behind? Zhang Ji shouted, Why do you look at my test paper? That's mine. I don't allow others to see it. Soo-won asked him, Are you guilty? Zhang Ji's face turned red to the neck, and he shouted, Who is guilty? I am protecting my privacy. Soo-won said with an O, The pens for the monthly exams are from the academy, the ink is from the academy, and even the paper is from the academy. The dean has the right to check the results of any student. Then only the dean can see it. Okay, Suwon smiled and said to Zhong Wenxiao, take Jincheng over there to write a few words and compare the handwriting with the dean. She did not arrange Jincheng to write directly, because according to the boy's rebellious psychology towards her, he would most likely not give her face. But with Zhong Wenxiao in the middle, although Zhong Jincheng was reluctant, he still went over and casually wrote a few sentences of the first 2 sentences of the Warring States policy. Zhong Wenxiao brought the handwriting over, and Suwon handed it to the dean to compare it with the second-to-last test paper in his hand. The dean's mouth twitched when he saw it. The handwriting is so ugly. Almost every word is twice as big as normal, and the whole piece of paper is filled with big words. Compared with the beautiful small words on the test paper, the contrast is terrible. Zhang Ji glanced at it and argued, he may have written ugly words on purpose, or he changed his hand to write. My brother wrote with his right hand,
Zhong Wenxiao said.
Who knows if he is left-handed? Although Zhang Ji kept talking nonsense, what he said was not unreasonable, and the dean was a little shaken. Suwon said, then please ask the dean to compare the handwriting of Jincheng and the second-place test paper again. Zhong Jincheng heard this and said dissatisfiedly, why not compare with the first place? How could I get second place? Suwon rolled her eyes at him and said, because the first place is very strong, stronger than you. Zhong Jincheng was not convinced. Nonsense. I want to compare with the first place. You want a hammer? Zhong Jincheng. Zhong Wenxiao. At such a tense time, the younger brother still has the mood to argue with the lady. What a good mentality. The dean took out Zhang Ji's test paper, and as soon as he opened it, he felt that the top of his head was ugly by these broken characters. Every sentence in this test paper is written in the top line, and it even seems to spread out. The dean has been running the academy for so many years and has never seen such strange and ugly characters. But at the same time, this ugly character is indeed the same handwriting as what Zhong Jincheng wrote just now.
This.
The dean quickly realized the problem, and he said angrily, come here, call the teacher who is marking the papers for me. Zhang Ji instantly became nervous, with cold sweat on his face. Zhong Jincheng also stretched his head to know what the result was. The second-place test paper must not be his. That woman looked down on him. If it were him, he would definitely check the first-place test paper first. Seeing this, Suwon knew that the truth was out and was just waiting for the dean's result. While waiting, the dean gave Zhang Ji another chance and asked him to write a sentence on the spot to prepare for handwriting comparison. Zhang Ji's hands were shaking, and he deliberately wrote ugly words. The dean said with a dark face, if you don't cooperate, I also have ways to verify. I still have the test papers from last year's exam archived here. I can find problems by comparing them with your handwriting. It will only take some time. Zhang Ji's defenses collapsed, and he was in a panic. The next moment was like waiting for the verdict. When the handwriting on the exam papers was compared, it was found that the paper that replaced Zhong Jincheng's score was indeed Zhang Ji's. The examiner was so scared when he saw all the evidence that he kept admitting his mistakes. I'm sorry, Dean. I was blinded by money. Zhang Ji secretly gave me 2 taels of silver yesterday. I thought that the test paper would not be shown to the students anyway, so. The dean was so angry that he kicked him. What do you mean? Just for 2 taels of silver, you dare to attack Zhong Jincheng. Do you know who he is? The century-old reputation of our Qingba Academy will be ruined in your hands. Zhong Jincheng was so angry after hearing this. 2 taels of silver? 2 taels of silver bought my score? He looked at Zhong Wenxiao in disbelief, his big eyes full of anger at being insulted. 2 taels of silver, the price of a goose dish for Zhong Jincheng. Swallowed his grades. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Seeing that the brat was about to go berserk, Suwon asked Zhong Wenxiao to hold him down to prevent him from causing trouble. Zhong Wenxiao was miserable. His brother was too strong. He could hardly hold him back. The dean over there was sentencing. The teachers swapped students' test papers, affecting the fairness of the monthly exams. From now on, Qingba Academy will no longer employ this person. Zhang Ji bribed the teacher to commit fraud and steal other people's grades. From now on,
You will be expelled from Qingba Academy. The teacher begged for mercy frantically. Dean, forgive me. This is the first time I've accepted a bribe. I will change. Zhang Ji also quickly followed suit. Dean, this is also the first time I've made a mistake. I'm still young and don't know the severity of the situation. You have to give me another chance. The dean said angrily. Get out of the academy. The two instigators were quickly dragged away. There was also Wu Shusen, who was not punished because he did not participate in the cheating. However, he was traveling with Zhang Ji and was also panicked and at a loss. The dean said harshly, You should also pack up and get out of here. Wu Shusen was stunned for a moment. No, Dean, I didn't participate. I didn't swap his test paper. I didn't make any mistakes. The dean said, You and Zhang Ji assisted the evil, knowing the truth but not reporting it. With such a character, my Qingba Academy, a century-old institution, can't afford to accept you. Drag away. Wu Shusen howled and was taken away. On the other side, the dean ordered the teacher to rewrite the monthly exam list. This time, Zhong Jincheng watched his ranking go up. He ran to the top of the list. First column, A. Second place. Zhong Jincheng was still not satisfied. I want to check the test paper of the first place. The dean asked, Do you have a grudge against the first place? I don't know him. Zhong Jincheng said confidently, but he can't have done better than me. Dean. Although you are very strong, don't be too confident. He thought about the words and advised tactfully. Qin Yi always gets first place in the exam. His results cannot be fake. Then, I don't care. I'm going to check his test paper. The dean sighed and asked someone to find Qin Yi's paper. After thinking about it, he handed it to Suwon first. Suwon took it and took a look. In sharp contrast to the ugly handwriting of the little devil, Qin Yi's handwriting was as beautiful as printed text. There was not a single wrong word on the full test paper. Looking at his dictation and translation, the answers were very good. It can be called perfect. It stands to reason that the little devil can do well in the exam by rote memorization, but Qingba Academy did not follow the original questions in the book. The last big question asked him to write down the similarities and differences he understood based on the main ideas of several books. It is difficult to answer perfectly by rote memorization. So Qin Yi did better than Zhong Jincheng, and he deserved it. Suwon handed the test paper to the little devil. He took it and looked at it, and his brows frowned instantly. Although the little devil is usually very confident, he is not without basic aesthetics, so he can naturally see the gap between himself and the other party. But, is this written by a real person? Could it be printed? The handwriting of the person answering the questions is too similar to the handwriting on the test paper. It doesn't look like it was written by a real person at all. Zhong Wenxiu also took a look. It really doesn't look like it was written by a real person. But if it is a fake score, it's okay. If it is a real person's handwriting, then Qin Yi is too scary. Suwon smiled and said, Dean, it seems that my child is not convinced. Can we invite this student named Qin Yi to come over and have a discussion? Jincheng wants to see the style of the number one. In fact, she had someone check Qin Yi's background in the past 2 days. The child's father is a 5th-rank official and the top scorer in the imperial examination 6 years ago. Qin Yi has been influenced by the family atmosphere since he was a child. He followed his father to study and write early. He learned early and worked hard, so he was far ahead of his peers. This time, the little devil has finally hit the wall. Zhong Jincheng corrected unconvincingly. It's to expose that he is cheating. Who wants to see his style? What's there to see in cheating? Suwon chuckled and rolled her eyes at him. Zhong Jincheng raised his fist, not willing to be outdone. The dean was not annoyed either. He smiled and asked someone to call Qin Yi. This was their treasure of the academy, the number 1 seed who would surely advance to the top class in the future. Of course, he could show off his skills. The little devil was waiting for someone in the yard. His ace was like a nail, and he couldn't sit still. He stood up and walked around and kicked the stone bench from time to time, which made Suwon want to close her eyes. She held her forehead and complained, I see that you are really energetic. It would be a good idea for you to go to the martial arts academy to use up your energy. The old Marquis and the old lady are the same. Going to the martial arts academy does not mean that you will definitely become a military general in the future. With your intermittent appearance, you will be despised by the barracks as a soldier. Zhong Jincheng could not stand provocation. He jumped up on the spot and shouted to her, "Who wants to go to the martial arts academy? You roll around in the mud every day and sweat all over. It's so dirty. I don't want to practice martial arts." Suwon nodded perfunctorily. Yes, I won't do anything that's tiring, dirty, or requires persistence, or is boring. Anyway, you just don't want to do anything, young master. Zhong Jincheng wanted to say yes, but with her sarcastic words, it seemed like he had admitted defeat. He snorted and continued to show off towards the door. "Why aren't you coming yet?" The little devil's patience was gradually exhausted. Zhong Wenxiao, on the other hand, was studying Qin Ye's test paper, reading it from the beginning to the end. This man was 2 years younger than himself, but his handwriting was very neat, and his translations were word for word, exactly the same as the translations his wife had compiled for his brother. Turning to the back of the test paper, Qin Ye's understanding of Meng Qiu was not only profound, but he also cited various classics to strengthen his arguments. Zhong Wenxiao had just memorized Meng Qiu last month, and Qin Yi was obviously much better than him. Compared with Zhong Jincheng's impatience, Zhong Wenxiao's back had begun to feel cold. That was the first time he deeply felt how big the gap in knowledge between himself and others was. After a long time, the dean finally came back. Following behind him was a cold-faced young boy. He had no ornaments on his body, only a dark blue robe with a solid-colored belt around his waist, simple and neat. Qin Yi looked up. His eyes were extremely cold. The dean smiled and said, "Madam Zhong, you've been waiting for a long time." Qin Yi was still in class in the school just now, and he was willing to come out only after the teacher finished speaking. "You see, this kid is Qin Yi, and he answered the test paper himself." Zhong Jincheng stared at him and looked him over. The other person was about the same height as him, but his personality was completely opposite. He was so cold that he could freeze everyone around him to death. There was no boredom in his eyes, only impatience. Zhong Jincheng understood, and immediately responded with an even more impatient tone. "Then write it. I want to see if this is his handwriting." The tone of the little devil was very bad, like questioning and suspicion, and anyone who heard it for no reason could not help but get angry. The dean was also afraid that Qin Yi would suddenly turn against him and quarrel with him. Because although this kid is very strong in academics, his temper is really weird, completely opposite to his smooth-talking father. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi didn't even ask, but walked straight to the table, picked up the pen, and started writing. The young boy wrote very quickly, and even the diligent and hard-working Zhong Wenxiao felt a little ashamed when he saw it. But in just a moment, he had written 2 lines of words. Qin Yi stood up and said to the dean, "Can I go? The homework left by the teacher has not been completed yet." The dean's mouth twitched. The homework assigned by the teacher was to be done on weekends. This kid hadn't even finished his classes today, but he was in a hurry to finish it. He picked up the paper and saw the familiar handwriting. He was satisfied and said, "Okay, you can go back." Hearing this, Zhong Jincheng hurriedly stopped him and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? We haven't checked it yet." He took the rice paper from the dean and saw that the handwriting on it was indeed consistent with the one on the test paper, as neat as if it was printed. Zhong Jincheng saw it with his own eyes, but still found it unbelievable. He checked the paper over and over again. Not only did he not find any signs of cheating, he also found that this person controlled the strength of his pen very well. There was not even an ink stain on the back of the rice paper. It was so perfect that there was no loophole. Zhong Jincheng turned his head to look at him, and said unconsciously, "How could you steal my first place?" Qin Yi raised his eyelids coldly, and said to him with certainty, "Because the first place is mine, and no one can take it away." The young boy was not actually very aggressive, but the firm confidence in his eyes firmly hurt the little devil's fragile heart. Zhong Jincheng couldn't help but raise his voice several degrees. What did you say? Qingyi did not say it a second time. He never liked to waste time on meaningless arguments, so he turned around and was about to leave. Zhong Jincheng walked around in front of him and threatened, "Say it again." Qingyi wanted to bypass him. But no matter how he got around, the little devil just pestered him and wouldn't let him go. Qingyi's eyes became colder. He said in a cold voice, "It's the same even if you say it 100 times. You can't beat me in the test." After that, he pushed the little devil aside and strode out the door. Zhong Jincheng was pushed and staggered, almost falling to the ground. He probably never met someone more arrogant than himself in his life. The other party was so arrogant that he didn't take him seriously at all. Qingyi didn't even ask his name. Zhong Jincheng was about to explode. Insult. It's an insult. He jumped up and down angrily, shaking Zhong Wenxiu and yelling, "This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't take me seriously at all. What do you mean the first place that can't be taken away? Who told him that the first place is his? The first place is mine. It's mine. Who gave him this confidence?" Suwon had also asked the little devil this question, but the answer she got was that he was just blindly confident and had no facts to support it. But Qingyi was different. His confidence came from his strength. A child who had never lacked money or love since childhood, and always got the first place in every exam, his confidence was so strong that no one could match it. Suwon watched the little devil go crazy quietly on the side, with no intention of comforting him at all. Instead, Zhong Wenxiu kept persuading him. "You just studied for a short time and started later than him. If you studied for the same time as him, you would definitely be able to easily pass him." Zhong Jincheng's eyes lit up when he heard it. "That's right, I can take the second place after only 2 months of study. If I study for another month, he will have no chance at all." Suwon couldn't help but sneered. Zhong Jincheng's fragile heart was hurt by this laughter again, and he roared, "What are you laughing at again?" Suwon smiled and said, "It's so easy to find your confidence. I hope your strength can catch up with your confidence soon." After that, she patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, kid." Zhong Jincheng stood there with his fist clenched. This encouragement sounded like an insult to him. He thought of Qingyi's arrogance before he left, and it seemed as if a fire was ignited in his chest, burning his whole body. Isn't it just the first place? Zhong Jincheng was aroused by his competitive spirit, and he ran out of the academy regardless of Zhong Wenxiu's shouting behind him. Zhong Wenxiu chased after him and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" Zhong Jincheng kept his head down and ran faster and faster. It seemed that a force suddenly surged into him, making his body more agile and powerful than before. In the huge academy, the only sound was his running, and the words blown into the wind. "Go home and read." The little devil's efforts were more intense than Suwon expected. She thought that this kid would continue to memorize by rote, and use his amazing memory to memorize all the knowledge. But as soon as this kid got home, he asked Shunzi to find all the books mentioned in Qingyi's answers. Historical records, geography. Shunzi listened to the sentences he recited and called out the titles of the books, but the more he called out, the more shocked he became. "Sir, is this really the answer from that Qingyi? These books are not even learned by young Master Xiu at his age." Zhong Jincheng gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Yes, this is what he answered." Shunzi's knowledge is excellent. Otherwise, he would not have been specially sent to his side by his grandmother, but he did not expect that even Shunzi thought Qingyi was strong, which made the little devil even more angry. This kid, this young master can knock him down right away. Zhong Jincheng grabbed the book from Shunzi's hand and no longer had the patience to listen to him recite it to him sentence by sentence. He watched himself recite it faster. But Zhong Jincheng started learning late after all, and his literacy was limited. He often encountered unfamiliar words when reading, and he would ask Shunzi from time to time how to pronounce this word and that word. It was 3 days later when Suwon came to see him. Before she even entered the room, she heard the little devil's collapsed voice howling. "How do you pronounce this word again?"
Suwan sa mai unskupali.
This kid finally suffered the pain of swallowing a whole thing.
If the foundation is not solid, and he always wants to take shortcuts, it will make subsequent learning more and more difficult. She stepped into the room and said to Shunzi, who was anxiously running around, "What books will Jincheng read next? Please sort them out and annotate them with pronunciation so that he can recognize the pronunciation of the words when he reads them again."
Pinyin? Shunzi asked.
Suwon hummed and said, "Many characters have the same pronunciation. Jincheng can read some simple characters. For those complex characters, you can annotate them according to homophones." She had learned Pinyin before learning to read since she was a child, but there was no Pinyin here. Suwon didn't want to appear abnormal, so she wanted to try using the direct sound method instead. Shunzi was smart and understood it immediately. He said excitedly, "Madam is still amazing. I will prepare now." Zhong Jincheng listened blankly, and it took him several seconds to react to the meaning of Zhuin. The look in his eyes when he looked at Suwon became even stranger. How did this woman come up with this idea? Is she really smart? Suwon looked at his suspicious eyes and knew what was going on in his little head without asking, but she was not as easily inflated as Zhong Jincheng, so she simply skipped the topic. In the following time, with the help of Zhuin, Zhong Jincheng found it more convenient to study. When she came to the Marquis mansion to teach, he saw the amazing changes in the little devil and almost gave Suwon a thumbs up. "Reborn, reborn." He praised Suwon again and again. Suwon looked at the little devil who was writing seriously in the study and asked "Master, how long do you think it will take Jincheng to catch up with Qin Ye's progress?" Her question was very clever. She didn't ask if he could catch up, but when he could catch up. She was very confident in Zhong Jincheng's learning ability. She glanced at her and replied with a smile, "It depends on how long he can hold on with this spirit." Suwon also smiled. "Master is still far-sighted. He is hanging on with this breath and will not give up until he surpasses Qin Yi." She shook his head and reminded, "Not really."
Huh?
Suwon was puzzled. She pointed at him and said, "A child who is used to being lazy will not be able to hold on for too long with this spirit. His laziness will gradually prevail. Then Madam will have to worry again." Suwon. What he said makes sense, but the truth is so unpleasant to hear. No wonder people don't want to listen to good advice. In the following time, Zhong Jincheng continued to stay at home in the Marquis mansion to study. This time he did it voluntarily and would not go out no matter who called him. As for Suwon's promise to give him a monthly reward of 50 taels of silver, he completely forgot about it. And this time he worked hard and persisted for a whole month. It was time for another monthly exam. The two brothers of the Zhong family had a top teacher like Shi to teach them, so they didn't have to go to Tsinghua Academy to study. Suwon had been paying their tuition fees for them in order to retain their degrees so that they could participate in all the large and small exams in the academy and test their learning progress at all times. Zhong Jincheng studied hard for a month. During this month, he not only understood and recited hundreds of books, but also often asked Lixi how to quote classics and how to integrate the ideas of multiple books. Lixi's sense of accomplishment exploded instantly. When he came to the Marquis mansion to teach every day, he no longer had a sad face as before and even wanted to come early. Zhong Wenxiu was also infected by his brother's hard work. He also got up an hour earlier than before to read, and his learning progress improved by leaps and bounds. There are more students in Tsinghua Academy today than usual. When Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxiu came, they obviously felt that walking was a bit crowded. The two didn't know what happened in the academy and were quite confused. After asking other students, they found out. "Didn't you receive the notice? This monthly exam is a joint exam of 4 colleges, and the 3 most powerful academies in Beijing are participating. Zhong Jincheng has never been afraid of these. So what? We can just beat him in the exam." The man saw that he was so confident and the corner of his mouth twitched. He said, "But our college is always the last in the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges and has never been higher than the second to last." Zhong Jincheng. Is the academy Suwon found for him so bad? Does she look down on him? Zhong Jincheng was about to get angry, and Zhong Wenxiu hurriedly asked, "Is the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges a tradition?"
Since you can't pass it every time, why do you still take the exam with them instead of choosing one or two slightly weaker academies? Because our dean likes to challenge difficulties very much.
Zongguangxu. Ah?
The students of our Qingba Academy have been suffering setbacks since they enrolled, and they have long given up struggling. But it's not certain this year. I heard that there is a student named Qin Yi who is very strong. The dean has long boasted that he will rely on Qin Yi to fight a comeback for us. Is it the 8-year-old Qin Yi? I heard about it too. He recently asked the dean to transfer to another class after this exam to learn more in-depth knowledge. He is indeed strong. I guess he will take the Tongzi exam in 2 years. With him, we will definitely have someone on the list this year. Zhong Jincheng listened to them talking one by one.
They couldn't do without Qin Yi.
In the eyes of the students of Qingba Academy, Qin Yi was like a savior. This made Zhong Jincheng very jealous. He raised his fist and said, "This time, let's see how I defeat that kid named Qin." "You?" Those people looked at him and didn't believe it at all. "I've never seen him. I don't know him." "You are bragging, right? Let's talk about it first." "You beat Qin Yi, bragging kid. Do you think you are Qin Yi?" Zhong Jincheng. "I'm going to fight you guys." Zhong Wenxiu was very frightened, fearing that his brother would fight with others again before the exam. He held the little devil and explained, "Don't look down on me too much. My brother is also very good. He ranked second in the last monthly exam, only behind Qin Yi." Zhong Jincheng was very disgusted with this ranking, but now mentioning this ranking can prove part of his strength, so he endured it, snorted, and acquiesced. As a result, those people were stunned for a moment and then said, "So what?" There are thousands of students in our 4 colleges' joint entrance examination, but in the end only 120 made the list. In previous years, the other 3 academies took all the places, and Qingba Academy didn't have a single one. Qin Yi may still be able to fight this year, and you? Forget it. Zhong Jincheng said angrily to Zhong Wenxiu, "Don't pull me. Today I will let them see how strong the first place in the 4 colleges' joint entrance examination is." Zhong Wenxiu. His younger brother's boasting became bigger and bigger.
No.
He became more and more confident. "Heh, another crazy one. Go away, go away. What's the point of fussing with a silly boy?" Zhong Jincheng shouted at their departing backs. "You bunch of guys who look down on others, just stare at me. This year I, Zhong Jincheng, must get the first place in the exam." The huge academy was bustling with people, and no one listened to his words, but someone who passed by laughed. Zhong Jincheng. Zhong Wenxiu looked at his younger brother's frustrated look and couldn't help wanting to laugh, but fortunately he held back. He said gently, "It's okay, brother, I believe in you. You will definitely do well in this monthly exam. At least, it will definitely be better than last time." After all, his younger brother's enthusiasm for study this month is really too strong, and he is so smart, his learning progress has improved rapidly. Zhong Jincheng snorted and said, "Let's go into the examination room and slap them in the face." Yeah. The joint examination of the 4 colleges simulates the test time of the Tongzi. The content of the test paper is less than that of the monthly examination of Qingba Academy, but the difficulty is greatly increased. It is not only about recitation and translation, but more about understanding and application. It can be called a small imperial examination. Fortunately, Zhong Jincheng has been practicing this kind of thing this month, and he answered it very smoothly. He was still full of confidence after the test. The other students in the academy were different. They came out dejected one by one. "It's over. I guess I won't be on the list this year. The questions are too difficult. It's incredible that the other 3 colleges can always do so well. If this continues, I dare not take the Tongzi, so as not to hurt my self-esteem. Oh, go home and continue to study late into the night." Everyone else did terribly in the exam, but Zhong Jincheng was the most confident after the test. This feeling of being able to do something while others couldn't was really great, and he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. As for Qin Yi, who is praised as a genius, just leave him alone, because Master Zhong will definitely take first place this time. The carriage of the Marquis Mansion was waiting outside the Qingba Academy. The two brothers Zhong Jincheng were about to get on the carriage when they heard Zhong Wenxiu suddenly say, "My jade pendant is missing."
Ah?
"Where did you lose it?" Zhong Jincheng turned his head and said to Shunzi, "Go, and take people to help him find it."
Yes.
Shunzi took the servants and maids to look for it. Zhong Wenxiu was so anxious that he followed him back to the academy to look for it. He glanced at the ground everywhere along the way, fearing that someone would step on it and break it. Zhong Jincheng didn't care about this kind of ornaments at first. After all, his jade pendant worth thousands of taels could be easily exchanged for a meal, but seeing Zhong Wenxiu so anxious, he couldn't help but run over to help find it. What jade pendant? Is it very valuable? There are too many outsiders in the academy today, so it is probably lost. Go back and ask Suwon to buy you another one. Anyway, the woman is generous to everyone else except him, especially Zhong Wenxiu. He has seen it several times. Suwon has asked people to buy things for Zhong Wenxiu's academy. Zhong Wenxiu became more and more anxious as he looked for it. His eyes turned red, and he said in a trembling voice, "It is the jade pendant my father gave to my mother. It was with this jade pendant that my grandmother discovered our existence. My mother gave it to me, and it was me who didn't put it away properly." Zhong Wenxiu regretted it very much at the moment. How could he wear such an important jade pendant? If he could find it back, he would keep it well and never lose it again. But there is no way to regret it, and it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to find lost things. Zhong Wenxiu plucked up the courage and shouted loudly, "Has anyone seen my jade pendant? It is very important to me. If someone finds it, can you return it to me? The thank you reward is 1 or 2 taels of silver." According to the laws of the Great Shu State, when lost property is returned, the owner needs to repay the other party with 1/4 of the price of the lost property as a thank you fee. 1 tael of silver is 1/4 of the value of the jade pendant. There were many people coming and going in the academy, and his heart was only slightly moved for a few seconds when he heard this. He looked around and didn't find any suspicious jade pendant, so he gave up. 1 tael of silver is not a small amount for children of their age, but the tuition fees of Qingba Academy are expensive. Children who can afford to study here are not short of money, and they will not care about 1 tael of silver. No one helped Zhong Wenxiu to look for it. Even if he kept shouting, no one helped. After all, the strength of Shunzi and others is limited, and it takes a lot of time to look for it. Zhong Wenxiu collapsed and squatted on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. "Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's all my fault." Zhong Jincheng saw that he was not feeling well, so he instructed Shunzi, "Go and help him shout, and say thank you for 500 taels of silver." Shunzi, "Sir, that jade pendant is only worth 4 taels of silver. Are you sure you want to spend 500 taels to help Master Xiu get it back? That's the price of a Fergana horse." Zhong Jincheng said unhappily, "Yes, didn't you see that he was about to cry?" Shunzi hesitated and said, "But you only have 50 taels of private money now. This is what you just received this month." Zhong Jincheng was silent for a few seconds, looked at Zhong Wenxiu and said, "Put it on him. Ask Suwon for it." Shunzi, "I hope madam can really accept your ridiculous calculation." With the 500 taels of thank you money from Zhong Jincheng, the students in the academy went crazy. The students who were originally in a hurry to go home did not go back home, and even called the servants to pick up people to go to the academy to look for him. Qingba Academy was in an uproar. Not to mention the students went crazy, even the teachers went crazy, and everyone in the academy started to help look for him. "Hurry, hurry, go to the examination room where Zhong Wenxiu stayed. He spent the longest time there. He must have been lost there." Okay, we'll go right away." "Master, no, there are too many people looking for him in that examination room, and we can't squeeze in. We have to squeeze in even if we can't. That's 500 taels of silver. By the way, we have to look in the toilet. He must have been there today. And on the way to the examination room. We have to look on the way from the academy to his house. And near his carriage. Can I go inside his carriage and take a look?" Qinyi was called away by the dean for a talk after he finished his test. The dean asked him how he performed in the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges. He really didn't like anyone who could disturb his studies, including the dean, so he just hummed and changed the subject. By the way, he brought up the matter of changing shifts. Only after the dean agreed did he feel that his time was not wasted. As a result, as soon as he came out of the dean's place, he was almost squeezed out by the chaotic students. Chinya's already cold face became even uglier. "What are you doing?" The servant behind him helped him push away the people blocking the way in front of him, while explaining, "Sir, it was Master Zhong Wenxiao of the Marquis Mansion who lost his jade pendant. His younger brother Zhong Jincheng is offering a reward of 500 taels for everyone to help find it."
Vigne.
Godly operation, as if there was a bag on his head. He continued to move forward with a gloomy face, and it was obvious that his impression of the two names became worse. He was delayed by at least 3 pages of the book. Zhong Jincheng was busy looking for the jade pendant and didn't meet Qinyi at all. Otherwise, he would definitely have made a few sarcastic remarks if he had met him. And Qinyi himself has not yet matched him with the name Zhong Jincheng. "Found it. I found it. The 500 taels are mine. Ha 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 ha. It's mine. Oh my god. What are you doing? Don't steal my jade pendant. Robbery." Zhong Wenxiao hurried over when he heard the voice, but there were too many people crowding in front of him, and he couldn't get through it all. The man who picked up the jade pendant raised his hands high, and the jade pendant was dancing in the air. It might be squeezed to the ground and shattered at any time. Zhong Wenxiao hurriedly shouted, "Be careful. Be careful." Zhong Jincheng strode forward and ordered, "Bayan, bring the jade pendant back." Bayan is a martial arts master, and his lightness skill is even better. He flew up from the ground, turned over, and rescued the jade pendant from the air. The drama of finding the jade pendant finally came to an end, and the crowd dispersed in disappointment. Only the child who found the jade pendant ran over with joy and surprise and said, "I found it. Your people just snatched it from me." The kid was happy that he was going to get 500 taels, but he was scared that they would default on the debt, so he was very nervous. Bu Yen handed the jade pendant to Zhong Jincheng. Zhong Jincheng took it and glanced at it casually. It was very ordinary, so he handed it to Zhong Wenxiao and saw that he wiped it like a treasure and then carefully identified it. Zhong Wenxiao was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. "It's mine. It's my jade pendant." The man breathed a sigh of relief and then asked cautiously, Then the thank you money." Zhong Wenxiao's body was shocked when he heard it. The reason why his jade pendant was found was because his brother shouted for 500 taels, so everyone helped him find it so actively. But he didn't have 500 taels. He had only saved more than 100 taels so far. Zhong Jincheng patted Zhong Wenxiao on the shoulder and said, "Don't panic, our family has money. Take him back home and let Suwon pay it back." Zhong Wenxiao. "Will Madam really pay it back? That's 500 taels. Madam has been controlling her brother's spending, and she herself has never had any major expenses. These 500 taels are also a considerable expense for her." Suwon was almost laughing when she heard that she was asked to pay it back. But with outsiders present, she was embarrassed to get angry. So she just asked Butler Lu to take the child who found the money to the front hall to rest. In the side hall, Suwon scolded Zhong Jincheng. "Good for you, young Master Zhong is so generous. To find a jade pendant worth 4 taels of silver, you spend 500 taels to ask everyone in the academy to find it. With this style, people who don't know would think you are a prince or noble on a secret visit." Zhong Jincheng argued, "Princes and nobles don't have much money." She said angrily, "No matter how rich he is still your grandmother's family, not our Zhong family." Zhong Jincheng said confidently, "Grandmother is the only daughter, and all the money belongs to our family. I am the eldest grandson of the family, and the money must be spent on me." Suwon covered her head in pain. This prodigal son spoke. How come he is still like this after 3 months of teaching? She began to reflect deeply. Zhong Wenxiao said weakly, "I'm sorry, madam. This matter is all because of me. I will pay the 500 taels." After saying that, he remembered that he did not have so much money, and added, "You can deduct it from my future monthly salary." His monthly salary is 20 taels. It will take more than a year and a half to deduct 400 taels. Suwon said, "You are not wrong in this matter. The thank you money of 1 tael of silver is stipulated by the law, but it did not make the onlookers excited.
But
That can't be increased to 500 taels. Zong Jincheng, do you really think that all the money in your family comes from the wind?" Zong Jincheng plugged his ears with his hands to block her roar. He closed his eyes and said, "You have to pay the money anyway. People are waiting outside. You won't let our mansion break our promise. Why should I clean up the mess you made? Who made you my mother now?" Zong Jincheng shouted loudly. Both of them were stunned after shouting. Even Zong Wenxiu looked a little dazed. This seemed to be the first time he heard his brother say this word. Zong Jincheng was the first to react and argued, "No, I mean, you are my nominal mother now. Anyway, you have to take care of it." After he calmed down, he couldn't call me that name anymore. The little devil was unusually awkward, and there was a little dependence in his tone, and even a little bit of coquettishness and submission. Suwon was hit in the heart. This kid, he is poisoning people with that innocent face again. Suwon closed her eyes and sat back in her seat. She recited the heart purification mantra silently over and over again, while emphasizing to herself in her heart, "Don't be bewitched by the little devil. This matter can't start. Otherwise he will find ways to break the rule she set every day. But he called me mother. My motherly love is about to overflow. Hold it in." A loving mother often spoils her son. There is no order without rules. Suwon took a deep breath and tried to calm her mind. Not long after, the cruel stepmother came online again. "I don't care. Zong Jincheng. This woman, this hateful woman, she is so heartless." Suwon cleared her throat and said, "However, since the money pickers are waiting outside, it is not easy to refuse to pay. However, I can't say it to the accountant. Sueji. Madam is going to set a trap for the young master again. What is wrong with that? Now she has the final say in the Marquis mansion. Even if she spends a mere 500 taels of silver without any reason, the accountant will not care." The little devil didn't understand the loopholes in her language and followed her words to listen. "How about this? Since you are my son, I can advance the money for you and then deduct it from your monthly salary. Your monthly salary is high, so it will be deducted back in 10 months. The little devil subconsciously retorted, "Who is your son?" Suwon said, and replied in his original words, "In name only, Zong Jincheng." He pouted and glared at her, then continued to think about the method she had just mentioned, which was feasible. He still had 10 months to pay off, which was much faster than Zong Wenxiu's nearly 2 years. Zong Wenxiu also said at this time, "I also have 100 taels here. I can return it to the madam first." This child meant to help the little devil. It was kind, but he didn't know that this would only make things worse. Suwon ruthlessly refused. "No. Why not?" Zong Jincheng shouted, unconvinced. "With Zong Wenxiu's 100 taels, he can pay it off 2 months in advance." Suwon said slowly, "You are the one who caused the disaster. Why should Wenxiu share the responsibility with you? But I was doing it to help him find a jade pendant. Well, to be precise, I was indeed looking for a jade pendant for Wenxiu." Suwon suddenly nodded in agreement with the little devil. Zong Jincheng was about to continue to argue, but he held it back. However, based on his understanding of Suwon, how could she listen to him and change her mind so easily? There must be a conspiracy. Sure enough, in the suspicious eyes of the little devil, he heard Suwon say, "The thank you money for the jade pendant is 1 tael. Wenxiu, it is indeed you who should pay for it." Zong Wenxiu. It is true that he should pay. Sure enough, following his gaze, Zong Jincheng's face turned red instantly. "It's not that easy." The little devil was extremely angry. He said angrily, "What's the difference between 499 taels and 500 taels?" Suwon corrected, "Why is there no difference? Have you forgotten how you went to the street to ask how much a pound of food cost? 5 cents, 1 tael of silver is enough to buy it." When the little devil heard her calculating this kind of account again, he subconsciously covered his ears. not wanting to listen to her nagging again. Pay it back, pay it back. Can't this young master pay it back? Suwon said with satisfaction. Okay. At least you are responsible. The little devil rolled his eyes at her. Sueji shook her head helplessly and went back to Suwon's bedroom to get the 500 taels of silver that she was going to advance for the young master. Butler Lu gave it to the other party and sent away the happy money picker. In the private courtyard, Zhong Jincheng was counting on his fingers. 50 taels have been saved. Zhong Wenxiu paid 1 tael, and there is still a shortfall of 449 taels, and it will take another 9 months to pay. He suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, "Why do I have to study for so long?" The birds in the yard were frightened by the sound and fluttered around. They bumped into the cage and then kicked their legs and fainted. The kitten that Zhong Jincheng had always used to scare birds was now lazily lying under the eaves, meowing from time to time. Bailey, she was right. A momentary excitement would not last long. Zhong Jincheng wanted to surpass Qinyi in the exam, so he worked hard and studied hard for a month. After taking the monthly exam, he was very confident that he could beat his opponent, so he started to play badly again. It will take 7 days for the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges to release the results. How can the efficiency be so low? Do these other 3 academies think they are better than Qingba Academy? Zhong Jincheng didn't understand how the academies were divided into strong and weak ones, but judging from the time it took to issue the examination papers, the other 3 academies were not very good. Thinking of this, he became more confident. What about the number 1 in Qingba Academy? He wanted to be the number 1 in the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges. Young master, we should go to the study to study. Shunzi came to call Zhong Jincheng early in the morning. At this time normally, the young master would have gotten up and been studying hard. But the little devil, who had lost his target, returned to his appearance of not liking to study. "Oh, don't make noise. I'll sleep a little longer. I haven't slept well for a month." Shunzi wanted to cry, but had no tears and reminded, "But we still have to go to the study to study. Have you forgotten the remaining 449 taels?" The little devil turned over and covered his head with a quilt. Obviously, he looked like, "I don't care about anything, and I'm going to sleep to death." Shunzi was helpless. But fortunately, Suwon didn't send anyone to urge him. So he had to be a good servant who didn't cause the master's dislike. Near noon, news suddenly came from outside that the 18th princess had arrived, and Shunzi was stunned when he heard it. The princess came to the marquis's mansion. There must be something big. He hurriedly called the little ancestor, who had fainted on the bed. Zhong Jincheng rubbed his eyes and said, "What 18th princess? I don't know her. Besides, she didn't ask to see me specifically. Maybe she came to pick a fight with Suwon." Shunzi said, "The 18th princess is 14 years old this year. She is the emperor's most beloved daughter and the prince's most beloved sister. She has a spoiled personality. If she really picks a fight with the lady, our mansion will definitely be in trouble." Although Zhong Jincheng is a rascal, when he heard that something was going to happen at home, he woke up instantly with a start. He didn't like Suwon, but Suwon represented the mansion after all. If she offended the princess on behalf of the mansion when her grandmother was not around, that would be terrible. Why did the 18th princess come to our house? Zhong Jincheng asked while putting on his clothes, and hurriedly put on his shoes. Shunzi thought for a while and said, "After all, the 18th princess's brother is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and His Royal Highness likes you. It shouldn't be." No, the 18th princess's mother is Madame Zhai's sister, and Madame Zhai is the 18th princess's biological aunt. She came because of Zhai Yao's matter. Zhong Jincheng understood. Zhai Yao was punished by the prince to go to the slums, and has been there for a month now. Madame Zhai has been looking for the prince to no avail, and has also been looking for Princess Pingyang to no avail. This time, she found the spoiled 18th princess. It seems that he is determined to let the 18th princess make trouble. Let's go. If she really makes a fuss, we will go to the East Palace and find the prince. But the prince is not in good health. Those who went to see the prince because of Zhai Yao were rejected by the crown princess. How can it be the same? The prince likes me the most and doesn't like people from the Zhai family. Shunzi. Although you are always blindly confident, what you say seems to make sense. However, when Zhong Jincheng hurriedly ran to the front hall while putting on his outer robe, he saw a pretty girl laughing with Suwon. Zhong Jincheng. It made himself, who was worried about her, look like a clown. He gritted his teeth and said to Shunzi, "Didn't you say that the 18th princess was probably looking for trouble because of Zhai Yao? What are they laughing at?" Shunzi stammered and could not speak. "It is the 18th princess, that's right.
But
How did it become like this? The world has become crazy as they dare not imagine. The 18th princess, Xiaorong, did come for Zhai Yao in the beginning. Madame Zhai told her about Zhai Yao's miserable condition, the prince's partiality, and the arrogance of the Marquis mansion. Xiaorong was deceived and arrogantly asked Suwon to ask the prince to release him. But she met Suwon, who knew how to read people's hearts the best. She knew at a glance that the 18th princess was being used as a gun, so she told the whole story of Zhai Yao. Xiaorong was very surprised to hear the end. She slammed the table and stood up, praising the prince for his good punishment. The 18th princess has been in the palace for many years. The people she met were either fawning on her or afraid of her because of her reputation, and some disliked her and went against her. Anyway, she had never seen Suwon like this. She was neither angry nor afraid of her bossing, but talked gently and eloquently, which made her completely convinced, as if she had met a confidant in life. Then the two talked about everything from the Zhai family to the prince, from the Marquis' mansion to the palace, and the more they talked, the more they got along. They became like sisters. "Hey, is this your disobedient stepson?" The 18th princess looked at the boy at the door and said bluntly, "He doesn't look very good. He can't even wear shoes, and his clothes are untidy." Zhong Jincheng. He hated this kind of woman who said bad things about people without telling them. The 18th princess said again, "Oh, he even glared at me. He is really a little devil. Does the prince like such children? No wonder he loves me the most." Suwan. How come you start to make fun of yourself while you are laughing at others? Is this the characteristic of people who can't keep things in their hearts? Zhong Jincheng was originally dissatisfied with her, but he was not so angry after hearing this. She still has a clear understanding of herself. The little devil came in a hurry, and this time he saw that nothing was wrong. So he stopped and tidied himself, and the sound of two people talking came to his ears again. The 18th princess said, "But my trip can't be in vain. My aunt comes to my palace every day to cry and complain, saying that Xiaoyao has been having fever and infection frequently recently, and his cold has not been cured. I am also worried that something will happen to him in the slums." Suwon said, "I understand. I will go to the East Palace in person to see His Highness in a while, and ask him to end the punishment of Zhai Yao." Zhong Jincheng immediately disagreed after hearing this. "Your Highness the Crown Prince punished him to keep him in the slums in the future. Why let him come back? The way he kicked Grandpa Zhao, have you forgotten?" Suwon certainly didn't forget. "But Zhai Yao is wrong, but he is not guilty of death. The prince's original intention was to punish the child, not to kill a 9-year-old child. He probably didn't expect how difficult it would be to survive in a place like the slums. If Zhai Yao really died, His Royal Highness the Prince would probably be in trouble. Is it that serious?" Zhong Jincheng frowned and said, "Jingzhe's injuries were much more serious than his before, but he was not to the point where Zhai Yao was in a life-and-death situation. Jingzhe and Zhai Yao have lived in different environments since childhood, and his adaptability is stronger than Zhai Yao. And His Royal Highness, the Prince, has strictly controlled the slums, and the medicinal materials that Zhai Yao can use are not as good as the ones we gave to Jingzhe. If it goes on like this, he might be in danger of his life." Suwon asked him, "If Zhai Yao really dies, do you think it's a trivial matter? Children of 8 or 9 years old already know what death is. When a living person disappears from this world forever, their relatives will be more miserable than each other." Zhong Jincheng thought about it and felt that it would be too serious if he really died. But he couldn't lose face and was embarrassed to say it out loud, so he asked back, "Then let him go?"
I don't know if he has changed.
"If he is still like that, I don't want him to continue to hurt people." Suwon said, "It depends on how His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will deal with him later. We just have to do what we should do, and the rest is up to fate. Zhong Jincheng said with an "Oh, then you go, I won't go. I'm not asking you to go." Suwon rolled her eyes at him. Zhong Jincheng made a face at her, turned around, and ran away. Seeing them going back and forth, the 18th princess also became interested. "Is this how you usually teach him? You look so tired, with so many profound truths to tell." Suwon smiled and said, "Children's cognition is still shallow. They will understand if you explain it properly." The 18th princess said embarrassedly, "In fact, I know you are going to go because of my face. In any case, this princess has remembered this favor. If you have any problems in the future, just send someone to find me. My palace is easier to enter than the East Palace of my brother the Crown Prince."
Ha ha ha.
Suwon laughed along with her. It's rare for the princess to go out of the palace. "I will take the princess to visit the Marquis mansion." "Okay, let me see the study room where your two children study. I heard that your study room is very big. My mother-in-law ordered someone to build it for my husband. He has loved reading since he was a child. That Zhong Jincheng is too different from him. Maybe he is like the old Marquis. I heard that my father-in-law didn't like reading since he was a child."
Ha ha ha.
It's settled. After seeing off the 18th princess, Suwon packed up her luggage and went to the East Palace to ask for an audience with the Crown Princess. The Crown Prince was in poor health, so she didn't dare to disturb him casually. Besides, as a woman, it would be more appropriate for her to ask for an audience with the Crown Princess. Sure enough, after hearing about it, the Crown Princess summoned her immediately. "I'm Sue, your concubine. I'd like to greet the Crown Princess. Best wishes, Your Majesty." "No need for formalities," the Crown Princess said with a smile. "Someone, give Madame Zhong a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After Suwon sat down, she told him the whole story of the 18th princess coming to the palace to plead for Zhai Yao, and finally brought out her own request, hoping that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would release Zhai Yao. The Crown Princess looked at her steadily and smiled. "You are smart. You know to come and see me." Before, no matter who asked to see His Royal Highness for Zhai Yao's matter, they were all rejected by His Royal Highness. Suwon looked up a little surprised. It turned out that it was not as the outside world had said, but it was the prince himself who pushed for it. Suwon sighed silently. This princess consort is really magnanimous. She took a lot of criticism for the prince without saying a word, and she seemed to be happy with it. The princess consort walked down and said softly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince knows very little about the slums, and he did not expect that Zhai Yao would not be able to survive there. I will tell him about the situation later. I think with your Highness's soft heart, he will agree to bring the child of the Zhai family back." Suwon hurriedly stood up and said, "Then thank you, Princess Consort." The princess consort stepped forward, took her hand in an approachable manner, and said softly, "I heard that you have been cooperating with Bailey Shi recently to improve Jincheng's academic performance rapidly, but it has been hard work." Suwon thought to herself, of course it was hard work. It is more tiring to take care of a naughty boy like the little devil than to take care of 10 literary cultivators. But she still said modestly, "This is what I should do." "You always say that, but everyone can see how hard you work." The Crown Princess suddenly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, when was Jincheng's birthday?" Suwon answered truthfully, "June 16th.
Oh.
That means she was conceived at the end of August. The Crown Princess murmured. Suwon calculated and said, "It's around this time." The Crown Princess asked her again, "Do you know who Jincheng's biological mother is?" Suwon's heart skipped a beat. She understood even without trying to understand. That day, the prince acted particularly fond of Jincheng and said that he had held the newborn Jincheng in his arms when he was a child. It was too easy for people to misunderstand, and the Crown Princess really began to think too much. The Crown Princess had only married into the Eastern Palace 5 years ago. 3 years before that, there was no one serving in the Crown Prince's palace, but who knows if there might be someone else. The Crown Princess had been thinking about it over and over again these days, and she had never imagined that some noble lady in the capital had suddenly disappeared for a year 8 years ago to get pregnant and have a child, so she planned to ask Suwon.
A mother is most reluctant to see her child, but if she had secretly come to see Jin Chung, Su-won, the mistress of the house, would have noticed it. Su-won lowered her head and said, I know nothing about Jin Cheng's biological mother. I only know that after my husband brought him back to the Marquis's mansion 8 years ago, he asked my father-in-law to put him on the family tree of the eldest grandson. I may have to ask my father-in-law for more details. When it comes to the crown prince, Su-won didn't even dare to think about it. Knowing that he was the child of the Marquis's mansion, she could still discipline him without pressure. If he was a child of the royal family, even if the workers had 800 courages, they would not dare to deal with a naughty child like this. The crown princess was silent for a few seconds and finally did not continue to ask. Su-won stood for a long time and did not hear her speak again, so she had to say goodbye. Your Majesty, I have something to do at home, so I won't stay to bother you. The crown princess smiled and said, Go back. The crown prince will hold a hunting event in Chuyang Mountain at the end of the month. Then you can bring Jin Cheng and others to play. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Su-won thanked her and left the East Palace, but she ran into the wife of the Duke of Jin as soon as she went out. The noble lady who had just offended at the last banquet. In the end, if it weren't for the pressure from the crown prince and the crown princess, the wife of the Duke of Jin would not apologize to them. When the wife of the Duke of Jin saw that it was Su-won, her eyes were as if they were on top of her head, and she sneered, Come to the East Palace to curry favor with the crown princess again. Su-won stopped, looked at the direction where the lady of the Duke of Jin was going, and asked, Isn't it the lady of the Duke? The lady of the Duke of Jin was so angry that she wanted to fight with a sullen face, but was persuaded by the maid beside her. Finally, she said, an unfavored legitimate daughter married into a marquis that values merchants. She has no benefits on both sides. I don't know how she has the confidence to challenge this lady. Su-won smiled and said, We dare not. As long as the lady of the Duke of Jin doesn't make things difficult for us, we naturally don't want to offend the Duke's mansion. The lady of the Duke of Jin snorted coldly. You are smooth-talking. There is a lot of difference between you and your naive sister. Innocent sister. Su-won remembered that Su Liener's marriage had been arranged at the Duke of Jin's mansion, and the wedding would be held next month. But how could the word innocent be associated with Su Liener? The wife of the Duke of Jin was rarely fooled. Knowing the previous situation, Su-won now felt pity for the wife of the Duke of Jin. She hoped that this firecracker mother-in-law would be able to withstand Su Liener's gentle knife in the future. Back at the Marquis mansion, Su-won asked, Is Jin Cheng in the study? Although it was impossible to think about it. What if? What if he just didn't want to sleep, didn't want to walk his birds and play with his cats, and just wanted to soar in the ocean of knowledge? Cui Lu frowned and said in a businesslike manner, The young master went out of the house to play. Su-won. Well, he just refused to study. This rascal boy. Su-won asked again, Where did he go to play? Did he go to find Jingja again? Jin Cheng has been going to the slums frequently recently. Although this has caused an uproar in the slums, fortunately, with his deterrence, no one dares to bully the Jingja family. Suelio's face became even more wooden, and she said, I went to the residence of the Minister of War, the home of Master Hezheng. Hezheng? Sounds so familiar. Su-won had some impression, but couldn't remember who he was. It seemed that he was a friend of the Little Devil. But the Little Devil's previous friends were all that kind of. One of the 4 little dandies. Sueji reminded. Su-won. Okay. The hanging heart finally died. Su-won lay tiredly on the chaise longue, closed her eyes and said, Come on, tell me what a rascal this Hezheng is. Ever since she met the Little Devil and Jia Yao, she has had no good feelings towards the combination of the 4 little dandies. Any one of them would be a headache for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, they are still raised by 4 powerful noble families. If all of them are assigned to one family, then they would be helpless. Suelio came over with the booklet and handed it to Tsueji to read. Hezheng, 9 years old, the 3rd son of the Minister of War, a legitimate son. He broke his arm once when he climbed over the wall of the Shangshu mansion, broke his arm a 2nd time when he climbed over the wall of the academy, broke his arm a 3rd time when he climbed over the wall of the martial arts training ground,
and broke his arm a third time when he climbed over the wall of the— Stop, stop, stop. Soo-won opened her eyes and shouted, "Did you take the booklet for broken arms from the wrong clinic? He is the legitimate son of the Shangshu mansion, not a juggler in the martial arts world. With such a precious identity, if he breaks his arm every day, can he still keep his arm?" Suelio explained rigorously, "An arm becomes fragile after a break, and it is easy to break it a second time if it is stimulated again. This is normal." Soo-won. She held her forehead and couldn't help but feel worried for Hee-jung's parents. They would have a heart attack if they didn't raise a child who played himself to death. Soo-won took a deep breath and asked, "Then why does he climb over the wall every day? Does he have a habit of climbing over walls?" Sueji turned the page and continued, "Oh, it's written later that Master Hee-jung loves reading, but Minister Hee's family has been military generals for generations, and all the legitimate and illegitimate sons in the family are practicing martial arts. So Master Hee-jung was forced to give up literature and follow the martial arts." Soo-won frowned and said, "What's going on? Is Minister Hee a stubborn person? If your son doesn't like martial arts, then let him learn literature. Wouldn't it be good if the whole family is full of warriors? And maybe Hee-jung can become the top scholar in both literature and martial arts like Zhong Zhao?" Sueji turned the page 2 more times and found the reason. Because Minister Hee was impeached by civil officials, he hated civil officials very much. He also claimed that if anyone in the family dared to secretly go to the Academy of Literature, he would break his legs.
Then.
Was the leg broken? This was Soo-won's first reaction. The little dandy, Hee-jung, broke his arms so many times. How about his legs? Could his legs still be intact? Sueji turned another page and said, "It was going to be broken, but Hee-jung's mother rushed over to stop them, so they are still fine." Soo-won. Shangshu, he should go see a doctor. It is really his father's fault that Hee-jung is a poorly disciplined son. What about Jincheng? Soo-won suddenly stood up from the comfortable chaise longue and said in horror, "He went to the Shangshu mansion. Could he be helping Hee-jung climb over the wall?" Sueji. Suelio. Hee-jung, who was escaping over the wall, nearly had his legs broken. If Master Ching helped him to climb over the wall, would his legs be broken as well? Although they are all powerful families and generally wouldn't make such a mess, that Minister Hee sounds very scary, so it's hard to say what will happen. Hurry, hurry, prepare the horses, go to the Minister of War's residence immediately. Don't be too late or you may lose your legs. Soo-won got up in a panic, scared to death. It was the first time that Sueji saw Soo-won so panicked. Every time she clashed with Master Ching before, she was calm and generous, and she was in control of her strategy. God knows Soo-won was almost going crazy. She herself had never used her hands to teach the little devil a lesson. If something bad happened in Minister Hee's mansion, the old Marquis and the old lady would come back to eat her up. Soo-won and her group hurried to the Minister of War's mansion. The carriage ran very fast, splashing dust all the way. The onlookers talked about it and began to make good guesses. What big thing happened in the Marquis mansion? Why do they look like they are trying to escape? It seems like they are going to catch someone committing adultery. Otherwise, why would they bring all the maids, servants, and servants with them? Wouldn't there be people holding them down, covering their mouths, and kicking them? Catching someone committing adultery? Whose adultery are they going to catch? The young Marquis of Yuanyang Marquis' mansion has disappeared and hasn't come back yet. The young Marquis' son is only 8 years old. No matter how precocious he is, it's impossible for such a thing to happen, right?
Could it be? Could it be?
Old Marquis. The old Marquis sneezed violently far away in the villa. The old lady brought him a cloak and said, "Master, you have to be more careful. The villa is backed by a mountain, and it will be cold in early summer." The old Marquis touched his nose and said confidently, "I'm not cold. It must be Jin Cheng who misses me." The old lady. "I hope that the little ancestor of his family can really remember you." On the way, Soo-won ordered Suelio to explore the way ahead, especially to see if the little devil was squatting in any corner trying to climb over the wall. It was not until Suelio flew away that she remembered that there was a martial arts master named Bayan following the little devil. Bayan,
Bayan is still here. Nothing serious should happen. Even if the people in the Shangshu mansion want to catch the little devil, Buyen can hold on for quite a while. Thinking of this, Suwon calmed down a little. At least she looked calm on the surface. As soon as they got off the carriage, they went outside the door to ask to see the wife of the Minister of War. On the way to the yard led by the servants, Cui Lu saw a figure with her sharp eyes. She quickly grabbed Suwon and pointed in the direction of the corner. Suwon took a closer look, and her 3 souls almost scattered 2 of them. Under the nearly 10-foot-high wall, there were more than 10 stools stacked like a stack of arhats. The stools swayed in the wind and looked like they would fall down at any time, and her little devil was helping another kid to climb onto the arhat stool. With this safety level, let alone climbing over the wall, they would probably fall off the arhat stool on the spot. He Zheng's arm, which had been broken countless times, was even more precarious. Cui Lu, save them quickly. Suwon didn't care that they were in someone else's house. The most urgent thing was to pull the little devil back first, otherwise her family would be in trouble.
Yes.
Cui Lu responded and flew over. Who are you? Let me go.
Put me down.
You dare to ruin this young master's good deeds. Do you want me to break your legs? Suwon was so upset when she heard He Zheng shouting. You are really father and son. You use the same sentence to intimidate people. Bayan, bring Jincheng back.
Suwon shouted.
She stared at Shunzi and Bayan, who were standing behind the little devil. One was terrified, and the other had no expression. It seemed that the little devil had told them not to meddle in other people's business, so they didn't dare to intervene. Bayan is obedient. When the little devil is around, he listens to the little devil, and when Suwon is around, he listens to Suwon. This order of priority was explained by the old lady before she left. Bayan, do you want a rebel? I am your master. Why do you listen to her? Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Zhong Jincheng kept chattering like crazy all the way, but he didn't stop himself from being carried over by Bayan like a little chicken. Why are your arms so hard? Unable to break Bayan's grip, the little devil began to rage helplessly again. The servant who was leading Suwon into the courtyard saw this change and said anxiously, Young Master Zheng wants to climb over the wall again. Hurry up and inform the madam. Suwon looked at them in a mess and didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, so she said, Please tell your Shangshu's wife that Jincheng has an article to write at home and will come to play with your young master another day. Zhong Jincheng's eyes widened when he heard it. I have finished the exam. How can I have any articles to write you?
Shunzi
Shunzi covered his young master's mouth at the signal of Suwon's eyes. He was about to drag him away, but Hezheng held Zhong Jincheng tightly. He cried and shouted, Don't go, Jincheng. You are my best friend. They are all against me. You have to help me. It was almost successful. Zhong Jincheng could only with his mouth covered. The two of them looked like a pair of resentful couples separated by their elders, performing a life and death separation here.
Puff.
Suwon didn't know why. She couldn't help laughing. This is the disadvantage of having a low sense of humor. These two little ghosts look really funny. Suwon stretched out her hand to half cover her smiling face and said funny and urgently, Take them away. Take them away. If it's any later, Minister, he will come out and break their legs. Little did she know that Suwon's words made it look more like there was an affair going on. Sueji's mouth twitched, and she followed Shunzi to pull her own son to separate the hands of the dissolute couple. Jincheng. Hezheng. Suwan. She couldn't think about it anymore, otherwise she would want to play a song of drowning. The two little ghosts cried and screamed, but they couldn't stand Suwon's cruelty and ruthlessness. The vicious stepmother fulfilled her duty and dragged Zhong Jincheng away. Before she reached the door, she heard the voice of an angry middle-aged man inside. Where is that little beast? Suwan. Minister, he really came, with such a violent voice, sounding like the kind of father who would commit domestic violence. Zhong Jincheng struggled to break free from Shunzi's grip, turned around and ran back. Suwon hurriedly shouted, Jincheng, come back soon. This is someone else's family affair. Do you want to have your legs broken too? Zhong Jincheng replied to her loudly while running.
That's my brother. If I don't go back, he will definitely be beaten to death. Suwon rolled her eyes, thinking that he was putting on too much drama. No matter how much minister he hated civil servants, he couldn't beat his own son to death. However, by the time she remembered to ask Bayan to catch him, the little devil had already run away. Suwon sighed and quickly chased after him. Pa, will you change? Will you change? Do you dare to sneak over the wall to study again? Minister, he watched the servants carry out the execution fiercely. The long and wide board hit the 9-year-old child directly without any reduction in strength, and blood appeared after one hit. Heejung was sweating profusely on the bench. The pain made him grab the bench with both hands and clench his teeth tightly, but he still stubbornly replied loudly, I won't change. I won't change, even if I die. Even if you beat me to death, I still want to study. I just don't want to learn martial arts. Zhong Jincheng heard this when he arrived. In front of him was still his brother, who wanted to climb over the wall every day, but Heejang's spirit of never giving up shocked him. Even if he was about to die in pain, even if he had such an unreasonable father, he was still so brave and firm to say what he liked. It was so strange. It was this strange feeling again. The little devil didn't understand. He thought about his hobbies, walking birds and playing with cats, fighting crickets, playing kuju. He liked all of them. But if you ask him to climb over the wall every day for this love and break his arm and be beaten by his father until he was covered in blood, then his love is not that much. The little devil and Suwon have different perspectives. What he saw was the stubbornness of the young man in pursuing his dream, while what Suwon saw was stubbornness. Both of them were stubborn. You are stubborn in your way, he is stubborn in his way, and neither of them listens to the other. The current minister, he is young and strong with good martial arts. It is not difficult for him to hang Heejung up and beat him. However, conquering the opponent by force is not a long-term solution. Heejung is one of the famous 4 little dandies. If this kid is not well educated, he will definitely beat me up when he grows up. Sure enough, when she looked over, she did not miss the hatred that flashed in Heejung's eyes. It was real hatred, which transformed pain and unobtainable into hatred. And the father, who was still abusing, was completely unaware of it and was still asking people to continue beating him with a stick. Beat. Beat him hard. Beat him until he surrenders. This kind of unfilial son, I would rather have a dog than him to be more obedient. Heejung closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He didn't say another word. It is instinctive for a child to cry when being beaten. If he can't even cry, he must be very desperate and determined to die. Suwon hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Sir Shangshu, wait a minute. Young master, Heejung seems to have fainted from the pain. In desperation, she made up an excuse. But as soon as she finished speaking, the child with clenched fists and closed eyes opened his eyes again, looked at her in surprise, sweat dripping from his jaw. Suwon. I'm saving you, child. Can you cooperate? Upon hearing this, Shangshu he hurriedly looked over, but he didn't see Heejung fainted at all. He yelled at Suwon angrily, Who are you? Master, this is the wife of the young Marquis of Yuanyang Marquis' mansion. The servant reminded nearby. Minister, he had a good impression of the Marquis of Yuanyang mansion. His family had also been military commanders for generations, so naturally, he wanted Heejung to interact more with the children of such military commanders. So his attitude softened. It turned out to be Madame Zong of the Marquis of Yuanyang mansion. Someone, show me a seat for Madam and Master.
Suwon. They're still showing me a seat at this time.
Did they want them to sit down and watch Heejung get beaten? Unexpectedly, Minister, he said, My son is stubborn and disobedient and lacks discipline. It's just right for me to ask you two to take a look and let him know what shame is.
Suwon.
You are such a vicious father. You deliberately rubbed the child's face on the ground. In contrast, she felt that her education of Zhong Jincheng was so gentle that it couldn't be any gentler. She advised, Why does Lord Shangshu have to be so strict with a child? If he likes to read, let him read. My husband was once the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, and he did not delay his martial arts training.
The little devil also echoed. Yes, my father is very good at studying.
Zhong Zhao?
Minister, he thought of the high-spirited young man in his memory. He was so glorious in the capital back then. Not only was he loved by thousands of girls, but even the elders of various families praised him. Minister, he also admired Zhong Zhao's martial arts, but forget about his knowledge. If he had not taken the imperial examination and entered the Hanlin Academy, how could he be taught by those old guys to talk about loyalty, filial piety, brotherhood, faith, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame all the time? But in front of the man's wife and son, Minister, he was embarrassed to say that he disdained Zhong Zhao's study, and he didn't scold him for his shortcomings. If Suwon knew that he thought the top scholar was short in his heart, she would probably be so angry that she wanted to beat him up on behalf of thousands of students in the Academy of Literature. Master.
Zhengye.
Oh my God. How did you get beaten like this? Which guy did this to you? Madam, he finally arrived, rushed over and carried Hezheng off the bench. Come here. Go and ask the court doctor to come. When the court doctor arrived, he wanted to check Hezheng's wounds, but Hezheng pushed him away. The child was very stubborn. Madam, he said, yes, the wounds are all on his body. Let's go back to the house and check. Let's go back to the house and check. Everyone carried Hezheng to the house to check. Madam, he was anxious to go in, but the maid next to her stopped her and told her what had just happened. Madam, he stopped and asked the maid to go in and check on Hezheng. She persuaded Minister He to go back to the front yard, and she stayed to talk to Suwon. Madam Zong, thank you for speaking up to stop him just now, otherwise Jing'e would have to get a few more beatings. She wiped her tears while speaking, and her face, which was obviously only in its 30s, actually had some haggard wrinkles. She must have worried about her third son a lot. Suwon felt sorry for her and sighed. It should be. Even if I have never been a mother, I know that mothers love their children the most. There is a problem with the way that young Master Hezheng and his father get along. Madam, you should think of a way to break the deadlock as soon as possible. Mrs. He's expression moved. She stepped forward, took her hand, and said a little too enthusiastically, Sister, I have an unwelcome request. Suwon subconsciously pulled her hand away and took a step back. This scene was too much like the time when the old lady entrusted the little devil to her. She smiled vigilantly. Madam, please speak. Madam, he was stunned by her retreat. A trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She said, It's like this. You saw it. My master likes Yuanyang Marquis Mansion very much. He also wants Zheng'e to practice martial arts with your child. I thought that the two children might be interested in martial arts while playing together. I wonder if he can be a companion to Jincheng? Suwon was speechless and said, To be honest, madam, Jincheng actually doesn't practice martial arts. How could it be? Madam, he was stunned. Your family has been military generals for generations, and the old marquis has made outstanding contributions. Could it be that Jincheng doesn't like martial arts and loves reading? Suwon wanted to say, What on earth does he like to study? He doesn't like to learn anything, he just likes to play. Suwon said, It's the old marquis who doesn't allow it. My second uncle died in the war, and my husband has been missing for many years. Madam, he was stunned when she heard it. She said, The old marquis would think so. That's right, and it's understandable. If my master could understand, why would he make such a fuss with Jing'e? There are already too many children in my family practicing martial arts, and we don't need Jing'e at all. Madam, he was about to cry again. Suwon wanted to comfort her, but didn't know where to start. Unexpectedly, Madam, he suddenly grabbed her arm and said, Sister, I think it's better for Jing'e to go to your house to play with Jincheng, so that he doesn't have to climb over the wall and run out every day.
Suwan?
Jincheng still has to study at home. If Hezheng also studies with him, your master will go crazy. Jincheng is studying?
Mrs. He knew about Zhong Jincheng.
Wasn't that boy the leader of the Four Little Dandies, the ancestor of those who fooled around with others all day long? Just now the maid said that it was Zhong Jincheng who helped his son Zheng to climb over the wall. How could such a courageous kid sit at home and study so honestly? Suwon nodded and said, Yes, Jincheng has become interested in studying recently.
He studies hard at home every day and goes to the academy every month to take the monthly exams to catch up with his classmates who have better grades. The court doctor in the room was about to apply medicine to Heejung, and Zhong Jincheng came out not long after he came out. As a result, he heard the woman telling people how much he liked reading. He likes reading. What the Hades? Zhong Jincheng couldn't tolerate Su Wan slandering his reputation like this, so he stepped forward angrily and said, I won't go to school anymore. Not even a page. What catching up with classmates? Do I need to catch up? They are all defeated by me. Su Wan's mouth twitched as she said, the results of the 4-college joint entrance examination haven't come out yet. You may not even be on the list, you blindly confident kid. Impossible. The first place in this 4-college joint entrance examination must be me. It must be me. It definitely won't be you, because you, Qin Yi, can't pass the exam. Nonsense. I will definitely kick Qin Yi out this time. Oh haha, there's no hope. I advise you to study late into the night from now on. Don't wait until you fail the exam in a few days and then study, wasting a few days of catching up time in vain.
Impossible.
I won't study. I don't need to study at all. Zhong Jincheng and Su Wan argued fiercely, and all they talked about was studying. Madam, he couldn't get a word in, and there was no way to force her son to go to the Marquis mansion, so she had to give up for the time being. Zhong Jincheng's behavior was very consistent with reality. He said he would not go to study, and he just wanted to wait a few days to see the result that he had ranked first in the exam. But that night, he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. What he thought about in his mind was either He Zheng's desire and persistence for studying, or Su Wan's categorical statement that he could not possibly pass Qin Yi. The little devil was such a confident person. How could he accept such a firm assumption? But what Su Wan said seemed to be quite right. She rarely makes mistakes. But what the Hades? She must have made a mistake. How could he, the eldest young Master Zhong, lose to someone else, and lose to that rude, cold, and inhuman Qin Yi?
Impossible.
There is no way he can lose. The little devil pulled the quilt over his head, trying to let his active brain go into hibernation with the help of darkness. But unfortunately, he was unusually awake today. Zhong Jincheng had insomnia. He pulled back the quilt and saw that the sky outside had begun to turn gray, and it was almost dawn. But he couldn't fall asleep while lying in bed. He shouted to get up, and Bayan came in.
It was his turn to keep watch today.
Young master, you re up so early? Zhong Jincheng hummed and said, I can't sleep, so I'm going out for a walk. There will probably be nothing fun to do if we go out at this time. If Shunzi were here, he would definitely have to persuade him to go out after daybreak, but Bayan was very obedient and spoke very little. He took the little devil out without asking anything. The air in the early morning was particularly fresh, and Zhong Jincheng's pair of black and translucent eyes were blinking. At this time, the mansion was extremely quiet and dark, with only one place with light. That is, Bayan replied, it's Master Xiu's room. He should have gotten up and was reading. Zhong Jincheng was stunned and muttered, a nerd only knows how to read. He didn't bother to care whether Zhong Wenxiu was working hard to make up for his shortcomings. He walked out of the mansion comfortably and headed for the busiest street. In the early morning, vendors pushed their carts and were busy setting up stalls one after another. The hot buns in the breakfast shop were also emitting fragrance in the steamer. If you smell it carefully, there is even a little raw smell, which is the smell of food that is in the steaming stage. Because they are still preparing for business, there are no shouting and hawking and no enthusiastic greetings. The vendors are still preparing for their livelihoods. No one noticed that the young master ran out to play so early. Zhong Jincheng saw the earliest early morning street for the first time. Everything he saw was new, but his heart seemed to be constantly touched by something. They all have their own goals to work towards. Yeah, it seems interesting to have a goal, and you can work towards that goal. Yeah. He didn't respond, trying to be a subordinate who can chat. The little devil asked puzzledly, then what is my goal? He looked up at Bayan. His eyes were very confused. Bayan didn't know how to answer. He was not as eloquent as his wife, nor could he comfort the young master as well as Shunzi. But he saw behind the young master.
The little devil turned around and saw the plaque of a mansion. Qin Mansion. Speaking of the people that Zhong Jincheng hated the most, if Suwon was ranked first, then the second must be the one with the surname Qin. The little devil didn't expect to see the surname when he ran out so early in the morning. His calm and healing mood was instantly broken.
Ha!
Zhong Jincheng turned around and walked in another direction, but the location of the Qin Mansion was really awkward. He either had to go back the same way, or he had to pass by the Qin family's courtyard wall. The little devil became more and more angry as he walked, and finally stopped and asked, "Isn't this Qin Ye's home?" Bayan said, "It seems to be his home. Qin Ye's father is a fifth-rank official, and his residence is in this area." Zhong Jincheng snorted again and walked forward quickly. Bayan hurried to catch up. Unexpectedly, the young master in front suddenly braked. If Bayan had not relied on his powerful martial arts, he would have almost knocked him out. Zhong Jincheng turned around and said to him, "Qin Yi is so lazy. He hasn't gotten up to study at this time." The Qin Mansion was dark, without a trace of candlelight. Bayan thought for a while and said, "Young master, today is a day off." "So what?" The little devil said as a matter of course. "Zhong Wenxiao has gotten up to study, but Qin Yi is still lying in bed." Humph, he still wants to compete with this young master for the first place. It won't be long before he is trampled, and trampled. Zhong Jincheng said as he crushed the ground with his feet, about to step on a few innocent ants to death. Bayan. He didn't understand this childish operation. Finally, Bayan reminded him without any eyesight, "Young master, I saw a direction of the Qin Mansion that is lit." "Where?" Zhong Jincheng tilted his head up, but couldn't see it. Bayan thought, with your height it is normal not to see. Without saying a word, he picked up the little devil and held it on his shoulder. Zhong Jincheng's field of vision suddenly widened. He looked inside and saw that there was a room with a light on. "Walk forward." The little devil clung to the top of the wall and looked inside. His vision was still a little blurry, so he stepped on Bayan's shoulder and pounced directly on the top of the wall. The whole person hung on the wall like a little gecko. Maybe the noise was too loud, and the window of the lighted room below suddenly opened, revealing a pair of extremely cold eyes. It was Qin Yi. Zhong Jincheng stared at him for a few seconds and finally reacted and shouted, "It's really him." Qin Yi didn't know if he knew Zhong Jincheng, but when he saw someone outside the window disturbing his reading, he immediately slammed the window shut, and the sound was so loud that it could be heard outside the wall. Zhong Jincheng vaguely remembered that before the man closed the window, he was holding a book in his hand, and he was reading a certain page, not just pretending. He was stunned for a moment, frowning. He didn't know what was wrong. He just felt uncomfortable all over. Thinking of this morning on the day off, Zhong Wenxiao was catching up with his studies, and Qin Yi was also reading. What was Qin Yi catching up with since he was already the first? The little devil tilted his head and thought for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion. He must have felt that the first place was going to be snatched away by me, so he started to chase me desperately.
Buyan.
He suddenly remembered Shunzi's famous saying, "Don't take the young master's words seriously, and don't savor them carefully. Otherwise, even if he doesn't have much expression, it will be easy for him to lose control of his expression." Although he said so on the way back, Zhong Jincheng still chattered back, "But how did he know that I would surpass him? Could it be that he saw last time that I have the potential to surpass him? Or did he secretly come to the Marquis Mansion to investigate whether I have been studying hard this month?" Bu Yan was more and more confused about how to answer as he listened. He felt that these possibilities were unlikely, but he didn't know how to reply to the young master. He could only pray in his heart to return home quickly so that Shunzi could take over to answer the questions. Zhong Jincheng was still talking to himself. Anyway, no matter what, he is paying attention to me. It's normal. Anyone who meets such an excellent opponent like me will feel a sense of crisis. Bayan. Why haven't we reached home yet? Why does the road back to the Marquis Mansion feel endless? Zhong Jincheng couldn't hear Bayan's inner roar. He was still walking unsteadily, but his steps were getting faster and faster. Because he was jumping while walking, and he was in a very good mood. Bayan's silence was deafening.
After Suwon woke up, she heard Chui Lu reporting to her about the progress of the little devil. She asked while wiping her face, "What is he doing by not sleeping in the middle of the night?" The young master went for a walk on the street and then passed by the Qin mansion. I heard that he even lay on the wall of someone's house and looked for a while.
Huh.
Suwon's hand holding the handkerchief paused. Qin mansion? Qin Ye's house? What was he doing on the wall? Sueji suppressed her laughter and said, "I heard from Shunzi that the young master thought Qin Yi was secretly studying in order to catch up with Master Chung." The corners of Suwon's mouth twitched. It was another day when she was speechless at the mysterious self-confidence of the little devil. She continued to apply the handkerchief to her face and said lazily, "Qin Yi is a child with great talent and hard work. How could he work hard to surpass that lazy guy Jincheng? In my opinion, people may not even know who Zong Jincheng is now." Narcissistic kid. Sueji smiled and said, "Madam, do you think we should send an invitation letter to the Qin mansion and invite Master Qin Yi to come to our house to accompany the young master to read books for a day?" Suwon raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Do you want Qin Yi to refuse the invitation and let Jincheng know that people don't know him at all?" Sueji replied, "We have to dampen the young master's enthusiasm. Otherwise, he will always refuse to study." Suwon thought for a moment, still shook her head and said, "Forget it. Qin Yi studies very hard. Let's not disturb him. Anyway, the result will be out in a few days." Sueji was very surprised. It was only a short time since Qin Yi was notified, and the lady was afraid of disturbing him. It seemed a little too cautious. She tentatively asked, "Madam seems to like the young master of the Qin family very much?" Suwon was also very frank. Yes, who would not like a hard-working child? She also graduated from a small mountain village step by step, so she knew how difficult it was to take exams, and she knew how much people who study hard cherish time. She herself had been caught in the rain, so she didn't want others to be caught in the rain because of her. Sueji replied, "Yes, Madam also likes Master Xiao very much." Suwon smiled and said, "In fact, I like Jincheng too."
Ah?
Sueji was stunned. It was hard to tell, especially from Master Chung. Suwon laughed loudly, "Haha, but you have to suppress your love for him. Otherwise, if he senses it, he will be so proud, right?" "That's right," Sueji praised. "Madam, you have a good idea." When Suwon went to the front hall to eat, she only saw Zong Wenxiu, but not Zong Jincheng. She asked with a smile, "Is this boy finally sleepy?" Butler Lu said, "The master was very energetic today, but he couldn't fall asleep. The doctor was afraid that he would damage his body, so he gave him 2 injections. Suwon learned something new. 2 injections can make him fall asleep quickly?
Yes.
Suwon gave a thumbs up. Great medical skills. Zong Jincheng slept until dark. He got up from the bed, stretched himself, and shouted with his eyes closed, "Shunzi, I'm hungry." "Here comes the young master. The food will be served soon." Zong Jincheng yawned and asked, "What time is it now?" It was just 11 o'clock, and the lights in the ladies' courtyard were turned off. Oh, she went to bed really early. Zong Jincheng was helped by Biand to wash and eat. He grabbed 2 buns and ate them first. When I felt less hungry, I suddenly thought of another question. Is Zong Wenxiu asleep? Shunzi said no. Master Xiu always goes to bed after midnight.
Ah?
Zong Jincheng frowned and asked, sleeping so late and getting up so early. Isn't he uncomfortable? Is he still reading? Shunzi replied, yes. Master Xiu has been following this schedule every day since he returned to the Marquis mansion. My little son has been studying with Master Xiu for 3 months, but he just remembered to ask him what time he went to bed. He really doesn't care about other people's lives at all. People like Shunzi like to listen to other people's gossip. There is no secret or important news in the entire Marquis mansion that he doesn't know. After hearing this, Zong Jincheng recalled the scene he saw outside the Qin mansion wall in the early morning. Is Qin Yi also reading late into the night like Zong Wenxiu? When he thought of this, Zong Jincheng felt uncomfortable all over, but he couldn't tell where he felt uncomfortable. If Suwon knew, she would definitely tell him accurately, "Congratulations, kid. you're involved. The third bun in his hand began to taste less fragrant. Zhong Jincheng picked up a bowl of chicken soup and drank it in a hurry, then grabbed a handful of peeled lychees and ran out. The candle in Zhong Wenxiu's room was about to burn out, and the servant who was serving him came over and replaced it with a new one, and the dim room became bright again. The little devil just stood outside his window eating lychees and refused to go in. The windows in the room were closed, and outside the window one could only see the swaying shadow of the candlelight and the movements of Zhong Wenxiu flipping through books and writing. The little devil spat out lychee seeds as he watched, and soon they were all rolling on the ground. Anyway, there were people cleaning the yard every day, so Shunzi didn't care about them. Zhong Jincheng asked curiously, "Shunzi, how long do you think it will take for him to catch up with Qin Ye's progress?"
Sunja was asked.
This question was difficult for him to answer. Seeing this, Zhong Jincheng immediately said with a straight face, "Just tell the truth." Shunzi wanted to tell the truth, but the truth was really unpleasant to hear. "I think it will take Master Xiao no matter how long he tries to catch up with Qin Yi." "What did you say?" Zhong Jincheng got angry and kicked him on the leg. "Why are you here to boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige? Who are you from?" Shunzi covered his legs and cried, and was threatened by the little devil's eyes to keep his voice down, so he wailed in a low voice, "You asked me to tell the truth." Zhong Jincheng wanted to kick him again, but when he saw Shunzi hugging his legs subconsciously, he stopped and asked, "How can you not catch up? Zhong Wenxiu is 2 years older than Qin Yi." Shunzi sighed and said, "Studying has nothing to do with age. Some people can pass the imperial examination in their teens, and some are still Tongsheng at the age of 80. What is Tongsheng? It is a title 2 levels lower than Jiren, and it is also the lowest level in the imperial examination."
"Oh.
So Zhong Wenxiu can't surpass Qin Yi even though he works so hard?" Shunzi reminded. "Mr. Qin Yi also works very hard." Zhong Jincheng was deeply puzzled. Zhong Wenxiu studied so that he could have many options in the future, but why did Qin Yi study? Isn't he the eldest son of the family? His father is still young, and his current 5th-rank official position is not too low. Shunzi thought for a moment and said, maybe he wants to follow in his father's footsteps. When Qin Yi was 2 years old, his father passed the imperial examination and became the top scholar. He must have seen his father studying hard when he was young, following in his father's footsteps. Zhong Jincheng murmured, "My father passed the imperial examination and became the top scholar in both civil and military examinations at the age of 15. He was much better than Qin Ye's father." Shunzi nodded. Zhong Jincheng looked up at the sky. "It seems that I am the only one who can compete with Qin Yi for the top position." "Shunzi," Zhong Jincheng continued, "this family cannot survive without me." "Shunzi." Zhong Jincheng turned around and said, "Let's go and work hard to produce the next generation of top scholar." "Shunzi, are you okay? Are you sleepwalking?" Shunzi was shocked and chased after him. Before he could run 2 steps, he seemed to step on something slippery and slid out instantly. His ace kissed the ground intimately. "Lychee. Lychee core." Shunzi didn't wait until the next day to clean up. "The world kisses me with pain, but I respond with song." Shunzi sang the sad story in the mansion's medical room. Zhong Jincheng did not go back to his room directly, but went to the large study room, where he had not been for 2 days. However, after all, he had studied there for 3 months, so he still knew clearly where each book was. So he picked up a book at random and started reading. Bayan helped him grind the ink. The little devil was concentrating on writing and didn't notice that Shunzi had gone to see the court doctor to see his ace. The next morning, Suwon stood at the door of the study, looking at the books scattered all over the room. There were ink stains on the ground, which showed the reader's temper. How could he get so angry while studying? Without saying, the young master felt sleepy after studying until midnight, so he slept on the small couch in the inner room of the study. Suwon picked up the book on the ground and flipped through the contents. It was a rather difficult book to read, and there were no homophone annotations made by her in advance. Judging from the little devil's literacy level, there were probably a lot of words he didn't recognize. "No wonder the more I learn, the more annoyed I become.
She turned at Sueji and said, "Go and ask someone to mark all the books in this room with homophones. Also, please translate the books and bring them to the study. Write serial numbers on the pages of the original books and the translated books so that Jin Cheng can find them easily. All of them? These are the young Marquis's books." Sueji reminded weakly, "The young Marquis's things are never allowed to be touched by anyone." Su Wan said indifferently, "It's just a note. If he minds, I'll buy him a new book later. The main reason is that the books in the large study are of many types and complete, so it is a bit difficult to set up a whole room for the little devil in the same way in a short time." Sueji, "That's fine too. After all, the lady is now the head of the Marquis mansion, and we have to listen to her." Su Wan arranged again, "Invite 2 Jiren this year to come to the mansion to assist Jin Cheng in his studies." "Jiren?" Sueji said, "They are the qualifications for being an official. Even the best Hanlin Academy can't hire many Jiren teachers. You want 2, and they have to be this year?" Su Wan smiled and said, "Of course we can't invite ordinary people, but we can."
Ah?
The money power of the Yuanyang Marquis Mansion is not false. Just by stating their names, 3 or 5 scholars came to apply for the jobs, but they seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and each one was more stubborn than the other. "I am a Jiren who just passed the provincial examination last year. Many rich young masters wanted to become my disciples, but I refused. Everyone is a Jiren this year, but I am the only one in my area. Our county magistrate personally came to invite me to be his legal advisor. I am a teacher in the best academy in the capital. Most of the students who pass the exam in each session are from our academy. If you want to teach children, you need a professional teacher. Come on, everyone passed the exam this year. You have only been a teacher for more than a year. What does it have to do with you whether the students in the academy passed the exam in previous years? Why is it none of my business? There must be many students who pass the exam in the next session who are taught by me." "Boasting. Who are you talking about bragging? How can you call bragging about a scholar's affairs?" Su Wan sat there watching them arguing. She knocked on the table and said, "Dear gentlemen, can you please get to the point? Are you willing to come to our mansion to teach the children? It depends on how sincere your mansion is. I've had a pretty good time in Hanlin Academy. Yes, if we were to become officials, it would be very impressive. If your housekeeper hadn't invited us so sincerely, we wouldn't have wanted to come. Private tutors never get any fame bonus, and it's their own glory if the students pass the exam. There are 2 others who are waiting and watching, but like the previous 3, they want to see what the Marquis Mansion has to say." Sueji frowned and lowered her head and said, "Madam, why are these people like this? Aren't scholars said to be very upright and to treat money as dirt?" Su Wan chuckled and replied, "People eat grains and cereals, and they have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They also have families and children, and they also need to support their families. As we are all workers, we can understand each other's feelings. As long as the money is paid, everything can be discussed." She said sternly, "Everyone, our mansion provides a monthly salary of 100 taels for private tutors for a period of 3 years, and the contract is signed. 100 taels for 3 years, that's a bit low. 100 taels a month for 3 years. Are you deaf?"
Huh?
100 taels a month? 100 taels a month? The scholars were stunned. They counted on their fingers. 100 taels a month, 1,200 taels a year, 3,600 taels in 3 years. Oh my God. If I could earn this much money, I would never be able to spend it all in my lifetime. Another scholar who is doubting his life asked the person next to him, "How much is your monthly salary at Hanlin Academy? Do all teachers make that much now?"
8.
8 taels. But other academies make even less. 4 or 5 taels is considered high. The people were shocked. They said in unison, "I'll take the job. Let me do it, let me do it. I have experience in passing the imperial examination once, and I will definitely help the young master pass the imperial examination before he reaches the age of 20.
E.
I have experience teaching at the Hanlin Academy, and it would be hard for the students I teach to fail to pass the exam. You only have 1 year of teaching experience. That's better than you, a Jiren who has no job at home.
The 5 people started arguing again, each vying to get the job. Soo-won sighed in her heart, lamenting that having money is still useful. 100 taels is equivalent to 100,000 yuan in modern times. If someone offered her 100,000 yuan to be a tutor when she was working, she would definitely fight for it. My mansion is only recruiting 2 teachers. Please write a resume of your studies and examination experience, and we'll make a comprehensive selection. Soo-won arranged, Sueji, take them to the side hall to write.
Yes.
By the way, Soo-won added, smiling, our Yuanyang Marquis Mansion has a good relationship with the Ministry of Rights. If there are people who falsify their resumes, don't blame us for not reminding them in advance. The scholars looked at each other. Some of them buried their heads in writing with a guilty conscience, while others cast approving glances at Soo-won. This is the best way, otherwise everyone will just make up stories to earn this high monthly salary. But as soon as the person left, Sueji became a little anxious. She whispered to remind him, Madam, we don't have any connections in the Ministry of Rights. Not to mention the connections in the Ministry of Rights, their mansion has been out of touch with worldly affairs for too long, and they don't have much contact with other families. Even if they want to ask someone to help, they won't be able to find a suitable person. Soo-won exclaimed, if we are familiar with the Ministry of Rights, can they really help us find the imperial examination records of all students? Sueji.
No.
Can't I? Did the lady cheat them? Soo-won thought, maybe it is possible. Putting aside the question of whether this is considered a leak, the candidates come from all over the place, and it will be a lot of work to check the files. She smiled and said, when a resume is written, it not only reveals a person's personal experience, but also his writing style, logical thinking, and even his reading style. These things cannot be faked. Can Madam see these? Sueji asked. Soo-won shook her head and said truthfully, I may not be able to read it all by myself, so I need to ask Master Bailey to help me read it together. Then I will ask them to go back and wait for notification after they finish writing. If they decide to hire them, I will send someone to deliver the employment letter to them, and then let them bring the employment letter to the mansion to sign the contract. I think it's okay. Sueji smiled and said, I will arrange it right away. Seeing her go to the side hall, Soo-won got up and went to the study room to tell Bailey she. The 2 children who were studying in the large study arrived neatly. Bailey Shi's mental state while teaching has obviously improved. He spoke vividly and emotionally when recounting historical stories, stroked his beard from time to time, and seemed to be in a very good mood. Zhong Wenjung in the audience listened attentively and took notes from time to time. Looking at Zhong Jincheng again, the brat seemed energetic. He was currently scribbling on paper with a brush in one hand. He seemed not to be listening to the class, but his eyes did not move. I was multitasking but did not miss any time in class.
Soo-won sighed.
Such a smart child is really enviable and helpless. Inside the room, Bailey she said, okay, that's all for today's class. You should write down what you learned yesterday. I'll take it away when you're done. After saying that, he yawned, supported his face with one hand, closed his eyes, and tried to take a nap. Soo-won thought that Bai Lixi was indeed too tired recently. After studying hard, the little devil always had endless questions to ask. His endless energy all day long was fine, but it made Bai Lixi look much older. This was also one of the reasons why she wanted to hire 2 more private trainers. Just as she was thinking about how to let the 2 private teachers cooperate with Bailey Shi to educate Zhong Jincheng, she saw the little devil who was supposed to be reciting the article carefully, holding a brush in one hand and tiptoeing towards the podium. His eyes were fixed on Bailey Shi's gray beard. Soo-won, what does this little rascal want to do? Did he want to paint the red ink on Bailey Shi's beard? Zhong Jincheng. Soo-won stopped him. No matter where he painted, he should not paint Bailey Shi because he was his teacher and his father's mentor. Bailey Shi was frightened by the shouting. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhong Jincheng standing in front of him with a red pen in his hand. When he saw that he was awake, he hid the pen behind his back. Bailey Shi blew his beard and asked, Jincheng, what are you doing here with a pen? Zhong Jincheng saw that the truth was revealed, but he still smiled innocently. No, you must have seen it wrong. I just came here to ask you how to write this sentence from memory. The little devil stared at Suwon outside the window and glared at her fiercely. This woman was ruining his plans again. Suwon was furious. How dare this brat glare at her? He showed no remorse at all. Chui Lu, bring me the handboard. Upon hearing this, not only the little devil was shocked, but even Zhong Wenxiao and Bailey, she were frightened. Zhong Wenxiao had known Suwon for so long, but he had never seen her lose her temper like this. What had just happened? He was reciting an article and didn't notice what had happened. And what was the pen in his brother's hand for? Bailey, she has been teaching for so many years and has seen all kinds of storms. Although no one has ever dared to do this to him, he has heard from others that some children like to draw on the teacher's face with a pen. Based on his understanding of Zhong Jincheng, this guy doesn't seem to be capable of doing such a thing, and it is obvious in front of him. He tried to play a trick on the teacher but failed and was caught by his mother. Chui Lu is a person of action, and she uses the handboard in an instant. The little devil's face turned green when he saw the board. What is this? A handboard? Is it going to hit his hand? Zhong Jincheng quickly threw away his pen, stepped back and said with a smile, "It's a misunderstanding. Don't slander me. I just came here to ask the teacher a question." The little devil is the smartest one. Even if he is extremely panicked, he still has a smile on his face, pretending to be well-behaved and innocent. This is his best skill to fool his elders. Bailey, she seemed to have been deceived anyway, so he quickly advised, "Madam, forget it. It's normal for children to be a little naughty, and this is not a substantive behavior." Suwon reminded him, "If I hadn't shouted just now, Zhong Jincheng's red ink would have been smeared all over your beard."
Bailey,
He thought about how long his beard was. If it was suddenly painted red, wouldn't it be like Zhong Kuei in the world? Bailey, she shut up.
"Put your hand out," Suwon said.
Seeing that pretending to be good was useless, Zhong Jincheng immediately changed his face and threatened, "If you dare to hit me, my grandmother will come back very, very angry, take away your housekeeper key, and kick you out of the mansion." Suwon sneered. "Then give it a try, Chui Lu. Hit him 3 times. The little devil howled, "Shunzi, Bayan, save me." But Shunzi and Bayan outside the door were stopped by Tsueji and were not allowed to come in. "Brother Wenxiao, save me. Brother, my dear brother, save me." The little devil used all his tricks and directly called Zhong Wenxiao his dear brother, trying to wake up the only person in the mansion who had a family bond with him. Zhong Wenxiao was immediately overwhelmed by family affection and stood up to help. "Brother, I'm here to save you." Seeing that the story of saving her brother was about to take place, the vicious stepmother stood in front of the rescuer. Thinking of Suwon's kindness in saving his mother, Zhong Wenxiao was silent for a few seconds and said, "Brother, I will save you next time." Bailey, This brotherhood only lasted for a few seconds. Zhong Jincheng cried out to the sky and the earth, but no one answered. Chui Lu grabbed both of his hands with one hand, and her right hand was holding a handboard. The little devil was terrified. "Don't hit me with your right hand. Use your left hand. We don't have any deep hatred. When I grow up, the Marquis Mansion will be my steward. Aren't you afraid of offending?" It was the first time that the little devil was beaten, and the pain spread directly from his palm to all parts of his body. "You really hit me too hard. Couldn't you be a little gentler?" I was wrong. I won't dare to tease the teacher again. The book says that if you admit your mistakes and correct them, you are still a good child. You should give them a chance to correct them.
Paw the second board.
The little devil was beaten with 2 boards until tears came out. He couldn't pretend to admit his mistakes anymore due to the pain and started to roar madly. "Suwon, you and I cannot coexist. When I take over the mansion, I will definitely drive you to another villa. You won't be able to see anyone or go shopping every day. You can only wait for mosquitoes to bite you, listen to frogs croaking, and watch." Paw the third board fell. After the beating, Chui Lu let go of his hand, leaving the little devil looking at his red palm and falling to the ground crying. Shunzi, who was outside the house, ran in to help him, only to see that the little devil was still howling, his face was unyielding, and tears were streaming. Suwon picked up the article that the little devil had copied from memory on the table. There was not a single correct sentence or typo. Apart from the usual ugly handwriting, there was nothing wrong with it. She walked forward, squatted in front of the little devil, and said, "Boy, if you want to drive me out of the mansion, then you'd better become stronger quickly. Otherwise, with your weak appearance, if you dare to disrespect the master again, I will give you more than 3 blows." The little devil's eyes turned red, and he glared at her unconvincedly. "Just wait." Suwon touched his head and said jokingly, "I hope you won't make me wait until I'm old." The little devil shook off her hand and howled, "Bayan, carry me back. I don't want to see this bad woman."
Yes.
Bayan was about to take action. Suwon rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why are you hugging me? I hit your hand, not your leg. Just go back by yourself." "What's it to you?" The little devil stretched out his red claws, put his arms on Bayan's shoulders, and was carried back by Bayan. He glared at Suwon even more fiercely. Zhong Wenxiu stood there at a loss. He glanced at his brother, then at Suwon and said anxiously, I've finished copying. I'll go find the court doctor to check my brother's hand. Goodbye, madam and master." When everyone left, only Suwon and Bailey Shi were left. Bailey Shi laughed at something he had thought of. He sighed and said, "Madam has really offended Jincheng this time." Suwon smiled and said, "I have always offended him, but I never thought of hitting him before. But he has a stubborn temper and he won't learn his lesson unless I beat him." Bailey Shi nodded. "That's good. Fortunately, the old Marquis and the old lady are open-minded. Otherwise, you would not be comfortable as a mother." Suwon smiled and replied, "I am very grateful for the trust of my father-in-law and mother-in-law, and I am even more grateful to the teacher for teaching me."
Haha.
"You are so polite." Bailey Shi stroked his beard happily and said, "Madam, do you have anything else to say today?" Suwon told him about choosing a private tutor. Bailey Shi raised his eyebrows and asked, "You want them to continue tutoring Jin Chung after I teach them, even on their weekends?" Suwon nodded. "That kid is full of energy and doesn't waste time studying after class. I originally only asked someone to get him a translation and phonetic notation for difficult characters, but it's still not fast enough. Someone needs to accompany him all the time." Bailey Shi thought for a moment and understood. He replied, "This is a good idea. It can not only urge him to study, but also help him solve problems in time. I think it is feasible. Bring me the resumes of those candidates, and I will help you take a look." Su Wanshi said happily, "Then I'll have to trouble you, sir." Sueji had ordered someone to bring all the resumes over, and Suwon handed them to Bailey Shi, waiting for his evaluation. Bailey Shi quickly looked through them and saw that all 5 of them were candidates for the Imperial examination this year, so he knew it was no coincidence. The students who had just finished the Imperial examinations had their knowledge and test-taking skills fresh in their minds, and they were more useful than those who had finished the examinations 3 years ago. Bailey Shi once again felt that Suwon's considerations were very thoughtful, and the looks he cast towards her were all approving. Suwon smiled and said, "Sir, what do you think?" Bailey Shi said, "The first resume is fake. He is not the first-place winner of Wenyang County. The first-place winner of that county is the child of an old friend of mine. The age of the second resume is a bit old, 67 years old. I am afraid he can't bear to follow Jincheng as you asked." Suwon laughed dumbly. "That's right. The ages of those who passed the Imperial examinations were different, and this one was the oldest among them. The remaining 3 are all good, especially the one from Hanlin Academy. I think he should be given priority consideration." Bailey Shi said, "Many teaching methods in the academy are also good. Jincheng should not be too isolated when studying in the mansion. He should often communicate with others about the exam and understand the tenses outside." Suwon nodded and continued to look at the resumes of the other 2. They were indeed evenly matched. They are both pretty good. It's hard to choose. Bailey Shi nodded and wanted to say yes, but he couldn't give any good suggestions on the choice, so he planned to let Suwon decide for herself who to give up. Suwon thought for a moment and said decisively, "Then take them all. Rich people don't make choices." Bailey Shi. Sometimes he felt that everyone in the Yuanyang Marquis mansion was quite good at spending money. Suwon asked Sueji to draft the engagement letter and notified the 3 private tutors to come to the house to sign the contract and choose a day to enter the house. On the other side of the courtyard, howling sounds came one after another.
Ah,
It hurts. Please be gentle.
my hands.
Are swollen like carrots.
Wah.
Zong Jincheng sat on the edge of the bed, stretching out his paw to allow the court doctor to apply medicine. Shunzi was beside him, holding his arm to prevent him from moving around and causing more pain in his palm. The tearful little devil looked very pitiful, and his pair of black eyes seemed even brighter, making people feel sorry for him at a glance. No one knew how Suwon had the heart to deal with him. The court doctor comforted him. Master Chung, this wound is not too serious. It's just a little red, swollen, and bloodshot. It will be fine after a few days of applying medicine. Don't use your hands these days, get plenty of rest, eat a light diet, and don't stay up late at night. The court doctor talked about a lot of taboos. The little devil, who originally only had pain in his hand, now felt pain in his head. He howled, "My hand only hurts. Why do I have to pay attention to my diet and rest? You are more nosy than Suwon, court physician." This is clearly normal medical advice. But the little devil was so angry that he didn't dare to talk back. It was Zong Wenxiao who signaled him that he could leave, and the court doctor quickly picked up the medicine box and ran away. The little devil had his hands wrapped in white bandages. He watched his hands change from red carrots to white carrots, like 2 big clubs. He fell back on the bed with a wow, kicking his legs and shouting, "Suwon, Suwon, Suwon. I hate her so much."
Ah.
The emotionally excited little devil banged his hand on the edge of the bed. "Brother." Zong Wenxiao hurried over to pull him up and checked his hand and found no bleeding. Zong Jincheng felt even more aggrieved when he heard this and howled, "Don't call me brother." Shunzi's mouth twitched beside him. The young master was really dreaming. He not only wanted someone to stop him but also wanted someone to help him block it. Zong Wenxiao paused, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. I can't disobey, madam. I will definitely help you next time." The little devil snorted and said, "There won't be a next time. Next time I'll hit Suwon on the hand." Shunzi. It's to the point that even Bayan would be speechless after hearing it. "Hit the lady's hand. Are you that vegetable? Don't let your wife hang you up and beat you in the end." Bayan came in from outside. "Master, the medicine is ready."
Ah?
"You still need to take medicine." The little devil looked like an eggplant hit by frost and wilted instantly. Zong Wenxiao understood and took the medicine bowl to comfort him. Use it externally and internally to get better quickly. "Shunzi, go get some candied fruit." "Yes, I'll be right there." The little devil opened his mouth reluctantly, waiting for his brother to feed him. The medicine was handed to his mouth spoon by spoon. It was very bitter, but it was okay with the candied fruit. Zong Wenxiao was very patient. When feeding him medicine, he would test the temperature of the medicine, wipe his mouth after he drank it, and even pick the biggest candied fruit for him. It was not the first time that the little devil was fed medicine, but he had not experienced this feeling for a long time. It was warm and comfortable, just like when his grandparents were in the mansion, with only him in their eyes and hearts. Zong Jincheng hadn't seen his grandparents for several months. When he thought of this, he missed them very much, and his eyes became red. Zong Wenxiao quickly asked, "What's wrong, Jincheng? Is the medicine too bitter? I'll get you some more candied fruit." "Brother." Zong Jincheng called him, his voice low and pitiful. Zong Wenxiao paused when he heard this. This was the second time his younger brother called him brother. He felt that he was recognized, and his heart was filled with family affection. The little devil frowned and continued to mutter, "You have let me down this time. I forgive you. But don't help Suwon bully me again. Suwon asked you to repay her favor by accompanying me to study, and she didn't ask for anything else." Zong Wenxiao thought about it and decided that his brother was also among the people who saved his mother. He shouldn't help his wife bully his brother. "Okay," he said, "I'll help you in the future." Zong Jincheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his voice became much louder. "Really? You didn't lie to me?" Zong Wenxiao said seriously, "Really, I will do my best to protect you in the future." Shunzi behind him. Zhong Jincheng immediately smiled with great satisfaction. As expected, his charm was still unmatched. Now she was in a better mood, calling him brother sweetly. Brother, I want to eat candied dates and 7-flavor cake. I'll ask someone to buy them for you, and we'll be back soon. Brother, I also want to go outside to bask in the sun. Can you carry me there? Okay, I'll carry you. Shunzi. I really want to yell like my wife. Don't you have legs? But no one can resist the sweet little devil when he acts like a spoiled child except Suwon. Otherwise, the old Marquis and his lady who raised 2 outstanding sons would not fall into the hands of such a kid and watch him grow up to be a devil. There were 2 brothers outside the house. One was comfortably squinting his eyes in the sun, while the other was busy serving tea and water. Zhong Jincheng was lying on the chair, feeling very comfortable, and he did not forget to make arrangements. Bayan, go find Butler Liu and get a recliner for my brother.
Yes.
The little devil instructed again. Tell housekeeper Liu clearly that the recliner will stay here. My brother should come here often to accompany me to bask in the sun.
Yes.
Earlier, Suwon had people move out all the valuables in the little devil's courtyard, leaving only one recliner. But now that she said it was for Zhong Wenxiu, Butler Liu would definitely not refuse. Zhong Wenxiu was also very happy. His eyes were almost smiling into a line. He said softly, Brother, you can't write these 2 days. I will bring you the book you want to read, and let Shunzi read it to you. Okay. Zhong Jincheng smiled with narrowed eyes. In the next few days, the little devil did not study in his own courtyard, but would rather let Bayan carry him to study in the big study room with Zhong Wenxiu. He was so clingy, calling her brother all the time, that Suwon almost got goosebumps all over her body. She asked Sueji, did he call me old lady like this before? Sueji smiled and said, yes, the old lady can't bear it at all. As long as the young master opens his mouth, he will get whatever he wants. Suwon's face was full of black question marks. She looked at the diligent little devil through the window again, and still felt something was wrong. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. You should pay more attention to Wenxiu to prevent Jincheng from doing anything evil to him.
Ah?
You mean that Master Chung might be using Master Xiu to do something? Sueji widened her eyes, feeling incredible. Her son Chung is very smart, but he is only 8 years old. He shouldn't be able to. Shouldn't be able to. Suwon snorted and said, I don't know what he wants to do, but he must have been holding it in. Just watch him and tell me if there's anything. Yes, yes. Sueji looked at Zhong Jincheng again before leaving. Nothing wrong with it. It was the same as before the old lady, except that it lasted a little longer.
No.
It lasted a little too long. Every time Master Ching acted coquettishly with the old lady, he must have some ulterior motive, either asking for this or that. But once he got what he wanted, he would not be so clingy anymore. But he has been sticking to Master Xiu for several days now. There is indeed a problem. That afternoon, Zhong Wenjun was basking in the sun in Zhong Jincheng's yard, while Zhong Jincheng was sitting in the house waiting for Shunzi. Shunzi came in and said, Young master, the lychees have been washed. After saying that, he glanced at Zhong Wenxiu outside, trying to remind him with his eyes, but Zhong Wenxiu was basking in the sun and didn't look at him. Zhong Jincheng was afraid that Shunzi would do something bad, so he quickly said, You and Bayan go to the kitchen and make me a scallion pancake. I want you 2 to do it together. Shunzi.
Yes.
He and Bayan had never been in the kitchen before, and they were just ghosts together. It was obvious that they had sent the young master away, so Master Xiu was probably in trouble. Shunzi couldn't bear it, so he whispered, Sir, this is not good. If the lady finds out, it will definitely harm Master Xiu. Zhong Jincheng glared at him and said, If Suwon finds out, I will take the initiative to admit my mistake and make it clear that it wasn't him. At most, I will get beaten up again, but I won't implicate him. Shunzi advised, This. Why do you have to do this? You will only get beaten in vain. Zhong Jincheng snorted, Don't worry about it. Even if I lose $10,000 today, I will at least hurt Suwon 800. You and Bayan should leave quickly. Leave quickly and don't get in my way here.
Zhong Jincheng pushed him with his elbow. Shunzi looked at his young master's hand reluctantly, thinking that he would be wrapped like a white radish again when he came back this time. "Brother, come in and eat lychees. They are iced," Zhong Jincheng shouted. There were 2 plates of chilled lychees on the table. As soon as Zhong Wenxiu came in, he heard his brother say, "I want to eat the big plate." The 2 plates were actually similar, but the one Zhong Jincheng was staring at had a large lychee on top. Zhong Wenxiu picked it up and said, "Then I'll help you peel it." I peeled the lychees and stuffed them into his mouth. The little devil ate them happily. Zhong Wenxiu said, "It's still early summer. If we eat all of these 2 large ice lychees, we'll easily get upset." Zhong Jincheng hummed and said, "Shunzi took the wrong one, saying that it was originally meant for Suwan. I don't want to give it to her, so I don't want to return it." Zhong Wenxiu hummed and said nothing. The little devil became anxious. "What are you mumbling about? Why don't you persuade me not to monopolize the lychees like this? Open your mouth and say something." However, no matter how rich the little devil's heart is, it is of no use. Zhong Wenxiu is now fully focused on helping his younger brother and does not want to speak out to make his younger brother unhappy. Anyway, there are still ice lychees in the house, and the kitchen can prepare more. But Zhong Wenxiu didn't say anything. Zhong Jincheng couldn't hold it in any longer. These ice lychees were the bad lychees that he asked Shunzi to prepare a few days ago. The taste after being iced was not so easy to be detected. By the time Suwan realized what was happening, she would definitely have eaten enough to cause diarrhea. "Humph. Bad woman, if you dare to hit me 3 times, just wait for my revenge." Zhong Jincheng pretended to have repented and reformed. "I thought about it and decided to give it to her. Although she hit me, I was the one who made the mistake first. I admit it." Zhong Wenxiu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said with relief, "Brother, you have grown up." Zhong Jincheng's smile appeared innocent on the surface. But I was secretly saying in my heart, I'm not a grown-up at all. Even if I was wrong, she shouldn't hit my hand for such a small thing. She made a fuss out of nothing. She just wanted to beat me up whenever she got the chance. Zhong Jincheng smiled and said, "Then give the lychees to her. It will be bad if the ice melts soon." Sueji covered her face and dared not open her eyes. Master Cheng has gone too far this time. Not only does he want to use bad lychees to harm his wife, he also wants Master Xiao to deliver them. This is clearly the rhythm of her ace being spread open. Zhong Wenxiu didn't know what was going on, but stood up to defend his brother. "Madam, my brother knows he was wrong, and he doesn't hold a grudge against you. He even asked me to send the wrong lychees to you." Zhong Jincheng was so nervous that he kept scratching his hands. "But my hands were still in a state of white radish, and it hurt a lot when I pinched them," he hissed, subconsciously stood up from the table and looked at her defensively. Suwon looked at the lychees and said with a smile, "The lychees are all growing well this year. I think this one is pretty big. Let's pick one out for Jincheng to try." Zhong Jincheng's face turned green. "Who wants to eat that bad lychee?" "It's the biggest one." Zhong Wenxiu responded, "Okay, I'll pick this out and peel it for my brother to eat later." Suwon smiled and said, "Don't wait any longer. Peel it now, and I'll watch him eat it." Zhong Jincheng. This woman. Does she know? The air was condensed, the atmosphere was tense, and the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhong Jincheng watched his brother peel the largest and rotten lychee and put it to his mouth. The little devil refused to open his mouth. Suwon asked with a smile, "Why don't you eat? Do you think when Xiao is not feeding you well? Do you want me to feed you?" Zhong Jincheng glanced at it and threw the bad lychee far away with one arm. He said angrily, "I don't want to eat that lychee. I don't like big ones. Is that okay?" "Okay, why not Wenxiu peel a small one for him?" Suwon specifically reminded him, "By the way, only peel the one you are going to serve me." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the little devil understand, even Zhong Wenxiu realized that something was wrong. He looked at his brother and wife in surprise. What's wrong with this plate of lychees? In his opinion, there was no difference between the 2 plates of lychees. They looked the same and had no peculiar smell. Suwon smiled and said, I'm asking about your good brother. Zhong Jincheng saw that the truth had been revealed, and he didn't want Zhong Wenxiu to take the blame for him, so he said fiercely but honestly, Yes, this plate of bad lychees I prepared for you. You can't eat it. Zhong Wenxiu looked at him in shock and asked, Bad lychees. Do you want your wife to have a stomachache? Suwon snorted and said, It's fine if you're dissatisfied with me, but why did you ask Wenxiu to deliver it for you? Do you know what kind of life he lives in the mansion? If something really happened to me, do you know what kind of rumors he would face? Zhong Jincheng said angrily, Why are you so fierce? This is what I wanted to do. I knew you wouldn't eat the lychees I sent you, so I tricked him into delivering it. Everyone is responsible for his own actions. You can beat him or punish him as you like, but don't make trouble for him. You lied to me? Zhong Wenxiu looked at him. The 10-year-old boy was taller than him, but his clear eyes contained a hint of hurt. He found it hard to accept that he was being used by his younger brother. Zhong Wenxiu lowered his head and apologized to Suwon with red eyes. I'm sorry, madam. I almost hurt you. Please punish me. Whether it's a spanking or a beating, I have no complaints. Suwon patted his shoulder and comforted him. You were cheated just because you are too honest. It's not your fault. Go back and stay away from this guy so as not to be cheated by him again. Okay. Zhong Wenxiu choked a little, and, without looking at Zhong Jincheng again, he turned around and left. I didn't mean to let you take the blame. Zhong Jincheng wanted to chase him out, but was stopped by Tsueji. Madam hasn't settled the account with Master Chung yet. Zhong Jincheng said fiercely, Why did you ask him to stay away from me? He is my brother, not your brother. Suwon snorted and said, Come on. You take advantage of others like this, and you still have the nerve to call him brother. I feel ashamed for you when I hear it. You. Zhong Jincheng, I know you are smart, and I also know that you are full of evil intentions. I also know that you were spoiled in the past, and no one told you these things. I will tell you clearly today, you hurt Wenxiu. What did I do? Zhong Jincheng didn't understand and said aggrievedly, I didn't let him take the blame for me. How many times do I have to tell you before you? But you took advantage of him. Suwon said, He treated you as a relative, but you treated him as a tool to use, deceiving him to do things he hated, in order to achieve your own goals. I didn't. Suwon ordered the bad lychees to be thrown away and continued, People are different. What you think is just a small prank may be seen as a serious violation of their conscience and morality by others. You have been reading the books of sages for several months, and it is not all rote memorization. Don't you understand it? Zhong Jincheng didn't understand. In other words, he only thinks that books are books and people are people. He is used to acting recklessly and without considering other people's feelings. As long as he gets emotional, he will act crazy and doesn't care whether others will be unhappy or not. He just wants to be happy. He only half understood what Suwon was saying and felt unhappy and uncomfortable. The brat stared at her unconvincedly. Have you said enough? If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much? Suwon smiled. Hit? Are you not afraid of being beaten now? The little devil snorted, Because I have a strong will and a strong mind. You can only defeat my body, but not my mind. I will write down all these accounts one by one. Just wait. I will settle them all in the future. Suwon stared at the boy's fearless expression, not afraid at all. He was bound to be beaten today, but Suwon felt that she couldn't beat him anymore. Once a child gets used to being beaten, beating itself will no longer be a deterrent, and he cannot be educated solely by force. Then, she laughed again, patted the little devil's face, and smiled like a vicious queen. Boy, I won't hit you today, but you have to learn to bear the consequences. The little devil shook off her hand and rolled his eyes. Tesuke, stop pretending to be a good person. You can't get away with it in my eyes. Suwon snorted and said, Tsueji, let's go.
Okay.
Tsueji was confused. Didn't we say that even if we don't fight, we have to make Master Chung learn to take responsibility? How to learn? Now that the madam is gone, who is Mr. Chung going to learn from? However, Tsueji's doubts were soon resolved because a servant came to report Master Xiao had volunteered to kneel in the ancestral hall. Zhong Jincheng was a little confused to see Suwon leave so easily, and as soon as they left, Shunzi and Bayan came back with scallion pancakes that were as black as charcoal. "Sir, the pancakes are ready." Zhong Jincheng took a look at the black mass and said angrily, "Who do you two want to poison?" Without saying, Shunzi said aggrievedly, "Master, neither of us has been to the kitchen, and this is at least cooked." Okay, stop talking." Zhong Jincheng stood up and said, "Zhong Wenxiu is angry, I'll go find him." Suwon came and exposed it. Zhong Jincheng couldn't understand. How could Suwon know so quickly and so clearly? Shunzi was terrified and checked everywhere quickly. "Were you beaten? Why are there no marks? Were you beaten in an invisible place? Did you get pricked with a needle? I heard that this is both vicious and unnoticeable. Go away. Don't block my way." Zhong Jincheng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and walked towards Zhongwen Monastery with his head held high. But he came up empty-handed. After hearing that Zhong Wenxiu was kneeling in the ancestral hall, he ran over in anger, howling as he ran, "Suwon, you are blaming innocent people." The howling sound echoed in the Marquis's mansion. The maids and servants in the courtyard turned around one after another, and some began to cover their mouths and laugh, thinking that Master Chung was being punished by the madam again. This part in the Marquis mansion is so lively. In the ancestral hall, Zhong Wenxiu was kneeling inside. He heard the scolding at the door, turned around, and saw his brother's angry expression.
He felt very complicated.
But he still explained on behalf of his wife, "My wife didn't punish me. I asked for it. If you do something wrong, you must take responsibility." Zhong Jincheng was stunned and said, "What did you do wrong? I was the one who prepared the bad lychee to trick Suwon, and you didn't even bring it to her. So why are you taking all the blame on yourself?" Zhong Wenxiu shook his head and said seriously, "That was only because Madam was smart and realized in time that something was wrong, so she stopped the subsequent behavior. And if Madam hadn't arrived in time, I would have already brought the plate of lychees over, which would have made her sick. And in this whole thing, even if you're the mastermind, I am also an accomplice, the executioner." "What executioner?" Zhong Jincheng was confused after hearing this. Isn't this the person who is specifically responsible for killing people? For a spoiled young master, Zhong Wenxiu's metaphor is too difficult to understand. Zhong Wenxiu did not continue to explain, but continued to kneel with his body straight. Zhong Jincheng frowned and asked, "How long will you kneel?" "1 day and 1 night. Zhong Jincheng was immediately shocked. "Then how do you sleep? Can you fall asleep while kneeling?" Zhong Wenxiu said without distraction, "Since it is to atone for your sins, how can you only think about making yourself comfortable?" "I won't sleep."
"You."
Zhong Jincheng was convinced. "I really have never seen anyone who would torture himself." The little devil turned around and left. Zhong Wenxiu could kneel if he wanted to. He would not kneel anyway. He hasn't slept all night, and it's not okay to make him kneel for a whole day. He stormed out of the ancestral hall, looking even angrier than when he first arrived. Shunzi hurried forward and asked, "What's the matter, young master? Doesn't Master Xiu want to come out with you?" Zhong Jincheng said angrily, "What the Hades is he doing here? He's a pedantic bookworm who has become stupid from reading so much. Jingxia is smarter than him." Shunzi was speechless. Then, "What should we do?" "I don't know, who cares?" The little devil was still angry. Shunzi advised, "Master Xiu is punishing himself like this because of you. Do you really want to just leave?" Zhong Jincheng was annoyed. "What else? Do I have to kneel in the ancestral hall for a whole day and night like that nerd? I would kneel only if I was kicked in the head by a donkey." Shunzi.
"Okay."
"Sure enough, this is in line with your heartless personality." Zhong Jincheng turned around and strode out of the yard, but his steps became smaller and smaller, and his speed became slower and slower, and finally, he stopped where he was. Shunzi followed behind and almost bumped into him, so he quickly changed direction, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground with his arms outstretched.
"Ah!"
Shunzi's screams of pain were ignored. Zhong Jincheng turned around and ran back.
He ran faster and faster. His steps became bigger and bigger, and he entered the ancestral hall angrily and sweatily, and knelt directly on the futon with his knees, making a sound. Plop! The sound shocked Shunzi so much that his ace didn't even hurt anymore. Standing at the door, he repeatedly stared in amazement at the shadow that had just flashed by, and the little devil who was now kneeling inside. His heart was like 1,000 horses galloping.
No.
Doesn't it say that you would only kneel if you were kicked in the head by a donkey? I was really kicked by a donkey. Zhong Wenxiu was also startled and turned his head. Why are you here? Zhong Jincheng was still angry, kneeling with his hands folded across his chest, looking like a superior. You, the accomplice and executioner, have come to kneel. Don't I, the mastermind, have any dignity? Zhong Wenxiu. Well, that makes sense, but you should kneel until night, and then go back to sleep. The ancestral hall is too cold at night. Zhong Jincheng snorted. If you go back, I will go back too. Zhong Wenxiu couldn't go back, so he said, then ask Shunzi to bring you a blanket. Zhong Jincheng. This pedantic nerd. Wouldn't he just go along with me and walk with me at night? Zhong Jincheng was angry and annoyed. He snorted and turned away. But Zhong Wenxiu didn't speak to him anymore. The ancestral hall was filled with a pile of ancestral tablets. It was so quiet that he could hear the birds singing outside and the occasional exclamations of the maids who were cleaning and passing by. After kneeling for only half an hour, Zhong Jincheng couldn't stand it anymore and had to scratch his hair. He had memorized the names of more than 100 ancestors of the Zhong family. There was nothing interesting to see in the ancestral hall. It was really boring. Hey, are you bored? Zhong Jincheng asked. Zhong Wenxiu felt sad when he heard this title. He asked, you have been calling me brother these days. Is it all because you want me to deliver the lychees today? Zhong Jincheng blinked. Never thought about this question. When he used to act cute with his grandmother, he would always call her good grandmother or the best grandmother in the world. But he can't call her that every day. It's so corny. The reason why I call Zhong Wenxiu brother is, it's really because of lychee. After all, he is just my cousin. How could I be so affectionate and just call him brother? But looking at Zhong Wenxiu's expression, he seemed even more hurt than when Suwon exposed his conspiracy. What is he hurting? Because I don't call him brother anymore? Before the little devil could figure it out, Zhong Wenxiu stopped asking, as if he had already accepted the answer in his heart. But he ignored the little devil. Zhong Jincheng began to feel uncomfortable. What's going on? What's going on? Is he angry with me? But I came with him to kneel in the ancestral hall. Why is he still angry with me? Is there any justice in the world? Zhong Jincheng tilted his head and thought for a while but couldn't figure out why. In the end, his body reacted first. Zhong Wenxiu paused, turned to look at him, his eyes full of confusion. Brother. Zhong Jincheng called again. The little devil has never been stingy with his words, and it is his natural instinct to be good at making others like him. Even if his brain hasn't figured it out yet, his mouth and body have already taken action. However, Zhong Wenxiu did not look very happy. He still ignored the little devil, didn't even respond, just stared at him inquiringly. Zhong Jincheng didn't know what he was looking at. He grabbed the cushion under his knees and rubbed it against him. Then he asked, brother, are you still angry with me? Zhong Wenxiu looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, what do you want me to do for you?
What? Zhong Jincheng was asked.
Zhong Wenxiu repeated, I said, you call me brother. What do you want me to do for you? Zhong Jincheng. It was like a silent slap in the face. Zhong Jincheng is the one who cares the most about face. He moved the futon angrily and returned to his original place. The angry little devil's cheeks were puffed with anger. His body, which was already tired after kneeling for half an hour, now became straight again because of anger. He seemed to be very angry. He turned his head to glance at Zhong Wenxiu and glared at him again. Seeing that the man still ignored him, he turned his head back, his chest heaving up and down with anger. The little devil thought, if I say one more word to him, I'll be a little rascal. However, less than a quarter of an hour passed.
The little devil moved his cushion over again and bumped into Zhong Wenxiu on purpose, as if trying to make his presence felt. When he ignored him once, he bumped into him twice. Zhong Wenxiu. He couldn't stand it any longer. What do you want to do? Zhong Jincheng was immediately delighted. Humph, he was the one who spoke to me first. Then, he's not a little rascal. His dark eyes blinked. He took out the draft he had prepared in his stomach, raised his hand, and said, "First of all, I don't mean to hurt you." He was afraid that Zhong Wenxiu would not believe him, so he added a few more words. "Really, I was hit on the hand by Suwon a few days ago, and the pain made me so angry that I didn't think too much about it. I didn't expect you to mind so much. Oh no, I mean I didn't expect you to be so sad. If I knew, I would definitely send you off myself." Zhong Wenxiu. He admitted his mistake, but it seemed as if he didn't know he was wrong. He felt a headache for his wife just thinking about raising such a brother. Zhong Wenxiu asked, "You really think it's not your fault that you took revenge on Madam like this?"
I
was wrong," Zhong Jincheng said stubbornly. "But she also beat me, so she was also wrong." He actually knew that he deserved to be slapped on the hand, but he just couldn't get over it. The little devil had never been spanked in his life, and he couldn't get over it facially, in his heart, and even more so verbally. Zhong Wenxiu was silent for a few seconds and then said, "Will you tease the master again after that?" Zhong Jincheng raised his white radish, shook it, and asked, "Do I still dare?" "Don't dare, or don't want to." Zhong Jincheng frowned and said, "Why do you insist on asking me this today? Is there any difference between not daring and not wanting to?" Zhong Wenxiu said, "Not daring means fear of punishment. Not thinking means respecting the teacher. Of course it is different. Master Bailey should be enjoying his retirement at this age, but he is still willing to come to the mansion to teach us too, without charging a penny. He has worked hard, but in return you tease him. Do you think you have done him justice?" Zhong Jincheng blushed. At that time, he only thought that the master's beard was good-looking, and he also liked those colorful inks. Out of strong curiosity, he wanted to paint it on and see how it went. He didn't think too much about it, and he never thought about hurting the master's feelings. After hearing what Zhong Wenxiu said, he felt like nothing again. Zhong Jincheng's big head drooped down like a dejected little lion, with the corners of his mouth pouting unhappily. Zhong Wenxiu asked him again, "Do you still think that you hit the three-hand board too much?" Zhong Jincheng was angry with himself and said, "I didn't hit him enough." Zhong Wenxiu couldn't help laughing when he saw him like this. He reached out and rubbed his brother's soft hair and said, "Don't think about harming Madam again. She is doing this for your own good."
got it.
Then, Zhong Jincheng looked up at him in confusion and asked, "Is that all you want to tell me? Anything else?" Zhong Jincheng thought. He just told himself not to tease the teacher and not to harm Suwon. What about him? "Aren't you going to tell me not to lie to you again?" Zhong Wenxiu laughed and asked, "Will you lie to me again?" Zhong Jincheng quickly shook his head. "You are my brother. I will never lie to you no matter who I lie to." Zhong Wenxiu smiled. When Zhong Jincheng saw him laughing, he laughed too. The afterglow of the setting sun shone into the ancestral hall, illuminating the two reconciled brothers and exuding a touch of warmth. After all, it was the little devil who started it first. "Brother, kneeling like this is too boring. Why don't we recite the book?" Zhong Wenxiu. This was actually a suggestion from his younger brother? He could still remember to memorize the book at this time? Zhong Jincheng looked at his surprised eyes and said aggrievedly, "Can't I just think about memorizing the books? Although Qin Yi, the defeated opponent, will definitely lose to me, it is very difficult to pass the exam. I still have to work hard to memorize more books." Zhong Wenxiu. Confirmed, it's still that confident younger brother. He thought for a moment and said, "Then let's start with Meng Qiu. You should have learned this. Let's recite it again." "Okay." Yang Zhen is Guanxi, Ding Quan is Yidong. Outside the ancestral hall, Suwon looked at the two brothers reciting their lessons inside, put one hand on her forehead, and couldn't help wanting to laugh. Sueji was even more amused and said, "Master Xiu really loves reading. Even when he is kneeling in the ancestral hall, he never forgets to study. He even takes Master Chung to recite together."
A good example really has a great influence. Suwon had 3 question marks on her mind and turned to ask, do you think it was Wen Xiao who started it?
No.
Isn't it? Sueji said, Master Ching doesn't seem like someone who would take the initiative to study. Suwon chuckled and said, the ancestors of the Zhong family were all military generals, and they hate these pedantic books. The descendants below came here to kneel down as punishment, but they are reciting books in front of them. Do you think Wen Xiao was the first to do such an outrageous thing? Sueji. You can't think about it too much, otherwise you can feel the collapse of the ancestors of the clan. The ancestors' collapse lasted from the afternoon to the evening. By midnight, Suwon was still awake. After hearing Sueji say that the 2 children were still in the ancestral hall, she couldn't fall asleep. I'll go over and take a look. When Suwon arrived outside the ancestral hall, she did not hear any sound of reciting from inside. She wondered if the 2 children had fallen asleep. It was cold in the ancestral hall, and the temperature difference was large at night. She was also worried that they would get sick, so she quickened her pace. After entering, I saw Zhong Wenxiao still kneeling straight, his mouth moving silently, as if he was reciting an article to stay awake. His attitude was so correct that he seemed like a role model. Looking at that little rascal again, he had already fallen unconscious on the mat. His own mat was not big enough for him to sleep on, so he tried to squeeze into Zhong Wenxiao's, squeezing him so hard that there was not even half the space left. She said to Tsueji, tell Bayan to take Jincheng back to sleep.
Yes.
Zhong Wenxiao heard her voice, looked over, and greeted her softly, Madam. Suwon smiled at him. Bayan picked up Zhong Jincheng, let his arms rest on his shoulders, and rest his head on his neck. The little devil opened his eyes drowsily and seemed to see a vague figure of a woman, but he was too sleepy, so he hugged Bayan and fell asleep again. After the little rascal left, Suwon still didn't move. Zhong Wenxiao was a little surprised. He thought his wife was here to pick up his brother. After all, she was his biological mother. Suwon came over, pulled him up and said with a smile, hurry up and get up. If our ancestors saw your stubborn temper, they would think I was a cruel aunt who bullied a child like you. Zhong Wenxiao had been kneeling for too long and was a little unsteady when he stood up suddenly, so Suwon helped him sit on the cushion and wait for the numbness in his legs to pass. She also sat on Zhong Jincheng's cushion so that her eyes were level with Zhong Wenxiao's. There was an age difference and a height difference between adults and children, but when they were in the same line of sight, they felt much closer. Zhong Wenxiao had never felt so much as he did at that moment that his wife was a very good friend of his, and he felt very comfortable both physically and mentally. Suwon said, this is all Jin Cheng's fault. I know you feel bad about it, but don't take it too seriously. Otherwise, if you follow this little rascal, you'll have to kneel down in the ancestral hall for him for a long time. Zhong Wenxiao smiled innocently and said, no, madam. Jin Cheng has just promised me that he will not tease you again, nor will he harm you, nor will he lie to me again. Suwon smiled and said, that would be the best solution, but from what I know about that troublemaker, he can cause more than just these 3 kinds of trouble in this world. Zhong Wenxiao. The hope that I just saw was extinguished in an instant. Seeing him dumbfounded, Suwon reminded him jokingly, of course, don't be too pessimistic. At least these 3 things are still very important. If you change these 3 points, the others will be easier. Zhong Wenxiao was relieved when he heard this and said with a smile, yes, my brother is very smart and can understand many things at a glance. He says harsh words, but his actions are always good, otherwise he would not have come to kneel with me in the ancestral hall. Suwon smiled and said, yes, they're smart. They make you successful, but also fail. This kind of child makes you love and hate him. It is very troublesome to raise him. In fact, she had met children like Zhong Jincheng before, whose IQ and EQ were far beyond their peers, and even many adults felt inferior to them. However, smart children are not as easy to guide as ordinary children. They have too much curiosity, active minds, and the ability to get into trouble, but adults use conventional methods to educate their children, which leads to them becoming more and more out of control. Suwon recalled that the last time she saw the child was in the visiting room of the police station. He was 16 years old and was robbing a house. He smiled innocently and said to her, "Don't you think this is fun?" Suwon closed her eyes and stopped thinking about it. Meeting such an overly smart child again, she didn't want to watch him go astray again. Zong Wenxiu said at the right time, "Madam, I also want to help my brother walk on the right path." Suwon smiled and said, "You're already helping him. What happened today is actually all your credit. Because you are here because I understand your character, and because I know that you will influence him, I did not punish him. Walking on the right path does not necessarily require the use of force. The influence of people walking with you is also very important. This is called the closer you are to the redder you are, right?" Zong Wenxiu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes." Suwon patted his shoulder and pulled him up. "Let's go. Go back to sleep. You still have to go to the academy to check the results of the 4 colleges' joint entrance examination tomorrow. Don't oversleep in the morning." Zong Wenxiu thought of this and began to worry again. "My brother seems very confident that he can pass Qinyi." Suwon snorted. "Not only that, didn't he also clamor to get first place in the 4 colleges?" Zong Wenxiu laughed. "There will definitely be a chance in the future." "Then let's see if he cries tomorrow," Suwon said with some nostalgia. In fact, Jin Cheng is quite cute when he cries, with a round little face and tears. It's a pity that he doesn't cry often, which is really a pity. Zong Wenxiu. The lady has a bad taste and actually likes to see her brother cry. The next morning, as soon as the little devil opened his eyes, he had his white radish untied. After a few days of recuperation, the hand, which was not seriously injured to begin with, has actually almost healed. However, the eldest master is too delicate. He cries out loud every time he applies medicine and insists that the court doctor bandage it thicker, fearing that it would hurt if he accidentally bumped into something. Shunzi asked, "Sir, it's still a little bit damaged. Would you like to have a smaller one?" Zong Jincheng pushed him away with his arm and refused. No, it's too ugly. Letting others see the top genius of the 4 colleges with his hands wrapped like dumplings is nothing. Shunzi, I haven't even seen the results yet, but you're already boasting about being the first in 4 colleges. Who gave you this confidence? The results of the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges were posted in their respective colleges, so Suwon brought her 2 children to Tsinghua College early in the morning. How could she be left out to check the results? If the little devil fails the exam and wants to destroy the college's business, she will be needed to mediate. Tsinghua Academy was very lively early this morning. Before I even entered the door, I could hear the students inside shouting, "They made the list, they made the list." 2 people in the 8-year-old class made it to the list of the 4 college joint entrance examination. That's the top 120 in the whole capital. The first in the 4 college joint entrance examination is from our Tsinghua's academy. This is too amazing. Oh my god. Is our academy's reputation of being the 4th place forever finally going to be washed away? Quick, set off the firecrackers. Put up the banners. As soon as Suwon and her 2 brothers got off the car, they heard the lively noise inside. She sorted out the keywords and raised her eyebrows and said, 8 years old. 2 of them passed the exam, and 1 of them even ranked first in the joint exam of 4 colleges. Zong Jincheng said confidently, "It must be me." Zong Wenxiu held his forehead, feeling a little headache. He was debating whether or not to give his brother a vaccination first so that he wouldn't feel sad when his hopes were dashed. But he turned to look at his wife and saw Suwon was pursing her lips and laughing uncontrollably. His wife was laughing at her brother's joke again. Zong Jincheng was still unaware of it and walked into the academy in a good mood. On the way, he met students who knew him and congratulated him in a friendly manner. "Congratulations, Jincheng. You are the only hope of our college." Yes, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. You can score so well in the face of 3 strong colleges. I heard that you have only started studying for a few months. How did you learn so fast? Can you teach us how to study someday? Zong Jincheng had received many compliments since he was a child, but those compliments were either for his generosity, or for being clever and cute, or for having a good family background and good reincarnation. This was the first time that so many people praised him for his good academic performance. Look, They all come to congratulate me. There is no jealousy, no envy, and no dislike. Zhong Jincheng felt that he was extremely awesome and that his strength was very powerful and should not be underestimated. He cleared his throat, straightened his back, and said in a dignified voice, "It's just a small matter. I was just taking the test casually, and now I have only exerted less than half of my ability. Although the gap between you and me is still big, as long as you study hard, you can catch up with me a little bit." The students looked at each other, their lips twitching, and ignored him anymore. The day was just talked to death. Zhong Jincheng looked at the people who had been praising him and suddenly changed their expressions. He asked Zhong Wenxiu in confusion, "Why did they all leave suddenly?" Zhong Wenxiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "If you talk to them like this, it would be strange if they don't get angry." "Am I wrong?" Zhong Jincheng said as a matter of course, "They're just not as smart as me. Otherwise, who can get such a high score in the exam after studying for 3 months? Zhong Wenxiu, you are right, but Jincheng, there is a skill in speaking. Look, they are praising you. Don't you feel happy?" Zhong Jincheng nodded. Zhong Wenxiu continued, "But you asked them to study hard, but you said they would only catch up with you a little bit. No one would be happy to hear this." Zhong Jincheng frowned and said, "But I am telling the truth. The tired brother teaches his younger brother online. The truth is not pleasant to hear. Then should I lie in the future? Say that they only need to study for 3 months to become as good as me?" Zhong Wenxiu, "That's not necessary." Suwon came over and reminded him, "You can hold back your true words, just say thank you, and wish them good grades next time. No one requires you to answer all the questions, but you, young Master Zhong, are now pretending to be a good boy." Zhong Jincheng glared at her unconvinced. She looked at the little devil and continued, "Speaking is also a science. If you say something wrong, you may lose a good friend, even if your original intention was not to make fun of the other person." Zhong Jincheng turned his head away and ignored her. On the surface, he seems to be like, "I won't listen to advice from bad women, and what bad women say must be wrong. I will definitely suffer if I learn from them." In fact, when a student came to congratulate him, the little devil would just say, "Thank you, and I wish you can pass the exam next time." After saying this, Zhong Jincheng couldn't help but cover his mouth. How does he learn so fast? Wouldn't this be equivalent to admitting defeat to Suwon? However, Suwon did not laugh at him out loud, and the guilty little devil did not dare to look back. The student in front of him was flattered and continued to praise him. "Thank you for your good words. I didn't expect you to be so easy to get along with. You don't have any airs at all." The reaction was completely different from the students who left angrily just now. After listening to him, these students liked the little devil more. The difference was very obvious. Zhong Jincheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and added, "Come to the Marquis Mansion to play with me some other day. I will teach you to read." "Okay. Thank you, Jincheng. We will definitely go." After these people left, Zhong Jincheng turned around and boasted to Zhong Wenxiu. "Look," he said, "I'm not arrogant, and they like me." Zhong Wenxiu also smiled and said, "You are excellent, well-behaved, and polite. Everyone will like you very much." Zhong Jincheng snorted proudly. "Of course, I am different from Qin Yi. That guy is so arrogant all day long. He definitely doesn't have any friends." Zhong Wenxiu shook his head and smiled without saying anything. In fact, he felt that someone like Qin Yi, who is devoted to studying, would not want to make friends because it would interfere with his studies. The two strode forward and came to the list again. The red list was longer than before, and the names of their respective academies were listed behind each person's score. The two looked at it and saw all A's and Hanlin Academy. In the joint exam of the 4 academies, all the A's were on the list. Zhong Wenxiu said, "Hanlin Academy is indeed the strongest academy in the capital. They have almost taken up all the places on the list." Zhong Jincheng looked at the names of the Hanlin Academy and snorted. "So what if they are all on the list? They will still be stepped on by me one by one and used as stepping stones." Zhong Wenxiu laughed and shook his head helplessly. Zhong Jincheng dragged Zhong Wenxiu straight to the top of the list. Since he was the first in the joint entrance examination of 4 colleges, he must be crushing all the students. But there were too many students gathered here. When they heard that someone from Tsinghua Academy won first place, children of all ages came over to watch the fun, as if they had won a huge victory. Zhong Jincheng was young and small, so he couldn't squeeze in. Even if he jumped up, he couldn't see. He shouted, "Buyen, hold me up and let me see." Buyen supported him, and his height suddenly increased a lot. Zhong Jincheng leaned forward to look. The ranking of the 4 colleges' joint examination is as follows. First place, A. Tsinghua Academy, Qinyi. The noisy academy was bustling with people, and the students were screaming and cheering so loudly, mixed with a lot of Qinye's awesome words, which ignited the excitement of the entire academy to the extreme. Zhong Jincheng was struck by lightning.
How?
How could this happen? Wasn't he the first in the joint entrance examination of 4 colleges? I just congratulated him so much. How did it become Qinyi? How did it become Qinyi? Why not the smart, hardworking, and talented Zhong Jincheng? No, that's definitely not right. He must have done very well in the exam. Otherwise, why would they all come to congratulate him? Zhong Jincheng cheered himself up and continued to look down at the rankings. He saw rows and rows of neatly arranged Hanlin academies, which made him want to fight. Just now he thought these people were his stepping stones, but it turned out that he couldn't see his own name. This stepping stone became a stone that weighed him down, so heavy that he almost couldn't stand up straight. Bayan, move to the left. Let's find next row. Move to the left again. Find the next row. Row after row of Hanlin academies, Hanlin academies, Hanlin academies. Even Bayan, an illiterate man, felt it was outrageous. Couldn't just change a few words? In the last few rows, Yanqing Academy and Suabian Academy began to appear one after another, which broke the record of Hanlin Academy being the only one except Qinyi. And Zhong Jincheng finally found his ranking. Number 120, A. Tsinghua Academy, Zhong Jincheng. There were only 120 names on the list, and he was the 120th one, with the name of Tsinghua Academy alone at the end of the list. The last one in the joint entrance examination of 4 colleges. The little devil was stunned, gradually became irritable, angry, jealous, and furious, ready to go crazy. No words.
Put me down.
Zhong Jincheng turned around and walked away, still muttering to himself, "What a lousy academy. I will never come here again." Those people even congratulated him. What good news? What good news? What's the point of being on the list? What's there to congratulate about being the last one? Zhong Wenxiu had been beside him the whole time. Although he could not see the words on the list in front, he saw his younger brother move down to the bottom of the list. It was obvious that he had found his name and was deeply shocked. He hurriedly chased after her and saw Cui Lu whispering in Su Wan's ear, presumably reporting the results to her. "Madam, my brother is leaving," Zhong Wenxiu said anxiously. Su Wan nodded and said, "As expected. Let's go back too." "Madam, aren't you worried?" "My brother said he doesn't want to come to the academy anymore," Su Wan said indifferently. "He has said this kind of thing many times." "What's the difference between this and crying wolf?" Zhong Wenxiu. "That makes sense." But even so, Zhong Wenxiu was still worried and chased after his brother to comfort him. "Jincheng, wait for me." Zhong Jincheng stopped when he heard his voice, turned around and looked at him aggrievedly, his mouth pouting like a teapot. "Brother, I did so badly on the test." The little devil's eyelashes blinked, and the corners of his eyes were a little red. He probably had never experienced such a setback before. He worked so hard to do something and was so confident that he had done it well, but the actual result was so disappointing. But he still cares about his reputation. Men don't shed tears easily. Crying means admitting defeat, so he won't cry. He, Zhong Jincheng, would not be defeated to the point of crying. Zhong Wenxiu felt a little distressed. He rubbed his brother's soft hair and comforted him. "You did well in the exam. Otherwise, why would so many people congratulate you? You see, I have been studying much longer than you, but I didn't even make the list." "Then, aren't you sad?" the little devil asked puzzledly. Zhong Wenxiu laughed. "Of course I am sad, not only sad, but also disappointed." But I know that even if I have worked very hard, after all, my parents don't have as much study time as me. How can I catch up with others who have studied for 5 or 6 years in just half a year? If the progress is so easy to catch up, then what is the point of them studying for so many years? Zhong Jincheng thought along his train of thought, and it seemed like the same thing. If he has been reading for 5 or 6 years and is surpassed by someone who has only been reading for a few months, he will probably never want to touch books again in his life. The little devil was quickly comforted, but he was still unhappy and complained in a resentful tone. That Hamlin Academy is so annoying. I'm almost exhausted from searching the list. They are all students from their academy one by one. It's all on my head. Zhong Wenxiu thought, I know this. After all, Hamlin Academy is the most powerful academy in the capital. As long as you do well in the entrance exam, you'll be free of charge and have food and housing included. Therefore, poor students in the capital and even other prefectures and counties also come here because of its reputation. Come, Hamlin Academy is getting stronger and stronger. Zhong Jincheng snorted. Just wait, I will trample them hard under my feet in the next joint entrance examination. It's my turn to crush them to death. Crushing them to death. Crushing them to death. Zhong Wenxiu said with a smile. Yes, according to your learning speed, you will definitely crush them all to death next time.
Ha ha ha.
When Suwon saw the boy burst into laughter again, she knew that her little helper Wenxiu had helped her comfort the little devil. She then stepped forward and said at the right time, Children, since you are so curious about Hamlin Academy, don't you want to see their usual study atmosphere?
Ha. Ha.
One of the 2 brothers from the Zhong family has never seen the world, and the other has seen the crooked world. Qingba Academy is the only academy they have come into contact with, and they think all academies are like this. As everyone knows, this is the academy Suwon selected for them based on their current stage. It is neither so outstanding that it makes people want to retreat, nor is it so bad that they have no desire to compete. The real top university in the capital, with the strongest learning atmosphere, is Hamlin Academy, North Campus. Zhong Jincheng had heard Suwon talk about this academy from the very beginning, so now it was his turn to use his super memory to show off to Zhong Wenxiu. Hamlin Academy is divided into South Campus and North Campus. South Campus spend money to get into the North Academy. Every top scholar in our country of Chu comes from the North Academy of the Imperial Academy, so there is a saying that entering the Imperial Academy is a step into the official career. But I want to correct one thing. My father is not like this. He was taught by Master Bailey. Zhong Wenxiu's blood boiled when he heard it, and he became even more excited until the last sentence. He said, Then we will also strive to become the next #1 scholar who is not from the North Academy of the Hamlin Academy. Zhong Jincheng proudly gave him a high five. Gentlemen see the same thing. After getting off the carriage, the 3 of them went straight to the North Courtyard. From the outer courtyard, the South Academy looks similar to Qingba Academy, but when it comes to the inner courtyard, the students from the North Academy inside are obviously different. There are very few students in the North Campus, and the space is not big, but each of them walks very fast. Some even trot, some are holding books in their hands and mumbling, others are frowning and thinking about something. Unlike the students in the South Academy who were as curious as the students in the North Academy, the people in the North Academy seemed to be immersed in their own world and didn't care if any strange strangers came to the academy. Zhong Wenxiu looked to the side and said blankly, Brother, why do I feel like I have seen countless Qinyi? Zhong Jincheng also nodded in agreement. I take back what I said before. Zhong Wenxiu. He could already feel how deep his brother's resentment towards Qinyi was, and not a single word of praise appeared in such a long sentence. Of course, in comparison, the people in the North Campus were more terrifying, with the attitude of risking their lives to study. Suwon stepped forward and guided with a smile. If you observe these people again, will there be any differences? Zhong Jincheng snorted and said proudly, The ages are different. Hamlin North Academy accepts even children, and they don't know how difficult the entrance examination questions are. Fortunately, I didn't fall into your trap and came to the North Academy to take the exam, otherwise, I don't know how badly I would have been hit. Zhong Wenxiu pondered for a moment and said, Their clothes are very simple, with almost no luxurious accessories. From this we can infer 2 points. First, they may be concentrating on studying and not paying attention to clothing. Second, they may be from a poor family. Baeyuan only cares about their food and accommodation, but not their clothes. The family is poor? Zhong Jincheng followed his eyes and inquired. The little guy couldn't tell the quality of the clothes, let alone linen, cotton, and silk. He could only see that there were a lot of wrinkles on their fabrics, which never appeared on his clothes. Suwon hummed and responded. Yes, the family is poor and has been struggling at the bottom for generations. They study not only because they want to get ahead in the future, but also because studying in Baeyuan is the most important thing in their lives. The only way to make a comeback is to fight against the odds. If you lose, it will be impossible. Zhong Wenxiu understood and nodded. No wonder they look so desperate. They are completely different from the students at Tsinghua Academy. They are all children from wealthy families. It is difficult to have this feeling of fighting against the odds. The atmosphere of the North Academy in this way, even if a student from Tsinghua Academy is thrown in, he will be assimilated by them, Suwon said with a smile, because there is a word called involution. If you see others working so hard, you will feel uncomfortable and you will follow. If we work together, it will become what you see now.
Juan?
Zhong Jincheng was enlightened and suddenly understood why he was so uncomfortable on the wall of Qin Ye's house that day. This hateful boy actually tricked him secretly. No wonder he failed Qin Ye's exam. Suwon called to them. Let's go. It's useless to look at us any longer. They probably won't give us another look. Zhong Jincheng gave a thumbs up, then turned his fingertips downward, making a gesture that they couldn't do, and said arrogantly, Just wait. Let's see if I don't defeat them one by one. Zhong Wenxiu chuckled and was about to follow, but he turned around and saw a young boy who was very surprised. Qinyi?
Qinyi?
Zhong Jincheng turned his head around and said anxiously, Where is it? Where? Why didn't I see it? Zhong Wenxiu patted him on the shoulder and pointed him in the direction. Sure enough, he saw Qinyi talking to a teenage boy. Qinyi was a little shorter than him, but the boy kept nodding and listening. It seemed that Qinyi was giving him instructions. After finishing speaking, the young man walked towards the north courtyard, and Qinyi also came out. Zhong Jincheng immediately pushed Zhong Wenxiu away and stood in front of Qinyi, as if he was ready to find trouble. Qinyi raised his eyebrows and said coldly, It's you again. Zhong Jincheng said proudly, Yes, it's me, the only person from Tsinghua Academy who has passed the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges. After hearing this, Qinyi looked at him slightly and said, What's your rank?
No.
The little devil was directly stabbed in the heart, and his proud expression was somewhat evasive. The ranking of 120th is really ugly. There is a gap between Qinyi and Qinyi by a whole list. It would be embarrassing to say that. Qinyi naturally didn't miss his expression and immediately sneered to express his disdain. This arrogant look made the little devil very angry. He always treated others like this, so how could it be someone else's turn to act like this to him? He said in anger, What are you doing? I've only been studying for 3 months, and I'm already on the list. It only takes a few months to defeat you.
It's easy.
Just wait and be my defeated general. It's up to you, I've changed classes anyway. Qinyi didn't care about him at all and turned away for fear of wasting any more time. Change class? Which class? Zhong Jincheng was stunned for a moment and shouted at his back, I'm not in the same class as you. I study at home. Qin Ye's back walked further and further away without any pause. It seems that he really has no sense of competition. In other words, he doesn't care about Zhong Jincheng at all and doesn't think Zhong Jincheng can threaten his #1 position. The little devil was still howling madly behind, but unfortunately the person who had offended him had long since disappeared. He asked Zhong Wenxiu, Brother, what does transferring mean? Is he going to study in Hanlin North Academy? Zhong Wenxiu shook his head and denied. No, changing to another academy is called transferring, and changing classes means that he no longer wants to stay in the 8-year-old class. Tsinghua Academy is divided into classes according to age. The content of children's studies is different, the test scope is also different, and the rankings they can get on are also different. Zhong Jincheng said, so as long as Qin changes classes, I will never have the chance to be on the same ranking list as him or defeat him. Zhong Wenxiu nodded and said frankly, yes, after reading his test paper last time, I felt that even if he jumped directly to our 10-year-old class, there would be no pressure to get first place. Qin's knowledge is really profound. Zhong Jincheng frowned. Then I also want to take the same list as you guys. Su Wan said quietly, think about it. Qin is going to the children's class. Zhong Wenxiu was surprised. Madam knows? Su Wan smiled and said, of course, I know all about our eldest young master's enemies. Zhong Jincheng pricked up his ears and asked curiously, what is the Tonka class? Tongzike, as the name suggests, is used by the court to select child prodigies. Only those under the age of 12 can participate. If you pass the Tongzike, you can take the imperial examination as an exception, without being subject to the minimum age limit of 10 years old, and you don't have to take the Tongsheng and Xiuzai exams. The Tonka class of Qingba Academy was established for the Tongzike. The children in the class are no longer the same age, but are all under the age of 12. If you still fail to pass the Tongzike exam after you exceed the age limit, you will be sent back to your original class. Zhong Jincheng's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could almost pinch a mosquito to death. He gritted his teeth and said, Qin, this kid, is actually going to take the imperial examination at such a young age. Su Wan snorted and laughed. Yeah, this kid is really confident. I want to take the exam for the children's exam too. Zhong Jincheng would never admit defeat, and he also wanted to take the exam. You? Su Wan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, you should try your best to get into the top 10 first. Think about the 119 students in front of you. They can't even pass this group of 8-year-olds. How can you compete with the children in the children's exam class? Zhong Jincheng yelled unconvincedly, I don't want to wait for another joint exam of 4 colleges. That will take at least 2 months. In that time, I can even defeat Qin Yi. A separate joint exam? Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxiu looked at each other. It was no longer a joint examination of 4 colleges, but a joint examination of 2 colleges. Another joint examination, and they found the most powerful one. The dean of Qingba Academy was really getting more courageous with each setback. Zhong Wenxiu sighed. I didn't expect that the Hanlin North Academy likes exams so much, and they have to take the joint exam every month. Zhong Jincheng was about to nod in agreement, but Su Wan suddenly interrupted and denied it. No, it's because of Qin Yi. Did Qin Yi ask to take the exam again with Hanlin Academy? Zhong Wenxiu asked in surprise. Zhong Jincheng immediately retorted, how is that possible?
Who is Qin Yi?
How could the Hanlin North Academy bring the entire academy to take the exam with him just because he wants to take the exam? Even if it was because of one person, it could only be because of him, Zhong Jincheng. What was Qin Yi? Humph, that arrogant boy. Unexpectedly, Su Wan said, because the Hanlin North Academy always takes first place, they cannot accept that Qin Yi crushed all the geniuses in their North Academy, so they proposed a separate joint exam and planned to avenge their previous shame next month. Zhong Wenxiu. Surprisingly, it was Hanlin Academy who took the initiative to challenge. They actually took the initiative to test Qin Yi again. Zhong Jincheng. Why didn't he bring it? If he was the first in the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges, then the entire Hanlin North College would be going crazy over his name, Zhong Jincheng.
Right.
First in the joint entrance examination. He also wants to get first place in the joint entrance examination. I'm going to go home. I'm going to prepare for the joint exam next month. Let's see how I can defeat the geniuses of Hanlin North Academy. The little devil was full of fighting spirit and dragged Zhong Wenxiu back to the mansion. Seeing that the goal was exceeded, Su Wan's brows relaxed. This trip was really smooth. Sueji praised beside her. Madam is very smart. No wonder you always asked us to keep an eye on Qin Yi. When you got the news that he was coming to Hanlin to see his brother, you immediately brought the 2 young masters here. Su Wan smiled and said, Jin Cheng is too conceited. Only someone as strong and proud as Qinyi can suppress his arrogance. Sueji said, with the example of the North Court students fighting to the death, I feel that in the next month, the two young masters will study even harder and study late into the night every day. Suwon shook her head and said, there's no need to study late into the night. I've always felt that when Xiao spends too much time studying, children of his age need enough sleep to grow and develop. We can't let them become dwarfs.
Then
how can we improve our studies in the shortest possible time? Suwon said mysteriously, now it's the turn of our 3 private tutors who earn 100 taels of silver a month to come on stage. Yuanyanghe Mansion. The plaque on the door of the study room, which read Virtue and Virtue, was removed and a new one was hung high. The maids and servants in the mansion came to watch the fun, and even the 2 brothers from the Zong family leaned over to look. The key class of the Marquis Mansion. The plaques on the study room usually have 4-character idioms, which look both majestic and shocking, but now it has been changed to this strange name, and it feels like it has changed from a study room to a school, and a powerful school at that. What does this mean? Asked the little devil. Suwon made a grand entrance with 3 private tutors from the imperial examination and introduced them with a smile. This is the key class in the Marquis Mansion. We focus on teach students in accordance with their aptitude, and provide 3-on-1 high-quality tutoring. We will help you overtake others and beat all the geniuses in the capital.
Zhongzhasheng, Guangxu,
The 3 private tutors of the scholars were all young people in their 20s and 30s, full of energy. After being trained by Suwon for a few days, they were not only impressed by Suwon's teaching methods, but also full of hope for the future. With such a dedicated and responsible mistress, and 2 smart and hardworking students, they feel that their future is bright and exciting. Hello, gentlemen. I am Cheng Jidong. In the past few days, I have grasped your learning progress. Here are the books for your next study. I have carefully selected the most suitable ones for you, so that you can learn from the simple to the difficult, and there will be no wasted work. Hello, gentlemen.
I am Panhonji.
In the past few days, I have sorted out all the wrong questions in your test papers, summarized and refined the points that are easy to make mistakes, to ensure that you can master all the test points that you have not mastered without finishing all the wrong questions. Hello, gentlemen. I am Zhao Yin. This is the test papers of your age group in previous years that I summarized, marking the key points and secondary points so that you can focus on the most important content first and save more time to learn new content. Bailey Shi was sitting at the top and was originally quite relaxed, wanting to see how the 3 candidates of this year's imperial examination could help him teach. But when the 3 of them spoke, their ideas were very peculiar, but their methods also sounded very practical, and he gradually straightened his seat. Only when he finished speaking did he ask in surprise, is the teaching method of the Hamlin North Academy so powerful now? He only mentioned that Suwon should remain as a Hamlin scholar, but he did not expect that it would have such a strong impact on him. Zhao Yin, who was originally a teacher at the Hamlin Academy, bowed and said, "Old sir, you have misunderstood. These were all taught by my wife. The Hamlin Academy has never had such a sophisticated and thoughtful learning method." The other 2 candidates also echoed. Although they are all Jiren with real talents and knowledge, Suwon's method allows them to impart such knowledge to the 2 children steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly. She is really good at discovering talents. No wonder she dares to offer them such high monthly wages. Bailey, she was even more surprised. He not only gave Suwon an approving look, but also said to the 2 children, "You are so lucky to have a mother and aunt who cares so much about you." Zong Wenxiu agreed deeply and immediately said, "Thank you, madam. I will study hard and will never let you down." Zong Jincheng was still confused. The 3 private instructors seemed very capable, and their methods were very impressive. Even Master Bailey praised them personally. But they said that such a great idea was all proposed by Suwon. This woman, this bad woman, doesn't seem so bad. And seems a little powerful? How did she become so strong? Could it be that her knowledge and test-taking ability were also impressive? The little devil's doubts were written all over his face, so simple that it was laughable. Although Soo-won is not the top scorer, she was admitted to a prestigious university in a poor mountainous area of a province with a large number of college entrance examination candidates. The educational resources are backward, and the competition is fierce. It is impossible to get ahead without risking one's life. Behind her are a group of helpless brothers and sisters in the welfare home. She also has her own last-ditch battle. Jin Cheng, do you think they can help you with your studies? Soo-won asked with a smile. Zong Jincheng felt that he could definitely do it, but the arrogant little devil would never admit it, let alone say thank you to her. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. He said stubbornly, I will definitely get first place this time. Anyway, he has done his best, and Soo-won also gained face, because she is his nominal mother after all, so they prosper together and suffer together. Soo-won chuckled and said, Okay, then I'll look forward to your joint exam results next month. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It'll be fine if Wenxiao can make it to your 10-year-old list. As for Jincheng, it'll be good if he can get into the top 50. Zong Wenxiao nodded obediently. Okay. The little devil king made a face at her and said, Don't look down on me. I will definitely get the first place in the exam this time, and blind your eyes. Soo-won raised her eyebrows questioningly, obviously not believing it. The little devil was angry and waved his fist, looking like he was showing you how powerful he is. Soo-won rolled her eyes at him. Little devil. Zong Wenxiao couldn't help laughing. His younger brother and his wife had started their childish fight again. Several teachers also started the key tutoring classes with a smile, accompanying them from morning to night to explain things, and the two brothers could get answers immediately when they had questions. Bailey, she was responsible for daily teaching and sped up the teaching process according to the learning speed of the two children. The content of the Tongzi exam was not very deep, mostly reciting, analyzing, and understanding. For a child like Zong Jincheng who had a photographic memory, he could remember it in one go. Although Wenxiao's aptitude was not as good as Jincheng's, he was much better than ordinary children, and he was still working hard to catch up. Half a month passed. Bailey, she sighed to the sky. I feel like I have almost finished teaching for 2 months. How come these two kids are catching up so fast? Zhong Zhao didn't work as hard as them back then. Soo-won wanted to say that Zhong Zhao was a man of both literary and martial arts, and with the old marquis watching over him, he didn't focus on studying. But the two children were different, and with a full-time private tutor, they only needed to concentrate on waiting for the knowledge to be delivered to them and put it into their brains, which greatly saved a lot of energy. Thinking of this, she asked someone to prepare some ginseng for Master Bailey to nourish his body. She also assigned an assistant to Master Bailey to do the preparation before and after the class and the post-class summary for him. It was another day of broadening Bailey's horizons. In the past half-month, the two children have been concentrating on studying, and the more they study, the more they study. If Soo-won hadn't forced them to study from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and go to bed at a certain time, the extremely energetic little devil would have been able to study with Wenxiao until 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. In addition, students in other academies work 5 days a week and rest 2 days a week, but these two don't want to rest even for a single day. One wants to catch up on the list, and the other wants to beat all the geniuses in the capital, and they study so hard that their eyes turn red. It's rolled up like this. Even capitalists would cry when they see it. Finally, Soo-won couldn't stand it anymore and said, You are not allowed to study during the day off. Zong Wenxiao obediently put down the book and followed his wife's lead. The little devil slammed the table with red eyes. Don't stop me. I can still roll. Soo-won. Are you crazy? If she had a video recorder, she really wanted to record this and send a copy to the old lady, and also send a copy to the little devil from 3.5 months ago. The little devil was still brazenly howling at the King of Paper's speech. I, Zong Jincheng, must take first place in the joint entrance examination and crush all those stepping stones of the Hanlin North Academy. Soo-won held her forehead with her hand. She began to wonder if she had put too much energy into the little devil. How could this kid be like a perpetual motion machine and not feel tired at all? Although this can indeed improve grades quickly, Soo-won is still a conscientious worker who knows that only a combination of work and rest can lead to long-term development. She asked Sueji to bring the invitation and handed it to Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxiu. The prince will hold a hunting event at Chuyang Mountain tomorrow and invites the children in our mansion to participate. When the prince was mentioned, Zhong Jincheng's expression changed immediately. He quickly took the invitation and saw that the first name on it was his. His mouth immediately grinned from ear to ear. The prince really likes me the most. After that, he handed the invitation to his brother. Zhong Wenxiu was very happy when he saw his name. He didn't expect that the prince knew him. But, brother, you're so amazing now. You can recognize all the words on the invitation? Zhong Jincheng only realized it after he was reminded. Yes, in the past, he either asked Shunzi to read it to him, or he didn't recognize many words, but he read the invitation very smoothly just now. Is this the change after gaining knowledge? The little devil became even more excited, but pretended to be calm and said, Brother, I feel so strong now. Zhong Wenxiu. It's really scary. Suwon really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This child's self-confidence is like a perpetual motion machine, endless. Chuyang Mountain Hunting Ground. All the children of military generals received invitations and came in full force, fully dressed and ready to go, except for 2 children who had given up military service to pursue literature. Bu Yen was checking the arrow feathers in the baskets for the 2 young masters, explaining archery techniques to them from time to time. Although the 2 were amateur archers, their recent reading had changed their mindsets and they wanted to do everything perfectly, so they listened especially carefully. The 2 young masters will be together later. It doesn't matter whether you hit the target or not. We don't practice martial arts and don't compete with others in this. The little devil was bored, spinning his bow in circles in his hand. He said, there's really no need to compete. What's the fun of archery? It's just a waste of time. You can't hit anything. Brother, when I get first place in the exam, I will take you to play Kuju. Zhong Wenxiu smiled and nodded, okay. He had only seen Kuju in books, and he was far behind Jincheng in terms of playing, so he was quite happy to hear Jincheng say he wanted to teach him. Oh, you're calling me brother, Jincheng. How come I didn't know you had a brother? Suwon was sitting not far away chatting with Madam He from the Minister of War's mansion. Today, Heejung heard that Jin Chung was coming too, so he followed along. Madam, he could find an opportunity to exchange parenting experiences with her. Suwon was talking to her, and she also paid some attention to the 2 brothers, until a young boy came up to talk to Jin Chung. Then she asked Mrs. He, whose child is that? Madam, he took a look and said, Oh, it's the 9-year-old son of the right censor-in-chief of the censorate, Wei Xinglu. Suwon muttered to herself, the last of the 4 little dandies in the capital. Zhong Jincheng, Zhai Yao, Heejung Wei Xinglu. Mrs. He saw that she looked worried and said quickly, Don't worry, Jincheng has a good relationship with them, and he can be a companion for the hunting trip later. Nothing will happen. Suwon smiled politely on the surface, but secretly thought in her heart, it's because Jin Chung has a good relationship with them that I'm worried, okay? She didn't know much about Wei Xinglu, and was afraid that this kid would turn the little devil she had just taught back to square one. On the other side, Zhong Jincheng replied without any defense. His name is Zhong Wenxiu. He is from my second uncle's family. He is my cousin. He just returned home before the new year. Wei Xinglu let out a long "oh" and replied, It's your half-brother from the countryside. Seeing you keep calling him brother, I thought your father had found you a legitimate brother from nowhere. Zhong Wenxiu felt a little hurt when he heard this. He lowered his head and took a step back. Zhong Jincheng was stunned and immediately annoyed. He yelled at Wei Xinglu, Are your ears not working? I just told you that he is my cousin. Why are you still saying that about him? Don't you know that others will be sad too? Do you have any sense at all? Bu Yen behind me was actually quite surprised. He vaguely remembered that when Master Xiao just returned home, Wei Xinglu told Master Cheng that he had a brother who was a country boy. At that time, Master Cheng not only did not refute, but even joined in the shame. I didn't expect that Master Cheng had changed so much after a few months. Wei Xinglu had never seen Zhong Jincheng like this before and was a little puzzled and said, What's wrong with you, Jincheng? I just said one sentence to him, Do you have to say so much to me? Look at the treasure you gave to a half-brother who is of low birth and not very close to you. If others tell others, we other brothers will laugh at you. You still say, I will fight with you. Zhong Jincheng couldn't find a brick anywhere and finally took a bow and was ready to fight. Wei Xinglu was so scared that he ran around, shouting, Are you crazy, Jincheng? I haven't seen you for a few months. How come you are like this? We said we would live together until we are 99. Zhong Jincheng held a bow and chased him, who will stay with you until the age of 99. This young master is studying hard now to become the most powerful genius in the whole capital. Ah, what books are you reading? You are crazy. Zhong Jincheng is possessed by a ghost. You are crazy. Stop. Don't run. Wei Xinglu was chased so hard that he jumped up and down. The people watching around him were all laughing. It was quite novel to see the four little dandies turning against each other. In the past, the four of them were inseparable and caused trouble everywhere, which was a real headache for everyone. Suwon finally let go of her worries. The boy is teachable, and there has been some success. Madam, he exclaimed, in just 3.5 months, Jincheng seems to have been reborn. Madame Zhong's ability is truly admirable. If you were a man, my master would definitely invite you to the Ministry of War to provide guidance. Suwon said with a smile, Mrs. He, you are too kind. Your master is also very capable. He almost beat his child into an enemy for 10 lifetimes. Isn't he the only father in the world? Alas. Mrs. He couldn't even mention it. Once she mentioned it, it would bring back sad things. Every family has its own problems. The crown prince has arrived, and the crown princess has arrived. Everyone quickly stood up and bowed. After seeing the crown prince off to the hunting ground, they sat together with the crown princess to enjoy the flowers and eat fruits, patiently waiting for the children from each family to return from hunting. On the other side, Zhong Jincheng was still chasing Wei Xinglu and beating him. In the end, Zhong Wenxiu stepped forward and pulled him away. The little devil finally gave up. Before leaving, he did not forget to make a harsh statement. Next time you dare to say something bad about my brother, I will chase you to your house and beat you up. Wei Xinglu patted his chest and said to the people around him calmly, This rascal. He must have taken the wrong medicine. The servants around them didn't dare to make a sound, but they all gave thumbs up in their hearts. The combination of the four little dandies has broken up. From now on, their young master will definitely be easier to lead than before. Zhong Jincheng came back from running, panting, but soon regained his vigor. He picked up the bow, looked around, and said, It shouldn't be broken, right? I don't want to talk at all. Whatever, you can't hit him whether he is good or not. Zhong Wenxiu said, Let me exchange with you, you use mine. Zhong Jincheng waved his hands and said, No, I think it's fine. Let us go hunting. Okay, brother. What kind of prey do you like? I'll give it to you. Me? Anything is fine. Then I'll make you a fox skin scarf. Okay. Zhong Jincheng liked riding horses the most. After learning how to ride, he refused to let anyone hold the reins. Zhong Wenxiu was not very good at riding yet, so he asked Bian to hold the reins next to his brother while he pulled the bow and chased the little fox. Swoosh, the shot missed. Swoosh, another miss. Zhong Jincheng stared at the fleeing red fox, pinched the horse's belly with his foot, and commanded, Go, chase it. After chasing for a long time, the red fox hid behind a tree, with only its tail sticking out. Zhong Jincheng climbed down from his horse and walked over on tiptoe, fearing to disturb it. He wanted to pounce on it directly, but was afraid that the fox would get angry and bite him, so he gently pulled out the arrow from behind him, put it on the bow, and waited until the fox got closer before attacking. The little devil thought to himself, Humph, at such a close distance, I will definitely catch you this time. The next moment, he suddenly turned behind the tree and shot the arrow in his hand very quickly, hitting the little fox. The red-haired fox kicked its legs and ascended to heaven. The little devil picked up the little fox with satisfaction, but when he turned around, he found it was empty. No. Where is my horse? The hunting ground was so large that the trees were lush and green.
Even if the little devil had a photographic memory and could remember the way he came, he would not be able to go back until dark if he had no horse and only relied on his 2 legs. He walked back angrily, carrying the little fox, thinking as he walked that he would definitely meet other people on the road, and it should not be difficult to give him a ride. Not long after, he really heard someone talking, and it sounded very familiar. The little devil looked up and saw an acquaintance. He said in surprise, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." But soon, he found that something was wrong. The prince was pointing the tip of his sword at the chest of a young general, and the arrow in the young man's hand was also pointing at the prince, but because the arrow feather was short, it was still a little distance away from the prince's neck. Zhong Jincheng was shocked. Are you going to murder the prince? This is a hunting ground, surrounded by guards inside and outside, and there are also a lot of people from the Eastern Palace. If this man dares to kill the prince, he will also die. And judging from his clothes, he should be a high-ranking official.
How?
How could this happen? The young man's situation was the most dangerous. As long as the prince pushed forward, the sword would take his life, but he showed no fear at all, and even had a look of coldness and contempt. The young man looked at the sickly and pale face opposite him. His arms were skinny and weak, and the calluses on his palms from practicing martial arts had been smoothed out by years of taking medicine, but his hand holding the sword was still trembling slightly. The most taboo for a sword holder is to have an unsteady hand. The sword in the prince's hand shook slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on his cold, white forehead. The sword was shaking more and more heavily, so heavily that his arm could hardly lift it. His lips turned blue, and his face became paler, but he still managed to shout, "General Luo, are you trying to take my life?" The young man in front of him was none other than the chief military officer of the dynasty, General Pingxi. Luo Jingfeng. His elder brother, Luo Jingyun, was the Prince of Jinnan, commanding an army. The 2 brothers hold military power in their hands, and even the emperor is a little wary of them, let alone taking a sickly prince like him seriously. Luo Jingfeng sneered. "How dare I? I just want to see if the crown prince, who was once known as the best master in the capital together with Zhong Zhao, still has the courage to draw his sword again after 8 years of bedridden illness. And whether he can kill again." After saying this, he looked at the prince and said mockingly, "It seems that you are not doing well. Your hands are shaking all the time." The prince glanced at him and reminded him, "You are committing treason and conspiracy. Even if I kill you today, it will not be wrong. Then you can try it. I am waiting to see your joke." Luo Jingfeng didn't believe that he still had the ability to take action. Otherwise, wouldn't all the medicine have been given in vain? The prince's blood boiled, his pale face turned red with anger, and he couldn't help coughing several times. The tip of the sword began to tremble, and the prince could hardly hold on to it. At this moment, a small arm reached out, held the prince's hand and pushed it forward, and there was a puff sound. The tip of the sword pierced Luo Jingfeng's chest. The 2 looked over together and saw Zhong Jincheng still pushing the person. He asked innocently, "Did I help His Highness?" Luo Jingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. The wound was not deep, he was just angry. This kid, how dare he attack him? Even the prince, who was a little dazed, gradually came back to his senses. He pulled out the tip of the sword and let Luo Jingfeng fall to the ground with the arrow in one hand, with blood dripping from his chest. In fact, Zhong Jincheng didn't understand what they were talking about. He just felt that General Luo was bullying the prince. The prince was such a good person, he could definitely do nothing wrong. So, no matter who he is, just stab him first. Even if I don't have time to make money, I must fight for the prince's reputation. After all, he is the prince's favorite child. Hee. Luo Jingfeng wiped the blood off his chest and stared at the prince. "Your Highness is still as lucky as ever. You have the crown princess to protect you in the East Palace, and you can still be protected by a child in the hunting ground. You are really lucky." Zhong Jincheng bravely stood in front of the prince and said firmly, "The people from the East Palace will be here soon. If you dare to hurt His Royal Highness the Crown Prince again, you will definitely lose your head." Luo Jingfeng sneered, "You childish boy. Ask the Crown Prince next to you.
Would he dare to say such a thing? Not to mention if someone from the East Palace came, even if the emperor himself came, would he dare to touch me? Zhong Jincheng's head was buzzing. Isn't it said that the highest official is the emperor, followed by the prince? How come this person in front of me is more confident than the emperor? His worldview is about to be turned upside down. Zhong Jincheng wanted to say something, but the prince held him back and made him shake his head, which was tantamount to agreeing with what the other party said. Luo Jingfeng picked up the bow and arrow on the ground and left. Not long after, people from the East Palace also arrived. The prince told the little devil, "What happened today should be kept as a little secret between us. Don't tell anyone. Go back and have a good sleep and forget everything, okay?" Zhong Jincheng nodded, but he thought to himself that it was a little difficult to forget, as it was the trouble of having a very good memory. However, after this incident, Zhong Jincheng's relationship with the prince became better. The little devil came out hopping with the red fox in his hand, holding an extremely beautiful jade pendant. He looked at it as he walked, and liked it very much. "Jincheng, what is this?"
Suwan asked.
"This jade pendant is obviously of great value, and is definitely not cheaper than the one that the little devil originally had, which cost several thousand taels." Zhong Jincheng boasted proudly. "This was given to me by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." After saying that, his eyes rolled and he added, "His Highness said that with this jade pendant, no one dares to hurt me." He deliberately emphasized the word anyone. "Suwan, I quit. What the Hades is the difference between this and getting a gold medal for free?" She even suspected that if she beat the little devil again, the prince would send people to raid her mansion. Suwan's mood was so low that she was about to explode. This was simply the biggest obstacle she encountered in her career of training the little devil. Unexpectedly, before she could worry for more than a minute, she saw the maid beside the crown princess coming over and whispering a few words in her ear. The little devil looked at Suwan's face, which changed instantly, like the sky in June. He immediately stuffed the little red-haired fox into his brother's arms and ran away without stopping. "Zhong Wenxiu, what happened to my brother?" Suwan gritted her teeth and said, "He was caught lying, so he ran away because he was afraid of being beaten." The crown princess told her that the jade pendant was only used to protect Jincheng from the outside and would not interfere with how she educates her children. This little rascal. He actually dared to play word games with her. It seems that knowledge not only fills his illiterate brain, but also makes him more cunning. Suwan treated the handkerchief in her hand as a little devil, pinching it fiercely, pinching and pinching. Zhong Jincheng didn't run far, and Zhong Wenxiu followed him. The two brothers met Wei Xinglu, who was complaining to Hezhong, and listed all of Zhong Jincheng's evil deeds. The little devil got angry and shouted, "Wei Xinglu, are you trying to sow discord between me and Hezhong?" The four little dandies grew up together. They were as close as if they were wearing the same pants and have never been separated. Wei Xinglu was caught, and he was scared for a second, but then he said firmly, "It was your fault in the first place. You took back the Fergana horse that was given to us and helped your half-brother to turn against me. I won't care about these. But Jiayao has been playing with us for so many years, and you still made him suffer in the slums for a month, and he is still lying in bed. I heard that the prince also punished him to copy the Analects 100 times. The Analects, that is the Analects, more than 10,000 words, he won't be able to finish it even if he copies it until next year." Wei Xinglu became more and more angry as he spoke. He always felt that one of his good brothers had stabbed another good brother in the back, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Zhong Jincheng howled. Jiayao called others pariahs and kicked and beat an innocent old man who was taking care of him. "Do you think he did nothing wrong?" Wei Xinglu said as a matter of course, "But he has always been like this. Aren't you the one who has changed?"
I.
Percent. Zhong Jincheng was so angry that he was incoherent. He even began to think Suwan was really good-tempered. When she heard his previous dandy remarks, she was not only not angry but also laughed, teasing him while laughing. In the end, it was Zhong Wenxiu who explained for him. "My brother has changed because he has read a lot of books recently and understood the truth, so he made the right choice." He has improved compared to before, and this change is also good. Otherwise, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would not be so angry and take the initiative to propose to punish Zhai Yao. Zhong Jincheng snorted, and then added comfortably, "Did you understand everything? What my brother said makes a lot of sense. His brother is his caring substitute." Wei Xinglu was stunned for a moment, and then continued to talk to He Zheng. "I told you that he was possessed by a ghost, but you didn't believe me. Now he listens to his half-brother in everything. It's really embarrassing for us brothers." Zhong Jincheng. Why on earth is he wasting time here with Wei Xinglu? Zhong Jincheng dragged Zhong Wenxiu away. "Brother, let's go. Don't bother with them. They are too stupid." Zhong Wenxiu thought about it and agreed. He might as well use all his energy to make his younger brother a better person. Unexpectedly, when He Zheng heard that he was leaving, he hurriedly said, "Jincheng, don't go. I believe in you. You are still my best brother." Wei Xinglu was dumbfounded when he heard this, and chased after him and said, "What? Am I not your best brother? He Zheng, explain to me clearly, who has the closest relationship with you two?" Zhong Jincheng turned his head, looked at He Zheng's bright eyes, and asked, "Do you think I am right?" He Zheng nodded and said, "As long as you keep helping me climb over the wall, even if you set fire to Zhai Yao's house, I think you are right." Zhong Jincheng.
Who understands?
I really want to swear. Why would I burn down Zhai Yao's house if I had nothing to do? He gritted his teeth and asked, "So, in your opinion, there is no right or wrong? Whoever helps you climb over the wall is your father, right?" He Zheng nodded. "My biological father is indeed not that good." Zhong Jincheng rolled his eyes to the sky. He said, "Go, go, go, brother, go quickly. Don't play with these two idiots. Otherwise, my head full of knowledge will be polluted by them." He Zheng was unhappy when he heard him being called an idiot, but he caught the word knowledge at the end and asked excitedly, "A head full of knowledge? Jincheng, have you been reading recently? What books are you reading? Have you read 1,000-character classic?" When it comes to reading, the little devil's desire to show off is aroused, and he immediately stops. He looked up and said proudly, "Of course I have read such a basic introductory book. Not only have I read it, I can also recite it." "Really?" He Zheng asked in surprise. "Can you recite it to me? I only listened to a little bit last time, and my father came and took the book away."
What's so difficult about that?
Zhong Jincheng started to recite aloud, and then he kindly recited the translation again. He Zheng's eyes were full of envy and admiration. "What about the 3-character classic? You must be able to recite the 3-character classic, right? This is even simpler than the 1,000-character classic." Wei Xinglu watched the two men start to recite books. His eyes almost popped out. "No. Are you kidding me? We are the 4 little dandies, not the 4 talented scholars." Zhong Jincheng was still saying, "I can also recite the War of National Strategy." He Zheng. "So amazing." Wei Xinglu started by rolling his eyes while standing, then he rolled his eyes while sitting on the ground, and finally he rolled his eyes while holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, all the while listening to Zhong Jincheng reciting everything from the strategies of the warring states to the geography of China. He Zheng clapped his hands and praised Zhong Jincheng so much that his nose was not a nose and his eyes were not eyes. Then he started a new round of endorsement. Wei Xinglu spit out the dogtail grass in his mouth with a sound of poo. The servant beside him twitched his mouth and thought to himself, "Sir, you just can't stand others working harder than you." Wei Xinglu stood up and said seriously, "No, I can't let my brother's body be occupied by a ghost like this. Go, spend a lot of money to invite a ghost exorcist. I have to save my brother." What's wrong with Wanku? Wanku is still his brother. This ghost in front of him, who can endorse things, is too scary. The servant said reluctantly yes. In the end, this poetry recitation event was only stopped by the appearance of He Zheng's father. If the servant had not informed him in time, He Zheng would have been caught secretly listening to the story. The people who were busy in the hunting ground came back one after another, with their hands full of prey, and they were full of praise for the generosity of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The 2 brothers of the Zhong family were forced to relax by Su Wan, and they had no sense of competitive hunting at all, and they would not be unhappy because others returned with a full load.
especially Zhong Jincheng, who had been showing off in front of He Zheng and Wei Xinglu for the entire afternoon, and his pride was becoming more and more out of control. On the way back, she was still like a young girl in love, and she would sigh to Zhong Wenxiu from time to time. "Hey, brother, how can I be so powerful?
Suwan.
I'm such a grown-up and I'm still here. You don't care at all, right?" Zhong Wenxiu was still praising him generously. "Brother, you are indeed the smartest kid I have ever seen. Even Qin Yi, who is so good, can't remember everything he sees, but you can. This shows that you are born to learn. You will definitely become a great talent in the future." When Zhong Jincheng heard that he was better than Qin Yi, he was so proud that he kicked his legs. He laughed and said, great talent, I will be a great talent in the future. No one can be more knowledgeable than me. This time it is He Zheng who worships him, next time it will be his brother who will worship him, and then it will be Qin Yi, the private instructors, Master Bailey, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The more Zhong Jincheng thought about it, the more beautiful it became. He wanted to immerse himself in the beautiful dream and never come out. His little feet started to kick again. "Hey!"
Suwan shouted impatiently.
When Zhong Jincheng heard her voice, he immediately frowned and asked, "What?" "I'm not saying hello, you are so rude." Suwan glared at him coldly. "You kicked me." Zhong Jincheng looked down and saw that his foot was indeed stepping on Suwan's embroidered shoes, so he quickly retracted his foot. He pretended to be calm and said, "The carriage is too small. It's too crowded, you know." "Hey, that's not right. Why do you have to squeeze in the same carriage with us? Can't you find another one to sit in?" Suwan smiled and said, "Did you know that carriages are quite expensive?" Zhong Jincheng. "The Marquis's mansion is not without money. Why do you live so frugally?" Suwan hummed and said, "Then you can go back to the mansion.
Wenxiu and I can sit down."
Zhong Jincheng. The car was still quite close to the Marquis mansion, and the sensible little devil would, of course, not get off the car. He could only snort in a proud manner and turned his head towards the window. Suwan said to Zhong Wenxiu, who had gained nothing, "Don't take today's events too seriously. The most important thing about hunting is participation. Our purpose is to come out to rest and take a walk. By the way, if you find it too noisy, let Jincheng take you to the Kuju field next time. It will be quieter there." Zhong Wenxiu was very touched and said sincerely, "Thank you for your comfort, madam. I am not sad. My brother even hunted a fox for me." Zhong Jincheng snorted at Suwan and said, "Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha." It was he who first suggested playing Kuju, and this woman acted as if he took Zhong Wenxiu to play just for her. Suwan glanced at him immediately. "You are using idioms quite well now." Zhong Jincheng said proudly, "Of course, I will be the first in the future joint entrance examination."
"Oh."
Suwan rolled her eyes at him and didn't respond. The little devil was just waiting for Suwan to praise him or to comfort him like she did with Zhong Wenxiu for only having hunted down a little fox, but in the end, he waited in vain. Is she only here to comfort Zhong Wenxiu?
What about me?
What about a grown-up like me? I was also sad that I didn't get first place in the hunt. The little devil looked at Suwan's eyes, which changed from expectation to anger, and then to madness. However, the latter did not even look at him and closed her eyes and pretended to sleep again. Zhong Jincheng. She is so annoying. Suwan was severely marked in his grudge book again, until the little devil got out of the car first at the door of his house and snorted loudly again. Suwan. Such a childish way of attracting attention. Zhong Wenxiu hesitated and said, "Madam, my brother should also want your comfort and praise." Suwan smiled and said, "I know. It is easiest to guess what a child is thinking, especially when it comes to the little devil. You can guess what he wants with your toes. Then why? Don't you like your brother?" From Zhong Wenxiu's perspective, his wife cares a lot about his brother. No, it's very, very, very important. Suwan touched his head and said, "That brat has a kind of magical power that can make people like him, obey him, and protect him very quickly." Zhong Wenxiu nodded with empathy. He now loves his brother very much and wants to do anything for him. Suwan added,
but after he gives in, he will push his luck and test other people's bottom line step by step. This is human nature, but he just shows it more obviously. Zong Wenxiu. No way? Suwon patted him and said, just watch and go home. After dinner that night, the two brothers went to the classroom to study at the same time. The three personal trainers were on break today, so two of them were teaching dictation. The little devil held a pen dipped in colorful ink in his mouth and would hold it in his mouth after writing for a while. He was lively and active by nature, and not only did he bite the pen tip, but his sitting posture was also messy. He could never maintain the standard sitting posture for more than a quarter of an hour, and then he would start twisting this way and that. Sometimes he would slump half of his body on the table to write, and sometimes he would ask someone to cover the chair with a quilt before sitting down. Now he had someone put a table and a stool behind Zong Wenxiu, and he leaned on his back to write, but he was not honest either. He would bump into him, then move away, and then lean on him again. Zong Wenxiu could no longer bear it, so he stopped writing and turned around and said, Jin Cheng, when you write, don't move your body around. The little devil was immersed in dictation, his mind unaware of the trouble his body had caused. He exclaimed and turned his head, only to see his brother's brows were knitted together. The little devil was confused and asked, Brother, what's wrong? Zong Wenxiu. He didn't expect that he would understand the meaning of his lady's words so quickly. It was a mistake to agree to do dictation with my brother back to back from the beginning. Once he gave in to his brother, his unreasonable demands would increase, and they were all wrong. At first, he just thought they were small mistakes and tolerated them, but later, those small mistakes became bigger and bigger, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Zong Wenxiu took a deep breath and taught him in a good-tempered manner, stand properly and sit properly. Your messy sitting posture will not only make your handwriting look bad, but it will also be bad for the growth of your spine. The little devil sat up straight and looked at his spine. He couldn't see it. He said indifferently, that shouldn't be the case. The court doctor often comes to check my body. Zong Wenxiu. All right. He decided to use his trump card. You disturbed me while I was writing. His younger brother just defended him in front of Wei Xinglu during the day, so he must care about his feelings a lot, so it will work, right? Unexpectedly, the little devil was stunned for a few seconds and then felt very hurt. The little guy's black eyes flickered slightly, like a pitiful puppy, and he said aggrievedly, I'm sorry, brother. I can't help it. The educational words that Zong Wenxiu wanted to say were blocked in his throat. Help, who can say harsh words to such a cute brother? How did Madame train her heart to be as hard as iron? The little devil was still talking to himself. His tone was soft, like a spoiled cat. I just want to lean on you to write. It's different from leaning on Shunzi. It feels safe and relaxing. Zong Wenxiu was hit in the heart by another arrow. My brother depends on me. He trusts me more than he trusts Shunzi, who has taken care of him for many years. How did he have the heart to tell his brother to disturb him while he was doing his dictation? Zong Wenxiu was already reflecting on his mistakes in his mind. It must be my fault. How could it be wrong for my brother to be so dependent on others? He is just a child. After a while, Zong Wenxiu convinced himself and said, It's okay, just continue to memorize. The little devil was ecstatic. Brother, you are such a nice person. Shunzi. I said that Master Xiu simply couldn't bear it. From the moment he promised to be nice to the little devil, he was destined to be manipulated by the little devil at any time and place, intentionally or unintentionally. No match at all. In the following time, Zong Wenxiu was still disturbed and felt miserable, but as long as he thought about opening his mouth to stop his brother, he would be very sad, so he swallowed his words again. This round, the soft-hearted brother fails to teach his younger brother. It was not until the next day, when Suwon discovered their abnormal sitting posture, that she strictly prohibited them. The teacher is giving a lecture. How can you turn your back to him? No, move it back. If you dare to move the table again, I will have people weld the table and chairs in place so that you can't move at all. Zong Wenxiu thought to himself that it all depended on his wife's iron-blooded ability, as only she could control her brother. The little devil howled in dissatisfaction. You are exploiting me. It's tyranny. I want to protest.
She rolled her eyes at him and said, Master, you only have knowledge but not brains. Can you use the word tyranny to describe me? If someone with ulterior motives hears it, can you afford the consequences? The little devil's face turned red with anger, and he glared at her like an angry frog, his chest heaving. He endured it. When he passes the exam, he will immediately send Suwon to another place and never see her again. Seeing that the little devil had rarely continued to quarrel, Suwon noticed that there was something more in his eyes than before. This kid was probably thinking about how to take revenge on her after getting the top score in the exam. It's so funny. After she gets the 100 million and retires, she will definitely move to another place without stopping, live in a big villa, and spend a lot of money so that she doesn't have to see this little troublemaker every day. Only after Bailey, she came to give lectures, did Suwon leave the study. As soon as he walked out of the door, he asked Sueji, Have you found out what happened in the hunting ground yesterday? The crown prince gave Jin Cheng such a valuable gift out of the blue, and he even did not hide it from the crown princess. The crown princess even came to remind her specially. What on earth are the couple up to? Sueji shook her head and said, I can't find out. There was no one with the prince at the time. It seems that there were only him and Master Cheng. Bayan was not there at the time, and Master Cheng didn't say anything when asked. Suwon frowned. Given this kid's flaunting personality, he shouldn't have kept silent. Sueji comforted him. No matter what, Master Cheng has the support of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, which is like having a strong backer. The benefits always outweigh the disadvantages, right? Suwon shook her head. She still firmly believed that there would be no free lunch in the world, and given the little devil's lovable magic, it should not affect the prince, an adult. Giving a jade pendant is not just an ordinary expression of love. Suwon said. The prince said it was for Jin Cheng's protection. I wonder if Jin Cheng has offended someone. Ever since she married into the Marquis's mansion, she's been concentrating on educating the little devil and has even ignored her scumbag father and stepmother. The only time she offended anyone was when she went to the East Palace last time and offended the wife of the Duke of Jin. Oh yes, there should also be Mrs. Zhai. But the reason for offending these two people was because of the little devil. If the people who offended these two identities did not ask the prince to give them the jade pendant, then it must be a more powerful person. Sueji disagreed and said, Madam, you are probably overthinking it. Our little master is just a little naughty. Besides, he has improved a lot recently. He shouldn't offend any powerful people. Suwon still felt that she couldn't take it lightly. She asked, Are the 4 servants in Jin Cheng's room who haven't returned yet able to practice martial arts? Sueji thought for a moment and said, It seems that she doesn't know how to do it. She just plays with the young master. Suwon. Okay, no need to come back. Sueji smiled and said, The young master has learned well now. He doesn't even bother to go out and have fun. He also forgets about the 4 of them and has never asked you for anyone again. Suwon was in no mood to respond to her joke, so she just asked, Are there any other guards in the Marquis mansion who are as skilled in martial arts as Bayan and Suelio? Sueji said, There is none in the mansion right now, but if Madam needs it, I think the old Marquis might have it. The Yuanyang Marquis mansion has been a family of military generals for generations, so it was easy to find guards with high martial arts skills. After receiving Suwon's letter of request, the old Marquis sent her a team of people that night. There was another special person. Madam, I am Shadow, and I used to be the young Marquis' secret guard. Shadow's appearance and figure were very ordinary, and he would not be noticed at all in a crowd of people, but such a person was most suitable to be a secret guard. Suwon met him alone, gave him an order. From now on, you must protect Jin Cheng secretly. If anyone wants to endanger his life, you must save him. Shadow said, Yes, I will do my best to protect Master Cheng. Go ahead. You don't have to report to me in the future. Suwon specifically reminded him, Jin Cheng is always getting into trouble, but if it's not a life and death situation, even if he broke his arm, you should not show up and let others know you're there. If someone notices it, they will definitely be on guard, and then it won't be possible for a secret guard to save you. Shadow said, Yes, I will take my leave. After Su Wan gave instructions to the secret guards, she looked at the remaining team of 10 people and wondered how to arrange them. She called Sueji and arranged, pick one and send it to Winchio's room, and let the others wait in the mansion first.
Yes.
Sueji didn't understand, but since the lady didn't say anything, she didn't dare to ask any more questions and soon forgot about it. Because the little devil's presence was so strong, he howled in the study every day, sometimes howling about why there were so many books to memorize, sometimes howling about how hard the chair was, and sometimes howling about why it was not time for the joint entrance examination yet, blocking his steps to get first place. The Marquis's mansion was noisy every day. Although they only had 2 cubs, the noise was as loud as if they had thousands of troops, and all the credit went to one of the cubs. Su-won would dream of the little devil howling even when she took a nap. No matter how she shouted, cry quickly, shed tears, "Didn't you drink any water?" The little devil in her dream still didn't cry. When she woke up from her anger, she heard the dry howling coming from the study room. Su-won sat up and rolled her eyes. This noisy kid is so annoying. She got up, put on her shoes, and headed straight for the study, saying as she walked, "It's lunch break time, so it's fine if he just rolls up his sleeves, but he disturbs other people's sleep. This little rascal. I'm going to glue his mouth shut with fish glue today." Su-won rushed over with murderous intent, but came up empty-handed. Zong Wenxiu was writing quietly, and the position of the little devil was empty. Not only that, even Shunzi and Bayan, who were serving beside him, were not there, and it didn't seem like they had gone to relieve themselves during the game. "Where's Jincheng?" Su-won asked. Zong Wenxiu raised his head and said, "Someone just reported from outside that Wei Xinglu came to look for his brother, and then he went out." "Wei Xinglu?"
Su-won Flawen.
"One of the 4 little dandies. What good can come from this kid coming to your house?" She turned around quickly and ran to the door. "Sueji, go check on them. Don't let them cause me any more trouble." At the gate of the Marquis mansion, Wei Xinglu and Zong Jincheng successfully met. The little devil was bored with his studies, but he was very happy when his friends came to play with him. "Xinglu, coming quickly. You haven't been to the mansion for a long time." Zong Jincheng didn't hold grudges against his good brothers, and he would forget about the quarrel in a few days. Seeing his enthusiasm, Wei Xinglu was so moved that he burst into tears. As expected, Jincheng was still his good brother. A good brother would not quarrel with him or blindly memorize things. Wei Xinglu missed the little devil too much, so he came to save his good brother today and let Zong Jincheng return to his position completely and totally. Zong Jincheng said, "Of course." He also wanted to help Heijun solve his dilemma. Wei Xinglu's eyes lit up, and he pointed to the wall next to the gate and said, "Let's go with this wall. I think this one is the same height as the one at Heijun's house. Okay, if you need anything else, I'll ask Bayan to find it,"
Zong Jincheng said.
Wei Xinglu hurriedly said, "Ladder." Zong Jincheng. He looked at Wei Xinglu like he was a fool and asked, "Is this the method you came up with to help Heijun climb over the wall? If he could find a ladder at home, would we still have to stack the stools last time?" Wei Xinglu coughed and suddenly realized that his story was too far-fetched. He quickly added, "Human ladder, I mean a real ladder."
"Huh."
Wei Xinglu introduced enthusiastically. "The wall is 10 feet high. You can get out by using 2 people as a ladder. If you don't believe me, ask Bayan and Shunzi to help you try." Zong Jincheng glanced at the 2 of them. Their height was enough. Shunzi waved his hands in panic and said, "No, young master, I am too weak to even tie a chicken. If you stand on my shoulders, I can't stand up." Zong Jincheng thought about the scene, and it was indeed possible. Wei Xinglu was still giving him some tricks. Okay, you just stand on Bian's shoulders first, let Jincheng climb up, and then Bian stands up. It's done perfectly. Shunzi. Anyway, you are going to climb over this wall today. Sir, I think. Shunzi was about to persuade him, but Zong Jincheng subconsciously didn't want to listen to his nagging and interrupted him. "Don't feel that way. Heijun is my good brother. I will definitely help him. Let's start trying." "Okay." Wei Xinglu slapped his thigh and shouted, "Get ready. Start." Zong Jincheng climbed up in confusion.
He felt that Wei Xinglu was acting strange today. Why was he shouting slogans while climbing over the wall? Before he could think any more, Buyen stood up, and Shunzi then lifted the little devil on his shoulders higher. The human ladder formed by two adults successfully lifted the little devil to a position higher than the wall. The little devil was clinging to the corner of the wall, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a head suddenly sticking out from under the opposite wall and spraying a large mouthful of magic water at his cute big head. Heaven and earth, please help. Demons and ghosts, show yourself. Shunzi couldn't see what was happening below, but he felt as if water was falling on his head. He shouted in confusion, "What's wrong? Young master, is it raining?" The little devil just closed his eyes subconsciously, but his face was still sprayed with magic water, and even his hair was wet. He clenched his fists and roared, "Guardian,
Go.
get out of here. I'll kill you." The roar was so loud that it scared the nearby birds away. Wei Xinglu was still shouting arrogantly, "You endorser, get out of my brother's body right now." His brother, Zhong Jincheng, is the leader of the 4 little dandies in Beijing. He can't possibly be the kid who can recite astronomy and geography by heart. "You!"
Zhong Jincheng shouted, "Buyan, put me down."
"I'm going to kill this little rascal." Without further ado, he immediately took down the little devil. Wei Xinglu ran around in panic, howling as he ran. "Help! Help! How can this ghost be so powerful? Can't we scare it away?" Zhong Jincheng suddenly pounced on him, pressed him to the ground, pinched his neck fiercely and shook him, saying, "Who is the ghost?" "You are the ghost, rascal. You dare to let people spit dirty water on my face. I will kill you today." Cough, cough. Cough, cough. "Master, master, please save me." Wei Xinglu was strangled so hard that he rolled his eyes and looked out. The next moment, 2 ghost-catching masters jumped in from outside the wall, one holding a whisk and the other holding a star map. They pointed at Zhong Jincheng and shouted, "Monster, show your true form now." Zhong Jincheng's face turned red with anger. Red, purple, and black. Even Shunzi, who was standing beside him, could hardly stop him. Then, the little devil gave an angry order. "Bian, arrest these 2 charlatans." "Yes." As soon as Buyen made a move, the 2 were subdued and handed over to the guards at the gate of the Marquis mansion.
Ha 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 ha.
Suwon saw the whole scene as soon as she arrived. She couldn't help laughing out loud and almost rolled on the ground. The little devil had disheveled hair and was in a rage. Seeing Suwon come to laugh at him, he turned around in anger and continued to pinch Wei Xinglu, saying, "You rascal! You dare to tease me? The tiger doesn't show its might. Do you really think I'm a sick cat?" Wei Xinglu was already rolling his eyes. Suwon ordered Cui Lu to rescue him, and the other maids quickly brought water and towels to help the little devil clean himself. Zhong Jincheng stood there, his chest heaving with anger, his eyes fixed on Wei Xinglu, afraid that Suwon would secretly let him run away. Wei Xinglu coughed for a long time before he recovered. He pointed at Zhong Jincheng and cursed weakly, "You little devil with great magical powers, I warn you, get out of my brother's body quickly. Otherwise I will be strangled to death, and I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Zhong Jincheng was annoyed and wanted to fight him again. But Suwon grabbed him, changed her mind, and persuaded him with a smile. "Isn't your brother very kind to you? He is worried that you are possessed by a ghost, and he is willing to save you at the risk of his life." Zhong Jincheng was furious. Who on earth is possessed by a ghost? Why does everyone want to go against him? It was bad enough that Suwon came, but now even his brothers came to pick a fight with him and make him a laughingstock. The little devil feels like he has lost all his dignity and face today. Wei Xinglu held his waist and continued to cough. His face flushed as he continued to accuse. "If you weren't a ghost, how could you suddenly memorize so many words after not seeing you for 3 months? I was forced by my father to study for 5 or 6 years, but I didn't memorize as many words as you did that day." Zhong Jincheng said angrily, "That's because I'm gifted. I have a photographic memory. Do you know what a photographic memory means? As long as I read it once, I can remember it in my mind. I can recite it backwards. Wei Xinglu immediately retorted, Don't I know what kind of person my brother is? How can he have this ability? Zhong Jincheng immediately started looking for something. Wei Xinglu asked, What are you looking for? Zhong Jincheng replied, I'll find a stick to beat you to death. This rascal. In his eyes, I am just an uneducated little rascal. Who are you looking down on? Wei Xinglu. Seeing that Zhong Jincheng was about to lose his temper again, it was indeed his brother's fault for his bad temper. But, are you really Jincheng? He asked tentatively. Zhong Jincheng finally found the stick and rushed over waving it. I'm your father. The two children chased each other around the yard. Although it was noisy, it was still warm and lively, just like the good times in the orphanage. Suwon looked at him for a while before stopping him with a smile. Young Master Wei, what Jincheng said is true. He has a good memory, so he can make rapid progress. If you don't believe me, you can ask him to read the new book to you on the spot. I agree. Wei Xinglu was chased and beaten to the point of having no choice but to agree. Zhong Jincheng snorted, looking proud. Wei Xinglu was taken to the large study room. Before he entered the room, he saw the plaque at the door. He read it out loud. Marquis Mansion Key Class. What a strange plaque. Shunzi gave him a brief introduction to the key classes. Wei Xinglu was surprised at first, then he shuddered and said, This key class is too terrible. How pitiful are the people who go to study here. Shunzi's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself that even if you want to come in, you can't. There is only one such place in the entire capital city. Oh no, in the entire Chu. However, after Wei Xinglu came in, he couldn't help but sigh. Wow, Jincheng, your study is so big. There are so many books in it. It's like a library. His description was indeed correct. The large study was indeed built for Zhong Zhao by the old marquis according to the model of a library. In addition to the first floor, which could be used as a classroom and display thousands of commonly used books, the second floor had countless rare classics, calligraphy, and painting collections, which was in no way inferior to the library of an ordinary academy. However, the two brothers of the Zhong family usually study on the first floor. The books downstairs are enough for them to read, so they rarely go to the second floor. Zhong Wenxiu, who was studying, saw a stranger coming and looked at his wife and brother in confusion. Then he saw the little devil raised his head and said proudly, You can choose any book here. I will recite it for you. Zhong Wenxiu. Is my brother competing with others in memorizing? He put down his pen and wanted to see what happened next. It's hard to say how my younger brother compares with others in other aspects, but when it comes to memorizing, he will definitely win without a doubt. Wei Xinglu really picked up the books seriously. He had learned the books that Jincheng and Hezheng recited that day, so he knew how terrifying that book reciting ghost was. But what if it's not a little ghost but Jincheng? Wei Xinglu didn't dare to think about it any further, and hurriedly continued to select books from the bookshelf. After a lot of searching, he found a medical book that was not often seen and was not often tested treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases. Just memorize this. I don't want more. As long as you can memorize 10 pages in half an hour, I will admit that you are not possessed by a ghost. Zhong Jincheng rolled his eyes at him, took the book and started reading it quickly. Wei Xinglu was still making sarcastic remarks. Yes, just take a quick look first. There should be many difficult characters in it that you don't know. Zhong Jincheng ignored him, still looking with his head down, and didn't even sit down. Wei Xinglu sat down first, looking around the large study room, and kindly advised, Sit down and recite. I'll wait for you for half an hour. Zhong Jincheng still ignored him. Wei Xinglu was bored and went over to talk to Zhong Wenxiu. Is Jincheng studying with you recently? Zhong Wenxiu nodded. Wei Xinglu understood and said, No wonder he protects you so much. The relationship between you two studying together is quite deep. After all, you are brothers in distress. Zhong Wenxiu smiled and said nothing. Wei Xinglu was still mumbling, But don't you really think he's possessed by a ghost? He memorized so many books in 3 months. He's not a reincarnated god. How could he be so powerful? Zhong Wenxiu frowned and said, Possessed by a ghost? He looked at his brother, then at Suwon, who had been quietly accompanying him and seemed to understand why Wei Xinglu came here. Zhong Wenxiao explained earnestly, "You misunderstood. Jin Cheng is still Jin Cheng. He just knows how to study hard. He likes reading now." Wei Xinglu snorted and said, "Come on. How can anyone in this world like something as boring as reading, especially Jin Cheng? He would rather play kuju, race horses, or fight crickets than stay at home and read books." Zhong Wenxiao said, "But now he is just reading at home." Wei Xinglu, Okay, go ahead and argue. When Jin Cheng can't memorize the book later, you will be as anxious to exorcise ghosts as I am." Wei Xinglu still feels that the two masters his servants found were not very skilled. If the Marquis Mansion paid a large sum of money to invite them, they would definitely be able to hire someone more powerful. Wei Xinglu was full of thoughts about how he and his good brother would come back and enjoy themselves to their heart's content. "Wake up, I've finished reciting the sutras." Zhong Jincheng broke his dream.
Ah?
Wei Xinglu came back to his senses. "Half an hour has passed?"
So fast?
Zhong Jincheng pointed at the teacup beside him and said, "The tea I poured for you is still hot." Wei Xinglu took the tea and tasted it, and jumped up because it was so hot. Puff puff. "The tea you pour in the Marquis Mansion is so hot. It's only poured for you, idiot." Zhong Jincheng threw the book to him. "Listen carefully, I'm going to recite it. Taiyong disease, whether with fever or not, must have chills, body pain, vomiting, and tight yin and yang pulses. It is called typhoid fever." Wei Xinglu flipped through the book quickly while listening to him recite the first volume of Treatise on Febrile Diseases. His heart was beating like a drum. He actually memorized the book so quickly?
How could it be so fast?
In this time, he should only be able to read the book once. Photographic memory. Do you understand what photographic memory means? Zhong Jincheng's shouting was still echoing in his ears. Reflecting on himself who could recite the text word for word, Wei Xinglu had 1,000 swear words he wanted to curse.
Grass.
He really has a photographic memory? Wei Xinglu was filled with grief and indignation. It felt terrible that his good brother had surpassed him in just 3 months. While listening to the little devil reciting the book, he flipped through the book and found that the difficult words on it were annotated with simple words with the same pronunciation. This means that even if Zhong Jincheng doesn't know the word, he can still read it and memorize it through the homophone. Wei Xinglu was even more shocked. He flipped through the book and found that the entire first volume of Treatise on Febrile Diseases, which had 50,000 words, had all these difficult characters with pinyin annotations, and they were all handwritten. Wow, what a huge student aid project. He suddenly remembered that when he first entered the study, Shunzi had explained to him the meaning of the plaque. Is this really a school? How could it be completely different from the schools he had understood and seen? Zhong Jincheng had already memorized all 10 pages and looked at him proudly and confidently. "How is it? Are you convinced?" There is no one else in the world who can endorse something with such a fast speed. Even Qinyi, who is so proud that his eyes are as big as his head, can't do it. Only him. Wei Xinglu swallowed his saliva and said, "You are simply not a human being. If those children of civil servants who study hard knew about this talent, they would be envious and jealous." When Zhong Jincheng heard this, his face darkened. He thought he was being possessed by a ghost again, and he got so angry that he started looking for a stick again. Wei Xinglu quickly jumped onto the stool, clasped his hands together, and said in surrender, Stop, brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. You are the best. You are the best in the whole capital." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng stopped crossing his arms over his chest and snorted in a very arrogant manner. After Wei Xinglu apologized, he chatted with him warmly. He was a man with high emotional intelligence and was very outgoing. After a while, he talked the little devil down to the point where he was no longer angry. The little devil patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good brother, if you can't learn something in the future, come to me and teach you." The corners of Wei Xinglu's mouth twitched, but he still forced a smile and said okay. This little rascal has become stronger, but he is still the same. He is still Zhong Jincheng. Then I will go home and come to play with you another day.
I will let Shunzi take you there. Okay. When he was leaving, Wei Xinglu suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at the plaque above the door of the study. The 5 big characters were still so conspicuous, weird, and unique. After a while, he muttered, "Strange." After the farce was over, the little devil immersed himself in reading again and lived and died together with Zhong Wenxiu. Soon, another half a month passed, and the day of the joint examination of the 2 academies arrived. The little devil got up early in the morning, stood on the bed and shouted, "Down with Qin Yi, Shunzi." There is so much energy that one can never stop doing it. However, a sensible servant still has to smile and watch, giving a firm, trusting look, so as not to cause dissatisfaction to the little ancestor. But Buyen, who had no good eyesight, was different. He thought he was very considerate and reminded him, "Young master, Qin Ye's test paper today is different from yours. You can't defeat him." Shunzi. No words. Why are you suddenly talking now? If this house catches fire, who'll put it out? Zhong Jincheng's expression changed when he heard this. He glared at Buyen and then glared at Shunzi. Shunzi felt very wronged. It's none of my business. I'm not the manager of this house. Zhong Jincheng snorted and said in a deep voice, "I will defeat Qin Yi sooner or later, either next month or the month after, but definitely this year." Shunzi quickly agreed. Master Cheng is the best in the whole capital. He can definitely do it. After saying that, he kicked Bayan, indicating that he should agree. Not only did Bayan not understand the hint, he also glared at him in dissatisfaction. Shunzi. The boy has been disabled. Zhong Jincheng didn't care. He was immersed in his own world, thinking about the students from Hanlin North Academy who he was going to defeat today. His heart was burning with a strong desire to fight. Let's go. Crush Hanlin North Academy. Just do it. Shunzi encouraged him and helped him get up and wash, smiling all the time. The atmosphere today is obviously different. The little devil's ambition and high spirits are particularly contagious. The whole hall is filled with enthusiasm, and even Zhong Wenxiu feels full of strength. He encouraged them, "Jincheng, we will definitely do well in the exam today." Zhong Jincheng bumped fists with him and said confidently, "Of course." The carriage for the expedition started moving, and the 2 men were still reciting silently in the carriage, as if they were going to take part in a very important examination from primary school to junior high school. Suwon did not disturb them. It was useful to sharpen one's skills before a battle, so there was no need to stop them. After getting off the car, the 3 of them walked towards the academy. Since the 2 children were well prepared and had many exam experiences, Suwon did not give them any other instructions and prepared to see them off. Who would have thought that after walking a few steps, I heard a man who was taking his child to the exam muttering, "Lin Yu, look at Zhong Jincheng. He has only studied for a few months, and he has become the second in your class. Look at you, you don't study hard. You only know how to play. If you don't make the list this time, you don't have to be my son." Zhong Jincheng suddenly heard his name from someone else's mouth, and it was praised in an extremely proud manner. He was so happy that his mouth couldn't close. He even bumped into Zhong Wenxiu to signal him to listen quickly. Unexpectedly, Zhong Wenxiu shook his head and gestured to look at the child. The kid named Lin Yu seemed to be the same age as the little devil, and they should be in the same class. However, he was sent to take the exam, but was scolded miserably. However, he did not cry, but his face was full of dissatisfaction and resentment. Zhong Jincheng thought that Lin Yu was dissatisfied with him and was about to go over to say a few words, but the little boy suddenly stopped where he was and exploded. He yelled at his father, "What right do you have to say that I didn't study hard? Do you know what time I get up in the morning to study? Have you ever seen me reading until late at night? You only know how to go out drinking with others and come back to sleep unconscious. Have you ever cared about me? Have you seen my test papers? You only know that my ranking has declined, but have you noticed that I have been getting stronger?" This furious counterattack shocked Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxiu, as well as the students passing by. Even Suwon stopped walking and looked over. Who is this? He is so brave that he dares to confront his own father. Disobedience, disobedience. I'm afraid he will be hung up and beaten. I don't think he will pass the exam today. I'm afraid he won't be able to study in the future. But don't you think what he said makes sense? It seems to make sense. The students were discussing the issue a lot. They were originally there to watch the fun, but in the end they actually started discussing the issue of parental education. Gradually, they came to the consensus that the child was right. Father Lin had probably never been disobedient by his child before, and he felt humiliated being watched by so many people, so he raised his hand with a ferocious look on his face and was about to hit someone. Lin Yu did not dodge at all and spoke every word with a fearless attitude. Zhong Jincheng was able to rank second because he is rich, powerful, has a good mother, and has the best teacher to teach him. What do I have? What have you provided for me? I have told you many times that I can't keep up with the progress, and I want to hire a private teacher to help me. But what did you say? You said that I have no ability and that I am stupid because I can't learn in the academy. You only deny me and blame me. Have you ever heard my request for help? How can a father like you blame me so confidently? Lin Yu's eyes were serious and puzzled, but he still didn't cry. He felt very wronged, but he didn't think he was wrong. Well said. Someone in the crowd shouted. I feel the same way. Support, Lin Yu, you are right. Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxue stood in front of Lin Yu at the same time and took the initiative to form a human wall barrier to prevent Lin's father's slap from landing on Lin Yu. Father Lin was so angry that he was shaking all over. He said in a trembling voice, You students are simply rebellious. This is disobeying the elders. It is treason. Didn't the teacher of Qingba Academy teach you? What do you mean by disobeying the elders? You are not our father, let alone our relative. We are just seeing injustice and helping others. That's right. Zhong Jincheng said loudly. Master has taught us so much knowledge, but I think you have not learned it. For example, the Book of Rights says, What is human righteousness? Father is kind, son is filial. The father is kind, have you achieved it? That's right. Father is kind, have you achieved it? If you can't do it yourself, why should Lin Yu listen to you? The students' voices of resistance were getting louder and louder, with the little devil, who was fearless, taking the lead and looking like he was ready to support Lin Yu. Suwon didn't expect that the little devil could now quote scriptures to help others. That's good. He has made progress in reading. Give a thumbs up to the little devil from afar. Lin's father always wanted to take action, but he was protected by Zhong Jincheng and a large number of students, which pushed the distance between him and Lin Yu further and further. The noise was so loud that it alarmed the teacher at Qingba Academy. Finally, the dean stepped in to stop them, saying, The exam is about to start. Students, please stop gathering here and follow the teachers into the examination hall. Father Lin Yu, please come with me. Lin's father shouted. Why take the exam? Lin Yu doesn't want to take it anymore. Why should I support such a disobedient and unfilial son to go to school? These words ignited the anger of the students again. Lin Yu was not surprised at all. His father was that kind of person. The dean was always good-tempered, but now he was also annoyed by this speech. He said angrily, Master Zhang, why don't you take the children in for the exam? Master Zhang responded repeatedly, Yes, yes, we will go right away. Children, follow me quickly. I will leave this place to the dean. Zhong Jincheng dragged Lin Yu inside and comforted her as he walked. Don't worry about him. The dean will definitely be able to handle it. Let's go to the exam with peace of mind. Lin Yu was moved and said, Thank you, Zhong Jincheng. The little devil raised his eyebrows and laughed. You really know me? I don't even remember you. In fact, he was extremely proud of himself, as it must be because he had done very well in the last exam and became famous throughout the Qingba Academy. That's right, after all, he is one of the only 2 people in the entire academy who can be on the list of the joint entrance examination of the 4 academies. Now, he finally felt that the academy chosen for him by Suwon was good. His classmates were all weaker than him, so everyone would treat him like an exam god. He felt so happy. Lin Yu said, Because I am third.
Ah?
Then you were almost on the list? After all, the little devil was at the tail end of the list of the joint entrance examination of the 4 colleges. Lin Yu said truthfully,
In fact, I was behind you in the last monthly exam. But you may not have noticed me, just like Qin Yi didn't notice you. Zhong Jincheng. The raised corners of his mouth suddenly dropped. I even want to curse. This rascal not only talks back to his father, but also to other people. Terrible. But we all pay close attention to the person above us and hope to surpass him. Lin Yu said, so I know you and I understand you very well. Zhong Jincheng recalled what he had just said to Lin Yu and commented, you do know me well. You know that my family is powerful and I have the best teacher. But forget about my good mother. That bad woman is always trying to bully me. But without her, you wouldn't be like this. Lin Yu said. Zhong Jincheng immediately turned around and looked at Zhong Wenxiu. Zhong Wenxiu nodded in agreement. Lin Yu was right. The lady was a very nice person. Zhong Jincheng still didn't want to accept this statement. He turned his head and snorted again. Lin Yu said yearningly, it would be great if I also had an elder like your mother. Maybe then I could surpass you. The more Zhong Jincheng listened, the more unhappy he became. Why do so many people like Su Wan, but Su Wan always picks on him? The little devil was unhappy and didn't even want to talk to Lin Yu. He ran into the examination room first with a sullen face. Lin Yu, who stayed behind, said to Zhong Wenxiu, he really doesn't know how to appreciate the good fortune he has. If he had met someone like my father, he would have cried and cried without a single person. Zhong Wenxiu smiled and patted his shoulder and said, try hard. You will definitely get good grades this time. Well, I don't want to be third again. The long exam finally ended when the sun set. The students rushed out of the examination hall. Some looked troubled, some were overjoyed, but they were all young children after all, and they looked energetic no matter how you looked at them. As soon as the little devil saw Zhong Wenxiu, he immediately jumped over and put his arm around his shoulder, boasting, brother, I think the test questions this time are so simple and familiar. Many of them are common test questions that we have practiced before. Zhong Wenxiu was bent over by him, but soon recovered. He smiled and said, Madam is really experienced. She asked Master Zhao to take us through many exams from previous years. The answers were always the same. Zhong Jincheng said proudly, I will definitely get first place in the joint exam this time. Zhong Wenxiu always felt embarrassed to criticize his younger brother because he saw how confident he was. However, it was not impossible. Qin Yi went to the children's class, and his younger brother's strength should be enough to kill people in the 8-year-old class. Even if the other party is the most famous Hanlin North court in the whole capital. By the way, has Lin Yu come out? Zhong Jincheng asked. He was worried that Lin Yu would be chased and beaten by Lin's father as soon as he came out. Zhong Wenxiu shook his head and said, I don't know either. Let us go ask my wife. I think she must be paying attention to it too.
Oh.
It's possible. But you go and ask, I don't want to talk to her. The little devil said awkwardly. Zhong Wenxiu smiled and said, okay. Every time the two of them took an exam, Su Wan would wait for them in the academy. Usually the dean or the teacher would be there with them to answer her questions about studying. But this time, because Lin's father was making trouble, the dean and the teacher, who were not invigilating, went over to talk to him. But unfortunately, Mr. Lin's logic doesn't make sense at all. Su Wan said, Father Lin said that either he should let the child not take the exam and take him home to be beaten to death, or he should not support the child and let Qingba Academy handle it. Zhong Wenxiu asked anxiously. Ah? Then what? How did the academy deal with it? Yeah, what did they do? The little devil also became anxious. Su Wan smiled mysteriously and kept everyone in suspense, saying, guess. Zhong Wenxiu. Zhong Jincheng. Guess what? Although they would not be tested on how to employ people and deal with things in the short term, it would be helpful to hone their skills in advance if they had the chance, as it would also be helpful in developing their brains. So Su Wan kept the two curious little guys hanging and asked them to think about possible solutions. The little devil will definitely not be the first to cooperate. It was the obedient Zhong Wenxiu who broke the deadlock. I think, considering the Academy's considerations, they should choose the first option. No matter how bad Mr. Lin is, he is still Lin Yu's father.
The dean and teachers can only persuade him, and they can't interfere in other people's family affairs. Zhong Jincheng didn't want to guess at first, but seeing that what he said didn't make sense, he immediately retorted, "But didn't you see that Lin Yu had fallen out with him? If he went home with his father, he would definitely be beaten to death." "I think it's the latter. Lin Yu would rather follow the dean than go home," Zhong Wenxiu said, "but Lin Yu needs money for his studies and living. The dean has no relatives or friends with him, so how could he be willing to support him?" Zhong Jincheng was speechless when asked, "But we can't let him go home and be beaten to death," Zhong Wenxiu said. "He will definitely not be beaten to death, but he may be beaten more severely. There is no overnight hatred between father and son. Maybe they will be reconciled in a few days." Zhong Jincheng pouted and said, "I still don't agree with this decision. It looks like the father won't change in a few days, and Lin Yu will still be wronged. If I were the dean, I would take Lin Yu home. It's not like we don't have the money to buy an extra pair of chopsticks." Zhong Wenxiu reminded him, "Not everyone has a life as good as yours. Have you forgotten, Jingxia?" The image of the slums emerged in the little devil's mind, and he suddenly had no reason to refute. Zhong Wenxiu looked at Suwan and decided to listen to her. Suwan raised her eyebrows and smiled. "So the solution you two came up with is still your responsibility? What if there is not just one Lin Yu in the future, but thousands of Lin Yes? What will you do? Use all your own money to save the people from disaster?" The little devil was full of courage and impulsive. "Is it not possible?" Zhong Wenxiu pulled him back and reminded him with difficulty, "Brother, I know you have good intentions in wanting to help others, but if there are tens of thousands of people, we don't have that much money." The little devil didn't believe it. "It's impossible. My grandmother is rich enough to rival a country," Zhong Wenxiu said with a headache. "Wealthy enough to rival a country is just an adjective. It doesn't mean that he can really feed the whole country."
Ah?
The little devil was confused.
Is that so?
Zhong Wenxiu said, "We still need to think of more practical ways to let them be self-reliant, rather than carrying all the burdens on ourselves. Otherwise, even if we are crushed to death, we won't be able to save millions of people." Suwon nodded and praised. "That's right. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish." When Zhong Wenxiu was praised by his wife, he nodded shyly. The little devil's expression changed immediately. A bad woman only knows how to praise others. "You are treated differently," the little devil said angrily. "What do you mean by fish or no fish?" "I don't understand what you are saying," Suwon explained. "It means that it is better to teach people how to fish than to give them ready-made fish. This is a more lasting and effective method. But Lin Yu is so young. How can he learn to fish?" The little devil still didn't understand. "How much silver can you sell for fishing?" Zhong Wenxiu thought, "You can't make much money from fishing, and Lin Yu may not know how to fish. But I think he has excellent grades and studies hard, so his handwriting must be good. In this way, he can exchange money for copying books. Copying a book costs 35 won, which is enough for him to eat and drink." 35 won? Hearing the unit of money again, the little devil was still confused. Can he really live on this little money? Where does he live? Zhong Wenxiu nodded and said, "Yes, since ancient times, poor students have made a living by copying books. This is a very common way to make money. Moreover, Qingba Academy has student dormitories for students to live in. He can live well even if he doesn't go home." The little devil's mind was immediately opened. It turns out that even a child of his age can survive without relying on his family as long as he is good enough. Self-reliance. A child of his age can actually be self-reliant. Su Wan also nodded and revealed the answer. Lin Yu didn't want to go home, so the dean dealt with it this way. He didn't help Lin Yu with money, but helped him contact the person who collected the handwritten books so that Lin Yu had a place to exchange money. Zhong Wenxiu also laughed. He was actually right in his reasoning. The dean is also an ordinary person. He is already doing his best to help others. Otherwise, if he only gives away fish, he is afraid that he will not be able to live well. The little devil is unhappy again. There was deep jealousy in his eyes, jealous that Zhong Wenxiu guessed more accurately than him, which made his own suggestions seem so irrelevant. Humph! The little devil made a lot of noise and turned around to get on the carriage. Zhong Wenxiu didn't know what was going on and was about to chase after him. Suwon said from behind, "This kid's self-esteem has been hurt again. He can't beat others, so he blames others for being too good. Sundra, if you try to coax him, you'll end up in trouble." Zhong Wenxiu thought for a moment and said, "My younger brother doesn't understand these things because he has never been exposed to them. He is slowly learning. I think with his intelligence, he should be able to surpass me soon." He spoke sincerely and then ran towards a carriage. Suwon smiled when she heard this, and she complained to Sueji. "This child is an altruist without any jealousy." Altruism? Sueji seemed to understand, but she could barely continue the conversation. Master Xiao would rather not get the first place in the exam, but let Master Qing get it. Although they are only cousins, their relationship is better than that of many real brothers. Suwon smiled and sighed. Born in a slum, she was able to teach her child so well. Aunt Hong is also an excellent mother. Sueji nodded in agreement and said, since Aunt Hong knew that Master Xiao was in the study with Master Chung under the instruction of Master Bailey, she told him not to go to her unless necessary and to concentrate on studying in the study. She kept a distance from him and taught him to listen to you. I think Aunt Hong seems to have regarded you as the mistress of their second room. Aunt Hong had once planned to have Wen Xiu raised in the old lady's courtyard after her death. Now that she was in good health, she saw hope in Suwon. She was like a sensible concubine who did not want to fight for power, nor did she want to take the position of a concubine. She just wanted her children to be taught and cared for by their stepmother so that they would have a good future. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Suwon could understand. She replied, a few days ago, the court doctor told me that Aunt Hong's illness has almost recovered and told her to go out and bask in the sun more often and not to be restrained. Yes. In the carriage, the little devil was still angry. Jincheng? Zhong Wenxiu shouted. The little devil turned his head and snorted heavily again. Just like stepping on the fuse, the barrel that was already on the verge of catching fire exploded completely. The little devil howled. I guessed wrong again. I won't guess. My younger brother has a bad temper and fragile self-esteem. He always gets angry when something hurts him. He was the best brother in the world, the kind that was easy to coax. Zhong Wenxiu sat over patiently and said softly, I told my wife that you just haven't been exposed to the lives of ordinary people, so you can't guess. But you are very smart, much smarter than me. When you figure out all these things, you will definitely be much more powerful than me. Zhong Wenxiu continued, Madam also said that you are a good candidate for an official post. If you hold great power in the future, you can save millions of people, which is much more powerful than helping Lin Yu. The little devil immediately turned around and asked in surprise, Did she really say that? Zhong Wenxiu nodded. I did. Although the latter sentence was complaining about his brother's knowledge of the times. The little devil snorted and said proudly, This bad woman, she praised me behind my back and wanted to hide it from me. Now I know it.
Well.
Zhong Wenxiu wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that he could no longer explain himself. The little devil was coaxed so quickly. When Suwon got in the car, the two of them began to discuss today's exam questions affectionately. However, there is something different. As soon as Suwon got in the car, she felt the little devil looking at her with a proud and complacent look, as if she had secretly given him several hundred taels of silver. Why do you have that expression? She asked defensively. The little devil became even more proud and said to her, I won't tell you.
Suwon.
You are poisonous. Zhong Wenxiu, who was standing next to him, felt more and more guilty and tried hard to reduce his presence. There are only 2 colleges participating in this joint entrance examination, and the results will be out in 3 days. The little devil, as always, feels that he has done very well in the exam, and he is complacently starting to want to take a break, while Zhong Wenxiu feels that there are still some areas that he has not mastered well, so he continues to study late into the night and seeks private tutoring for extra lessons. As for Suwon, she had to attend a wedding banquet that she couldn't postpone.
Her half-sister Su Liana, the eldest son of the Duke of Jin, Chen Yunyu, the Minister of Justice, and the Duke of Jin joined forces. This was a highly anticipated wedding, with many people attending. It was said that even the 18th princess was going to go. As the eldest sister, she couldn't refuse. Jin Chung and Wen Xiu could choose not to go, but when the little devil heard that it was her eldest sister, he threw down his pen and chased after her. How can such a lively wedding banquet be without me? Suwon knew without even thinking that the boy was holding it in. She rolled her eyes at him and turned to ask Wen Xiu if he was going. Zhong Wenxiu just said that he had to continue his tutoring and would not go. In the end, the mother and son sat in the carriage, disliking each other, and exchanged fierce glares for 800 rounds. Suwon reminded him, "You have offended the wife of the Duke of Jin. Today's wedding banquet is a big deal. If you make trouble at this time and anger the Duke of Jin's mansion, I'm afraid even the old Marquis won't be able to protect you." The little devil shook the jade pendant in his hand and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I have the support of the prince. Who dares to touch me?" Suwan. She knew that this jade pendant was a disaster. This little rascal was really good at taking advantage of others. The little devil smiled wickedly, leaned over, and asked, "How is it? Are you scared? If you beg for mercy now and shout 100 times, 'I'm sorry, Zhong Jincheng, I was wrong,' I will consider letting you go and not causing trouble at the wedding banquet. Otherwise, if something really happens, you as a stepmother will bear more responsibility than a child like me, he." "Hey, you idiot." Suwon clenched her fists and threatened with a smile. "Do you believe that if you dare to say a single word, I will ask Cui Lu to stuff your mouth?"
Will you?
The little devil's face changed immediately. Suwon snorted, "I've already asked Cui Lu and Bayan to switch places today. If you want to cause trouble, Cui Lu won't be polite." Little devil. Big mistake. He was counterattacked before he even reached the destination, and this time he lost the fight even faster than before. The little devil was as sensible as ever. He quickly said, "Stop the car. I want to go home and memorize my lessons. Since there is no place to cause trouble, it is useless to go there, so it is better to cut losses in time. It's too late." Now, it was Suwon's turn to relax. "We are almost at the Duke of Jin's mansion. If you want to go back, run back by yourself. The carriage should stay here and wait for me." The little devil was annoyed and broke down again, shouting, "Can't you just buy another carriage?" Suwon said calmly, "No, I just like to be thrifty." He hated it. The Duke of Jin's mansion is already very grand, and today is the day their eldest son gets married, so the scene is decorated with great fanfare and is even more lively than usual. The butler at the door took the gift list they brought and asked someone to take them in. Before they even entered the door, they heard a young girl's voice behind them, "Sister Su." Suwon turned around and unexpectedly saw the 18th princess, Zhao Rong. "Greetings, princess." A group of people saluted. "No need to be polite. Please stand up." Zhao Rong waved her hand casually and ran towards Suwon happily, directly knocking the little devil aside. Little devil. Is she polite or not? Can't he see it when he's this big? Zhao Rong obviously didn't see it. She took Suwon's hand and shouted, "Sister Su, I knew you would come today. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much." Suwon also smiled and said, "I heard that the princess would come, so I came here early. I didn't expect to meet her at the door." Zhao Rong took her arm and walked inside, saying as she walked, "There are so many people today. Mammy said that if I came late, more people would come to greet me and talk to me. It would be too noisy."
You are the best.
"I like talking to you."
And
"Hey, your unpleasant stepson is here too?" The little devil's fist suddenly hardened. "Who is the unpleasant stepson?" The 18th princess's tone of voice is so annoying. He is obviously the grandson who was born and raised in the Marquis's mansion, but she makes him speak as if he was an outsider who came into the mansion a few months ago. Is there any justice? Suwon tried to smooth things over. A lot of Jincheng's friends came today, and he hasn't seen them for a long time, so it's a good opportunity to catch up. Zhao Rong said, "Oh, well, It's just right that he's not here. I still have a lot of boudoir things to tell you. Little devil. He made his decision.